A stream of consciousness list, easeful days, dreamless nights going roller skating on a Saturday morning with corny organ music in the background, social and emotional intelligence, Holland cheese, sniglets, or made-up new words, rolled cookies, a potato pancake, hot chocolate, and flannel PJs in bed, corn husking and pumpkin rolling, taffy, snow peaches, hamburger pizza, keeping on nodding terms with the people we used to be, starting to make good contacts in business, the love of the good. Things we ate in our childhood, moonlit dances on paddle wheel steamboats, cinnamon apple waffles with maple or cane syrup, pepper bacon, fresh fruit, coffee, and freshly squeezed juice, sweet shrimp, lobster, and squid in an intensely garlicked vinaigrette, bringing beauty and meaning into life, diamond stars, getting a really good haircut, dried greenery, carrying a map, farm wives unbuttoning peas on the porch, catching peas with a roll, finding a ball, or a diamond, in the rough pails. Tobacco stores, selecting ripe melons, semibone duckling with plum sauce and fried rice, commuter drinking cups, filling a vase with red and blue anemones, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, holding your shoulders high, answers, the taste of cake batter, throat-parching days, the Pittsburgh airport, high-gloss white paint, waking up early and having breakfast together outside, buttermints, formal terraced gardens, popcorn popping all over the room, the smell of Nair hair remover, the butterfly effect, tender, loving touches, the art in everyday life, ball mason canning jars, face creams that soothe, rearranging the apartment, coleus spilling out of a window box, finishing the last freezing and canning for the winter supply, bifocals, a newly refinished gym floor, baby rings and bracelets, horses breathing ostrich plumes of air, Budo, the spiritual foundation for martial arts, strip sandals in white or brown, Dunkin' Donuts stores, hot dog samples, part of you always being a child, overcoming your acalculia, inability to do basic math, the buzz of a bumblebee, ginkgo and willow trees, papaya with lemon cream, a tight-weave sisal bag for knitting supplies, the federal payroll, serendipitous plans, a word to the wise is sufficient, a place of secret magic where nature alone quietly renews itself, incurable enthusiasm, space people, stripes and terries on the beach, construction paper, old-fashioned sock dolls, Viennese coffee, ground each morning, filtered into a thermos pot and garnished with a cinnamon stick, trampolines, poems by Rumi, Santa's Village, Dundee, Illinois, strawberry frosted donuts from Dunkin' Donuts, gothic novels, huge dunes, body stockings, sturdy stew in white bowls, chemise-type sundresses, a stalled car catching, when the lights come up, the soothing winter wind in the hemlocks, remembering when leaves were raked, jumped into, or burned and not put in plastic bags or giant vacuums, English-style breakfasts and dinners in a riverside dining room, cable knit, things you don't have to work at to enjoy, New York City, feeling the damp freshness of a Cape Cod morning cool on your face, checking your fortune cookie message to see how it matches up with your mates, French mustard, popcorn parties, buttering toast generously and immediately so that the butter melts and sinks in, getting a job, radish spread, cheeks all aglow with the outdoors, Wyoming, Yellowstone, geysers, bears, broncos, 2 tremendous kettles of soup. On a pot-bellied stove, creamy clam chowders, the sensuality of a scalp rub, olive wood music boxes, prizes you have won, basketball, Tudor-style half-timbers, absorbent cotton, crinkled aluminum foil, soda parlors, cheering influences, hole-in-the-middle cake donuts, satin paper ribbon curled into crisp flower shapes, a portable whirlpool for the bath, rug shampoo, organizing time, ginger pancakes, Christmas ball ornaments that open to reveal smaller balls, Kennebunkport, Maine. Personally witnessing a happy event in history, sailing on Lake Michigan, an ideal picnic spot, Palm Springs, California, Angora cats, sleeping sprawled out on the bed, quick postcards, those who have get, amber music, deep dish pies, an umbrella in a microburst, rolling hills, catching fish, backstops, watering your garden, the trade winds, a leader's words that stir a nation, a widow's walk, thoughts while ironing, onion buns, colonial wick lanterns, effervescence, the large glacial deposits that form on the insides of car fenders during snowstorms, introverts anonymous, a sauce bowl and ladle, camp shorts, the little things in life that really make your day go right, plastic dry cleaning bags, driving under an overpass during a storm, the old American custom of serving coffee on New Year's Day, where writers, artists, and tourists gather, playing among big trees and rocks, sightseers in all types of garb, pink grapefruit with tons of sugar, listening for the sound of a key in the lock, gratefulness, assembly lines, cherry pie a la mode, the United States of America, life choices, dress shoes, soft red color, getting warm by a fire or in his arms with something to eat or drink after you've been in the rain or snow, photocopying rare and or expensive books, the gap in the dressing room curtain that can never be completely closed, the din of traffic, interesting wooden house siding, I'm okay, you're okay, beige corduroys, patchwork pants, embroidered corduroys, a successful first attempt, the rainbow and sand colors of pretty hair, oatmeal apple bar cookies, Monopoly's 10 most landed on spaces, Illinois Avenue, BNORR, free parking, Tennessee Avenue, New York Avenue, reading RR, St. James Place, Waterworks, Penn RR, not worrying about having what everyone else has, Pelicans, Cook's Gardens, peppermint whipped cream frosting, old-style preserved jars, Chinese flip-flop sandals, split-second thrills, suit coats, pantry shelves loaded with jars of fruit. Silences in chess games, the rising or setting of a star at sunset, hot peach conserve, a bottomless coffee pot, and eggs served in individual skillets, cinnamon and slate blue satins, dumpling eating contests, returning library books, rooms of looms and spinning wheels, men, putting extra raisins in Raisin Bran cereal, teas and jeans, carrying groceries in a backpack, gut-spilling softballs, Kansas wheat. The act of entering a room and forgetting why, watching the cook prepare luncheon as you sit on a lawn looking out over the marina, things that stand the test of time. Preparing your Christmas card list before Thanksgiving, teepee playhouses, wild roses, blush pink and spicily fragrant in the cool of the evening, absorbing nature's blessings, filling a glass bowl with fresh apples and tangerines, Jamaica, Bermuda, or clamdigger shorts, learning a new sport. Let me bring lollipops and confetti and silly things and place them at your feet, tying colorful ribbons around things for the fun of it. Homemade soups, for purple dye, black cherry bark, cocklebur plant, dandelion root, grape, toast and honey butter, ball earrings, away in the manger, carol, Starbucks caramel macchiato, kids and video games, draft horses, taking a refresher course, digital thermometers, bidding paddles, the structure of things, oil boom towns, cat hammocks, rising early, sponge baths, Paul McCartney, singer/composer, work, hearing your children praised by others, the one leaf that always clings to the end of the rake, melting pot experiences, hostess gifts, burying the hatchet, burnished, russety, cool, quiet wood tones, watching an old Woody Allen movie, sports shorts, clouds and mist rolling over a mountaintop, headache medicines, tidings of comfort and joy, riding in the basket of your bike, balsamic vinaigrette, downloading music, filled croissants, better than store-bought, plastic bags for wet swimsuits, a charismatic TV weather person, giving your hands cold weather first aid, going back to your hometown, visiting the schools you attended, bringing back your childhood, rereading specific passages and chapters when seeking inspiration, guarantees that don't run out the day before something needs fixing, sliced London broil with sautéed onions and melted cheese on rye, Chinese barbecued ribs, a state of continual becoming, getting the last newspaper in the dispenser, mountains flaming with red, orange, and purple foliage, music boxes, making the dog taste test your food, natural wood milk pails, the art of following through, sauntering, chocolate pops, snow in March, a shingled water tower, the riddles of space and time, lobster ravioli, late Sunday breakfast, brick floors, Tahitian tams, waking up an hour early and meditating outdoors, spotting a city slicker, using sugar nippers to break up big chunks from a tall, cone-shaped loaf of sugar, homey touches, reliability, laundry soap, charred hot dogs, the segue to a new career, the onset of a peaceful feeling, rational, clean, spacious, joyous settings, throw rugs, oven fries, planning a rites of spring party, a spring-flowered leotard, padded shoulders, frosted glass walls, 2 ground beef patties, lettuce, cheese, special sauce, mayo, on a toasted double-deck sesame seed bun, vine-covered trellises, plants on windowsills, lavender-scented evenings, workbenches, circle line tours, being delayed in an interesting airport, a submarine sandwich of roast beef, shredded lettuce, mayonnaise, and salt and pepper, an enchanted cottage, finding a hammock and setting out to be lazy, skit night at camp, getting snow-caked on socks and in jean cuffs, fresh, organically grown foods, 2 seats together at a crowded movie, songs of the meadowlark, winding country roads, leading past rustic farms with weathered barns and stone fences, painting a mural, dandelions and buttercups, an elegant stone terrace where guests drop by for croissants and coffee, warm firesides. Learning a headstand, Wi-Fi cards, steamer clams, dripping with drawn butter, the beach in the fall, BLTs and potato salad, rural, Indiana, imparting an aura of passion, childlike innocence, or serenity, Porsche 911s, alkaline batteries, a stand for your unabridged dictionary, batik dyeing, a blue and white pitcher filled with jasmine or daisies, plastic cups with built-in straws, regional offerings on the menu, the click of a closing purse, toasting marshmallows, crepe de chine, library tables. The symmetry of roof tiles, a room filled with art and sewing, reading the New York Times and USA Today every morning, writing in your diary in a secret code, peach cream cheese pie, skipping waves, achieving flow, large seashells, Rhodes scholarships, lengthened lifespans, a restaurant with goats grazing on the grass-covered roof, fluorescent bright food stores, presidential autographs, registered Morgan Colts, apricot strudel, church bazaars, taking in a classic tearjerker rather than the latest film from Europe, knowledge, even in its tiniest increments, being one of the few pleasures that really endure, putting a pumpkin on the porch and a wreath of dried flowers on the door, the Dalai Lama's smile, dermatologists, the NFL, a night without you or your partner snoring, a smile, a sunny day, ice-cold Coca-Cola, and a best friend to share them with. Anchoring just off a sandy crescent down the creek and casting for pan fish, pantry carts, the inner city, mixed greens topped with chunks of chicken, tomatoes, and sprouts, served with honey mustard dressing, special introductory courses, old stock certificates, a secluded houseboat on Arizona's Lake Powell, Tattersall, boiling water for coffee, patting the cat, baked squash stuffed with rice and flavored with cinnamon, nutmeg, allspice, and mint, having the windows washed, the times when you feel you're the only 2 people in the world, striped ribbons, leaves starting to turn, buying flowers for home on Fridays, and arabesque of vines braiding the door, the unique smell of new Play-Doh, orderliness, heavy glass humidors with solid brass lids, marbleized paper as drawer liners, short aprons, morning coffee and juice brought to the guest rooms, ferry boats, sweater dryers, sun-touched shoulders, cats in between ripples of blankets, color film, cheese soup, bags, team studying, scarf skirts, night crawlers, bay swimming, French cuffs, 4, baking soda deodorant and detergent, attaché cases, scrapbooking. Stores, reading a favorite magazine, creamed onions baked with a cheese topping, a seaplane base, duck egg blue, the Cubs bleacher bums, waxing floors, living with the knowledge that you've done your best, going barefoot around the house, starched linens, salt packets, padded bicycle seats, curling up with a book while the hubby is out playing golf or watching sports on TV, the magic curl of waves, cartwheels, a before-breakfast walk, Adam's apple, mountains, a canvas for clouds, field glasses. And bird book by the window, spine-tingling views, china blue and mushroom colors, rockers, presidential, Windsor, snowshoe, Whitley bentback, loving your gray hairs, garbage plate, baked beans, home-fried potatoes, onion, hot dogs, and barbecued meat sauce with bread and butter on the side, old-fashioned summers, lining closet shelves with scented paper, bread and butter with pots of jam and honey, reserving your own quiet corner, dried vegetables, hung upside down in bunches, challenging yourself with a jigsaw puzzle or electronic game, bingo games, Speedy Gonzales, Bliss, New York, crab meat with sherry cheese sauce, sweet smells that change with passing hours, knit shirts, Woodstock, the bird and peanuts, payday, baskets of croissants, brioches, and seed-capped rolls, jewelry design, French blue, going barefoot in grass cropped close as fine baby's hair, a standing clipboard, local bon vivants, brie and brioche, rent-a-wreck, hire a heap, or lease a lemon to view the foliage. Or drive to a football game, tomato chutney, split swinging doors, tall people, the exhilaration of pure winter air, old-fashioned lemon pie, winter bringing long, silent nights to dream on, sleep things, frost before November 23rd auguring bad weather, birds, July, National Ice Cream Month, auctioneering, philtrum equals the indentation between nose and upper lip, minute rice, an order of frijoles, finding a drive-in and watching from behind the fence, pulling the curtains, putting on some music, serving your favorite cocktails, and dreaming about what it must have been like to sail to Europe a long time ago, tennis courts, Adirondack yellow birch, the first star quietly coming out, writing a book, peach, brown, pink pearls, resting under cool trees, compliments to the chef, not being embarrassed easily, correspondence courses, having a passion in life, Layla, song, walking a good brisk mile, a private elevator to a dining room, the order of colors in a Lifesavers candy roll. Singing to the radio when you drive, Gothic lettering, very colorful and cleverly lit oil paintings and watercolors, escaping from civilization, have a nice day from a checkout person, crates of fruit jellies, walking tours, making lists, from major life goals to dinner menus, romantic declarations written in the sand, writing a final sentence, lady ferns, maidenhair, wood ferns, and cinnamon ferns, behind-the-scenes editors, noting the tiny details of drawings, sugarless bubble gum, showing sensitivity and concern, for a happy marriage, never speak loudly to one another, unless the house is on fire, wide-mouthed toasters, farm trucks chugging into the square with loads of fruits and vegetables, forming a mind map from a key concept, an auctioneer's hammer, being knee-deep in foam and icy salt water, tucking kids in, sweatsuits, making a birthday special, 14-inch hanging acrylic arc that makes a rainbow in a sunny room, horse show ribbons on the wall, selling lemonade from a big earthenware crock set up on a card table on the sidewalk, sleepaway camp, archaeology buffs, children singing, plant-encrusted walls, the one song you can play on guitar, the splendor of fall, fern gardens, finding clarity, turning on the porch light to watch an evening snow sift down, building a model car, a prepaid gasoline or phone card, mahogany bowls from Haiti, chocolate and cambric tea in the afternoon, old architectural details, friendliness, Oxford cloth curtains, and electric presents lingering in the air, oriental bowls with a fish motif, pot roast/mashed potato meals, the calm before the storm, ham carved into fine-grained slices, green or blue eyes and frosted hair, antique headboards, tall chiffoniers with brass handles, buying a used textbook at a college bookstore, oriental shops, big changes, that vacation feeling, little bits of kitchen knowledge, mussel sleeves, barbecue pizza, made with shredded barbecued pork in a sugar and spice tomato sauce, an orangutan. Bargaining for treats from the zookeeper, physical education shirts, the rugby tradition of repairing after a match to the local watering hole, rainy leaves stuck like emblems on the walk, the upper crust, silicon chips, getting stuck in a beanbag chair, Hound Dog by Elvis, Upper New York State, blueberry cake after lobsters, three-way light bulbs, doing well on the SATs, swirl pattern crystal bedside carafe with glass top, gored skirts, writing a letter to the editor, open lines of communication, the quiet spirit of holiday music, railroad date nails, Winnie the Pooh, Christopher Robin, Kanga, Baby Roo, Tigger Eeyore, Piglet, croissants with country jam and crumpets with honey, buying things for your new apartment, potpourris of dried flower petals, herbs, and aromatic spices, books on posture, body language, kids saying Mickey D's and BK, penthouses, a carpet of wild strawberries, making love after a fight, living a long, long time, sapodilla, pinyon and juniper covered foothills, conversing in many languages and accents, how lucky you are, planning a purse sale, bracelet-length sleeves, powder mitts, ivory soap, eating stuffing with raisins, pineapple ham skewers, straw brimmers, a smoke-blackened brick fireplace, shadow boxes in kitchens, motivation, sun worshippers, squeezing one more brushful out of the toothpaste tube, countrified furniture, home, a quiet and personal space, snickerdoodles, the marvelous lighting effects created by skies, sun, Clouds and moon, blue topaz, Bermuda onions, being a lexicographer, pickled pimiento sandwiches with mayo, football terms, after supper, lying in the grass and watching the fire die, an edging of pansies in front of an inn, hazelnut waffles with whipped cream, stockiness, rubber animals, a Chinese junk, whipped potatoes, coleslaw, and homemade pies, a salad and relish buffet, Bunsen burners, elevators, splendid dunkers with coffee, wild mushrooms, dried and arranged in a wooden bowl, getting an I voted sticker, always looking people in the eye, on your lunch hour, listening to music, visiting a planetarium, ice or roller skating, touring a ship, dancing, shooting darts, going to the Y, learning a foreign language, taking a bus ride, visiting a health spa, taking a tour, chicken broth, winding alleys, long winter weekends, decorating a flower pot, on-demand movies, life is short. Eat dessert first. Chuck equals the hole in a pencil sharpener into which the pencil goes, the sticky sweet steam of a sugar house boiling off, bluffing at poker, windjammer vacations, street maps of Boston, squirting someone with a squirt gun, window sashes, familiar surroundings, enchiladas, short ribs served in individual casseroles with sauce, waking up New Year's Day and knowing you didn't make a fool of yourself, the pinch marks on the ends of hot dogs, a street map of your town, goat cheese, Palladian windows, snow swirls, dishwashers, paint-by-number kits, carving pumpkins, cotton velveteen jeans, autograph day at the end of the school year, apple-glazed beef brisket, kick or punt equals indentation on bottom of wine bottle, giving a speech, Beethoven symphonies and sonatas, the purple of heather and yellow of gorse that inspire the patterns of Irish tweed, suspendered overalls, suspenders, bright yellow yolks, the first kiss of the summer, the comparatively early retirement age of NFL players, a well-balanced life, shaker crafts, the thought of leaving work and going home, olive orchards that slope down to fields punctuated with clumps of cypress trees, a where did you get that item, seasonal cleaning of rugs, Dutch butter cookies, your body being 8 times the length of your head, blue gumdrops, a litter of fluffy puppies, a rabbit named Buns, short-legged beach chairs, getting through the last Chile, housebound nights of winter, tying hand-me-down sweaters around your waist or neck, thick slices of radish, pepper, and sweet butter on sliced French baguette, all butter pound cake, ice cream, and strawberries, the silence and solitude of isolated beaches, getting out cashmeres and tweeds, sticking with something you committed to, Wall Street, time, good news for a change, eating peas with a fork, getting a swing twisted and then untwirling, Venetian blinds hanging in big plate glass windows, sandbox toys, the lawn settling into the sleep of frost, washed red color, English muffins served with bacon and cheese, earphones for stereos, putting together a swing set for children and seeing the look in their eyes, making sure you take your full vacation allotment, Wisconsin dairy products, a chemistry set to experiment with, celebrating the imperfections of your relationship, the White Mountains, the strains of the fiddle, whales, silent deserted shores, the roast carved, the corks drawn, cafe society, experiencing the thrill and sweat of a locker room, dimpling rains, ordering books by phone, simmering herbs and spices for good holiday smells, escargots, fondue bourguignon, and a luscious grape dessert, the freshest of ingredients, the optimum in color, texture, and flavor, self-threading needles, people who brag that they never watch television but somehow know all the rules of the game shows, driver's education classes, gristmills, lessening the impact of a horror movie by filtering it through one's fingers, E. Cummings, poet. Being tall enough to reach, old medical or legal texts, chocolate pound cake, diapers and baby food, Veronique Vienne's The Art of Doing Nothing, homemade pain de chocolate, cows with bells, cool limestone cellars, a white Christmas, Vietnamese cuisine, tiny satin pouch bags, having a picnic on the living room floor, spreading blankets in the yard, chasing fireflies and talking, pipe racks, the spacious interior of a car, bicycle shoes with crepe soles, bacon frying in cast iron skillets. Jottings and musings preserved in one place, early American rockers, blanket, binoculars, hors d'oeuvres, and the top of a hill, the bottom line, traveling in the off-season, ice cream cakes, the donut shop where everyone hangs out, browned turkey hash served with mustard sauce, sitting and watching a plant grow, remembering why you went into a room, an inherited book collection, looking your best, spending an afternoon skating or sledding, an enameled coffee pot filled with dried flowers, cranberry juice cocktail, apricot refrigerator cake, brick-paved residential streets with restored Victorian homes, chocolate bark, one of those lucky days when there is a ton of stuff in the refrigerator, a celebration breakfast, yellow stacks of National Geographic, colonial patterned floors, cough lozenges, ducking into the ladies' room for 10 minutes, hypochondriacs, breaking out of an old routine, yin and yang, even numbered ages sounding younger, freshly prepared soup, dill mustard. Beating a Game Boy game, portable Scrabble games, the farmer in the dell, song, the plastic wand that launches soap bubbles, old Sturbridge Village and the public house, city planning, tanning salons, choosing a new ensemble for a Barbie doll, Vermont maple salad bowls, mischievousness, supermarkets, the roller derby, soft lighting effects, early summer, deeper yellows, stronger blues, some orange, and a variety of reds, an old-fashioned milk strainer for a farmer, bluegrass fairs, warming milk for cocoa, wind-up animals, desktop publishing, ship models, switching to whole wheat bread, fuchsia, golden warm marigolds, coral to magenta petunias, paper white gardenias, Toll House cookie batter, drawing tablets, pea planting day, crazy kids, bicycle shirts, laser printers, conviviality, the duck motif, sending your spirits soaring, high school rock bands, the smell of fresh cut greens, beating the heat, a rainbow of ribbons, holiday soaps, the practice of eating the cream center of An Oreo before eating the cookie outsides, sugar wafers, glimmer yarn, gleaming gold buttercups and wild geraniums turning pink faces toward the sunrise, 50% off anything, jitney service, wheat fields, cherry chocolate color, watching a bridal party have pictures taken, day headlights on cars, shop doorways, when friends drop in, when the February sky is gun barrel gray, sleeping on the porch in summer, local listings of lectures and panel discussions, the sun coming up over a fog, a warmth of silver light that seems to come from everywhere, Ritz crackers, apple, peach, and fruit country, parrots, making love after tennis, rice pudding, white on the evergreens, planting seeds, driving up and down the main street of town, mirrors inside closets, the potential of 45,000 words per pencil, 2 glasses of iced tea and a bowl of cookies on a tray, the U.S. Air Force, ionic columns, the visual language of comics and cartoons, a pond or lake cupped in a hollow among the green hills, the refrigerator egg holder, working as an umpire, vaudeville, something that is one of a kind, allowing every guest to hang an ornament on your Christmas tree, movable feasts, Porky Pig, getting asked out on a date early, mallards skimming low over the sea, political consciousness, kicking off your shoes and splashing your feet in a fountain, listening to the lowing of cattle in a nearby field, the prow of a ship, freshly delivered French bread, a collection of hot sauces, a romantic walk through the neighborhood to look at Christmas decorations, cryptograms, someone who wants to take you dancing, fruit peddlers, an off-the-cuff compliment, love, 15, 30, 40, game, set, match, enlarging a favorite photo, Betty Crocker cookbooks, snow sculpture, free concerts in the park, Lincoln wheat cent coins, mixing yellow and red light bulbs, rock crystal Christmas ornaments, old black and white snapshots, sautéed fresh mushrooms, licking a cake bowl, little boys in white boxer shorts, discovering a different route to work, hiding behind curtains, every 7th wave being a big one, dill butter for corn, coleslaw and sliced apple or pear on a burger, do not disturb signs, Dairy Queen posters and price lists, spring training, ringing the bell for doggy's dinner and doggy running over to you, a desktop scarred from good use, children racing headlong into the water, joy splashing up around them, spam blockers, the Academy chair in all colors, fresh fruit pancakes, a bow-back Windsor chair, ticket windows, sluiceways, buttercream frosting, bobbing for apples, knowing it's never too late to learn, barrel jumping, smiling your smile, popcorn at the movies, colored logs, lighthouses, baskets of shells on a low table, filling tartlet shells, cabooses, clam cakes and chowder, an analytic approach, impaling white bread on a toasting fork and holding its face near the flames of a good coal or log fire, fried mozzarella and marinara sauce, haunted houses, having a different kind of sandwich for lunch, clouds with silver linings, flat griddles, a sky the shade of faded blue jeans, a wind on the way when there's a red sky at sunset, a romance between a French shopgirl and a Yale dropout, secondhand stores, making a TV commercial, museum lectures, Wilson Sporting Goods, cream cheese with chives, minced parsley, and chopped red pepper, spread on toasted rye cocktail bread, sautéed eggplant slices, never stepping on cracks, submitting a sealed bid, itching after playing in the snow, a wish box, dessert picked off trees, nutmeg and Worcestershire sauce sprinkled on London broil or flank steak, jumping into bed with a good book, Bermuda's pink beaches, the Oxford English Dictionary and its supplements and the new Oxford English Dictionary, juicy barbecue delights, sidewalk hitching rings for horses, blueberries, pine cherries, woodbine, raspberries, cranberries, honeysuckle, wild roses, and beach plums, a perennial garden, thick with summer bloom. Wills, changing a college major, log fires and feasts, slow snowfalls, maple blueberry corn cake, rainbows, a rainbow shimmering its way into existence, playing possum, getting fresh fish from someone who just caught them, skating across a lake you swam in last summer, using your powers for good, the weathered shingles of fishermen's shacks, digging a hole in mashed potatoes to keep the gravy in, visiting a law school, Sunday school, fajitas, a sizzling platter of charbroiled meat served with soft flour tortillas, cheese, tomato, lettuce, sour cream, and guacamole, finding a pretty spot to sit and read the newspaper, love between two people, an antique pie cupboard, words like akimbo and salmagundi, spritz cookies, being taken to the zoo, Indian wrestling, ornithologists, gaming tables, scented oils, rural remoteness, happy songbirds, fishing licenses, some really special and fitting words at Thanksgiving dinner, hot water heating systems, winding a maypole, digging into baked apples, freshly laundered jeans, old maps from a museum gift shop, plastic or paper cups, open-air flower markets, 10 to 4 and other CB talk, 7 brass candlesticks in graduated heights, secret civilizations, Pennsylvania Station, hard sauce over plum pudding, gingerbread, Indian pudding, or apple pie, wild violets growing profusely and making the prettiest of small bouquets, spoon bread, Swiss chocolate cake, a shore dinner, Tootsie Roll lollipops, wrap robes, an ice cream truck with a tinkling bell and comet's tail of kids, a sense of humor in bed, fueling a hot air balloon, cleaning soft-shell crabs, snow forts, wristwatches, little boys with froggies, soaps in dresser drawers. Unsolvable Zen koans, an authentic Irish wool tweed tie, short-rooted spearmint and peppermint plants, G.I. Joe dolls, after-hours use of computer room equipment for a gambling network or figuring a stock market takeover, a kaleidoscope of colors, lasagna servers, love knot rings, lying motionless in the warm sun, sun lamp goggles, squirrels hoarding nuts, going to church on Christmas Eve in the New England tradition, goggles, the scenery along the way, as special as the smells and colors of Fresh from the field produce, the individual vegetables or tater tots in a TV dinner tray that escape over the wall into the Salisbury steak zone, flipping coins into a fountain, knowing when to leave, the feeling that you're in a totally different world, classical music concerts, difficult, Tennessee, poached white peaches, pizza samples, the first day of winter, things that taste, smell, feel, sound, and look wonderful. The stuff that romance is made of, lobster tails baked individually in pastry with mushrooms and butter and served with wild rice and a vegetable, challenging your own assumptions, coffee, light, accepting a compliment, charcoal broiled fish, chile sprinkled with strong chopped onions and triangles of orange cheese, deep red dogwood and sourwood, yellow birch and beech, orange sassafras and bright red maples, home garden varieties of squash, beans, and potatoes, felt puppets, chic boutiques, rented tuxedos, hefty plastic trash bags, tank drums, nutmeg graters. Fishing with bamboo poles, the thirst-quenching deliciousness of real lemonade, Copenhagen, ketchup pumps for bottles, Sharpie pens in every color, steep-walled, water-filled quarries, wavy old glass panes, tranquility, chef's outfits, paisley, plaid, cabbage rose chintz wallpaper, gravity, sending the sheets out to the laundry for wrinkle-free bliss, 21st century explorers, backpack-style handbags, the riverboat era, a mother calling to her child, enjoying the pleasure of discovery, the last pickle in the jar that resists being captured, walks along long piers, your team playing in the World Series, scones, delicious when served warm, split, buttered, and spread with jam, slop, barn houses, frosted flakes cereal, turkey trots, hanging lace curtains for an airy, open dash, window look, wooden ice cream sticks, a shopping spree, a towel warmer in the bathroom, skippies equals white sneakers, tropical fruits, cherimoya, Chinese grapefruit, kiwi, mango, and papaya, honey, satin vests, Victorian furniture and lamps with red bows, power roar of the sea, reading menus, rainy days, ideal for special projects you've been procrastinating about, making concrete, cherries in your soda pop, crossword puzzle essay, Saturday night dances, 1, singing songs around a campfire, serving sliced vegetables and fruits in 2 large wine goblets for dunking, the beat of a drum, a classic picnic of cheese and fruit, Gummy Bears candy, tubing, bobbing in an old inner tube lazily down a tranquil river. Midwesternese, apples, trees, country sky, the snap of fall in the air, New England, the snowshoe hare turning white, numerology, sweet potato souffle with miniature marshmallows and raisins, sour cherry jam, dryer sheets, a big brother reading to a little brother, champignons equals mushrooms, remembering when life moved at a more leisurely pace, maple oatmeal muffins, keeping a child's heart happy, burning a Yule log only halfway, saving the rest to light the new log the next year, not being able to face one more winter clearance sale, feeling loved on Valentine's Day, tomato and round steak on skewers, that's the ticket, brand new pencils, birthstones, garnet, amethyst, bloodstone or aquamarine, diamond, emerald, pearl or moonstone, ruby, sardonyx or peridot, sapphire, opal or tourmaline, topaz, turquoise or zircon, a flea market bin of antique photos, cold feet under blankets, Christmas music, adjustable hairbands, dots candy, old suitcases as coffee tables, the morning room, a quiet center of the home, sparking non-alcoholic grape juice, something as pretty as a picture, broadening someone's horizons, chive butter for corn, treating yourself to a massage, learning the Latin equivalents for things you say all the time, mosquito zappers, portable drafting tables, small, sun-drenched houses overlooking a bay, displaying collections, Virginia jumbo peanuts, a giant cookie, cakey, for someone's birthday, seasoning with herbs instead of butter or oil, dish towels on cup hooks, piling tea sandwiches in a pyramid, comfortable old shirts as pajamas, the glint and glitter of frost crystals in the air, dancing like diamond dust in the sunlight, deep-set windowsills, a romantic scavenger hunt, steering your lover to a restaurant or back home for a private celebration, overcoming scaredness, samba contests and confetti-showered parades, sliding glass doors, Google, falling in love with an old friend, having good luck on a Friday the 13th, climbing on rainbows, happy endings, carving chicken, spaghettios and franks, blueprints, white grapes, the grayness of a sky about to snow, the art of cheesemaking, floating in tender clouds of silk, couriers, your cake will brown slowly in the oven and rise like a perfect sun, running a country store, whirlpools, class reunions, a self-indulgent lunch all by yourself in a grand restaurant with a marvelous book, a spa vacation, when your name is pronounced and spelled correctly, sprays of true blue water, starting a collection, firm, moist, and crusty rye and pumpernickel bread, flailing corn, transoceanic airlines, talking sweetly, flickering gaslights, November, chrysanthemum, horsehead hitching posts, old photographs matted with small print fabrics, a framed doily, and an old mirror, patchwork bench pads, gumball banks, papier-mâché piñatas, blue, looking through a very powerful telescope, baskets of tomatoes, squash, and cucumbers clustered on the kitchen steps, feathers, wrought iron chandeliers, worn plush movie seats, castles and fortresses, billionaires, Montana, Bitterroot, wind-sculpted buttes, snow, copper, sapphires, pasturelands, double boilers, antique icebox hardware, blazers and white pleated skirts, the worn patch of ground under a swing, velour hooded sweatshirts, the hum of a motor, finally getting a watermelon baller, a window jungle of plants, spare ribs spiced with herbs and honey, a class size of 20 or fewer, luggage that lasts 20 years, the ability to start over, New York. City Publishing, a stuffed toy pig with piglets snapped on. Advertising, delectably crunchy ginger, you're never too old for Kool-Aid. Pepper, enveloping yourself with calm, nourishing your senses and soul, the one who loves you. Stone mansions, sweeping chimneys, taking up carpets, painting and whitewashing the kitchen, papering rooms, putting a new face on the house, in unison with nature. Third baseman, indulging in an activity that isn't constructive or goal-oriented. The restaurant. Pavilion, delicate ivory, a cast-iron coffee mill, wild roses over a cottage door, looking forward to the mail each day, history's years of insight, breakfast on the porch, long days at the beach, a sharp pencil, air terminals, apple wood burning in the hearth, taking a shower, spam, a riding shirt with gold stickpin on collar, the night before by the Beatles, a sudden glimpse of a lit-up Christmas tree through a window, a ceramic oven-proof lasagna server, roving photographers, wrap coats. Secret cabinets, kids who think bath is spelled Y-E-C-C-H, pages softly turning, getting married on safari, a vinegary dressing with bits of bacon, European cheese, tablespoons, a string of ponies, coffee in a silver pot with a silver jug of hot milk, corn, spinach, and bacon chowder, running your first mile, finding the doll of the child you used to be, luncheon orders, hand car washes that you wait hours for, being offered a football ticket, an herb-stuffed pillow, important trivia, freeform. Trees of glistening ice, ripe grass in need of comb and brush, beating people at crazy eights, calorie intake control, energy taken out on a punching bag, recipes written at night, running after rainbows, butter curlers, liberation from grown-up routines, ferries to New England islands, street food, counted cross-stitch, shorty skis, the wind whistling and moaning at the window and the stove with its steaming teapot sputtering a contented reply, cinnamon brown birds, Monday night football. Denver, Colorado, striped canvas beach chairs, ignoring those who discourage you, free hot dogs, owls, Indiana Dunes State Park, razzmatazz, skinny ties, seam rippers, a salmon-colored sunset, the yellowing pages of old books, blanket-checked fabric, liking rain showers, catfish and hush puppies, lighted swimming pools, shawl collars, pullover tops, reaching toward greater self-awareness, appreciation of beauty, and love of others. The child born on the Sabbath day is blithe and bonny, good and gay, hazelnut galati, plain donuts, hearty soups straight from the stove, putting highlights in your hair, straightforward service, old fancy two-piece pool sticks, irresistible softness, spray perfume, one true friend, snow-clad peaks, the sound of the wind, school of spring, where little winds go to learn how to blow, Coleman stoves, roasting chestnuts in the fireplace, gourmet tools, oven rack push/puller, adjustable measuring spoon, bowl-fitting scraper, egg piercer, honey server, and strawberry huller, hour-long telephone calls, buying a new mascara, putting perfume on your bike, in your hair, on your neck, countryman or breeding, silkworms, concerts on TV, snow patterns on windows, currant bushes hung with clusters of berries, a tall London oil lamp, Xerox copiers, Pisceans, soapbox derby racing, a county fair wheeling by in a technicolor blur of sawdust and cotton candy, wave-splashed beaches, fluffy puff animals that squish, squiggle, and flop, enormous bundles of Sunday newspapers on street corners, a recurring good dream, drivers who use their turn signals, lottos, chicken drumettes marinated with spicy sauce, doing something that will put a smile on your face, Polish sausage, diced potatoes, seashells in a glass bowl, high, sexy heels, wandering on brick-paved lanes lined with 18th century houses, the vibrant colors of a Haitian painting, babies burping, helpfulness, collecting jail padlocks, racing pigeons, two-toned sports jackets, taste buds coming alive. As you savor the smells of fresh-baked bread, fresh fish, and sizzling steaks, the victory in good work, being able to fix your own toaster, April Fool ing is to end at noon, anyone who tries it later is the fool, powder blue/lemon/peach/fresh mint/peppermint/suede/bone colors, spring collections of clothing, organizing snapshots in an album, cowboy bars, window boxes, prestige activities, hall monitor, honor committee, yearbook staff, newspaper editor, athletic advisory board, a backless sundress, the blogosphere, one-day hikes, when the worst player scores, sculpture in papier-mâché, fortune-telling, sprinklers, skiers suntan, blue chambray work shirts, drive-in trays hooked onto windows, togas, menus, the munching of a herd of sheep, frosty glasses, an open fire in the hearth on which it burns, pink lemonade, graph paper, apple pandowdy, Danish swirled pastries, sociability, archaeology, a reputation for the best fresh fish in town, P's and Q's equals pints and quarts, going to sleep with a line through every item on the things to do list, an authentic lobster bake, manger scenes, when your temperature is at its 24-hour low, the time for your deepest, most restorative nap, icebox pinwheel cookies, wildflowers alongside a highway, a pushcart lunch, the discovery of a vocation, Dr. Seuss books, the 3-day weekend, reviving tired furniture, birdhouses, a January night that engraves itself on the senses, rich and ready complexions, nosegays of dried flowers, a retreat from the outside world, knowing when to work and when to play, keeping a list of favorite names, lingonberry and sour cream crepes, attic rooms, an antique spillholder used for long fireplace matches or a floral arrangement, team jackets, being able to sample the icing on a new cake without leaving a fingerprint, garnishes for soups, crispy fried pork scraps, bits of crisp bacon, julienne strips of ham, grated cheese, sliced fried sausage, buttered popcorn, salted whipped cream, sour cream. Lemon slices or wedges, chopped fresh herbs, dill, parsley, or chives, or sliced or grated hard-boiled eggs, the camera phone, looking out a bus window, olace, flying midweek, milk glasses, Danish brie, camembert, Havarti, and Samso cheese, inflatable boats, staying healthy when everyone else has a cold, the 7 virtues, charity, faith, fortitude, hope, justice, prudence, temperance, muffler scarves, Conestoga wagons, answer pages in the back of textbooks, making special efforts to get to know each other better, spun apricot, cream mint, clad white colors, falling in love with a brass bed on a trip to Vermont, skeet shooting, a wood fire, lush green gardens that roll gently down to magnificent pink sandy beaches, telling people you've been afraid of exactly what you think of them and having the situation get better, raisin bread pudding with fresh lemon sauce, 8-ball, bake shops, magazine correspondence, striped chintz pillows, NASA, odd-shaped mirrors and sinuous mahogany frames, old-time radio shows, dog dishes that say good dog, wrapping a taffeta ribbon around the waist of a white tunic or tying pastel ribbons around a straw hat, ropes of shells, yellow highlight pens that don't bleed through paper, evening purses, wreaths of pine cones hanging on heavy doors, the language of flowers, chandeliers, flashcards, Spanish olives, helpful hint books, street merchants, young marrieds, gaining energy by exerting energy, femininity, Canadian bacon and egg sandwiches, shared experiences and private jokes, sponges, paisley, laughing out loud, rainbow bridges, hanging a lamp over the center of the dining room table, winter piles drifting over the road, visiting a farm to see all the newborn baby animals, rainbow sherbet, sewing groups, begonias, blowing bubble gum bubbles, a surprise bonus, Sesame Street, TV show, whispering, preoccupation, peanut butter in jars, entrance fees, wild orchids, a steak over charcoal, thinking for yourself, steam rising from a cluster of casseroles, kids riding in shopping carts, an enjoyable nickname, airing your blankets and quilts on a line in the yard, beating your rugs, and taking down heavy curtains, not peeking into a cannon, spiced tea, a solid oak Chinese checkers game, leaving spaces in your day to do something spontaneous, the quack of a duck, rams, the I think I can whirring of VW microbuses, hickory grilled duck, All Fool's Day, grape stomping contests, secretly planting tulip bulbs all over the neighborhood, hamburgers with mustard, lettuce, tomato, pickle, onion, cheese, and hickory sauce, sewing machine stitches, an in-room hotel hairdryer when you've forgotten yours, putting on overalls and getting dirty, fried egg in a frame, taking a sailboat excursion to nearby islands, tan poplin trench coats, the Berkshire Mountains, an enameled breakfront gas range, cheap thrills and satisfying extravagances, Kumbaya Bible camp song, Scotch eggs, rainbows apologizing for angry skies, going out on a Saturday night and coming home sober, having had a great time, resort wear, balancing on one foot, a portable aluminum camp grill, drawstring pants, strawberry whipped cream waffles, choreographers, double-handled soup bowls, stoneware and breakfast fixings, 19th century magic shows, joining hands at midnight on New Year's Eve and saying a special prayer for the coming year, any sign that takes on a new meaning when a magnetic letter falls off, a beach mat that doubles as a tote, caves, buying a wonderful piece of furniture and enjoying it for years, crossword puzzle books, a gentle telephone ring, interrobang equals a combination of the exclamation point and question mark, adjournments, the red, gold, and blue silver leaf of wild columbine, fish fries, wearing a man's watch, saving almost everything, even Cracker Jack prizes, pulse points, harp equals the metal hoop that supports a lampshade, the millions of styrofoam wads that accompany mail order items, firefighting apparatus, painting bedrooms yellow, crows gathering together, food thrills, an addict's forgotten curios, bowls of vegetables being passed, pumice color, passing your driving test, your own spaghetti, snow bringing a redeeming silence, cleaning up your own mess, walking into your dreams and coming out a new person, raising llamas or alpacas, raisin color, sun-loving prairie plants, tidewater saltbox homes, very romantic things or people, your own butter cookies, bonfire colors, yard sales. Labradors that think they're lapdogs, Great Danes that eat off tables, golden retrievers digging huge holes in the rose garden, and basset hounds sunbathing on the highway, building a birdhouse, watching mother as she cuts apples, sews, or prepares the house against a hot New England day, a meaningful kiss, feeding birds all winter, greasy spoon restaurants, homemade French silk pie, French donuts called croquignoles, corn oysters, marble cakes, buffalo stew, hickory smoked chicken, apple butter, corn cakes, pies, cider, and sassafras tea, misty Taoist brush paintings, a colorful windjammer sailing fleet, crayon-striped sheets, the drilling of a woodpecker, Cape Canaveral, free throws, things that might come in handy, munching marshmallows, the symphony of the wind, Schefflera trees, accordion decorations and lamps, not biting when a growl will do, Frank Sinatra records, deep purple miniature eggplants, with stems and leaves attached, piled high on a round wicker platter and placed on a violet tablecloth with deep lavender napkins, tough feet, note-taking on your favorite pad, planting tulips at Thanksgiving, seeing the biggest evergreen tree of your life, doodling, a romantic train trip, tangy iced tea, red dogging the passer, a sustaining hot breakfast on a cold winter morning, percale sheets, making an animated movie, evening caftans, special children's menus, sitting in the dorm, philosophizing about life, burying the hatchet with an old friend with whom you had A falling out, dark blue Indian cotton, sawing boards, basking in the spring sunshine, hats, derringer, drifter, longhorn, Panama, safari, plantation, that most absurd item you try to sell at a yard sale, the Highland fling, sitting in a rocker, listening to the silence and reflecting, sunshine and weekends, prize-winning playwrights, making cozy provision against winter, needlepoint footstools, treasure hunting with a favorite youngster, cherry tomatoes, dress shirts, cleaning the bird cage. Joining a health club and getting results, strolling in Sunday best after the noontime meal, Polartec gloves, apples and cheddar cheese cubes, large biceps, the lawn of an old English country house, coffee steaming gently from the spout of a tall blue enamel pot with a hinged lid, toys on sticks at amusement parks, combinations, designing a brochure, warehouses, antique maps, peach and cranberry muffins and sour cream coffee cake, atmosphere drenched in history, the branching in the rays of a tail fin, pencil asparagus, portable talismans, smelling roasted sweet corn as you drive, warm windowed houses and frosted roofed barns, tomatoes, red and sweet, planetariums, Sanskrit, crazy and silly and weird times, a cat chirping when it's happy, tangy fresh pepper hash, people who pay Visa bills with MasterCard, chicken wings, celery stalks, and blue cheese dressing, crisp on the outside, tender on the inside food, parfait stripes, the Atlantic Ocean, churns, copper kettles, oak kegs, wash pots, buggies, wood stoves, cider presses, coffee mills, kerosene lamps, all sold at the general store, the promise of untold adventure, earthen pots, hearing your spouse brag about you, individual baskets with freshly squeezed orange juice, fresh ground coffee, homemade yeast breads with sweet butter jam, the line you draw on a check to prevent someone from writing and $1 million, handbags with room for everything, Spanish rice, making banana splits, the moon on the snow, not just seizing the day but making the day, kids making their own valentines, gardens past, zipper teeth, tomato gardens, baked fruit compote in the winter, a small act of grace, a Parisian tailgate picnic with baskets of charcuterie, hiring window washers, baking garlic bread and eating it, a won't leave you hungry meal, hand-rolled and cut pasta, renting and borrowing for parties, the clatter of cross-country skis being stacked in the corner, having 2 magical days with no conversation, only contemplation, singing and many more at the end of the happy birthday song, heading south, aloe, early morning golf, illuminated manuscripts, sherry, cheese, biscuits, and a Betty Davis golden oldie on a rainy Sunday afternoon, getting chills when new dictionaries are published, tweeds, Shetlands, pearls, small dinners, the Katzenjammer kids, Victorian knickknacks, killer mud equals overboiled, reheated Java, curveballs, a fisherman's sweater, no line for the restroom, tiny tomato juice cans. Old-time corn popper with rotary agitator, the tiny petals of the mountain ash, geek chic, the ability of parents to guide their small children around by the tops of their heads, church hayrides, effective stress management, flower-decked floats, reservation books at restaurants, Rocky movies, being crazy about someone, being tickled pink, lamb souvlakia, party sounds behind a door you're about to open, pomp, old-fashioned stick candy in jars, daisies and black-eyed Susans, carrying things. Sunday naps, tapping trees to make syrup, pockets full of mittens, ties the width of lobster bibs, tools you can't live without, refrigerators filled with soda, a fait accompli, surprising someone with a special event, at a hotel, unpacking a romantic picnic, sprawling out on the bed, and listening to the quiet, Tonight and Maria from West Side Story, a balcony resting in the top branches of an oak tree, class rings, Jack Frost and his magic paint pot, abandoning all civility and slurping the grapefruit juice straight from the bowl it's served in, keeping your hopes up, doing everything with flair and a sense of fantasy, discovering a new singer, dancer, actress, writer, restaurant, recipe, throwing rice at newlyweds, houseguests, red plush establishments, a city focused on the arts, bladed grass, a forest of small spears of ice, soaking down a dog and standing back as he shakes dry, gymnastics, heat lamps in bathrooms, second-hand compliments, being adamant, rutabagas, Phillips screwdrivers, fences, wood and wicker tables, chimney sweeps, the bottom of the Grand Canyon, sleek limos, looking for the best and enjoying, hand-painted planters, a table with pots of fruit-bearing plants placed on it, the soothing sound of sprinklers, being given a new lease on life, a wrist corsage, opportunity, getting up on a 10-foot ladder for theater scenery work, the real importance is the fundamentals with which you have to live, sand, sea, and sunset, 2 chimneys holding a house like bookends, the chug-chug of fishing boats, a cactus as a reminder of summer, walking to the baseball field after school, pagodas, easy-out ice cube trays, an art book on a stand, a bag of donut holes, banister-back armchairs, taping your own ankle, clear nail polish, dartboards, the most common word in conversation, the teacher you remember, taking a bus to a small town with an interesting name, staying a few hours and exploring, the useless pockets on pajama tops, picnics in cars, tromping around with a candidate, microwave cooking, writing paper, early snows healing the landscape, no tracks, no muddied slush, allspice, aniseed, bay leaves, bouillon, cardamom, caraway, celery salt, chives, cinnamon, citron, cloves, coriander, curry, dill, garlic, ginger, honey, horseradish, hyssop, leek, lemon, lime, Lake Ontario, popcorn balls in plastic wrap tied with ribbon, endless space to fly a kite, play frisbee, run, walk, or just sit and think, window seats at a restaurant, roadhouse, starting a relationship with a feeling of wonder at the uniqueness of the other person, waking up naturally, no alarm, pulling on a comfortable robe, brewing some coffee, picking up the paper, and getting right back under the covers, pink cottages, saucer golf, radish and crab meat salad, completing a project while still in your robe and feeling productive all day. Worrying is like rocking in a rocking chair. It gives you something to do, but it doesn't get you anywhere. Designing a webpage, windsurfing in Bora Bora, horses with snow on their back, fresh French bread, hot to the touch, any reunion that goes well, good magazines in the waiting room, tightening a loose screw, incomprehensible good luck, pick-up sticks, word processors, breakfast in a basket, sun-drenched climates, extra rest, Irish soda bread on St. Patrick's Day, hot cross buns on Easter, doing all that you can to be safe in cyberspace, bulk groceries, watermelon a la mode, getting a check from the insurance company, rereading Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, glazed sweet potatoes, portable desks, people who act like ultimate experts on a topic after having read one article in the newspaper, get acquainted parties, rippling layers of color, harbor lights, corny things, stubborn spider plants, reading lamps that cast the perfect amount of light on the page, wilderness jeep safaris, two people listening to each other, the splintery crack of new books, classic shirts, an antique cedar school desk with cast iron legs, inkwell, 60 Minutes, TV show, the churning hum of the washing machine, a splashy mechanical giggle with a grinding note, tossing its wet mass one way, resting and simmering, tossing it another, earthworms, dusk-time twittering of swallows, tomatoes and bacon on toast, covered with melted cheese, the pounding of a hammer, giving snakes the right of way, slumps, grunts, buckles, betties, and pandowdies, ozone, grated peels of fruit, brightly striped sweaters. Postage meters, putting all your senses to work, lending a hand, aluminum pie weights, the log and chink walls of an old cabin, the delicate hieroglyphics of raccoons and deer down by the creek, the business of the day falling into manageable perspective, tree farms, packing a frosted cake for a trip, pot stickers, Ohio, glass, pottery, steel, tires, mound builders, fertile fields, reversible rain slickers, pulling pantyhose out of the drawer and finding them run dash, snag dash, and hole free. Chameleons, poetry that doesn't rhyme, a conversation that starts with a book, roast pork, violet, eggplants, beets, blackberries, mulberries, plums, purple grapes, driving a jeep, playing in a closet as a child, bunches of asparagus, tied with ribbons, in a basket, cubed potatoes fried in bacon fat, salt and pepper, butterflies migrating, a big bag of Hershey's Kisses, water's capacity to take any shape, a storm tapering off, steel drums and street dancing, lush thickness, redwood forests and Spanish moss, finding the perfect hairstyle, desk accessories and country fabrics, Pyrex cookware, omelet pans, wishing for a new car, steel bands, harp seals, taking piano lessons and never practicing, tiny mangers, a high-placed government source, brown eggs, cauliflower, and white onions in a pale straw basket with a few bronze daisies, time-tested friends, hand-cut full-lead crystal decanters, spreading light, a wood-paneled saloon, bronze mums and red carnations, brown eggs, and bronze daisies, making new bookstore friends, a drum roll, calm tempos, socks folded in matching pairs, white birch logs in the fireplace in summer, cesspools, early woodcuts, a wintergreen toothpick, infatuation, chicken and lobster served in a special sherry sauce, shepherd's pie, a cat circling a spot 3 or 4 times before settling on it, sandboxes, homemade shadow boxes, shumai dipped in its brown sauce, Dunes State Park, Chesterton, Indiana, especially the sunset, taking advantage of Indian summer, bicycling out to look at the Scotch heather, wood lilies, and wild roses on the moors, cheese in 40-pound wheels, meeting a quota with pride, the 6 sides of a snowflake, light-giving flecks of diamonds, a butcher paper dispenser, Mexican jumping beans, the clangor of a fire truck, guaranteed free delivery, seeing the Nutcracker suite, exchanging enlightening interests, velvet cushions, pocket caddies for reading chairs, 10 or 20-pound bags of apples, Mother's Day presents, the name Kyle Bryan, Vermont cheddar cheese, loving forever, framed calico applique pictures, donut hole machines, clubhouses, the Sundance Film Festival, the wind picking up, blowing the trees around wildly, then rain starting to pour, pounding the surface of a lake and creating rivers in the dirt, the salt of the earth, seeing the awesome and eerie ruins of Pompeii, eco-travelers and eco-journeys, soft, puffy, foot-long bread sticks with Italian tomato sauce, learning all the words to the songs you usually hum or whistle, being glad you have each other, a patisserie window that stops you in your tracks, having one credit card, playing your cards right, hot, crusty, yeasty French bread and butter, spas, learning something new in each paragraph of a book, the peace sign and the happy face, Boeing 727s and 747s, the one you dress up for, pork and apples coddled in a nostalgic ginger raisin sauce and creamy corn pudding on the side, honeysuckle, old food cans from 10 or 20 years ago, studying in a library corral, handmade Afghans, having a favorite book bound in leather, poses, men's cashmere v-necks, dusty golden corn for the chickens, bubblegum and hard candy pieces in bags of 100 or more, the deep sigh of a baby before she drifts off to sleep, outdoor craft exhibits, the crunch of a breaking nut, oven mitts, peeling fruit, little dinners, combinations of soups, salads, and vegetable dishes, silly putty, pearl drops tooth polish, luxuriant meadows with wildflowers, an elegant military ball, vertical barren rocks, getting something Done by giving it to a busy person, space stations, showing off collections, church bells, the empty stretches of bun on either end of a hot dog, doing your job like no one else could do it, root beer candy, cast-off time when sailing, pegboards, bunches of ducks swimming in water, not trying to do everything at once, watch fobs, going for it lock, stock, and barrel, sports picture trophies, bran muffins, piggy banks, the pong of a tennis ball, colorful stationery in the pigeonholes of your desk, a dog's face when you say walk or treat, a clean litter box, an old-time rocking horse, the porch welcome light, calm soccer moms and dads, finding the most luscious piece of fruit you can and savoring it, flim-flam equals nonsense, getting in the right line at the store, lunch counters, many small, worn oriental rugs, the device at intersections marked push to cross, airtight stoneware jars with attached wooden spoons, a romantic garden, an English perennial garden, a traditional herb garden, finally getting your hair cut so it's out of your eyes, your book of the moment, clam shells, the Parker House Hotel in Boston, waking up refreshed in the morning, hot zabaione, not eating when you're not hungry, family values, a warm, crackling fire, waterfront buildings, softening brown sugar, an antique railway switching signal, funny business, pleasure being life's major concern, wedding buffet suppers, succulent baked chicken or country ham accompanied by fresh baked rolls. Receiving intelligent answers, finger cakes, raisin cookies, the medieval city of Siena, which gave burnt sienna to the artist's palate, iced tea with mint sprigs in wine glasses, taking time off, frozen chocolate pie and ice cream, watering cans, synonyms, copper pots, lines from favorite movies or poems, sighs and whisperings, a view of sailboats skimming the horizon, soaking up some extra memories, well-buttered crumpets, happy holidays, all-purpose flour, hope, theater-going, open-minded. Uncertainty, rice basket planters, touching the sky, dreamy, ice creamy times, knit bedspreads, V-formations of migrating geese, the eerie appearance and ascension of the bubble in a water cooler, making at least 1,000 dreams come true, the polonaises of Chopin, earth-toned, rustic linens for warmth in fall or winter, white oiled wool British submarine turtleneck sweaters, making friends with the police, the wind brushing past you, paper white gardenias, open-toed strapped wedgies, shorts, browsing new car lots, a unique glory, a bed left guiltlessly, spontaneously unmade, saying yes yes yes, one size fits all, furniture woods, meat platters, spring dinner parties, picnicking by the pond, overcoming writer's block, clad 9, working out a problem, people who offer you their seat, a forest sanctuary, Linda stars, waltzing, 6 raid star rings, crepes stuffed with mushrooms and Gruyere cheese in Mornay sauce, this thing called love, Easter dinners, a refuge from the city. With fine, flat beaches, food that mittened hands can grasp, handling the first few minutes when meeting someone new, binding books by hand, the sea offering an omnipresent rumble, stream fishing for trout, contentment in listening to music and staring at a fire, pizza sauce, words, animals of intelligence, porpoise, fox, pig, chimpanzee, orangutan, elephant, gorilla, dog, beaver, horse, sea lion, bear, and cat, Scrabble, coming out of the sea to dry and toast, a bad day survival kit, old fashioned glass snow domes, flopping around in a waiting pool, when you had seatbelts installed in the car, winning an eBay auction, Woods Hole Marine Biological Laboratory, weather docks on tall stilts, picking a sanctuary in your home, a favorite chair with favorite books nearby, a spot to come to and relax all by yourself, giving your least favorite food another chance, writing about whatever you think of, things you wish, say, dream, observing people and writing down what you think they think, 4-slice toasters, gentle, warm afternoons created for tennis parties and games of croquet, cut the mustard, French fry dipper baskets, gray, wanderlust, printing out photographs of your last vacation from your digital camera, the Chicago Cubs, accolades, mobile concepts, the ring of the telephone, the first scratchy, camphor-smelling wool sweater of the season, the Energizer Bunny, cobalt blue bottles, creating exotic life stories for people who walk by, beating the odds for a change, toolkits, taking a snowmobile tour, planning a hot summer midnight supper on the beach or near a lake, the drone of a passing plane, wearing an Indiana Jones-style fedora, long-buried feelings and memories, the patina acquired by leather jackets, tweed jackets, jeans, sneakers, the habit of checking for change in every coin return you pass, one-person kayaks for rent, basketball, dreaming nice dreams, soft music, Warren Dunes State Park, Michigan, ham sandwich sauce, sweet and sour red tomato gravy, redolent of cloves, baby showers, taking advantage of every nook in your house, peach, pear, raisin, and rum cheesecakes, banana toast, all that we are is the result of what we have thought. The Buddha, when small miracles occur, senior proms, stained wood buttons, leaving something unsaid, red geraniums, Missouri, Huck and Tom, Rocky Glens, Pony Express, watermelons, sitting on a bench to watch the billowing sails of the yachts negotiating the sparkling blue waters of a harbor, watching the same TV shows as someone even when you're not together, rejoicing in time alone to catch up, a life goals list, Spike, Snoopy's brother, steeples rising like stalagmites, a bobbing float. Hair ribbons, grating cheese, uneven parallel bars, bed bolsters, hollow-stemmed Pilsner glasses, Trix cereal, quiet meals, broken corn blades drifting in the breeze, red sweatpants, the room tariff, the color, scent, and deliciousness of strawberries, battery fluid, silk sleep things, seedless grapes and sour cream and brown sugar, planting a tree, touch football games, wearing white cotton, making love, miniature jelly beans, the season to be jolly, the end of football till the beginning of Baseball, a turret-shaped study, vanity license plate and a college decal on the back window, executing a perfect Eskimo roll while kayaking, tapioca/tap city equals broke, playing kazoos backwards, mufflers, garage sale antiques, people who understand there's a lot to you, wood-burning fireplaces, Bach concertos, a cosmopolitan atmosphere, flute phones, oval picture frames, Tinker Toys, Play-Doh, Etch-a-Sketch, Fisher-Price corn popper, Lego blocks, Monopoly, Scrabble, and an erector set, chopping blocks, a twosome sitting close together, a single orchid, being nice to someone who bugs you, a blanket rack, jute bracelets, benches in between rows of lockers, broiling meat or toasting bread on the top rack of a wood stove, outrageous banana splits, writing positive inspirational thoughts in a quote book, a baby powder back rub, butter crumbled eggs, playing pool, cheddar cheese pancakes, a personalized leather-bound diary, the very first present of Christmas morning, old tree decorations. Putting a button on the corner of your beach towel so you can pull it on as a cover-up, babies in backpacks, a communal meal, nothing making more sense in the summer than forgetting to be sensible, seals, learning things from books of questions and answers, giant popovers, colorful flower and produce markets, the National Observer and National Enquirer newspapers, Philadelphia cheesesteak, the dizzy smell of fresh-cut hay, crossing the bridge when you come to it, benefiting from a change in your point of view, baby's breath flowers, everyone needing a little self-love, an artichoke or pomegranate, remembering when the highway patrol didn't hide with radar at the side of the road, a drive-up mailbox, happy feelings emanating from the kitchen, traditional French onion soup topped with croutons and melted cheese, jogging on a carpet of leaves as the sun-dappled trail winds through a thick, hardwood forest, towel racks, sharpening your vision, a handsome park, a tea cozy, antique buttons, wine tastings, pincushion-topped jars, swank, long sojourns, free kittens, happiness coming in three ways, anticipation, realization, memory, when the sky is clear and clean, the air crisp, the wind free of dust, your ring size being the same as your hat size, the first snow falling silently through miles and miles of spruce, interludes, tying shoelaces, rinsing pantyhose in almond soap, a beautiful calfskin leather agenda, poetry in everything, walkabouts, ceramic glaze, secret recipes, American Express cards, working on a project, flames for boiling and baking, coals for broiling and frying, baked pineapple, platform shoes, ice capita, taking a course, campfires, campsites, wall storage systems, feeding a cow, beautiful children, a thermos lunch, dark and cushy carpeting, golden lion tamarins, presents such as little things from the dime store, secondhand clothes, magazines, toys, costume jewelry, wonderful bath soap or salts, a week's worth of crossword puzzles, a library book, an article the person wanted to read and could not find, finding a seat in a crowded movie theater, slabs of homemade fudge, coffee and donuts, their outsides crisp and sugary, their insides light and spicy, discipline in exercise, food choices, and self-care, expositions and fairs, wearing water wings in the bathtub, one rose in a tiny bouquet of wildflowers, investigating underwater, singing in the shower, thick woolen blankets, a Brobdingnagian cut of prime rib, sun-dried tomatoes, steamed shrimp, and sauce, not missing a thing, white and oatmeal colors, candied apples, pickled beets, buttered potatoes, string beans, and a half-dozen hot biscuits served with a pitcher of honey, Bartlett's familiar quotations, the turbulent surface of the sun, excavating a kitchen midden, falling leaves, chrome-banded tables, the periodic table, saved money, snow on the weekend, pink satin apples with green felt leaves and grosgrain loops for hanging, pints, watermelon, boathouses, beige and black, class acts, the last day of school, the spot on the shopping mall map marked you are here, ham salad on Canadian white bread, velvet queen and chairs, handing out invitations, playing blackjack or 21, using your time to cultivate gardens, giving a soft answer to a not-so-soft question, English library ladder chairs, fire escapes, Arabian horses, a teacher who learns from students, shells in a shadow box, the clunk-clunk of a windshield wiper, edification. Enhancement, window shopping in the fall, effective business meetings, escargot, cheese fondue, beef bourguignon fondue with sauces, and chocolate fondue with fresh fruit and angel food cake, a black hole, creamy cottage cheese with a toasted bagel, swimming pools, shy goldfish, lining up beautiful books on a mantelpiece, being especially partial to book-lined dining rooms, chunky cranberry sauce, right-in-the-dark pens, lemon-lime milk sherbet, a robin's 3,000 feathers, surviving a summer job, gingerbread houses outlined in white spun sugar, peppermints, corn candy, jelly beans, and mint patties, farmhouse cum restaurant, wash me instructions found on the backs of dirty trucks, candle lighting, firecrackers, time to think things over, the yacht club, being too busy to notice, a basket filled with strawberries, cherries, and green grapes, an odd couple, I'd rather play tennis than cook, slogan, painting your nails fire engine red, strip steak with a tender, charred crust. Plump and pink, packed with juices, square-legged redwood plant stands, the sea of camcorders whirling at the elementary school performance, the icy green sky at the horizon, pink/blue above, skim milk blue, and near the zenith, a half-moon, bargain prices, online reference books for crosswords, barbecuing steaks, chops, burgers summer style on a cold winter night in a fireplace, having someone to come home to, highly polished parquet floors, plump white berries on mistletoe, church bells. Peeling, lights going on, and a festival beginning, the smell of a baby's skin, clear, cool alpine breezes blowing on steep, snowy mountains, electric football games, a radio pouring out a little Haydn quartet, a warm mix of vegetables, luminarias, clothesline rope, a blue ribbon won at a playground pet show, dormitories, tabletop mirrors, fans, laughing at cringeworthy things mom said, meats garnished with parsley and small red tomatoes, hand-blended larch and lemon potpourri in an embroidered pillow, snowscape of a whitewashed house, fabric rosebuds, summer research projects, handkerchief linen, a cast-iron farm bell, pasta makers, a bowl of matches from watering holes around the world, modest town Virginia, binoculars and notebooks, cleaning up accumulated dribbles of office or housework, Aunt Jemima, gleaming copper double boiler with ceramic lining, a river trip on a stern-wheeler, bachelor's buttons, an early hunting owl winging close, cream satin furniture, ripe plums, curtain calls, looking at all the colors you can see on a cloudy day, brushing your teeth in the shower, orange segments, an espresso slushie, white enamel coffee mugs, snowboarding in Maine, taking a child to the park to feed the ducks, recording trivia and fact bites that interest you, painting the ceiling sky blue, 12th night punch, apple cider, pineapple and orange juice, cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg, honey, ginger, the student union, the local Zen Center, Fleet Street, London. Coconut palm, mango, banana trees, many candles on a table, izzard, the archaic name of the letter Z, great human happiness, vegetables boiled in a huge kettle over an open hardwood fire, biking around campus, a broom-swept beach house, water pumps, stone rubbings, raisin bread pudding, putting the cover over the birdcage at night, using a telephoto lens, attic junk, chickadees, weighing as much as a first-class letter, paintings sold straight from the easel, buckwheat mix, reversible place. Mats, pound cake and milk, butter-steamed carrots, learning a new word, lobster salad on split wiener buns, enthusiastic book reviews, vinaigrette, babies wearing jeans, getting lots of sleep, soft French-style cream cheese flavored with herbs and garlic, little faces punctuated with the round O's of wide eyes and open mouths, eau de cologne, secret doors, Vermont scrambled eggs served with local cheddar cheese, a steaming pot over a crackling fire, snuggling up with gentle creatures, the peel of an organ, happy times, exotic coral seashell and barnacle clusters, short socks, peppermint, showing a dog, blueberry pancakes made with stone-ground whole wheat flour, granulated sugar, homogenized milk, and blueberries, drawing tables, shaggy Dartmoor ponies, biochemistry, Hank Aaron, baseball player, laughing to keep from crying, artists who come to paint a scene and stay on to open studios and galleries, manicured hands, 2 or 3 cabbages opened like flowers in a basket, swinging beds, a porcupine, half asleep up in a big pine, when that first cup of coffee kicks in, blue light bulbs, steaks sprinkled with fresh parsley, lying down on the grass and following a cloud across the horizon, saying sure, plants and shells as centerpieces, Hereford standing knee-deep in lush grass, super showers, floor-to-ceiling screens, a baby's quilt, handed-down Christmas ornaments, the loon's distinctive white necklace in contrast to its black plumage, peppermint stick ice cream with a whipped cream topping and fudge in a small pitcher on the side, rope railings, large scrapbooks, symphonies, popping salted peanuts, personalized golf balls, waterproofing your shoes, stopping to think about how you wish it could be and realizing how good you've got it, courage, white water canoeing, sandwich glass knobs, golf clubs, wild cherries, ivory mist color, the individual squares of a waffle, windows with tinted glass, squirrels building nests low in the trees, moo cows, Tibetan handbells, rain on a thirsty field, 100 acres of mountaintop with saltbox house in New Hampshire, gardenias and candlelight, frozen yogurt, a third opinion, burly country tweed jackets in herringbone, houndstooth, or Harris tweed, the history of a 4-poster bed, drafts scurrying like mice about the house, throwing a pot, truck headlights that invade your motel room at 3 in the morning, tomato paste in tubes from France, Grey's Anatomy, unabridged 1901 edition, finding lyrics on the internet, regatta stripes, cream cheese and watercress triangles, when you think you're a kid again, feeling the heat of the sun while sitting in a car, long light glowing on a crusted meadow, the impossible encounters that live in the imagination and somehow become reality, a copper and brass coal scuttle used for kindling or small logs or as a sewing caddy or popcorn bowl, straw-blown paintings, checking out a foreign grocery store, Mexican 7-layer dip, a sushi chef's eye for aesthetic detail, washing your hair in rainwater, having orange juice and champagne while wearing silk pajamas, bookworming, impoverished students, word of mouth, a dish we find irresistible, hobby shelves, the writings and etchings on school desks, pronto, home projects, peruse Machu Picchu, a thick mattress pad, soft feather pillows, fresh flowered sheets, a cotton comforter, and lace bed skirt, when a hamburger can't take any more torture and hurls itself through the grill into the coals, loving thy neighbor, one day's accomplishments that make up for the previous week's interruptions, a bright, cheerful breakfast room, New Hampshire primaries, doing something against all odds, believing in yourself when no one else will, going up on the roof and examining your neighborhood, peas almondine, curtains whispering, joie de vivre, someone loving the smell of your skin, wire baskets, barbecue chips, Salieri and Brahms, composers, UFOs, potato knishes, keep on truckin', buying a cord of wood. Driving by the house in which you grew up, seasonless corduroy, cotton gabardine, velour, denim, a man think, so he is, cellophane, miniature golf, cruel needlework pillows, pyramids of fruits and vegetables arranged in stalls, credit cards, handsome Georgian and Greek revival mansions, November clouds, high, grey, and passing, bocce balls, American cheese, condominiums, buying soap bubbles and blowing them at an unsuspecting person, swim meets, rubber-tipped doorstops, drop-leaf tables, blunt-tipped scissors, paper, and crayons for a child, a train huffing and puffing out of the station, trying something you haven't before, an artichoke or pomegranate, election signs on front lawns, narrow-ruled paper, an evenly lighted room to reduce eye strain, choosing a watermelon, being motivated by self-knowledge, a team of chefs, the art of reading faces, cookies, the perfume of the Yankee kitchen, low wood beams, hanging clean, dry towels in your bathroom, a reawakened curiosity about nature, good advice, omelet making, pioneer ways, tiny carafes, 40 hanger coatracks, doing something spontaneous on a snow day, lush trees, Snoopy standing on a beach ball, wafer cookies, oh doggies, the hoggies are out, short necklaces, a smooth transition, Irish linen place mats, an enameled pierced steel pie keeper, turning cartwheels, doing headstands or somersaults, old-fashioned kitchens, liking to share, bread boutiques, VCRs, cereal parties, railroad ties, raisins drying in the sun, hors d'oeuvre fork, mini ladle for dressings and sauces, nut and berry spoon, and olive and pickle fork, red knit caps, the National Register of Historic Places, choosing a chandelier, stirring up warm, friendly feelings on a cold morning, flat-bottomed paper bags, a bubble of quiet air, sitting in the kitchen with your hands wrapped around a hot cup of coffee and musing on your life, braised short ribs and apples in cider sauce, dainty French daisies, the retort don't make me laugh. Concord wagons, lamps with wicker bases, slinkies, catching the breeze in a hammock, fresh flowers, crisp vegetables, hot popovers, hearty portions, lots of bath towels, back doors, the one's best friends enter by, the headlight on a vacuum cleaner, folding auditorium chairs, swell smells, transmission fluid, hearing a brooklet gurgling and making bewitching sounds under the snow as it goes to join the waters of the pond, water sports, vegetable sauces, butter, hollandaise, mornay, polonaise, sour cream/mustard, vinaigrette, white or cream, multicolored file folders, white asters, pale as dry champagne, a window shade that allows itself to be pulled down, hesitates for a second, then snaps up in your face, painted turtles, the boxed area on a U.S. map where the 49th and 50th states are located, woodchucks so fat they waddle, idea exchanges, for blue dye, blueberries, elderberries, indigo plant, larkspur flowers, white sand, trapezoids, pentagons, hexagons, octagons, waxy rubbings. From scratched-off lottery tickets, hot dog stands, patching and sealing a driveway, listening more than talking, remembering when bubblegum cost a penny, comic books 10 cents, hot dogs a quarter, and water was free, discovering a niche market, listening to Tchaikovsky's lilting Nutcracker Suite, Cabana Boys, daffodils looking like a carpet of yellow, an antique lace hanky, the contagious act of yawning, bright sun causing an afternoon nap, AC average, epistemology, working toward goals, old English lettering, meeting friends, strolling troubadours, errant clouds chasing each other across the blue sky, making toast the old-fashioned way, on the end of a toasting fork over flames roaring in the fireplace, wooden curtain rods and brackets, a rocking chair in front of a window overlooking a lake, jelly jars, meat that is buttery textured, tender like pot roast, pails of first-run sap, tiny ice cream stores, the smell of peat moss, gel pens, 10 most beautiful words, chimes, dawn. Golden, hush, lullaby, luminous, melody, mist, murmuring, tranquil, pigeonholes for stationery and supplies, whiter than white angel food cake, sunshine filtering through hanging plants, 100-watt eyes, bowling leagues, starchy white material, watching people eat corn chips, a Coach handbag, Geiger counters, herbs and plants used for yellow dye, alder leaves, apple bark, aster flowers, bayberry leaves, chamomile flowers, horse chestnut husks, catnip, peach bark, mustard and dill sauce, the first few snowy mornings of any winter, wonderful and crisply beautiful, English rose potpourri in a jar, uproarious laughter that must be forcibly squelched due to its inappropriateness in a situation, studying seed catalogs, believing that crying is good for you, mountain daisies at 11,000 feet in the Rockies, wood carvings, cats not holding grudges, noontime visits, passing a car, summer storms, lays placed on visitors to Hawaii, papaya, avocado, cucumber, snow peas, chives, and green onion salad. With mint vinegar, mirror neurons in the brain, saying yes, elegant tea services, marinated vegetable salad, backyard screenhouses, tearing home from work to finish a book, Brunswick stew, firing a salute, free books, senior year, breakfast toast, rolls and honey, Belgian endive with chicken or Swiss cheese, Saks Fifth Avenue, baby powder, cooking a steak, painter's pants, cider presses, falling asleep to music, volunteering as a cuddler for premature infants, dairy sellers, pregnancy, yellow boys' raincoats with hoods, helping others, carte blanche, the return of plain white kids, the yo-yo, clove chewing gum, mouth-watering flavors, Amish quilts in a double wedding ring pattern, tiny books to hang on the tree, the Nutcracker, the night before Christmas, and a treasury of Christmas carols, voicing your opinion where no one can hear you, a gigantic breakfast at Denny's, playing in autumn leaves, esoterica equals singular things, done by a small group, sitting up straight, lunch and milk. Money, special people, viewing every problem as an opportunity for learning new things, dinner menus, an aging flower pot, meeting in the park for a touch football game, sunup and sundown colors, a baby's yawn, chasing evil spirits, carrying field guides in the trunk, heart-shaped ottomans, something as fresh as candy mints, reading outside on a blanket wearing a big sweater in the autumn sun, roast duck cooked in caraway seeds, Sierra Club hikes, turntables, ivory chokers, woodland paths. Greenland's icy mountains, coffee-colored kitchen appliances, wandering the fairgrounds, watching demonstrations of making soap, Christmas ornaments, and apple fritters, someone dependable and solid with dimples, the whole kit and caboodle, renting a slick sedan, snuggliest, paper bag lamps, breathtaking skating over transparent ice, serving flaming bananas for dessert, shearling fleece, multi-hued vineyards, avocado trees, burning calories while resting, Oktoberfest celebrations. Boats, wearing earmuffs, a sympathetic ear, hunks of cheese in plastic wrappers, asking him to breakfast, croissants or warm rolls, good jam, sweet butter, hand-squeezed orange juice, an egg dish, ham, sausage or country bacon, and good coffee, miles of ribboned highway tied with cloverleaf bows, night sports, black lights, eating everyone's discarded pickles, sandstorms, pressed-in ceilings, arched doorways, and a winding stairway, cast-iron floor registers, New England diners, improving. Eating patterns, checklists, putting up the storm sashes, checking the woodpile, and making sure the oil tank is full, footed bowls, sun-dried tomato pesto, your inner hum, modern art, the night smell, feel, and wonder of October, earthquake-proofing, clearing your head, a tapestry and hardwood Victorian rocker, runnels of condensation on the panes, rain before 7, fine by 11, a Scottish thistle design shortbread mold, booty slippers, taking off to a place you've never seen before, abstract. Art, guardian angels, snow in October, hot weather architecture, water mains, white painted bamboo, searchlights, orange soda, shaker jelly cupboards, hot water method iced tea, the chapel choir loft, an excellent nook for necking, broccoli stuffed chicken, going to 3 museums in a row, the perfect spot, starlit beaches, being addicted to the systematically popping bubbles in packing material, shrimp color, herringbone twill pants, adjusting the sugar/cream level of your coffee, only to have a waitress come along and ruin it, pens with clocks on them, glazed pears, stuffing a phone booth with people, skewered steak and shrimp, swimming with dolphins, making an I wish list and then taking action so the wishes come true, the flashy, robust season of fall, sturdy plastic plates, knockabout cutlery, simple gingham napkins, and an old blanket to spread on the ground, remembering to take the shampoo into the shower, appearing on TV, bring a friend banquets, laying in a supply of paper plates and taking a week's vacation from dishwashing, white wicker furniture contrasting with a patterned brick floor, jungle plants, and a fountain, making at least 1,000 dreams come true, taking Christmas cookies to friends, empty bottles, scrubbed and tubbed baked potatoes, not cooked in foil, regional, semi-state, and state baseball championships, California dreamin' by the mamas and the papas, pouring milk into a cereal bowl and knowing to stop when the edge starts to move, taking advantage of walking weather, cheese and crackers served from atop an old pot-bellied stove, the persistence of dandelions, Swiss steak sandwich with butter and salt, scarred desks, fields of tall yellow flax stalks, reading guest registers, Kris Kringle, plate-size cinnamon buns, pizza, stamp, poker table, and gumball jigsaw puzzles, Memorial Day parties, being offered free HBO for a week, people who know exactly where they're going, the sweet crunch of corn on the cob, V8 with lemon, tree. Watching, tiny graph paper checks, a high-yield savings account, a quiet observer, peach melba with whipped cream, the flavor and ambience of the Maine woods, puffy sleeves, walking through fresh snow and listening to it crunch, the fun activity you saved for the end of the day, the upward flight of skyscrapers, chicken salad platters, tester beds, a great cat named Sydney, an echo, creme de menthe parfaits, pancake tossing, honesty being so delightfully, pink-cheekly seductive, someone who looks right at your eyes and smiles a huge, sweet smile, fresh and tangy lime, noticing how dirty your windows are and knowing that winter is almost over, spaghetti sauce, paper airplanes, marble sinks, toast points, linden trees, in the autumn, ravines aglow with the fiery brilliance of sugar maple and witch hazel, tic-tac-toe in the dirt, pin cord slacks, sleeves pushed up for hard work or eating, apple and sweet potato puree, served with pork or chicken or at breakfast with sausage or bacon. Putting food by, moving from the needlings of nervous energy to a deeper level of stillness, chipmunks garnering grass seed and lining nests with thistledown, a baseball game going into extra innings, reusing an old bridesmaid's dress, the new math, fire escapes slashing down sides of buildings like wrought iron lightning, chunky wooden bracelets, bleached blue jeans, seeing 200 sails of different colors, jack-o'-lanterns, woven baskets, concerts in the park, compulsions, unusual artichoke. Plates, small packages wrapped with foil papers, bits of calico, embroidered ribbons, lace, and tiny flowers, the mock band that runs along the edge of sky and touches the ridgeline just after sunset, writing labels recording the jam's fruit and birth date, a rasher of bacon done to a turn, handcuff-size onion rings, barrettes, dancing with a lover to 50s music, bays and marinas jammed with boats, hot chocolate and big marshmallows at a hamburger joint, pickled peaches, inserting tabs, pierced tin lanterns, chocolate-dipped graham crackers, bouquets of old-fashioned country flowers, a barn home or studio, the preposterous rituals that people resort to get rid of hiccups, wedding spoons, riding the wind, sailing picnics, Old Town, Wells Street, Chicago, celebrating togetherness, art classes, mocha tarts, the cold coming and knitting a film of ice, barns sweet with hay and leather. Bangs that finally grow out, BLTs at the corner coffee shop, kiln-dried oak, making words from alphabet cereal, dictionary day, October 16th, being an archaeologist in your own backyard, traditional chants sung at the butter churner, tweed hacking jackets, playing kick the can, celebrating sweetest day, the autumn Valentine's Day, long, flat berry baskets, caramelizing, a wool gabardine Baltic cap with commander's scrambled egg visor, marriage certificates, outdoor chaises, bird safaris, a small fragrant disc of sausage, microphones, the commonest words, the of, and, to, a, in, that is, I, it, for, as, Dijon mustard and freshly ground pepper to add spice to life, fabric patterns, check, cord, dapple, diamond, dot, floral, geometric, herringbone, pincheck, plaid, polychromatic, print, rib, solid, speckle, stripe, swirl, windowpane, pilots in uniform, purse atomizers, gumbos, low bush blueberries, Cobb salad with gorgonzola dressing, when your fingertips have shriveled like prunes and you're clean enough to put on fresh pajamas, white china drawer pulls, apple squares with cream cheese, scented clothes hangers, indirect lighting, the Boston Children's Museum, intellectual rigor, dolls in a doll, the spicy odor of lasagna, fine print maps, many surprises coming in one day, gizmos, winning acclaim, Walt Whitman, author, bib lettuce, alarm clocks, greeting cards that say something, the energy to squeeze some juice, grind some coffee, and stir up a batch of muffins. Little things, cream and coffee, or half and half, wooden baths, blankets, army, baby, crib, horse, military, cotton, electric, down, thermal, woolen, polished ash and walnut, long walks across the frozen lake to the post office, flickering lights with shimmering reflections, a trout pond, watching it snow, 3-gallon ice cream tubs, bikini season, singing along with a Beatles song, note-taking in college, scenic, sandy, salubrious cape and words pertaining to the nose, sneer, sneeze, snicker. Sniff, sniffle, snipe, snivel, snob, snoop, snoot, snooty, snore, snort, snout, snub, snuff, snuffle, living in a 200-year-old house, pitching tents, setting the campfire blazing, and serving spaghetti with meatballs and tossed salad, Veronica Mars, TV show, red Ferraris, 50s music, Vermont's atmosphere, chopping veggies with a mezzaluna, Sherry Lewis and lamb chop, daring to write on the lines as well as in between them, cicadas' shrill songs, oriental grocery shops, the sounds of geese high overhead, the softness of kittens' feet, like raspberries held in the hand, reading 4 dictionary pages a day, a shade that lets in just the right amount of light, salmon orange paint color, cozy robes, morning newspapers, chocolates on the pillows, milk and cookies at bedtime, and coffee 24 hours a day, passion purple, fire engine red, well-coordinated charm, cashing in your chips, the silence of close friendship, smile lines, accidental meetings, pineapple, cream cheese, and crisp bacon on a burger, young robins trailing their mothers on a search for worms, Mozart piano concertos, strapless bras, forest walking, works for me, kids keeping you moving, Central American bananas, lynxes, dolman sleeves, 3, selling subscriptions, butter bowl with ladle attached, small snowmen with twigs for arms, flat, smooth, cool sand, just out of reach of the incoming tide, a 20-hour workweek, starting an herb garden, carrots growing deep, the snort of a noseblower, The Wizard of Oz, movie. Putting on heavy ski socks and a good warm bathrobe, a very soft, old-fashioned teddy bear with plaid paws, ears, and ribbon, staring off into space, getting tickets to a play, writers' houses strewn with tools of the trade, old calfskin wallets, mountain climbing over molehills, buying some lacy underwear and wearing it for every day, a zillion breezy notions, buttery suede slippers, co-ed night at the health club, television broadcasts from space satellites, sleep, the fragrance of cookies. Baking, chicken pot pie, steak bite appetizers, seeing the moon rise, checking out new grocery stores, alpine trails above the timberline, old Bible racks hooked on a cabinet to hold cookbooks, a bright red maraschino cherry atop a snow-capped whipped cream mountain, white doves restlessly circling a chateau, discovering that there is no real difference in the various cycles of your washing machine, being a playground leader, paint rollers, watching out for traffic, holding hands, and sticking together, the rare pileated woodpecker, butcher coats, a candlelight parade, unconventional tablecloths, country quilt, painter's dropcloth, unfolded road map, sheet of butcher's paper, tartan wool blanket, festive rag rug, not taking your computer's health for granted, winter, a time to emulate nature, Twinkie fixes, green candles sitting on a bed of leaves, stone ground wheat cakes and maple syrup, a screened-in gazebo, a 20-question marathon in the car, baby dandelions, night music. Elmer's glue all, letting color predominate, exploring, taking chances, being adventurous and spontaneous, Crenshaw melon, cast iron pans, the field hockey team in college, cheese samples, ice-cold melon, a wire Easter egg dipper, mustache wax, wicker knitting baskets, a wife and a husband as best friends, meatballs in onion gravy or barbecue sauce, comfy chairs in large bookstores, children who behave in restaurants, little graces, pot hooks, a tall octagon aquarium, the miracle of cool sneakers and a straw hat, plants you can take care of, hot potato salad, letting go of inhibitions without need of excuse, buying fresh flowers, counting the miles, an evening of zero productivity, leprechauns, a reading nook, post office cubbyholes, brandied cranberries, Candy Cane Lane, LaPorte, Indiana, an area that is happily underdeveloped and underpopulated, city britches, kindergarten drawings, New Mexico, mesas, canyons, caverns, pueblos, blue pencils, strawberries and powdered sugar. Packing a flask of coffee, hot chocolate, or your favorite chili recipe, using the things you had been saving for a special occasion, spare ribs cooked in pineapple juice, garden corn on the cob dripping with butter, and fluffy mashed potatoes with lumps, wading knee-deep in fallen leaves, the cheery glow of a crackling fireplace, tin-lined copper pans, the Sunday crossword puzzle and the ultimate country pleasure, a tractor inner tube, gooseneck floor lamps, when the dog brings the paper and there's a hole in the middle, straw fedoras, narrow columns of type, meant to be read quickly, a contemplative corner of your own, being booted, mufflered, and storm-coated, shells collected from the beach with single orchids growing out of them, aging a stew or soup, lengths of knotty pine for a paneled effect, soup du jour, the sloshing of soft bristles around a soapy mug, singing waiters and waitresses, aglet equals shoelace tip, seeing rainbows, sipping fun down to the last drop, Easter basket. Treats, when someone throws you a curve, red ribbons tied in bows around tree limbs, non-dairy cream, seeing interesting people in an elevator, a curved restaurant booth, fishing booths, a band concert, a tailgate picnic before the kickoff, a scarecrow that does not work, garbanzo beans, turning your pillow over and over, looking for a cool spot, parsley butter patties on steak, satiny shirts, a Greek picnic, bread, feta cheese, and retsina, colorful shopping bags loaded to the brim, containers and bottles, smoked salmon, pâté, prawns, chips, fruit, wine, and some fine crusty bread, the regular harbor contingent of mallards, adopting a parakeet and teaching it to talk, island-related music, watered-down reggae or steel drums, the unmistakable message of love, boneless prime-grated, dry-aged strip steak in a black mantle of char, boys' bikes, getting home, turning off the telephone, turning on the radio, and hopping into a scent-filled tub for 1 hour, trying to figure out the theme of a conversation in a foreign language, apple pie time, appetite-whetting exercise, thinking good thoughts, shining, smiling, sweetly peanut-buttered faces, paper cups of cinnamon-flavored applesauce, a troop of kangaroos, writing down all the different roles you play, the tickling sensation of face painting, red carpet treatment, prodigal sons, crustacea, when the whole school assembled in the auditorium to watch a space shot, a cascade of foliage, the common people, hoi polloi, speaking kindly. Pinning your hat on, philosophies on posters, going to an outdoor cafe, sun and spray for lightning hair, a beloved pair of cushy shoes, the in-launch, birthday wishes that come true, absorption of information, gourmet provisions for a week-long adventure, red and white, signs on old jalopies, open-air cinemas, experimenting with color, cozy rooms with pretty details, the dignified face of a woman well into her 80s, fresh air after a stuffy room, lingering over coffee and buttered muffins. Small evergreen hedges, dimmers for lights, things that are quiet and old and simple and ordinary and very real, next window, please signs, paper quilling, listening to chickadees, horn-rim glasses, a bird feeder hanging outside the guest room window, slicing a fruit into a continuous helix, old country inns to get lost in, a new bedspread, apple blossoms, cut crystal decanters, huts, tubs of Pepsis and ice, first aid books, the tangerine flash of Baltimore Orioles, a real person answering the phone, planning an audition for a community play, the soul-stirring sound of rain on the roof, jewelry cleaner, believing in yourself, peanut butter and cranberry sauce sandwiches, potato and cheese blintzes as large as toss pillows, bleached or stenciled floors, bay leaf flavor, seedless oranges, story hour, collapsing in bed and cuddling, smells of baking cookies, cannelloni, sauerkraut, hot dogs, and pizza sauce filling the warm air, all cotton terry cloth, Boston blueberry muffins. Bridal paths, a soulmate, Christmas shopping online, heirloom family pictures on a handsome doily, Jack and Jill, the pure promise of dawn, crayons that go through the wash, fads, quiet times, frosty chains and pom-poms on a Christmas tree, soothing your temper, bald lights, perpetuation, manual alphabet, Quincy Market, Boston, equinoxes and solstices, the damask whirls of a napkin, rope hammocks, sewing buckets, painting only the ceiling, extra kisses, dogs that guzzle beer from a dish, shed profusely, nap on the living room sofa, and sleep on a family member's bed, poplin weekend pants, high chairs, solar heating, Volkswagens, listening to a child, a spinning potter's wheel, breakfast at the bird feeder, jumping on a pogo stick or walking on stilts, beachfront vacations, cross-country trekkers, reading slang dictionaries for chuckles, tableside steak Diane and beef Wellington, baked coffee custards, welcoming the new girl at school, soapstone boxes, getting really good meat from the butcher, whizzing down hills with wind on your face and sun on your back, shirts trimmed with ribbon, seeing America by bicycle, George Gershwin, composer, the day when the air conditioning can be turned off, life moving in mysterious ways, yellow colonial glassware, tufted leather banquettes, Toyota cars, frozen ice on a stick, an asterisk with no corresponding footnote, a miniature trampoline, lemon strippers, classic Seville and coarse-cut orange marmalades, ham-filled crepes and lots of good hot coffee, listening to Mozart, feeling like tulips, warm breezes, boats on the lake, and sailor hats, flirting, Japanese lanterns strung between trees, gently lighting the lawn, watching Emeril Lagasse cook, the bluebird of happiness, lovers not doormats, McDonald's egg McMuffins, baking a variety of breads and serving them hot with a crock of butter, autumn feasts, an unexpected letter, sticky fingers after eating cotton candy, jet streams, curling up in bed on a Sunday afternoon, then reading a book until dawn, election returns, a hands-free phone, moon, the nightlight of Earth, family resemblances, first college weekend, freedom, creme brulee, mobiles moving, childhood friendships, track shorts, lamb's wool and angora, corn silk, Russian dressing, lemon balm, short explanations, zippers of sunbeams seaming up their light, pull-up pants, the calm of the day after Christmas, sweet and sour chicken, double features, coffee mugs, color surprises, throwing a football through a tire, having a heart-to-heart with dad, newborn puppies with trip over ears, animal sounds, new potatoes steamed in their jackets, sweet and moist, with a light spicing of salt and herbs, webbed army-type belts, bright wallpaper and white ceilings, pastel colors, diamond mines, quilted kitchen appliance covers, chubby cows chewing contentedly on the grass, 2-inch thick golden brown French toast, Oxford shirt collars being sexy, samovars equals urns with a spigot, deviled eggs, phantasmagoria. Potatoes and onions fried with barbecue spice, finger bowls and turn-down service, antifreeze, having the cleanest car in town, Dutch scenes on the ends of Demitasse spoons, paper kites, apple cider, Paris Match magazine, records for learning foreign languages, yawning being good for you, a spacesuit, houseboating, a small candle in a wine glass, knowing it's almost spring when people are starting to panic about income taxes, tucking a paperback into a friend's purse or putting a tiny plant on his or her windowsill, popular opinion, talking about problems, mango chutney, static cling, dressing for business, floor-to-ceiling windows, patio carts, light verse, smiling at someone who never smiles at you, hothouse tulips, European square pillows, French vanilla sheets, white carved statues, Liege, Belgium, baking your own bread, carrot and raisin slaw, deep-sheared terry cloth, It's a Wonderful Life, A Christmas Carol, and Miracle on 34th Street, movies, love of books, vacationing on a farm in Denmark, medieval market squares, reincarnation, tiptoeing into a room, using the cat to remove crumbs on the floor, bedtime snacks, dessert spoons, having an advantage over every other girl, ambidexterity, being unable to tell a lie, putting yourself in the server's place, dark wood floors warmed by oriental, kilim, or needlepoint rugs, early morning eateries, nubby cotton, a sleek or tiny cell phone, soup spoons, tennis on public courts, bookcases in kitchens, glazed dough ornaments. Chocolate ambrosia pie, wicker trunks, thunderstorms, women who look like they stepped out of a page in a French fashion magazine, the exquisite sweetness of the air above snow, literary guilds, double dares, pie wedges, buttermaking, an inflated glitzy metallic balloon, Mattel toys, steam rooms, the philosophy of Socrates, sentiment and a sense of history, marinated vegetables, frogs, poetry accompanied by percussion, sweet potatoes ripening in the sun, vacation dates, tiny picturesque harbors, sizzling steak fajitas, eating breakfast on your front stoop, summer cardigans, savory food, flat notebooks, automobile running boards, the 6 ways a batter can get on base without getting a hit, the original equal rights amendments ideals, fresh asparagus soup garnished with slivers of ham, not watching the CNN or MSNBC crawl, sandwich type, pressed glass candlesticks, barefoot beachcombing, honey-colored paneling, camel, spice, and whiskey colors, every fair and flea market having a fried dough wagon, Sunday rides in the country, moonlight talks, honeysuckle reaching upwards for light, auto backgammon, snow picnics, emoticons, dinner at noon, encouraging a child to collect something, A&W root beer mugs, actions speaking louder than words, party-colored things, the ancient city of Petra, trees twinkling with ice, an English side street, Milano, Lido, and Brussels cookies, sending glints of firelight all over the room, embroidering folkloric flowers with peacoat icing. Mirrors that distort you, island exploring, squirrels gathering nuts early, cobbler's aprons, a child who understands no, debating half in jest, herb-lined pathways where one pauses to squeeze the lemon balm, soft, worn jeans, table linens, the ability and the need to be creative, the gentle dip of a paddle, flower seeds, multicolor rag rugs, ankle-tied espadrilles, scones and honey and marmalade, gooseneck lamps, detectives, flip-down airplane trays, examining the words preceding or following the one you looked up in a dictionary or thesaurus, cloudy days and sunny thoughts, vinegar for sunburns, saucer eyes, toy doctor/nurse kits, snow white color, footed bathtubs, relaxed neck muscles, eating 3 slices of pizza and the next morning finding you're a pound lighter, hauling out photo albums dating back to high school, hills, bumper pool, unplugging the phone, sun-tawny color, a bravely patient tree leaning leafless in the wind, field hockey, sit-up pillows, scrub brushes. Country roadside suite with Clover, Iowa City, Iowa, being the greatest putt-putter of all time, revolving doors, ages and eras of history, reminiscing while listening to Frank Sinatra, hunches, being bushwhacked, football-watching snacks, not sulking, sailor collars and shirts, South Carolina, stately gardens, white-pillared homes, cotton, wood, wild rice, sweet jasmine, carrying a spare tire, slowpoke, 3 Musketeers, Nestle's Crunch, Chunky, Heath, and Score candy bars, round steak casserole. Sunday dishes, berry-picking excursions, divorce sales, tumbling down a meadow, kitchen sinks, the patter of dozens of feet on pavement, scraping snow and ice off the car, filet mignon, summer league baseball and softball, toilet kits, marveling at fairy tale trees iced in snow, Pennsylvania, coal, Liberty, midpoint of 13 colonies, Laurel, woods, mountains, steel, taking a federal exam, bacon tasting like salt, honey, brown sugar, or maple syrup, or like hickory, mahogany, apple wood, or oak. Smoke, Georgia peaches, names, Chateaubriand for 2, Plato and Aristotle, philosophers, onion soup mix and sour cream dip, taekwondo practice, steaks with mushroom sauce, peeled baked potatoes, and salad, wholesale boxes of Hershey bars, Milky Ways, and Tootsie Rolls, getting out of class to set up for dances in the gym, cottonseeds, the setting sun creating great red and orange streaks over the snowy hills, shoveling the sidewalk, wedding invitation charms, turkey salad sandwiches, hot chocolate sauce of a deep, cocoa-like strength, beach volleyball, picking handfuls of big purple violets, dogtooth violets, and anemones, the big cheese and the second banana, the ablative tents, styrofoam picnic chests, classically cut trousers with pocket on seam, straight leg, 1¼ inch cuffs, birch trees, flashing and fluttering, jazz, attending to your own business and never trusting it to another, riding stables, wooden fences bordered by colorful peonies, chimney tops, discovering the mystery buttons uses on a remote control, paisley scarves from the Provence region of France, Venetian blinds between 2 windows, found in Europe, being tapped as someone walks by, the window sticker on your new car, roadside tables piled high with fresh eggs and produce, Edward Bear, Winnie the Pooh's real name, hanging up clothes in color order, sandwiches and canapes, snack sessions, the name Holly Beth, professional organizers, a timid tiger, soft maples in the swamp, starting a garden. On the windowsill, pachyderms, lemon sesame sauce for grilled vegetables, a crushed oyster shell path, sugar snap peas, who loves you, baby, the rattle of an old truck, Turkish taffy, self-sufficiency, self-respect, efficiency, and the discipline of hard work, participating in karaoke night, maintaining a continuous state of Thanksgiving, delis, a trip to the encyclopedia, leeks, meat pounders, walking on ice, dimples, generous words toward others, owning a house, microwave ovens, cherry tomatoes stuffed with deviled ham, Saturday night with Garrison Keillor and Prairie Home Companion on NPR, dance marathons, J.E. Reviens equals I will return, sets of artists' colors, a basket of large seashells, a 3-chair barbershop with shelves of colorful shaving mugs, Santa's kitchen, slices of colored rope, sun burning off the morning fog, brick and board shelves, new word-a-day calendars, smelling the bakery on your street, temptations, curling up in a ball, spring bazaars, a room decorated for fall with pumpkins and pine cones, power players, knockwurst, bratwurst, frankfurters, veal weisswurst, the splash of fish rising to flying insects, the crackle of a driftwood campfire, Wednesday's child is full of woe, fillets and lamb chops merrily sizzling away, marinara sauce, crackle in the fall air, herbed cottage cheese, whale-watching cruises, 1-2-3 buzz game, not waiting too long, Marilyn Monroe, actress, the old Danish custom of tying a knot at a wedding, brooding about the meaning of life, dance halls, candles glowing in the entryway, white spring flowers, green and white Chinese vegetables, and bottles of wine in crushed ice, moist gingerbread and cranberry nut bread, hangers, come as you are parties, the joy of discovering a second layer of chocolates underneath the first, eating dinner, watching videos and late-night talk shows from your pillowed haven, frosty shades, the morning waitress, lots of water paints, hobby shops, mousse cups, better homes and gardens. Magazine, roadside displays of wild aster and fringed gentian, nanoscience, the study of manipulating materials on an atomic or molecular scale, making decisions to benefit more than just yourself, a weenie roast in the woods with logs as seats, 7-Up, and barbecue chips, pencil-striped clothing, chicory coffee, your best bib and tucker, hot mushroom turnovers, Scotch pine trees, bringing nature inside, the fireplace as a combination of sentiment, emotion, and vague memories, want to, have to. Ought to feelings, small pieces of toilet paper applied to shaving wounds, buttermilk pecan chicken, library steps, meringues that melt in the mouth, Friday equals weekend eve, bookmobiles, Pollyanna's collection of prisms, doubling the temperature and adding 30 to convert Celsius to Fahrenheit, conflicts with an umbrella on a windy day, loop buttoning, grand slams, the all-American cranberry, old wicker chairs with floral fabric-covered seats, the electric touching of fingertips, new friends to help us stay young, Danish potatoes, the thrill of fresh starts and unimagined adventures you feel when you buy a new diary or agenda, Italian menus, a sense of serenity, giving thanks for what we have, living alone, girl reporters, cracklin' bread, upward mobility, men servants, alley cats, anniversary dinners, after-dinner coffee and melt-in-your-mouth chocolate morsels of truffles, special stationery for a child, buying a set of postcards at a museum to bring the museum home with you, hot lobster rolls with melted butter, deep leather catches, horoscopes, peaches and cream ice cream, watching cats meditate, press secretaries, tooth fairies, inspecting big cauldrons bubbling with apple butter, cold vegetable salads, using the vacation time you have accumulated, believing that nobody can possibly understand you, learning a new job skill, crib sets, floating poinsettias, Reuters news agency, colors intense against pale sand, Mrs. Butterworth's syrup bottles, lucite cutting boards. Phone answering services, tea room food, slatted doors, lemon butter pats and mint on peas, monogram rings, carrying heavy things, airy, Frenchified cakes and pastries, extremely pretty, creamy, and rich, renting a barge, oak moss, balsams, leaves, woods, dishes of Dairy Queen ice cream, chasing an ice cream truck and feeling like a kid again, PTA potluck dinners, going to bed before you get sleepy, crisp blue and white plaid and rich yellow upholstery adding to natural wood and brick tones. Sweatpant drawstrings that retreat, electric heating pads, fire engines, paperback guidebooks, because it's there, composing songs, being devoted to something outside yourself, dragging out an old washtub, sitting under a tree, and tipping the hose in, kitchen work islands, relaxing to the creak of an arthritic rocker, bleached floors, white fabrics, and greenery, strawberries in a pineapple boat, bus terminals, making a movie, an after-dark ramble to search for fireflies, listening for night sounds, giant slices of slightly caramelized apple on pastry, butterscotch brownies, potato skins with dip and cold roasted green beans, three-point basketball shots made at the buzzer, a river of hippos, dingy boats, antique trunks, roller skating around the block, being here, now, taking a walk in the woods with a field guide, learning different trees, animals, and birds, making your own junk food at home, baby's name bracelets, secret formulas, sweatbands, ice cream hugs and kisses. At least one play break each day, harp music floating in the air, a crab leg, very orange and fragile, the sidewalk sizzling your soles, two or more people unintentionally wearing the same thing, plate spinning, the refrigerator in the kitchen, packing twine, electricians, frying eggs, mushrooms stuffed with pine nuts and sausage, sinking your teeth into fresh peaches, plums, watermelons, and apricots, gyros, the country, viewed through a curtain of warm summer rain, taking on exquisite watercolor tints from smoky blue to tarnished silver, stacking cartons to make a dresser, fabric, crayons, and imagination, framing the best Christmas cards, being motioned to come sit by someone, Henley-style Fair Isle sweaters, washing the car windows on the inside, fish ponds, floating flower candles, Worcestershire sauce, scallions, and mustard blended with beef on a bun, eating cookies and milk in the car, vanilla wafer crumb crust, tan and brown suedes and leathers, art techniques. Airbrushing, collage, engraving, etching, finger painting, line drawing, melt in color, oil painting, pencil drawing, relief rubbing, scrimshaw, spatter painting, wash drawing, watercoloring, wood carving, brocaded robes, any refund, Amish buggies, summertime stripes, squash courts, tall candles, non-aerosols, looking down on the world from the top of a Ferris wheel, early mornings, the pips on playing cards, Sunday morning at Home Depot, windshield wipers on eyeglasses, the night's beginning. To draw in, the sayings of Lao Tzu, clippity-clop, jingle-jingle sounds, cottage cheese and sugar, shorebirds, perky teapots, ecology, tree-trimmed streets graced with antebellum mansions, a pastry board with patterns for rolling a tart to a 10-inch pie, public relations, honeysuckle-covered walls, an early case of spring fever, belts with whale, geese, lobster, and yacht motifs, getting artsy-craftsy, achieving the not-decorated look, dry wood for kindling, traveling by bicycle, new. Computers, the muffled clinking of silver from a tree-shaded patio, making something from magazine instructions, brimming glasses of ice-cold milk, father and son outings, thick slices of buttered sourdough toast, loud radios, pincushions, luge, half-Nelsons in wrestling, using candles, tanning lotion, a happy snowman, toasting and buttering a little delicacy, lilacs moving in the breeze, closing your eyes while listening to your favorite piece of music, having loved, lost, and loved again. Ideas, coffee mill planters, hooey, the old custom of exchanging gifts on New Year's Day, attic sleuthing, good food for a cold afternoon, piping hot chocolate and crispy, home-fried donuts, the zip of fly fishermen's rods, when all the company you've got is a whistling tea kettle, Louisiana sweet potatoes, corn poppers, a school's proud colors, the word groovy, setting the table with cloth napkins and napkin rings, putt-putt toys, sloshing around in waiters, shy beginnings, watching with curious fascination, baby pictures, slides, and movies, P&E equals song of praise or triumph, susurration, something left over, singing groups, a rider lawnmower and the flat lawn to go with it, put etre equals maybe, community leadership, cookies made in stoneware molds, tablecloths, flapped pockets, causing an avalanche of snow when you put the key in the door, school figures and free skating, the study of wind resistance conducted by holding a cupped hand out the car window, apple crisp pie, a traveler coming upon canyons and hidden valleys, waterfalls, and freshwater springs, muffled clinking of silver, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, long-stemmed carnations, sea salt, a salad of miniature marshmallows, pineapple chunks, pecans, and American cheese, a Sunday feast of pot roast or plump roasted chicken, the Olympics, a safe port in a storm, inhaling maximum amounts of sea air to stimulate the appetite, a shrug of the shoulder when things don't get done, Chinese fern baskets. Installing seatbelts on the rocking chair, getting lost on purpose when you were little, the formation of the English vocabulary from Latin and Greek, beating around the bush, rain sounding as though 1,000 tiny flamenco dancers were rehearsing on the roof, tolerable temperatures, pumpkins lit to frighten witches, vegetable combinations, banana peels, Brahms on the stereo, getting something fixed that's been broken all winter, collecting colorful wine labels, carved valances, Argentine tango lessons, Chicago or country club ice cream, vanilla, orange sherbet, and coffee, thinking maybe I'll write a letter, the sneeze that tickles but never comes, one fantastic lover in college, delicate asparagus and artichokes, crisp lettuce, and new peas, ambling across fields with a sketchbook or camera, mounds of blueberry, apple, pumpkin, and date muffins, an intoxicating atmosphere, chilliness, decorating a bachelorette house exactly as you want, soda fountain treats, comic relief. Scallop shells, roast beef sandwiches, the world being at your command, a solo drive down unexplored lanes, making college education mandatory, cooperativeness, peach creme, architects of international repute, a rousing choir practice, cast aluminum skillets with wooden handles, the flag flying, laboratory research, zipper front and button fly jeans, Rhode Island, Newport, mansions, breakers, yachts, Block Island, the end of summer traffic, a badger in the backyard, chicken roast with a light Coating of thyme, tarragon, and onion powder, white collar. Workers, a quick drop in temperature and then a gradual turn of the leaves, large etched glass bowls for serving salads, fruits, ice cream, party plates, the hen coop, coffee barefoot, black, boys in caps, hugging a teddy, fresh chunky strawberry spread, the shower, where the acoustics are concert perfect, tomatoes as big as soup plates, tomatoes by the bushel, stapling papers for the study hall teacher, remembering what you have learned, Maine potatoes, getting a sliver out, getting involved with people out of the usual circle of friends, porch gliders, paying attention to how different kinds of music affect you, feeling really good, alive, aware, filled with a tingly sense of well-being, acupuncture, maple syrup, stopping by the edge of a woodland and finding dainty flowered anemones nodding brightly in the breeze, boned chicken breast in a sour cream sauce accented with sweet Hungarian paprika, baggy pants, clambering over rocks, satin Christmas balls, strong emotions. Basket weaving, painting the apartment, recipes from old books, beautiful sand patterns, spending the day looking forward to an evening home alone, white pizza with asparagus, bolts of calico fabric for sale, planting raspberries, writing a love poem or letter, casual partying, teriyaki sauce, the whimsy of kittens, 6-layer eggnog cake, moors covered with bayberry, wild roses, brambles, and cranberry vines, fireflies blinking by, the light of Tuscany, a summer screenhouse, a small music system in the kitchen, maple syrup on grapefruit, apples, pears, grapes, or blueberries, the blissfully splendid smell of mustard at the game, planning a hike, magnolia trees, gravy boats, bongo drums, old-fashioned door keys, a weekend afternoon taking photos, taco-flavored corn chips, chef's knives, rear window defoggers, prognostications, red lipstick, the whisper of an excited gathering, the logbook at an inn, constantly changing stations on the car radio, an early bird special dinner, hair becoming blonder in summer, a yummy gourmet shop, piling leaves into huge heaps and jumping in, fine snow in the air, panty raids, cargo pockets, forsythia buttering the roadsides, table legs that don't wobble, stocking fillers, using an alias, double-pack pinnacle, good sports facilities, new potatoes with chives, waiting for the school bus, happily coping with cobblestones, encouraging the lost art of reading, a breath of fresh air, a rowboat with a motor, generics, the grass, Worcestershire sauce, French playing cards, yellow and red roses for Valentine's Day, Macy's stores, eggshelling, perfect couples, the uncurling of a fern, a cozy chamois flannel jumper with side buttons, a pleasant song in your head, the buddy system, the spin of a football, a bachelor pad, mushroom sauce for pasta, CEOs with ant farms on their desks, candle snuffers, grandmothers, Chris Evert, tennis player, tasting sweet papaya and pineapple at a roadside stand, the pleasure of water, spinach dip stuffed into cherry tomatoes and sugar snap peas or with cut-up fresh vegetables, old teddy bears, thermos jugs of ice water, a gas cooktop, chimney pots, arts fanatics, needing bread as therapy, dormer windows, movie posters, the twang of a guitar, crayons in extremely obscure colors, going to sleep, progressive dinner parties, Nova Scotia, a small fishing village, mattresses, tortellini in white cream sauce, slowing down your speech, caramel apples, oil wells, the essence of humor, the classic curves of old automobiles, a wicked jacks player, opening oysters, massive old brake fronts, a basket of balloons, birthday celebrations, useful, preventive measures, fruits of experience, going to a duty event, such as a political rally or volunteer meeting, and having it turn out to be fun, blonde guys, a slippery firehouse pole, poring over a newspaper, Montpelier and Burlington, Vermont, extremely tiny pancakes formed from the batter that fell off the ladle, fry baskets dunked into hot oil. Thinking with someone, looks, sunripe peach, sunberry brown, toasted pink, ivory peach, sea ivory colors, attending a concert after work, a barn of books that cost 25 cents to $3 each, rugged clothes, having a dictionary by the bed, making a list of things that have been bugging you all winter, never being short on confidence, fishermen early in the morning, making the freshest juice, invisible ink, playing cottage cheese, a gnarled tree buffeted and time-worn standing in stark silhouette, being able to hold a glass to your mouth by sheer lung power, pipsqueaks, realizing what a wonderful mate you have, thumb wrestling, bean canvas totes, town halls, Tex-Mex food, a Chinese red lacquer coffee table, picking up your favorite cheeses, glow, sudden confrontation with a huge expanse of gentle hills and clusters of old trees, a service counter in the kitchen, yawning, stubby tugboats, I love it, exchanging news over tea, the screams of people riding roller coasters and splashing in the flume, bobbing markers for lobster pots, slices of watermelon with small seeds in them, Orthodox Easter's red eggs, long toothpicks, cheap Hawaiian shirts, pumpkin soup in the fall, hot coals in the hearth for toasting toes, a Swedish whip, an old-fashioned pole with a metal grabber used for retrieving items from high shelves, ripe cantaloupe, Victorian laces, mice, rum raisin flavor, theatrical spotlights with amber filters, root crops, potatoes, peanuts, onions, beets, carrots, turnips, rutabagas, slow sunsets, reading dictionaries, windshield wipers keeping time to the radio, lazy evenings, using less and less toilet paper as one nears the end of the roll, custom cowboy boots, gingham dresses, and Smithfield ham, casual shoes, hefty, well-fatted ham with ripe melon, a Swiss chalet dollhouse, bouzouki music and blue sea, floaty, filmy clothes, white, daisies, milfoil, Queen Anne's lace, white caps on a windy sea, business suits, a bake sale with apple butter, apple Dumplings, sausage, scrapple, cider, and funnel cakes, fraternity pins as a sign of intended future engagement, supernatural delights, gaslight era frosted glass ruffled bell lamps, sunglasses and shades, borrowing an RV, bleached oak salad bowls, a room overlooking the lakeshore, cider made from bruised apples, apple juice from undamaged apples, wonderful serendipitous experiences, gourmet clubs, instant cocoa with cinnamon sticks, sticky glazed pecan cinnamon rolls, a shady, babbling brook. Candle dipping, marine paintings and prints, the folding process that allows Kleenexes to emerge from the box one at a time, tickets to the symphony, absence making the heart grow fonder, a ride home after dropping your car off to be serviced, being looked at, sharing things, toys, fun, giggles, secrets, what your wedding night was like, watching a woodturner make wooden bowls, muggy dugouts, wooden ceilings, rushing rivers, order, Mexican wedding cookies and cakes, sun sparkles, playing a game of hopscotch with a neighbor, phrase making, airy peach pink color, going up to the attic and trying to throw away 10 things bigger than a bread box, reflections of the seasons in constantly changing and inviting patterns of sights and sounds, fantod equals nervous movements, going home, the purple, bell-like flowers of the false foxglove, social security number, first 3 numbers tell in what part of the country you were born, next 2, a code for the year you applied, last 4, your citizen's number. Blue blazer, gray flannels, Weegens, white shirt, and red and blue rep tie, solving problems, the need for imagination, gilt-edged picture frames, not worth a red cent, loving what you do, caller ID, whoopee colors, basketball time buzzers, writing the phone number from the answering machine message correctly in just one listen, scrambled eggs with 5 cheeses, salt, smells of different gravies crowding the air, the NCAA's March Madness, learning to fly, milking cows, the panic button. Chenille, 2 layers of chocolate candies, brand new dominoes and checkers, a ghoulish coyote chorus, hide and seek, planning trips to country inns, pigeonholes, watching others play, bringing a blanket to sit on outside at lunch, feeding a hummingbird, summer dinner out in the garden, wooden spaghetti spoons, a really good hamburger, conchologists, the moon etching whimsical hieroglyphics on the snow beneath naked trees, simplicity and sophistication, columnists, lumberyards, full skirt. Bathing suits, a pancake breakfast at town hall, sitting on the deck of a sailboat, slumber parties, surrendering, having a really good photograph taken, armfuls of spring flowers, an emotional refill, delivering compassion, having a story, poem, or article published, spaghetti alla bolognese, fig Newton cookies, rappelling cliffs, waiters in red jackets, daily joy breaks, modeling schools, cheese stores, Illinois, trains, Lake Michigan, wheat, stockyards, a June morning, the color of purest honey, love for nature, candles of different heights on terracotta saucers, making simple wooden toys, New England cookbooks, scarlet ribbons, icy clear water, having a heart, fluffy sweet potatoes, houses clustered like barnacles on the hills, a sewing nook, putting a flower on someone's pillow, times when you can see, but not be seen, serene statues of Buddha, a complete paradox, taking someone to work, places where you need a tundra buggy or snowcat, IMAX movies, chairlift up a slope. Creative photography, hanging a favorite quilt on the living room wall behind the sofa, daddy smoking his pipe in the family room, the very best tea, the very blackest coffee, and the very thickest cream, designing advertisements, hours of climbing trees, the NCAA, fending off a pushy salesperson, salads mixed at the table, plastic-colored Easter eggs that split, bacon, eggs, sausage, coffee, cereal, pitchers of milk, apple butter, 2 kinds of fresh rolls, and gallons of apple juice, keeping busy at your highest natural level, Goldilocks, quixotic equals foolishly romantic, extravagantly chivalrous, slingback espadrilles, wooden book stands for large dictionaries, sweeps of white beach that surround the ocean's edge, an oversized mohair sweater in new tapestry flats, clear blue creek waters, walking between the raindrops, homemade egg noodles, a steam explosion of corn kernels, self-serve anything, love that lasts and lasts, hugs, nubby wools in solids and tweeds, abundant flannels. Gabardines, camel's hair, cashmere, alpaca, an irresistible party mood, adjustable chamber candlesticks, trigonometry, a romantic holiday with one special person, the police beat, chocolate milkshakes, cold cucumber soup, made hot, then chilled, horse prints and hunting scenes, arrowheads, perfect summer parties, a torchlight ski down the slopes, patterned silk ribbons, butternut squash bisque with apples, sleepy dogs, primitive reproduction paintings, compulsive crossword puzzle doers, Coca-Cola dispensers, using a hot tub, seeing the world as it is, plain lo mein, gardens planted with cold weather crops, turnips, broccoli, cauliflower, and peas, waffles with berries and fresh fruit, peaches, nectarines, apricots, and bananas, coffee beans and grinder, grocery bags with handles, police and firemen's badges, gold teeth, wine dark sea, nail polish, a Swedish country inn set well off the main road, the domino theory, using a shoe to hammer a nail into a wall, telephone, and television. Cables attached to the house, swinging and creaking in the winter wind, moderation, chamber music, pretty floral patterned plates, judo belts, the 7 dwarfs, bashful, doc, dopey, grumpy, happy, sleepy, sneezy, trimming your own hair, quartz, filling out a how was the service card, reference books, speeding through caution lights, the prospect of teleporting, brown, green, and yellow plastic trash bags, workaholics, small bells hung from pagoda roofs, English farmhouse cheddar cheese. making a wish on a ladybug, liquid diets, yellows, oranges, and rusty greens of the hickories, sumac, and beeches, Rolex watch copycats, the night breeze gently nudging the sailboats, an old-fashioned brass telephone with separate earpiece, letting your hair dry in the sun, packing weeks ahead of schedule, a picnic in an orchard, andirons and fireplaces, rambunctiousness, sleep learning, problem solving, and dream yoga, kitchen gardens, icebergs, koala bears, making a new bed in the spring. Decorated Christmas trees, a baggy-eyed baker on the night shift, shopping at Macy's for 2 hours, beer gardens at fairs, earthenware butter tubs, 8-packs, florist's boxes, keeping a smile on your face till the shutter clicks, plush parlor and dining cars, planning things, a picnic, concert, hike in the woods, ice-cold oranges and crisp red onion salad, drawing a self-portrait, spice cabinets, watching kids ice skate, shuffling through brittle leaves, park concerts, dark green upholstery. Rearranging the house, more than 40 years of happy thoughts, social workers, selling like hot cakes, at least one night having lean cuisine, Chinese food delivered, or delicacies picked up at a specialty store, bird's nests, Red Barn Red, tennis whites, mystery novels, summer houses, having someone to make you laugh when things are tough, sash windows that look out on the street, I Ching predictions, Old Kentucky Rain by Elvis, rain-hatched mushrooms springing underfoot, college rings, the great thing about humans being their ability to change, Chinese brocade diaries, summer weight slacks, getting something fixed, appropriate flirtation, pineapple coconut flavor, an underground railroad, the condition of waking up with your pajamas turned 180 degrees, a class you want, offered at a time you can attend, hot, perfumed freshen-up towels, seeing the twinkling lights of town in the distance, a steak for two, pickled beets, butterscotch-colored straw hats, airmail routes, puzzles. Acrostics, anagrams, charades, conundrums, crosswords, cryptograms, enigmas, mazes, palindromes, tongue twisters, cheering up a dreary desk, airtight alibis, educational puzzle maps of the United States, avoiding people who make you feel guilty, Valentine's Day aluminum-wrapped shoeboxes for school, screened-in porches with delightful views and breezes, shoehorns, spending a weekend alone with the cat, getting your point across, getting a profound sense of well-being from a tidy linen closet. Dressing up for holidays as an adult, bad dining hall meals, fire embers seeming endowed with a memory of the sun, singing old hymns in church, long skirts, peanuts and raisins mixed, the many names and shades of brown and beige, juicy hamburgers, the springy device attached to the back of a door that prevents the doorknob from marring the wall, a stable with a dozen island bred palominos, waiters serving stations, mail that is not all bills, rubber baby buggy bumpers, tongue twister. Wrinkle creams, striped baseball shirts, playing fair, a country mile, a quirky alone, single and happy, corporate farms, fresh produce, climbing to a lookout point that offers a sweeping panorama of countryside, chamois cloth shirts, violin lessons, Wedgwood Blue, television show synopses, kindergartners on their first trip to the library, the Hollywood sign, the far side of the moon, the wrapper of your favorite candy bar, hot buttered rum in the bar of a country inn, winter woods whitening. Silently, dots and dashes, track meets, love returned, previewing music before buying or downloading, the practice of Ayurveda, roads wide enough for only one car, with meeting places to wait, a wooden stepladder as plant stand, linking oneself with a great cause, being as cute as a bug, cutting tags off new clothes, curlicues, savoring a quick fix from a novel or leafing through a travel magazine at lunch, playing holiday music, things we cannot be without, a thermos of frozen fruit. Slush, an early evening under the covers, garden benches, starting every day a little happier because you have the newspaper delivered, brunch in a dreamy garden setting, vending machines, Oregon red raspberry, sun-ripened strawberry, Oregon black raspberry, wild Maine blueberry, and Michigan red tart cherry preserves, buttered maple syrup, rain ponchos, going clamming, multicolor ski hats, nurturing your own spirit, fast snowfalls, chocolate mints, being fresh from the shower in a big row. With wet hair combed back, fall fashions, corn beginning to ripen, rare birds, farmhouses with silos waiting to be filled, oatmeal, ocean pearl, olive, onyx, Oxford blue, peach, pearl gray, pecan, peppermint red, pewter, pine green, pistachio, platinum, plum, powder blue, primrose pink, pumpkin, Puritan gray, putty colors, tiramisu melting in your mouth, the baskets of a donut shop, being young at heart, keys, losing weight, attentiveness, being in the same boat as your best friend. Elopements, going to Tiffany and trying on rings, showing a child how much fun life can be, a lifestyle office, with places to meditate, shoot hoops, take a nap, comfort food, Mother Goose, leading a meditation group, funny toes, crocheting, crystallography, cut flowers, deliciously odorous onion rolls in an ice cream scoop of creamy butter, the subtle shading and smell of a peach, being swift to hear, slow to speak, stage managers, spirographs and Hot Wheels, moving into town from the suburbs. St. Joseph's aspirin for children, clouds of herbal essence, roaring fires, soap balls, the posts of a picket fence, lights on timers for vacation, hold the bus, a wave at sea, leaf patterns, movie stars, rainbow jello, French country pictures, mint frosted brownies, 1,000 fantasies, wind circles in the sand from beach grass, the position of your head as you bite into a taco, the red leather chair on which the dog is not allowed, leather held to armchairs by brass upholstery nails. Intramural swim meets, the first trip to look at colleges, social skills, pale radar screens flickering with activity, sending an unsigned card or valentine to the person you have a crush on, looking up words you don't know how to spell, a placid lake ruffled only by swans and other waterfowl, people who don't swear, cowslip leaves, cress, borage, chervil, vine tendrils, and pickled roots, a morning tea party, lighted fire, small clove-studded apples floating in hot cider, homemade toast with honey butter, and breakfast sausage cooked in maple syrup, asking yourself, is it true? Is it necessary? Is it kind? Working concession stands, thimbles, tape recorders, the last piece of pie saved for you, rope weaving, a quiet, unspoiled island, collecting souvenirs, stones from the beach, an antique sewing box from a yard sale, a roll of snapshots, getting the gist of required reading by reading the first and last chapters in Cliff or Monarch notes, chocolate and cream color, beach shacks in Hawaii, sexy music, telling a letter have a good trip as it goes in the mailbox, country style. Oatmeal, loans, hot cider, scalded English slaw, and homemade soups, gate leg tables, sea breezes, head lettuce with French dressing, Shetland yarn, rushing brooks and dark, quiet forests beside the road, nasturtiums, all colors, a cake baking, opening a box of old clothes and being enveloped by familiar scents, simple weeds blowing on a windy hill, candlelight processions, washing the car while barefoot, knowing a definition when you need it, Navy heroes, Saturday's child works hard for a living, fireplaces with mammoth andirons, doing whatever you like best to relax you, taking fried chicken on an airplane, filing the taxes in March, diaper services, progressive jazz, Google Maps, the many ways that make a kid feel big, sinking into down pillows, backward letters used only on clubhouse doors, half-cooked sugar cookies, blueberry jam, cultivating the seeds of serenity, the golden blaze of April forsythia, charcoal gray mirrors, roasting the corn, hurrying it to the table. Buttering it well, salting judicially, drag strips, cloudy day gray, looking back on the past with as much pleasure as you get from looking forward to the future, fancy combs for hair, travelogues, taking your time putting on makeup, hot applesauce, menu balancing, the cooing doves of morning, studying a menu, bistro menus, fried dough, puffy, flaky crusted, steamy inside, with a gentle, cakey cha, local peaches, late roses, cracking open a new book, fashions for every season, cactus pears. Jeep trips, George Carlin, comedian, New Year's Eve, the delicious smell of cooking food and the hustle and bustle of the preparation, picnic baskets, winning a blue ribbon, hand cranking a freezer of peach ice cream, talking intelligently, possibly brilliantly, dulcimer music, taking an hour a day for yourself, handle-less Chinese bowls, loose-leaf notebooks, private rituals, assorted size canvases, educational software, creamy tarragon dressing, ice boating, singing We Gather Together on Thanksgiving, echoes in a cave, escaping to a country inn with your child, small-boned people, blueberry cake, someone all mittened and scarved, mucklucks, fur-trimmed Eskimo boots, running your best time, the natural path that clings to the cliffs high above the sea, corduroy whale rubbing together, classic steamer lounge chairs with teak, brass, and marine varnish finish, vegetable dressing of crunchy mustard seeds in thick, creamy sauce, honey, brown sugar, horseradish, olive oil, and eggs. Half full, never half empty, lemon-flavored portobello mushroom sandwiches, blackened steak, Roadmaster tricycles, the light/dark knob on a toaster that makes you think you're in control, Pennsylvania Dutch chicken and corn soup, care labels on clothes, high school yearbooks, sassafras, pictures of mixed vegetables, being as warm as toast, oven-baked potato sticks, things becoming clarified once we nurture ourselves, steaming tea kettle water, old-fashioned alphabet blocks, eating apple pie. For breakfast, being rowdy, conch shells, rearranging the entire house in one day, Olympic hopefuls, finding things when you need them, the dust of everyday life, an African stone game called mancala, eating consciously, stretching muscles in the morning, modest cheerleader outfits, hundreds of tones of wool yarn side by side, shopping for new and used books, going to an oldie-goldie double feature at the drive-in, tall beeswax candles, things that don't cost a bundle, improving yourself, a splash pool for kids, fine damask linen napkins, hand-hemmed and graciously monogrammed, the honest simplicity of breakfast, falling stars after midnight, late day lounging back at the hotel, Mount Vernon, slick chintz, rules of thumb, open late shops, a restored Nickelodeon, old-fashioned bridal gowns, Staten Island, catching a butterfly in the palm of your hand and letting it go, croquet layouts, Nevada silver, gold button earrings, English muffins, split and toasted hot with lots of butter. And golden jam, whipping up a casserole, an office with a window, sugaring off equals gathering sap from maple trees and boiling it down over old-fashioned wood-fired evaporators, 5-year-olds, mechanical pencils, charcoal briquettes burning grayish-white, drowsy mornings, ice crystals so small, so light, that they float like mist and shimmer in a January sunrise, Sherpas, having your car warmed up by a loving soul before you go out on a cold winter morning, birch, aches, cool rainy weekends for lots of reading, occupant male, being sorority social chairman, toddlers in firefighter hats, art journals, the determination of an understudy, visiting Alaska, varying your study spots, canopy trays, red leotards, double-cut lamb chops, motorcycles, observing tadpoles in a clear pond, penny pitching games, when the rain stops and the sun comes out, WAKBALWS equals sealed with a kiss because a lick won't stick, cutting your own hair, Americanisms, practicing dance steps in the middle of the living room, white t-shirts, using a big word, studying in the library, sending home a menu, cancelled metro ticket, brochure from a hotel, a quote from a favorite novel, receding chins, less strenuous pleasures, blouses with Peter Pan collars, microwave/toaster/broiler in one, gold-threaded jewelry, growing food, training bras, watching a thunderstorm. Homer, light, fluffy ladyfingers, warm, dry socks, tying a dozen helium-filled balloons to a friend's car, watching the sun rise and set. Aboard ship, a down-to-earth attitude, umbrella shade tables, Quaker oats, finding your way through an office park, multicolored zaffos, gomptons, and zabutons for meditation, a dry basement, the steadfast sun, heavy Romanian crystal, hand-blown posy vases, kicking your baggage to the airport counter, tiger-striped cats, French chocolate custard and cheesecake served with whipped cream, puddles perking in the downpour, childhoods, international Morse code, dogs wearing college mufflers, chiffon. Cake with ice cream balls, swirl parfait glasses, a vet who makes house calls, tugs of war, below a meringue, a load of banana cream, butterscotch, lemon, chocolate, or coconut cream, fireflies flashing their taillights, throngs of businessmen in Ivy League suits, not making any excuses for 24 hours, dressing casual at night, good morning, sweetums, riding bikes and jogging along a seawall promenade, getting your picture in the paper, a smile you wear all over, cassava melon, secret drawers. Countertops, arena football, deepest raisin color, the secret urge to expedite the person ahead of you through a revolving door, fried, roasted, and smoked drumsticks and wings of turkey, hot and cold crisp salads, and crusty pies, multigrain foods, sleepy times, raspberry and lemon butter creams, flower-decked balconies, giving yourself a mind massage, a medicinal kiss on the forehead when you are under the weather, multi-hued stones collected from a river, pizza bricks, little boxes of breakfast cereal, secret messages, clear crystal, standing out in a crowd, same-day dry cleaning, mineral oils, the kind of man summer nights were made for, Paul Newman and Robert Redford in Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, a candle in a cluster of rock candy, yeast-raised donuts, hold the pickle, hold the lettuce, schooners and sloops in the harbor, okra, sea or woods patterns, acting goofy, deli roast beef, real mashed potatoes, peeled on the premises and veined with melted butter, tea. Shirt legends, cloth kites, ornithology, 3 kinds of people in the world, those who make things happen, those who allow things to happen, and those who don't care, a bonfire by the lake, humpshulips of Washington, taking off in an airplane, garden pots, Vermont granite, the land drawing a white sheet up to its chin, writing happy birthday on a pizza, the sound of boats rocking in their berths, blood oranges for breakfast juice, being aware of wonder, Chicago's Field Museum of Natural History. Bowls and baskets made out of bread dough, afternoons at garden fetes, flowered hats, tables laden with home produce, jams, cakes, tempting offerings, milk for teas, and cream for scones, jam bubbling on the stove, helping each other grow, the little store on the corner, status quo institutions, piano lessons, ballet lessons, dancing school, French lessons, tennis lessons, sailing lessons, riding lessons, summer camp, imagining someone watching and admiring or desiring you, candied apples, on a weekend night, setting the alarm for 2 a.m. to bake oatmeal cookies and read, write, or do whatever, honey and wheat germ, pick-me-up, the gleaming cloud of your own breath, white and shimmering, the smell of toasted strawberry Pop-Tarts, federal houses, coincidences, wildlife in its natural habitat, velocipedes, brown sweaters, square nails, plain ice cream cones, root beer's foam, from yucca plant extract, picking fresh green beans, Florida oranges, sculpturing ribbons to ornament packages. Or hang on the tree, buying socks that fit, the sea's monumental indifference, Chip and Dale chipmunks, latte bowls, bowling balls, Indiana, basketball, covered bridges, steel, yellow poplars, popcorn, limestone caverns, Notre Dame's Fighting Irish, living in Connecticut, taking 3-day weekends in the summer, New Haven and Waterbury clocks, khaki and wheat colors, quiet free hours to sit by a fire, surviving an awful Friday the 13th, dessert sauces, apple, blackberry, blueberry, butterscotch, caramel, cherry, cranberry, eggnog, mint, orange fluff, peach, fluffy sherry, and strawberry, a summer hamlet where cottages and picket fences crawl with wild roses, bread, still warm, in an unmarked plastic bag tied with a snippet of wire, the toot of a train, getting more freckles, peacock throne chairs, a gift from the sea, antique brass weights as doorstops, letting someone have the last word, May baskets, the length of icicles, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, being silly and funny, serious and strict, a pantry with cubbies, bins, stacks, and drawers, spider plants, frosted walnut cakes, beautiful flower-decorated greeting cards displayed in a basket, astronaut pens that write on any surface, upside down, forwards, and backwards, shoe tassels, red tile roofs and rolling Pacific waves, hotsy-totsy, someone understanding enough to hug you soft and close when you cry, and kiss away your tears, watching Dead Poets Society, cognizance of the many hierarchies in the world, cats sitting in the sun or by heating vents, a beauty shop appointment, fortune cookie pendants, chip and dip servers, visiting a formal garden on a sunny afternoon, watching the rain fall, a new wax job on your car, thank you for not smoking signs, stubby little glasses, action photography, taper candles, handball courts, mud-thick Greek coffee, butterflies, Gore-Tex, corn blades rustling, rabbits lying close, the owl coursing the crisp meadow on silent wings, hand-painted Chinese silk, parsley and watercress, days of ripened fruit, flying in crosswinds, clean sheets, bare bricks and lantern lights, lacy valentines, the aurora borealis, kindergarten drawings on the refrigerator, a New England baked bean supper on Saturday night and a roast chicken dinner at Sunday noon, letterheads, zoot suits, silly times, picking your own lobster from the restaurant tank, Noah Webster's birthplace in West Hartford, Connecticut, sewing scissors, the attuned eye/ear/mind finding. tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, a mixed bag, strange bugle sounds at basketball games, closing your eyes while riding on a motorcycle. Buy 3, get 1 free, breezeless days, a couch potato weekend, a New England meadow, green with the freshness of April, egg beaters, deep dish plum and black cherry pie, Russian salad dressing, meat crosshatched with grill marks, rowdy times, amour, hooves on cobblestone, drawstring pajama bottoms, Chicago loop windows at Christmas, jelly rolls, eerie lights, sitting down and really thinking about an attitude of yours that you're not sure of, taking a dare, feet sticking out of a sandpile, bare trees revealing each small movement of birds and animals, discussing philosophical matters of import, opening one's eyes a little more, fast learners, vast areas of cattails and river bulrushes, knowing what to do when the power fails, acorn squash, sauerbraten, pot roast, marinated several days in vinegar with vegetables and spices, hunting for natural wood, French vanilla, ordering French fries, a rainbow of soap bubbles dancing across the dishpan, changing self-defeating behavior, being soft-spoken, license plates, open studio day, when the cattle stomp and chew and swish their tails as if to keep warm, backgammon sets for 4 players, chili bowls with handles, spice-colored kitchens, postcards from friends dear and far, night lights, well-worn stone steps, fresh supplies of wood, list lovers, a bowl of potato and onion soup, curly endive, sunglasses with tortoiseshell frames, sitting on an outdoor patio overlooking a duck pond, snowberries, amateur psychoanalysis, chowders, milk, potatoes, onion, salt pork or bacon bits, love, reaching, touching, caring, sharing sunshine, showers and flowers, happy hours together, archaeological sites, walls overgrown with a green cloak of ivy, cherry stoners, variety being the spice of life, applying to graduate school, steamed clams, salad, and French bread is a light summer dinner, asking advice from a youngster, good directions, sapphire mountains set into emerald valleys, buffalo plaid, making yogurt, white clabbered houses, special K cereal going great with fruit, slide rules, clear glass candle cups, macaroni salad, hubcaps, wearing 3 bracelets at a time, taking something off the grocery shelf, deciding you don't want it, and then putting it in another section, an iron candle chandelier, searching out a piece of solitude and refreshing yourself with the sound of absolutely nothing, bamboo boxes, being able to say I made it myself, side dishes, the creak and complaint of ice crystals shrinking upon themselves, velvety lemon mousse, the brake pedal on the passenger side of the car that you wish existed when you're riding with a lunatic, patchwork calico, treating yourself to orchestra seats for one performance, bread sliced slim as a leaf, a sense of continuity, people who take risks, who are creative and love to experiment, who improvise and make the best of what they have, camel's hair jackets, hat racks and hats, cork panels filled with art, ideas, fabric scraps, color swatches, coolers of cold cola, the first blush of falling in love, double-decker London buses, the quintessential lumberjack's breakfast, piled high, glistening with melted butter, dripping with maple syrup, and partnered with a few choice strips of bacon or plump sausages, fresh ginger muffins, jumping frog contests, the texture of cream, having a diamond reset, toasting bagels, headphones, pounding surf, free refills on milkshakes, tastefulness, a weekend au-du, Belgian endive and breadsticks for scooping cheese, listing names and page numbers of favorite recipes inside cookbook covers, FAQs answered, tic-tac-toe, hot dogging, sweet potatoes with a glaze of sugar, cinnamon, margarine, and cornstarch, jailhouses, being surprised at what you learn about yourself, crocuses, Mount Everest, a rocking horse, very white tennis shoes and very yellow tennis dresses, thick bark on the trees, tangerine juice, insulated bottles, taking a constitutional, pine cones for kindling, bought at the roadside stand with pumpkins and Indian corn in the fall, working out at the gym, reciprocity, stars outside the airplane window, small stakes, Courier and Ives winter scenes, playing badminton without a net, cold asparagus tarragon, call waiting, pastel skies, chickens in the dooryard, Kansas City beef barbecue, discovering The Philosopher's Stone, Casablanca, movie, baby formulas, a room under the eaves, being, or living with, an intuitive cook, Smokey the Bear, stockings hung on the shower rod, talking shop, the suitcase that keeps going around and around the luggage carousel, succotash, corn, beans, tomatoes, and cream, envelope purses, no one else will ever love you the way I do, bins for pepper, raisins, currants, coffee, kegs of molasses, and canisters for milk in a grocer's shop, something frothy as icing. Dusk lingering with long light on the hilltops, families that spend leisure hours together having a chance to grow and understand one another, faucets and their handles, a bell to ring when you enter an office or store, chunky tomato dill soup, panoramas, digging out an old family recipe, playing favorite records and dancing wildly in the living room, lemon and tropical spices, twirling a baton, fear of being approached by several dozen waiters singing happy birthday, leaving work early the day before a holiday, IBM, the Farrah Fawcett hairdo, roller skating with a pillow strapped on, shaking up our routine way of doing things, bricks, forerunners, rolled up shirt sleeves, when, for the moment, the crowd is somewhere else, playing house, school, restaurant, outdoor thermometers, giving away or selling things you never use, monk's robes, believing you can do anything, an intricate Fabergé egg, a world in a gilded walnut shell, glimpsing a Yeti, accidentally on purpose, reading old Love letters, butter-fried ham and farm cheese sandwiches, the soothing sound of waves, leaded glass kitchen wall cabinets for displaying jars of home canned jams and vegetables, a tap room with bare floors, hanger steak, library books, taking someone a bunch of violets, driving a forklift or backhoe, addendum equals any secret place, the rusty greens of the hickories, having your hair braided, shell prints, ragged rain clouds scudding over Long Island Sound, understatement, buttered sandwich buns. Chinos, spare ribs and egg rolls, Art Deco geometrics, food coloring in snow to make hair and eyes for snowmen, breakfast in a pale pink light, buying 2 Sunday papers, Irish fishermen's pullovers of heavy, cream-colored wool, pine needles tipped with teardrops of rain, genealogy charts, a door on a base, used as a coffee table or desk, joining a flying club, a baby plant, screened porches, unscreened porches, glassed porches, unglassed porches, with old wicker chairs, pots of geraniums. Bringing romance to summer, sponge fishing, police officers and firefighters, Yale University, people knowing where they stand, the rasp of a file, amaretto cake, light yellow confection accented by almond liqueur and toasted almond slivers, seeds changing to flowers, tunnel vision, milkshake with a muffin, Scandinavia, cafes along the blue water's edge, riding in a wheelbarrow, the height to which a cat's rear end can rise to meet the hand stroking it, ice cream store posters, high-banked, 1. Car-wide lanes that lead to picture postcard-thatched villages, the fragrance of a summer rose, taking a bow, the system whereby one dog can quickly establish an entire neighborhood network of barking, apple peeling, slinky dresses, tubby time, dreaming of sinking into a comfortable chair, a bring-your-own-dish party, someone to fix your computer problems, the particular way you fold your laundry, unicorns, usherettes, flared skirts, taking a blanket and something to ward off chills out to. The dunes, mowing the lawn in your swimsuit and sneakers, open-mindedness, cereal and fruit parfaits, antique or old childhood books, rosemary sage myrtle herb candles in terracotta pots, Charlie Brown and Snoopy, Dilbert comic strips, the positive parts of your day, making lists at bedtime, a single flower floating in a small brandy snifter, loving freely, purely, apples and sweet potatoes with pork chops, every minute counts, malted milk waffles and pancakes, layer cakes, a friend who owns a truck, exploring your unconscious, enjoying a summer moon, children at recess, tree houses, Paul Revere's silver, Pizza Hut restaurants, puppet shows, a baby who sleeps through the night, jonquils, incumbents, making a child settee of a crib, Johnson & Johnson's baby powder, a rickety wharf, its legs stockinged in barnacles, sack lunches, dining by the window, Geronimo, cat food commercials, puttering about the house, the smell of newly mimeographed test papers, slices of rare roast beef, green peas, and baked potato with everything, par 3 golf, having something to read tucked in your pocket or handbag, being partners, candied sweet potatoes, huckleberries, freezing bread dough, inheriting an island, oatmeal with maple crumbles on top, big, hooded trench coats, second chances, perfectly textured hot chocolate, candles glimmering behind cut glass holders that reflect the light 100 times over, hearing a sound you don't notice until it stops, e.g., the furnace or refrigerator. Shutting off, hot-to-go coffee and sandwiches, generosity, practicing, strange paw prints to investigate, a seafarer's knot, mouth-watering delicacies, Kentucky mints, squirrels with the bushiest tails, order of presidential succession, chickadees, motels, lemon meat loaf, Mountain Dew soda pop, summer glacier skiing in New Zealand, repairing a lamp, quarterbacks, knife-sharpened pencils, strawberry-flavored milk, true love, bright white paint, Chanel quilted purses with chain straps, waking up in a tent on an island in Canada, working smarter, the smell of hot coffee, having the number of a child's birthday party guests equal the child's age, more isn't always better, snow swirling on the road, dinner out and dinner in, an empty parking space, storm sashes, good news, practicing speaking French, the uses of a yardstick, a television set in an armoire, sewing rooms, sorting clean laundry, crease-resistant clothes, scones served with butter, jam, and Devonshire whipped cream, study. Hall escapades, 7, beef cuts, pot roast, rib roast, brisket, chuck steak, club steak, Delmonico steak, porterhouse, filet mignon, top sirloin, rib roast, round steak, T-bone, baling hay, making plans, pie throwing, being happy together, flannel pants and long, crisp walks, beaches that are red in the east, honey in the middle, and tawny in the west, sloping gently to the water, backed by bluffs and dunes and cut by bays and harbors, every word in the lexicon, pan pizza from Domino's, real. Coffee, home-roasted and home-ground, roast pork, fried potatoes, baked tomatoes, railroad tracks, an attempt by a gumball to sneak out of the chute and roll past the buyer, old implements hung in restaurants, chairs of bent bamboo and floors of cool tiles, heartfelt apologies, oriental rugs, the structure of texts, kills, perfect leaf lettuce and tiny onion rings with a wonderful vinaigrette, soft pile rugs, anything houndstooth, going vegetarian a few days a week, tire swings, sunscreens. Shareware, watermelon rind pickles, the Qantas koala bear, the resonance of crystal, school pictures, the whoosh and roar of the wind, pizza places, daffodils and primroses rising from the grass, wide pants, burnt sugar chiffon cake, wild seascapes, controlling the largest empire on a monopoly board, chartered buses for wrestling teams, doing something every year so that it becomes traditional, fresh, romantic, tender moments, helmet-style coal buckets, creamed skillet potatoes, apricot jelly roll cake, atmospheric haze, easy-to-read clocks, ground chuck, when a back or neck pain goes away, homemade fudge, thawing ice cream in the microwave, devouring your ice cream without getting brain freeze, quarts of milk, a sweet tooth, wading in the water after sleeping in the sun, leaning on a buck and rail fence, tiny sample perfume vials, laurel leaves, layered seeds and nuts in an apothecary jar, trains, tangy scent of wax and varnish, atmosphere, gathering around the piano in the lounge, tins of cream of coconut, fennel-specked sausage, picnic tables on the pier, taxi whistles, Jimmy Carter, former president, sand, soft underfoot, waking up with a really pleasant thought, burgundied meatballs and dilled mushrooms, the gleaming symmetry of a frosted spider web at dawn, bowtie pasta, broiling tomato halves with cinnamon, bread crumbs, and butter, when the soup du jour at the corner deli is your absolute favorite, green onion dip, iridescent shapes, sunlight making polka dots on noses as it spills down through oak leaves, goldsmithing, twin theaters, poor boy shirts, being moved by a book or by nature, victory shouts, knowing you'll get 7 hours sleep, chic sneakers, bebop tunes, chicken, avocado, orange, and tomato, bathed in oil flavored with crystallized ginger, plaid cotton flannel, medical kits, keeping each thing to its season, chocolate milk, the rare movie that revisits your consciousness the next day, deep-sea fishing charters, writing to lots of people, army surplus, petrified wood, Winn-Dixie stores, sacks of spices, new white tennis shoes, changing pictures for spring, dinners including choice of appetizer, salad, potato, and drink, old-fashioned hot fudge sundaes, doing some research on the place you want to visit on your next vacation, shabby gentility, data hounds, Filofax agenda books, daisies exercising in the breeze, new potatoes with mustard butter, mulling spice balls of orange peel, cinnamon, allspice, and clove, joining Habitat for Humanity, cufflinks, reserving a window table, a space heater, yam and postal blue colors, predicting voter turnout, violinists raising their bows, pulling a rocker close to the stove, Valentine's Day, the oldest holiday, ship models, nautical memorabilia, Zal right, sleep learning, the smell of bathroom soap, the slow lap of water at the moored boats, hors d'oeuvres small enough to eat in one bite, a young forest in green pinstripes, a bubbling hot tub, spoon coasters, potted palms, bananas and orange juice, tea tarts, delicate, sweet pastry with jam or mincemeat filling, great escapes, slushy ices made with real peaches, watermelon, cantaloupe, etc., big paychecks, fog, technically nothing but a cloud in contact with the earth, having your gang meet for pictures at a studio that takes turn-of-the-century photos, a Qing Dynasty artist's brush jar, the big countdown on radio stations on New Year's Eve, winter's ice cream sea, sandglasses, sterling silver, playing Yahtzee, clear lucite flatware, stretch socks, Providence/Fall River, Rhode Island, keeping the scorebook, the 4 basic food groups, a sunken living room, stemmed bubble goblets, the 5 most consumed food products, milk, potatoes, beef, sugar, canned vegetables, highlights children's magazine, being all dressed up with nowhere to go, honeymooners wandering the country roads, feeding the ducks and swans on the pond, closet offices, the serrated teeth of a tape dispenser, rakes, trowels, and spades, Swiss steak burgundy, smothered in vegetables, conspicuous consumption, Galileo slow thermometers, crystal orbs rearranging themselves, frosted cocktail color, the speed of light, painted barges, a rubber stamp printed with a favorite slogan, pot roast gravy, kiss, kiss, hug, hug, 64 new crayons, knowing the names of your senators and representatives, a sled and team of horses for gathering the sap, which is taken to the sugar house for boiling down to syrup, drawing energy and vitality from one's surroundings, miniature angel food cakes with frosting in the middle, candles hooded with red parchment shades, cast iron pots, never anticipating wealth from any source but labor, slow curves, and eat in the rough restaurant, chilly in summer, the Maine wilderness, spending a night at a farmhouse, saying grace, rural roadside stands, teddy bears, hot chocolate cups and saucers, enduring traditions, a voicemail from someone you've been waiting to hear from, chicken spread, the green of white pines and firs and native spruces, 7th inning stretches, colorful fishing boats, cooking without an oven, planting a window box, Tightwad, Missouri, the lower chalet at the edge of the forest, aeronautics, Neiman Marcus stores, licorice sticks, the best things in life are free, having a wonderful nurturing side, a Saturday morning round of clean the house, Jack Frost, chairs with sidearm tables, rereading a good book, reed-fringed lagoons, fine cuisine, the simple life of worms. Walking a country lane on a cool morning, velcroed toddler sneakers, the fairy tale factory in your mind, the value of a hug from a loved one, getting married on February 29th, the armchair public, joining clubs in school, jump shots, takeout falafel, a shampoo session outside, executive jump ropes with digital counters, box springs, cowneck sweatshirts, thickets of blackberry bushes and morning glory vines, deviled ham and relish sandwiches, club camaraderie, a very old mulberry tree. Cigar boxes for stationery, circle pins, oil paintings, high notes of an opera soprano, the dryer chuntering, the roadrunner, the old family Bible, tortoiseshell headbands, thank you notes, fog burning off into a beautiful sunny day, workers setting up umbrellas on an outdoor restaurant's patio, the love stamp, knuckleballs, just happening upon a parking spot in the right place, sleeping on a train, putting on the soundtrack of a favorite Broadway show, and singing in the shower, wild card. Teams, stoneware tortilla warmers, cracking a secret code, changing colors, huge sandwiches, coffee server on stand with votive candle, beach lunches, rainforests, rocking chairs, more evocative than almost any other piece of furniture, locking glove compartments, granny nighties, an unexpected yes, bandeau tops, vegetable bins, getting the best news of your life, the Greek alphabet, alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, zeta, eta, theta, iota, kappa, lambda, mu, nu, 11, omicron, pi, rho. Sigma, tau, upsilon, phi, chi, psi, omega, rewarding yourself, Nantucket relish, Chappaquiddick and Cape Cod chutneys and green pepper jelly, packed in canning jars with calico lids, horses in nippy weather, a 7-point comfort check, brain, temperature, light, noise, thirst, digestion, body, a pulsating shower head, blowing air out the window and seeing steam, china cups and saucers, warm weather thirst quenchers, wind waltzing rain across the road, soundproofing, air hockey, slapping the bottom of a ketchup bottle with too much intensity, self-acceptance, season tickets, weeping willows, free mints and toothpicks after dinner, tucking something special, like a little note, into a lunchbox, briefcase, pocket, or purse, sleeping soundly when it's snowing hard at bedtime, waking full of anticipation, lying in bed at night, picking out one thing you did well for the day, and congratulating yourself, wearing one long braid, silky floss, antique lace, the doldrum months, the first nip of clear, cold air, the sun bouncing off water, primping and powdering, satin sachets with hints of lavender, roses, and lace, pattern books, a brainchild, canisters with scoops attached, going to 3 movies in one day, angel food birthday cake, when the pink of the sunrise reflects on the snow of a glacier, 3D movies, herbs to use with cheese, the shape of a paint flake, coffee in a large thermos pitcher for helping yourself, gift cards for a favorite restaurant, ice cream for dessert. And coffee or lemonade, Chiquita bananas, the hunter-gatherers, potato fields, selling on consignment, golf links, unmowed patches of grass, discovered after one has put away the mower, Edwardian London, high-spired churches, teaching by example, writing thank you notes, standing at the window and seeing the snow, the flakes of crystal perfection, feathering from the sky, lemon pancakes served with fresh raspberries or raspberry syrup, the way your lover looked at you the first time you met. Historical buildings, quaint squares, and flower-trimmed alleys, all lined with restaurants and shops full of English woolens and china, instant messaging services, maple sugar men, spiles, and sap buckets, pocket-sized tissue packs, pizza bicolor, neon lights, the delicious cool of the uplands, soft, wet kisses and very big hugs, having a menu of reading with enough variety to ensure there is always something new to work on, a small boy running into his mother's hug, breathing space, summer. Theater, making toast with homemade bread, cobblestone streets, a barn busy with horses stamping and snorting, when the sky has lost the sunlight but not yet found the stars, the library's summer book club and earning gold stars, vocabulary words known by heart, a volcano-shaped mound of mashed potatoes, gravy bubbling out from a deep crater formed by a heavy ice cream scoop, unlikely juxtapositions, a terry face mitt for the bath, equanimity, the word boo, pajamas at breakfast, stately palms. Being misled by the tinted window of a toaster oven into thinking something is done, eating utensils, flamingo coral, sunny red, sunflower pink, pink orchid colors, cutting alfalfa, brainstorming, toe clippers, exploring the twisting passageways of a limestone cave, shooting a whole roll of film in one day, ledgers, blanket chests, browsing in a favorite book or record store, the patience to make pastries, spanakopita, treating yourself to a new toothbrush, visualizing an impending occasion. And considering all the pleasurable possibilities, collecting milk bottles, sleeping in a back field, chiclets, pulling a velvety petal from a flower and brushing it against your cheek, getting up first, making coffee, and delivering it to someone still in bed, old political cartoons, movie trailers, hybrid day lilies, resurrection lilies, 8-foot-long scarves, pitting yourself against the wilds, raisin and apple rolls, the meaning of a bird's song, scatter baskets of bread, a picnic at the office for lunch, snowplows, scrub pants, a checkers game set up atop a barrel, Portsmouth, New Hampshire, simple vanilla coffee cake, a squirrel's forepaws swiftly excavating a new hole, entertainers' real names, sight-reading music, driving up to the lake and having a picnic with the squirrels, buttermilk, a sample of microbrewery beers at a brewpub, teas tailor-made to individual requirements, leisurely bubble baths, turning a plush bath sheet into a sarong, emptying out the medicine cabinet. Fresh paint, prepping your bath with scented sachet cubes, bubble bath, soaps shaped like shells, the Nobel Peace Prize winners, halter tops, wicker baskets as pencil holders, watching Northern Exposure on DVD, in cold weather, simmering apple cider, cinnamon, cloves, and tangerines to make the house smell cozy, early evening bird calls, lucite clipboards, a rainbow seen as a complete circle, ironing hair, lobster pounds and piers, bare trees spreading mantillas of black lace against the pale sky, mushroom identification, uncirculated pennies, painting the town red, watching the sun fill the sky with a rainbow of colors, a swimming pool at the hotel, grosgrain ribbon for headbands, watch bands, and belts, unbuttered green beans, avocado plants, at a 6 a.m. breakfast, watching the sky perform, observing the guts of the creative process, baking potatoes in aluminum foil, serving warm, soft pretzels to guests who come expecting ordinary snacks, chenille sleeping socks with non-skid Bottoms, brownie cake, feeding bread to birds in winter, a walking stick, the sandpaper-like nubs on a cat's tongue, your first homemade stuffed mushrooms, freedom to flunk French, 99 may say no, the 100th yes, sitting on a stoop, watching dusk change to darkness and counting the stars, golf books, double bolting the door, layered salad, the dew, the air, the sounds of the birds, the coolest/hottest/wildest colors, baby corn cobs, keyboard shortcuts, a carefully arranged mind. Flaming bright maple trees, receiving a promotion, glazing a pot, fashion quizzes, cork, length, width, depth, and time, applause, the collar never folded down on a cotton turtleneck, egg and snow with smoked bacon, sweet peas in soft bunches of muted colors, peppery blue cheese sauce, markers from Civil War battlefields, chocolate cups with strawberry cream, cass, romaine, lettuce, sipping a Coke, fasting on warm milk and sweet bread the night before turkey, yummy to lick envelopes. Blueberries and raspberries to freeze for winter pies, lavalites with gook blobs, tea cakes and honey butter, for hugs a day, emphasis on handcrafts, phrases de bois equals wild strawberries, the smell of vinegar and pickling spices drifting out the door, country cottage lamps, lakeside roads with farm stands offering apples, pumpkins, pears, and other fruits and vegetables, achieving more, but possibly doing less, with rest, the last glow of the fireplace, small tidal pools in which you can see bright green moss and species of marine life, Gustav Stickley, Duncan Fife, and Brewster chairs, circular couches, apricots to zucchini, button boxes, blowing out all the candles, balancing the checkbook at a sidewalk cafe, serpentine-linked necklaces, a 12-quart covered stockpot, bananas and sour cream, graceful sofas with slightly faded covers, kindly given instruction, unhurried hours away from pressures, nurturing creativity, bold, exciting looks, passing a test, 5 different kinds of cakes and breads, plenty of whipped cream, jam and butter and a pot of tea under a tea cozy, beach babies, world-class photographers, koi fish, longhorn cheese, it will rain if cows are lying down in the pasture, 2-for-1 sales, notch-collared blazers, a beautiful old hotel in London, wind heard at the chimney and around the corners of the house, swishing and roaring through the naked woodland and sighing among the pines and hemlocks, extravagant lawn parties, setting aside time for relaxation, miniature tins of tea, jams, or jellies, or blended coffees for a treat, using a table of contents or a short, out-of-context chapter to spark a new kind of logic, stone fireplaces, bright, sunny cold days, cypress trees, collages, freebies and cheapies, pre-moistened towelettes, block parties, taking back road tours, subdued pastels, ground beef, taking the time to be appreciative, wheelbarrows, peach muffins, Turk's Head nautical knot, dictionary parlor game, nice socks. Muffins stuck to the paper holders, small-town cafes, the small bar that turns an O into a Q, passing over licorice jelly beans, leather sweaters and pleated skirts, passion flowers, scented candles and inks, the fogging of bathroom mirrors, wearing your best color, the smell of onions and Italian sausages, baby cougars, anything and everything well-made, the 5 great blessings, happiness, health, virtue, peace, longevity, a great restaurant that few people know about, bucking a trend. Being prankish, police car loudspeakers, preventive medicine, seaside communities, special art exhibits, the first paragraph of a newspaper article, looking up obscure words in the Fictionary dictionary game, want ad weeks, needlecrafts, living life spontaneously, afternoons, swings made from old tires, rain rivers, when the hot dogs come in an 8-pack and the buns in a 6-pack, peach jello, doing something post-haste, houseboats, meat markets, vacuum bottles, steel-belted radial tires. North Carolina, sands, Smoky Mountains, rhododendron, dogwood, tobacco, kitty hawk, litmus paper, double rainbows, Halley's Comet, handwoven fabrics, tinted with rich, earthy colors from the juices of fresh berries, kirigami, sweater coats, looking at old family photos, burnishing your own philosophy, a waving tide of color, diagramming a sentence, the one cube left by the person too lazy to refill the ice tray, crazy hats and sunglasses, white ash tennis rackets, natural Swiss cheese, colored gloves, country manners, the swirly, splotched paint pictures you can make at a fair, laughing at someone's attempt at watermelon growing, fresh vegetable sticks, pine cones dropping in the fall, breathe right strips, South Dakota, Badlands, Black Hills, and Rushmore, clear days, duck decoys, the pasteurization process, pushpins, wet babies, a great date movie, apple silk cheese pie, village church bells, white porcelain cups and saucers sprinkled with delicate confetti dots, anticipation being the greater joy, striking while the iron is hot, a fleet of taxis when you need one, ice cream table and chairs, narrow snakeskin belts with silver-toned buckle, tips, and keeper, little paper cups of honey butter, tactful lighting, like apricot pink, golfing with fathers, raking leaves, $1 Washington, $2 Jefferson, $5 Lincoln, $10 Hamilton, $20 Jackson, $50 Grant, $100 Franklin, $500 McKinley, $1, Cleveland, $5, Madison, $10, Chase, $100, Wilson, selling your first house. Making cut flowers last, bathonettes, a butter crock, morning light, room at the inn, airy eggnog, ice buckets, an occasional trash breakfast, like a bowl of tricks and a dip into a juicy novel, hula, lei, mumu, ukulele, luau, the foxtrot, crackly skinned all-beef kosher hot dogs, a treasure hunt for red raspberries or running vine blackberries, the whack of a bat against a baseball, guitar lessons, fact seekers, an atomic alarm clock, music, the rip-pee-pee of a zipper, Monopoly games, harvest. Chowder, beginning a journal in a blank book, fresh sand color, honesty being the only policy, pedometers, weekly reader magazine, a lynx on a Rocky Mountain crag, Christmas trees from all lands, the ways people stand at a corner, bobsledding, Chanel No. 5 body cream, babysitting, dominoes, the shaded quiet of a Victorian gazebo and the tranquility of the woods, Yankee ingenuity, etiquette observation, a 3-year-old's imagination, acts of kindness, no matter how small, never being wasted. Chase's calendar of events, cultivating the habit of success, listening to your silent voice, large, messy submarine sandwiches, avenues of majestic trees, palm-lined beach t-shirts, country fairs, extra virgin olive oil, emerald islands, remembering your sunglasses, soccer socks, supper dances, pearl blue color, jelly for morning toast, Labor Day weekends, shredded cabbage salad, saddle soaping leather, once in a blue moon, catching a robber, candlelight ceremonies, baby grand pianos, apple wedgers and corers, crumpets, straight-sided, pale, round and hot, honeycombed with holes and ideal with absorbing butter, popcorn stitching, a candelabra of handcrafted tin, miter boxes, beautiful buys in a straw market, a turkey sauce of cooked cranberries and ground whole oranges, candlelight dinners at 8 instead of neon-lighted dinners at 6, pistachio cake served warm with ice cream, creamy white English pitchers, birdies singing the same song over, Society Girls, Mighty Mouse, playing Password, prosciutto and melon, John Lennon and Paul McCartney, songwriters. Thick sweaters, cotton candy, congratulatory notes, homecomings, picnic groves, lacy Peter Pan collars, dillweed from California, halved melons filled with strawberries, greenhouse fresh roses, water wheels, bean lovers, a reflective turn of mind and a special spirit of enjoyment found in New England, Point d'Esprit stockings, golden, succulent chicken with relish tray, tasty cottage cheese, and crackers, overstuffed sandwiches, camels, Tarzan, Texas, gulls, pilots, breaking even, dinner bells. Walking barefoot in the park, playing games in a cool basement during summer, jelly beans, ornament storage boxes, lit from within glow, drive-in movies, beauty lessons, buying all new spices, that object you wouldn't trade for the world, the first frost coming without a whisper, the glistening leaf, the gleaming vine, old-fashioned washboards, a June and February party, bread and butter pickles in blue-tinted mason jars, men who explain their behavior by saying, I'm just a wild and crazy guy. Broad upholstered chairs, getting caught singing to Muzak when taken off hold, everything, a cathedral of trees, embroidery samplers, paths edged with hibiscus, tossed salad with cheese cubes, sipping coffee in an antique cup and saucer and stirring with a silver spoon, hoisting the sails in Florida in brisk blue early mornings at the marina, boxes, long socks, taking care of plants, imagining a fire hydrant is a Martian in disguise, setting things in motion, the do something you haven't done in years plan, buttered new potatoes with skins on, an osprey nesting site, squirrels with question mark tails, burying dogwood berries in the lawn, doodads, fortune cookies, miniature teacups and saucers, pea jackets, an apple ginger preserve, glass apothecary jars with multicolor or different shaped shells, pre-steaming fresh young vegetables, zucchini, yellow squash, corn on the cob, mushrooms, and then grilling them for a woodsy smoke flavor, things you can do with your eyes closed, a bush's shadow on a tree trunk, contributing to a lending library, corn on the cob dishes, obi sashes, country mist, exchanging restaurant recommendations at breakfast, an old movie on a cold night, daffodils popping up in February and roses that bloom all year, turned up shirt collars, Air Force One, Mandarin rice, standing up for yourself, jargon, the perfectly soft inside of a new sweatshirt, dairy cows, Debussy's Claire de Lune jeans with clean patches, a brand new mattress. Timing your garage sale, Radio City Music Hall, daybreak, being in the pink, putting your feet up, squishing ice cream sandwiches, cardigan sweater jackets, errand running, lemon cokes, setting the scene, arranging the props, and inviting your wittiest, chattiest acquaintances, wide ruffles, braising food, mullein, wild yarrow, broom sedge, dock, and black-eyed Susans, stationary embossers, French milled soap, fresh flowers, and fruit, viewmasters, artists' pencils, pocket fishing poles, and introductory offer, colored bottles, choral singing, window seats and bready-smelling mazes of book racks, school songs, pooping out completely, kitchens with high wooden ceilings and louvered windows, daddy's cooking dinner, baking powder biscuits, chocolate wafer cookies, storyboards, years from now, remembering everything, the light, the words he said, the magic mood, meteor showers, perfect baked potatoes, really thick eyelashes, goo-goo eyes, getting up and watching the sunrise even if you don't have to because of your job, treating everyone with civility and respect, complimentary appetizers of barbecued meatballs and cheese spread served with garlic toast, photographing the changes of season, no line at the returns desk, fresh, free, and sensitive people, unused paints, flight bags, newspaper style books, spinning pennies, the area on a windshield that the wipers cannot reach, Wrigley's gum, moontides, sand cats of the Sahara Desert, natural pine paneling and shutters, sports centers, secret closets, fuzzy rugs, apricot sunsets, affordable hair extensions, playing patty cake, 20 magazines for your vacation, light, silver dollar-size sour cream hotcakes, businessmen's striped Oxford shirts, bridal showers, pleasant autumn drives, clams in festively striped trapezoidal boxes, a price sticker that peels off completely, jogging with a friend, giving others ample opportunity to speak, treadle sewing machines, 6-lane freeways, the first crossword puzzle, 1913, red Velvet, staying until the candle burns out, the desperation of a love letter, a sharp paring knife, columnists who run out of ideas, waitress uniform dresses, raffia sun hats, the day slipping away, reverse hair permanents, toy planes made of balsa wood, homemade soup, bubbling softly, warming the house with delicious aromas and comforting your tummy on chilly nights, office file cabinets, riding around town on roller skates, working in an electronic cottage, cuddly white rabbits, rapping. Gifts, smoking hot biscuits, totes umbrellas and overshows, singing waiters, wallpaper decorated with roses, raspberries picked in the garden, an estimated 16.5 million people celebrating their birthday each day, speaking loudly to foreigners as if somehow it makes you easier to understand, lemon shake-up drinks at the fair, wagon wheel chandeliers, swamp maples in bright red, yellow, orange, and crimson flames, wabi-sabi, imperfect, impermanent, incomplete objects, let's see what we find in the fridge, becoming reacquainted with sunrise, little boys' spiraled curls ruffling up, when you're in love with the world, times when you have to eat and run. The helpful illustrations in cookbooks, memories that revolve around food, bowls of sparkling berries and fresh cream, baskets of popovers and croissants with little pots of jams and jellies, steaming coffee and freshly squeezed orange juice, thick country bacon, hot maple syrup, pancakes, and French toast, setting sail, drawing hopscotch lines, music in the air, your firstborn, the computer language of Java, phone calls from far away, sheepish smiles, a fun-to-be-fit attitude, melt-away mints. Whatever you're good at, triple sheets and show pillows, quiet green courtyards, a pond so placid it mirrors a willow tree, sling pumps, organizational thrills, chili dip with fresh vegetables, the ability to persist, mohair sweaters, slush, nuclear disarmament, using the drive-up window, logs and fires, using a razor, bright green peas and broccoli in a Chinese restaurant, a traditional cross-country sled, researching a business venture, a single bird making a graceful descent and perfectly timed splashdown, giving a briefcase to someone who really needs one, furry booties that warm your feet like little ovens, fixing gourmet meals, decathlons, silver whistles, a bench at the foot of the bed that rolls on casters for dining and writing in bed, a weekend gathering spot, bachelor's fare, bread, cheese, and kisses, fluorescent lighted luncheonettes, a barbecue sauce poised between molasses sweetness and spicy tang, hiking, double locks, chess sets that invite competition, stuffed pizza, descendant of Chicago's famous deep dish pizza, microfiber, harmonizing, shiny hair, barley, J.P. Todd's and Prada handbags, a book nook, the nickname bear, country stores, walking shady paths in the woods surrounding the inn, decorating with sheets, having the ducks at the zoo eat the bread you've thrown to them, incentive, lab smocks, Bunker Hill, catamarans, painting pictures of your garden flowers, trying on something that is too big, New York, Manhattan, the Catskills, Niagara Falls. The Statue of Liberty, the sugar-scented green of leaves, carrying a rabbit's foot, throwing your hair back away from your face to feel the sun, rotisseries, Ferris wheels for chickens, sleepy babies and teddy bears, casino parties, learning astronomy, poets using words to convey what lies beyond words, the things we don't talk about for fear that people won't understand, ignoring unconstructive criticism, brewing a pot of cinnamon coffee, vegetarian restaurants, the tolling of a church bell. Bestsellers, peach nut color, heart-shaped bathtubs, a sunny place set up for lunch, Edith Piaf records and café au lait, wind-combed fields of goldenrod, homemade soap bubbling in an iron pot on the hearth, fresh air and good food, an old farm table in the kitchen, silver trays of fresh fruit grouped in fans and slices, Maryland, national anthem, Annapolis, crabs, exercising immediately after work, misting indoor plants, Yosemite National Park, massive grain bins awaiting the harvest from fields of high corn, the mountaintops of love, coffee tables, Daisy Hill Puppy Farm, where Snoopy was born, roll-top pencil boxes, a polar ice cap, water hyacinths, packing a 2-week wardrobe in a carry-on bag, a Cape Codder, holiday petit fours, baseball terms, modular storage systems, arranging a work area, dormitory life, water's shiny surface, beach scenes, stair treads, halved melons filled with strawberries or raspberries, the button at the top of a baseball cap, glass-bottomed boat. Rides, shell blouses, bags of magic tricks, fresh lemonade made from squeezed lemons, water, and sugar, thin slices of pink ham and dark red beef, garnished with a mound of gherkins and pickled onions, top-opening notebooks, keeping records and files, the sun's warmest tones, double-hung staircases, the one leaf still clinging to the tree on January 1st, a solid pine gate leg drop leaf table, blondie and dagwood, being a men's 9.5 shoe size, a farewell episode of a TV show, burgundy color, ribeye. Steaks for lunch, a quiet area in the office building, the waves on top of a meringue pie, mulling spices of stick cinnamon, dried sweet orange peel, cracked nutmegs, and whole cloves, Brazilian coffee, Easter eggs, naked maples casting black shadows, garden ferns, the National Guard, celebrating self-invented holidays, armor, jack-in-the-box music, silence, crocheted snowflakes, garden gnomes, seagulls sailing over the dunes, Noah's Ark, books full of years of research, learning the language. Valuable stock options, chain stores, traveling toothbrushes, sparkling French blue and soft peach Spanish poppies, a favorite pen, a college frisbee game, renting a bike, dinner service, hand-hammer dishes, tubes of paint in wooden crates, washing your hair, sunny chestnut color, hash browns in the form of a charred pancake of mashed potatoes, rock caves, a 2-generation cookbook, sweethearts, the remote control in your possession, red ivory, desert mauve colors, rabbit tracks in the snow. Strawberry-flavored cakes, diamond rings, learning everything you possibly can about a subject that interests you, a snap in the air in fall, third markdowns, guarding your private time as your most treasured asset, northern New England's mud season, pumpkins heaped on the roadside, spring skiing, pillow fights, blanket tents, spooky stories, dressing up the cat, a glass hors d'oeuvre server with a spot for the dip, pull-out trays and fold-out pantries, impatiently popping toast up and down in the toaster, high-shuttered windows, studying, capturing, cataloging the things that make life rich, a force of nature, bangs, castle hopping, new life, philosophy, plaid skirts, plexiglass, the sound of a priest chanting, a plentitude of mixed veggies, prepared in a beer batter and deep-fried to a golden autumn glow, enormous striped lollipops from highway rest areas, super diets and exercise guides, confetti-tossed hair, cat toy makers in Vermont, soft luggage, weaving black ash baskets. Double-decker sandwiches, bright rubies, a short but sweet summer, comedy records, the cool underside of a pillow, bleached floors, growing one's nails for special occasions, like receiving a ring, continental breakfasts, the flat wooden spoons that come with ice cream cups, a wall of books, stopping to rest under the drooping shade of a river's edge willow tree, waiting for the team bus, middle age, skateboarding, soft, crushy leather, seeing eye to eye, homemade English muffins, oatmeal. Raisin cookies, old-fashioned waffle weave kitchen towels, treasure hunts, a baby falling asleep, the TV guide channel, a menu of little bites and big bites, butterscotch striped swimsuits, Christmas trees lining the street, their lights reflecting in the frost that covered the cobblestones, butter on every bite, watching football practice, gatehouses, with camera and binoculars in hand, putting your feet up on the rail and settling back to watch the harbor drama unfold, thermal blankets. Moving to a better place, a tribe of goldfish flicking their tails, a popular girl, kisses, love's punctuation marks, juniper berries, punctuality, potato patties filled with meat and onion, billiard and pool parlors, the playground of life, all 14-40 minutes in a day, a Praski atmosphere, enjoying a glass of iced tea under the grape arbor, getting a puppy, the fullest day of summer, Canadian pro football, snowflakes twirling through the treetops, delicious spiced holiday cookies, a bathroom with mirrored walls, scented soaps, and great fluffy towels, Memorial Day picnics, coffee, tea, or milk, an olive stoner, personalized compacts, wildness, eating after brushing your teeth, an old covered bridge, sleigh bells, homemade pea soup in a restaurant, romance, West Virginia, nautical knots, living in a treehouse, knowing it's always something, getting a family heirloom fixed, pleated lampshades, Vivaldi in the morning, knowing the Heimlich maneuver and CPR, even though you never want to use them, learning words to songs, paint boxes, an encampment of teepees, lean-tos, and pioneer wagons, open hearth-baked ham, the tart sweet, sharp clean scent of lemons and oranges in the air, a movie studio lot, a string of really bad luck finally being broken, celebrating the harvest moon by taking a long stroll with someone special after dinner or heading to the beach with warm blankets and wine, the be-all and end-all, clocks in sync, cleaning windows with squeegees, night football games. A bevy of eclectic sights, a map that's easy to follow, waffles made with chunks of apple, ice eaters, being late to classes, evergreens, pizza dough, crickets at dusk, laughing till you cry, travel mugs, snipping sun-bleached peppergrass next to the river, creamed carrots, hairy traffic, steeplechase, having small picture books, magazines, quick reads for guests, limbering up for sports, no bean chile, cool, cooler, coolest, a New Englander, trees, the quick change artists of fall, an apple peeling contest, tennis, Kansas, knowing there will be many surprises in the future, music stands, chocolate mint, umbrella tables set out on a sunny pier, visiting someone you haven't seen in a very long time, brown bread, motionlessness, black bean and corn dip, risotto with butter and parmesan, gourmet gardens tailored to the kind of cooking you do, being told you're dazzling, barefoot beach barbecues, packets of tissues, the warbling of a canary, kickshaws equals delicacies, nothing books. Blank books for writing, pudding greens, a serenading minstrel, folding combs, Limoges ashtray and matchbox cover, sketching trees in the backyard or in nearby woods, getting a free soda or a cheaper one from a machine that still has someone else's money in it, toilet waters, getting to know people, bowling lawns, snow dinosaurs, ancient Egyptian mummies, munching cookies and sipping colas, coat styles, trench, princess, toggle, duffel, blanket, post-prom breakfast, a walk on the beach, 2. Holland bulbs, hanging socks on your body because they have static electricity, food coloring and egg yolk for painting food. Bizarre fireplace tools whose function no one knows, staying in the tub longer than it takes to get clean, buttons that say love, automobile airbags, honey-basted duckling, realizing you were wrong, breath clouds on cold morning walks, musk, a hanging place for wursts, bagged cheeses, and strings of peppers, a capes shell minaudière, nursery school, pajama pants, oak. Moss, citrus, quiet spice, woody smells, picnic brunch, dreamy music, long hands, secret diaries, street lamps festooned with garlands and bright bows, the South Pacific of James Cook, the high voice one uses when summoning a cat, plates of lettuce, peppergrass and chives, interspersed with white and red radishes and balls of buttermilk cheese, any lucky find, like money in a pocket, getting rid of a headache, gentleman rising when a lady enters or leaves a room, marigold colors, bamboo plates. A cardinal's brilliance against the snow, Swedish cutlery, air conditioning, snow days when you're a child, frost flowers, a bouquet of straw flowers in a big basin aglow with bee lights, the Chicago 7, 1968, a penny on the pavement, social climbing, depression furniture, blonde wood with rounded corners for dressing tables, wardrobes, and bureaus, screwball comedy, advertisements with beautiful pictures of food, water droplets, something caught in motion, nuthatches, keeping the apartment dim, noises at night, cats making velvet semicircles of contentment on the pillows, Connecticut, salt boxes, church spires, village greens, postcard towns, French-Canadian pea soup, retail terms, hot water, making love after a party, gels, choosing a luxury ship, Munster cheese, beach gear, mental alertness, balancing the checkbook, a rainbow of relishes, the cry of a killdeer, brown sugar melting over fresh pineapple, curry color, requesting the pleasure of a dance, access roads, hot whipped chocolate, heaters for bathrooms, a bed that doesn't squeak, LED lights, feeling shy and wild, earthquakes that are exciting but don't do damage, babies' quilts, something new and bright to wear, a home chock full of crafts and conversation pieces, full moons and black cats, wall-hung plate racks, a true country custom, finishing what you start, spring buffets, chicken salad sandwiches, regular hedges of fruit trees, covered with beautiful flowers early in spring, charged with noble fruits in summer and autumn, backsaver snow shovels, yellow cheeses, fresh brown eggs, glowing pumpkins, tangy russet apples, farm butter proudly stamped with the maker's own mark, fat purple turnip globes, superb smoked hams, chicken with the flavor of Sunday afternoon family dinner, all snapped up in local markets, luminous skin, researching and planning getaway weekends, wailing along with Aretha Franklin, venture capital, someone who says you're beautiful, French bread, the aroma of cinnamon rolls that lures you to countless bakeries, entering your name in a local sweepstakes, indicating with a long-pronged fork that one of the steaks on the charcoal fire is yours, white cupcakes with multicolor sprinkles, walking tall, jumping rope to a skip rope jingle, roast beef sandwiches with lettuce, mayonnaise, and salt/pepper, a food you never eat except in restaurants, playing hooky to do something you don't ordinarily have time for, exotic ground peppers, a smile on your driver's license photo, the elegance of white gloves, college basketball teams, Dutch apple pie, made of the thinnest apple slivers with a topping of butter crumbs, rice pattern tea sets, snow accumulating on the pavement, picking out landmarks, wooden scoops, layers of sweatering, chimes, dance skirts, arranging a platter of fruit or cheese, singing voices, alto, baritone, tenor, bass, coloratura, contralto, dramatic soprano, lyric soprano, male soprano, mezzo soprano, soprano, tenor, and basso profundo, raised potato biscuits, 9, carousels with music, a quiet day with the kids, scarlet flowers in hair, inviting a friend over or out for breakfast, direct sunlight, a sense of dignity, honeymoons, summer vegetable gardens, when you drop a glass and it doesn't break, meat carving into beautiful slices and the fluffy mashed potatoes awaiting abundant, flavorsome gravy, successful soul-searching, feeling like a child who thinks he's mastered the art of shoe tying, antique books. Summer languor giving way to a sense of purpose, potato slices, playing in the brick barbecue in the snow, the crackle of new money, getting a tan on the fire escape, dreaming of going home, living in a lighthouse, wild elation, Jamestown, Virginia, kids with their t-shirts on backwards, sleepy over toast and jelly, good karma, a watercolor of the main landscape, rocky terrain and sparse foliage, lit by a full moon, treasure boxes, buttermilk bath salts, a boy who follows in his mother's footsteps, parachutes in the air, windows looking out on acres of woodland, heavy china camp mugs, an idyllic quiet broken only by the ripple of the stirring water, the splash of fish rising to flying insects, and the crackle of a driftwood campfire, classic baklava, feeding a cat, glassed in cupboards, lemon butter, the overwhelming desire to pop someone's bubblegum bubble, knot tying, endlessly winding backroads, Kodak photo supplies, fresh clean sheets and blankets on the bed, mushy beds. Feather pillows, soft comforters, fresh flowered sheets, nearby open windows, singing greeting cards, splurging on fresh flowers, flowering plants, scented candles, and a fresh batch of magazines, the promise of a small package, cold peach soup, an in-flight phone call, a tin of mixed biscuits, masked balls, things as plain as day, shin-kicking fun, sun reflecting the cove waters, chocolate, the movie, princesses, the hearty shout of labor, gentle, rocking motion, votive candles, honey in a tube, personal investigation and experimentation, lemon sherbet atop a tall glass of apple cubes and minced berries, do-it-yourself projects, TV dinners, mobile homes, taking a flashlight wherever you go, jumping over the widest puddle, the funny feeling that you already put sugar in your coffee, Timbuktu, corner-fitting tables, peg-leg jeans, penny loafers, bobby socks, sloppy Joe sweater, cast parties, spaciousness, meatloaf seasoned with oregano, basil, minced garlic, and nutmeg, Duraflame. Logs for the fireplace, windjammers cruising, Winnet, Mississippi, once-in-a-lifetime chances, an honest answer, gift shops, watching as a raging ocean rises, Woodstock and Snoopy, unspoiled forests of oak, pine, magnolia, and palmetto, a rag rug in tones of rose and aubergine, bonbon pink, baskets balanced on heads, your nest egg, antique butter churns, graduations, alma maters, balcony and shutter-trimmed houses, handling money, sharing a book you enjoyed, crisp fritters dipped in warm maple syrup, food prepared at hibachi tables, heather-cloaked heights, going to the country armed with books and a vision of autumnal walks and sunlit garden swings, pelts, lunch counter cooking, figuring out port and starboard, floral confetti, wonderfully simple things, old light bulbs, sunlight streaming through the trees, onion dicers, a confetti of light falling through the leaves, charitableness, solid maple lotus tables, an incorrigible browser, self-instruction, antique woodworking tools. Velvet-backed pillows, wrapped bodice, cowl neck, or raglan sleeve leotards, the right place at the right time, undulating cane fields, piñata parties, painted wood carousel lions from the late 19th century, macaroni jars, Bambi's rabbit friends, apricot shortbread pie with a glass of milk, sewing circles, newspaper delivery, clean, crisp sheets, a fluffy duvet and mattress cover, ultimate comfort in winter, the weeds going berserk and lawns growing way too fast, plate racks, pine cones, science. Books for lay people, falling asleep on the lawn, the solid sound of a good car door shutting, a provincial butter warmer, emailing a photo to a faraway friend, listening, corn patties, gooseberry jam, the cardboard rod on a hanger that prevents creasing in pants, appliance carts, flea market furniture, a more than happy feeling, people who ask you trivial pursuit questions instead of trying to make conversation, a day trip to an uncrowded place, a bowl of cornflakes and cold milk, Swedish ivy. Everywhere, shelves lined with ancient tins and boxes holding their original contents, grouping chairs around a fireplace or near windows, soft, summery ivory light, a salad with an interesting house dressing, the munching of golden ears of corn, swimming in a natural brook across the road from an inn, hand-wrapped silk flowers in a willow basket, running a corporation, going to a football game with a warm blanket and thermos of hot chocolate to share, citrus shells, gumdrops, taking a covered wagon vacation in Kansas, vegetables served southern style, doily cornucopias filled with baby's breath, and velvet ribbon, the only sounds at night being the conversations of tree frogs, locusts, and owls, a handful of raisins, 10 tiny condiment containers with hotel food, being one number away from bingo, Mr. Magoo, luggage racks, Earth Day, not being too grown up for anything, photocopier enlargers, chrome on bikes, artesian wells, kidskin and snakeskin, ski mittens. The Sunbelt, cloud watching, having the Sunday funnies on hand, pizza parlors, a wooden apple basket, the smell of the sea, tulips, then apples, then peonies blooming, legs, a Victorian bay window, big four-poster bed with a blue and white quilt, lemon and oil dressing, who, what, where, when, why, and how, driving through a giant sequoia, displaying paintings on easels, sitting beside a fire and hearing wind tide suck at the chimney, swish against the corner of the house, and quiver the panes. Meaningful and telling winks, runcible spoons, braised sirloin of beef Beaujolais, full freezers, shimmering blue lakes, the fragrant worlds of Crabtree and Evelyn and Caswell Massey, an outboard motor gargling at dawn, bike baskets, roasting chestnuts at home in a shallow baking pan, underwater limestone formations, eating meals, whole carrots baked in maple syrup, a special weekend brunch, mint sprigs, the atmosphere of family chain restaurants, rafts, cheap formal gowns, outdoor glow, life is good diner mugs, pictures on the porch, clear blue bays, soft, buttery things, driving an old pickup truck, cane and bamboo, a set of sharpened colored pencils on your desk and a glass for doodling and jotting notes in something other than gray lead. That load becomes light which is cheerfully born, eating an exotic fruit or untried vegetable, spice boxes, zippy limes, playing a sport whole hog, bike decorating contests, roll-on deodorant, a short, squat candle in a tart tin, sliding back and forth in the bathtub in order to mix the too hot water with the cooler water, meeting eyes, scenic patterned paper, thumb indexes, challah bread, orange juice in champagne flutes, double agents, homemade stationery, exploring a parking lot, strawberry rhubarb jam, sane living, listening to the radio, hi, there, suds, Indian corn, a trip to the North Pole, TV football, being someone's pillow, sanding and shellacking, jingle bell donkey rides, sitting in a special position before a shocking scene in a movie, plant food, personality profiles, city parks, the noise made when you lock the car by remote control, stretching your legs and arms, yawning, and visualizing an ideal day before getting out of bed in the morning, sourdough French toast, dipped in cream-thickened eggs, fresh-cut hay, seasoning in the June sun, Little Women, the 1994 film version, respecting all living things, shredded toasted coconut, a bowl of shrimp on a bed of ice with a delicious sauce, straightening the pantry, hoping that someday you'll cook a steak to perfection, a pub lunch, traveling the information highway, a memory box, cats jumping down and walking away calmly after being knocked off laps, layering of patterns and colors, a narrow creek spanned by a wooden footbridge, a light-up magnifying glass, fraternity rush week, kids' imaginations, Firthside villages, sand dunes and thickets, the pile of wrapping paper and ribbon left after all the gifts have been opened, cashmere gloves, a rainy Sunday with your children, langoustines, note-taking, corrugated green velvet landscapes, homemade gingerbread for dessert, reparable rips, reading a lot of strange books, hey baby, they're playing our song, frying a steak in bacon drippings, the scent of new-mown hay, snapping towels at people, weekend features in the Wall Street Journal, jumping to conclusions, bubble blowers, anything you have in mind, dumpling soup, intramural basketball, a pocket survival kit, khaki pants. Door decorations for each season, using powder, the complete works of Winston Churchill, National Newspaper Week, fresh batter fried mushrooms and garlic country gravy, Kotraks, fresh strawberry pie made on a graham cracker crust, the elegance of a Japanese tea ceremony, something to kick you out of unproductive doldrums, contributing something uniquely yours to the world, scalloped chicken on rice, banana breakfast bread, large, pull-apart rolls, a shake shingle roof, serving breakfast or Brunch to someone you love, a set of 30 cotton turtlenecks in a rainbow of colors, wearing fluffy slippers and making applesauce, a trouser trolley rack, corned beef spiced with ginger, notary seals, leather hiking boots, tempera paints, old-time piano stools, sunsets scooped between the dunes, letting your skin breathe, driving along country roads through woodland valleys that smell of the earth, hearing leaves whipping in, taking someone out for coffee or ice cream, hair flying, shirt tossing, sun-dripping days, brushing out your hair in the soft, heaping sautéed hot red peppers and onions on a hot dog, mustache grooming kits, a row of wooden booths, letters from France and Belgium, ticketless travel, the squish of wet shoes, celery hearts vinaigrette, steaks with a one sauce and salt, spring onions, those who are up and outdoors while the day is young and damp with dew. Penny valentines, secret love notes, and candy hearts, carrots sautéed in butter, the place to unlob your pen tip, Eastern philosophies brought west, kiss timers, bib overalls, overdue library books, great compotes of honey and tubs of fresh country butter, daffodils dancing on fresh clean breezes, abalone hunting, smoked corned beef with apple raisin sauce, buying t-shirts and short-sleeve shirts on the first day of spring, then having a blizzard that night, ice weighing down trees. Gardening tools, rake, hoe, hand fork, trowel, spade, wheelbarrow, watering can, seed box, dibble, secateur, scissors, gentle light falling through panels of frosted glass, cluttered rooms, one-piece bowl and sandwich plate for soup/sandwich, the tradition of drinking toasts, from the old custom of floating toasted bread in punch evenings in the recesses of Paris taxicabs, pictures after parties, saying you're sorry when you hurt somebody, catching every breeze, children running in and out of narrow streets like swallows in their chaotic evening flight patterns, square Asian-style plates, wrought iron ice cream parlor chairs, tubs of daffodils and other spring flowers, sweater vests, saying no to malls, except maybe once a year, sea captains' houses, adapting a novel for film, Picardy goblets of tempered glass in French restaurants and bistros, incubators, someone's secret summer, hillsides covered by chestnut, lemon, and olive trees, with a wandering shoreline dotted with mellow hamlets and splendorous villas, Colorform's plastic cutout toy sets, singing on the school bus, raspberry, orange, pumpkin, lime, coffee, chocolate, and cherry chiffon pies, sheep, the area between the highway and the exit lane where cars go when drivers can't decide what to do next, General Hospital, TV soap opera, people who eat corn on the cob in a left-to-right or typewriter style, gleaming light on swift ripples of a lake, hog-calling contests, sand castles, reveling in the lowbrow. Drifting off to sleep, the fuzz on tennis balls, touring glee clubs, one slice of bread spread with peanut butter slapped against one spread with strawberry jam, handshaking, pop-up baby wipes, early returning birds, watching model sailboats, a gold-plated megaphone charm dangling from a dainty chain, buying movie tickets online, argyle socks, running through the sand all day, foot powder, lip glosses, straw hat, keeping score at a wrestling match, enjoying your vacation, pie at the diner. Coupons that would self-destruct after their expiration date, holiday cookies, early sun rays catching the mountain summit, orange, double knits, the honking of auto horns, when the computer goofs and gives you a bigger paycheck, homemade cheese and sausage pizza, cheese-stuffed manicotti, pigeons gargling on a fire escape, overlooking the ocean from a candlelit terrace, glowing all day, plucking tomatoes sunwarm, giving them a hint of salt and a breath of pepper, inner tubes, my big fat Greek wedding, the movie, pizza crackers, the Brooklyn Bridge, Greek fisherman's sandals, green beans spiced with dill weed and curry powder, birds crowding the feeder, dish brochures, the 1920s jazz-age kids, a sand between the toes walk on the beach, night prowls with flashlights at Halloween, turning off all the lights except those on the Christmas tree, a round oak table with a single candle, cranberry bogs, saltine crackers, idioms, polished beechwood against the warmth of skin, watermelon pink. Color, helping a child find unexpected ways of playing with household objects, when the cake is caved in, vegetables scorched, gravy flavorless and lumpy, you've used too much salt, you've ruined the icing for the cake, and the dessert is a disaster, cherub cheeks, collecting handbags, supermarket art, framed cards, bowls, antique agate boxes, art deco, pictures, rugs, hearts, wooden eggs, matchbooks, pasta, seashells, salt and pepper shakers, buttons, printer's type, perfume bottles, labels. Copper pennies, quilts, cracking an egg open cleanly with one hand, delicatessens, hemming your clothes, store-bought potpourri tucked in a pretty hanky and cinched with ribbon, cashmere coats, advertisements, exercise mats, bisque dolls, a space pen and a book light, snow-white carpeting, magnificent, rich colors, knee patches, the first buttercups beyond the pasture fence, big ironed white cloth napkins, mittens in a basket by the back door, a breakfast tray complete with bud vase and crossword puzzles, pumpkin bread, double beds, reading ancient wisdom, facial masks, looking irresistible, show and tell, following your nose, fireworks, slowly savoring a soup you made, something spellbinding, preheating Dutch oven and fireplace, then adding bread dough or other item to be baked, waterbeds, Tom Sawyer, fresh, crisp air and sparkling light, inspiring music, frosted glass coasters, buying a bunch of anything that is useful and nice, watching rain descend upon an Italian garden. Sliced tomatoes, opening bottles, the happiness of heading home, watercolor ombre stripes, the sunny side of an old stone wall, outdoor decking for inside floors, a bright red Ralph Lauren Oxford shirt, the voice you love to hear, Mugu Gai Pan, flannel trousers, paying the month's last bill, just a beach, your cat, and the wind, waiting rooms, heat-resistant, clear glass mugs, Central Park in winter, streamside thickets as red as a stormy sunset, armless chairs, ranch dressing, buttermilk, so. You are cream, garlic, spices, and Maura Lindberg's gift from the sea, the corn being up but not quite in tassel, bright white walls and gaily colored curtains, getting mail, watching Shirley Temple movies, a sunken garden providing sunlight and shadow, trees and greenery, stone walkways and a rippling stream, plaid shirts, stereo speakers, watermelon seed spitting, ribbon trim, peanut butter and jelly in one jar, cats attacking the wrapping paper, eager beavers, believing in miracles, cowboy boots seeing the world through each other's eyes, picking cranberries and beach plums, Arizona, winds sending tumbleweeds scurrying across the desert floor, red-veined copper loads, Mother's Day, petit pois and cream and butter, open-faced sandwiches, a brick-paved courtyard with a cluster of gift shops, the mysterious writer in a fancy cafe, eggs hatching, talking to reporters, warm weather dressing, hide-a-bed sofas, cooling donuts hung on long wooden dowels, a beehive oven capable of baking many loaves of bread at one time, bringing towels and soap, a plain, thin bracelet, beds of nails, the art of the word, Georgia, brown thrashers singing in the pines, sweet scent of Cherokee rose, tropical flowers floating in swamps, the call of the coyote, southern fried chicken and cream gravy, hot biscuits, small new potatoes, a big salad, and a huge helping of peas, Lakeview bedrooms, room settings, thick carpets in red, orange, and yellow, area codes, always having something to look forward to, love, life, work, happiness, baked pears for dessert, definitions, successful cajoling, pink-cheeked faces in knit hats, bundling up for a long walk while the turkey is roasting, the bottom of the sundae glass that you can't quite reach with your spoon, visiting hours, Native American dream catchers, the frost-flowered surface of a silent lake, crew haircuts, dark rooms, sleepy people, breadfruit, greasing and dusting cake pans, the best waves, the skirling of a bagpipe, oyster. White, the sense of promise inherent in the start of a new year, white and onion-topped dark rolls, brick cheese, remembering when jeans were only for play, egg in the hole and bacon, turning points in life, sugar, watching a craftsman whip up a straw hat, the competing claims of nature, pink and blue sunsets, menu design, remaining in your comfort zone, health zone, and sanity zone, people demonstrating organs and pianos in shopping malls, iced tea served in mason jars, loving New Mexico. Children absorbed in quiet play, the third pancake of a batch being the first good one, the quiet days of Indian summer, quiet nights of starlight and leaf scuffle, individually wrapped sandwiches, scudding clouds of spring across the tub trays, wood spice and maple frost colors, a bountiful weekend brunch table covered with an antique lace or linen cloth and topped with country pottery, a napkin-lined muffin basket, stout pitchers for milk or juice, and an earthenware vase of wildflowers. Sports writing assignments, the cardboard core in a toilet tissue roll, losing track of the time, benches under olive trees, hand-loomed India madras, cuddling your children, hiring help for a party, BMWs, an alpine horn, painting a dream, dachshunds, shivering helping to warm you, exercising at home, the sudden squeal of hidden pigs, making your own quotation book, balance beams, 2 feet of topsoil, sitting on a wooden bridge spanning a stream, being stranded on a desert island, boiled potatoes said and buttered, red peppered cheese, the Lord giveth, the government taketh away, chunky spaghetti sauce, penicillin, big red barns, recalling lines of poetry, the great composers, old farmhouses with tall ceilings, candy, the startling beauty of humble objects, a barn filled with hay, swings, and tunnels, playing hide-and-seek on rainy days, watching Christmas lights twinkling on a cabin home, feeling wonderful after washing your hair, slate blackboards, quill pens, rolling lawns. And tennis courts, a very sharp moonlight, a black jacket, electric sanders, foghorns and seagulls, bagels for Christmas breakfast, breakfast in bed with something good to read, one of the most blissful escapes, crafts to sell, lobster boats coming in under the drawbridge, trivial pursuit, centrifugal force, camping cabins, breakers so huge that they seem to move in slow motion while wind blows spray back in gossamer white arcs and mists the air with spindrift, Japanese ma, the space between. The gentle sounds of a summer Sunday, not smoking, the scent of wood fires that fills the mind with distant memories, secret lands, trunk lunches, ordering a car, parking meters, roads becoming black velvet ribbons with winking frost sequins, garden vegetables and pasta salad, the habit of making distinctions, fondue sets, the bus arriving on time and with empty seats, hairpin curves, the colony of little indentations on a golf ball, the intensity of genius, tinkling china, hymn sings. Freewheeling, a screwdriver on a key ring, spending money on small things, real maple syrup, fancy bacon, Vogue magazine, expensive soaps, a robot helper for housework, ring toss rings, V-neck sweaters, buffalo wings in barbecue sauce, putting suntan lotion on someone, breakfast steak, going someplace you've never been, free makeup samples, orienteering, a clapboard house stained Indian red with black and white trim, Swedish cucumber salad, mopping up the last trace of gravy with the last piece of cornbread, romantic fashion looks, requesting a song and dedication from the radio station, coffee desserts, lake fish, boiled potatoes, homemade coleslaw, fresh baked bread, and cherry pie, the helpfulness of a reverse dictionary, a telephone shelf, the key to a magic trick, running out after dinner for an ice cream, chinchilla, being so proud you could burst, feeling cool and serene as a country pond, when suddenly TV dinners didn't come in aluminum trays, popsicles didn't have 2 sticks. And everything was made for the microwave, beautiful things, seldom easy, making your house look welcoming on the outside. Purple cow equals grape soda and vanilla ice cream, home sweet apartment, Little Red Riding Hood, dogs leaning against your legs, old time, hard to find, bona fide lamb's wool dusters, mini sugar daddy milk caramel pops, a raisin sauce for baked ham bubbling on the stove, fresh flowers at work, special Swiss pear bread served on a table set with Waterford crystal, Irish linen, and Sheffield silver, exam week frustrations, stuffed mushroom caps, swirled pudding, making sweet potato french fries, surf, feathery palms and ferns in wicker and bamboo, cucumber relish, carrying cups of coffee out to the porch to enjoy the morning sunshine, making apple butter, goals spiraling like paper airplanes against the sky, no line at the deli, knock jokes, ostrich texture bags, when there's a will, there's a way, pigs in a blanket for dinner, a stack of baseball mitts. Just picked vegetables and fruits, soups on, pH, fondue bourguignon, roadside stands, the titteline, stretching, quilts wrought during long winter evenings, finding a place for yourself, blackberry tea, making big root beer floats with long spoons and straws, the color and contour of sheets, Alaska, where people go to reinvent themselves, transcontinental telephoning, gingerbread ring with maple cream, floor-to-ceiling cabinets, the art of knowing what to overlook, basically happy people. Unconventional English, the wonder of life, grinding your own beef, a retired art professor from the University of Paris, chocolate buttercream frosting, stabbing a block of frozen vegetables to make them cook faster, preparing English-style tea with a teapot, your favorite loose tea and lemon slices, cuffed Jamaican shorts, a snowshoer in the winter woods, off-peak train fares, raisin pumpernickel rolls, brownies with no nuts, wrapped candies, snow shakers, keeping up muscle tone, sweet, hot. Summer days when terraces were porches and air conditioning was a pitcher full of lemonade, the blare of a band, being wistful, color schemes, Audubon's Birds of America, entangled rambler roses, t-shirts on backwards, visiting his alma mater, spicy chimichangas, finding your own private pleasure, spiral notebooks, settling into a lush green valley to dairy farm, washing a car to make it rain, oil and vinegar dressing, houses of cards, oaken floors, a hamburger topped with béarnaise. Responding with a jump of the heart, chicken barbecue with salads, homemade breads, and blueberry baked goods, flowers leaning gently on the rims of their vases, not resisting truth and beauty, rain barrels, borrowing a friend's child for a few hours to allow her an afternoon off, winter as a master miniaturist, the distinctive aroma of garlic or bell peppers, hieroglyphics, Tinker Bell in Peter Pan, willow trees, upholding the spirit of the explorer, experimenter, inventor, a tapas menu. Making eggnog, sending someone an article you know will be of special interest, true New England chowder, just clams, onion, potatoes, and salt pork, served with common plain, unsalted crackers or soda crackers, flashlights that work, a sextant used in a race, the French custom of making a wish each time you eat a food for the first time in the new year, sod growers, a day for test drives, a riding jacket, blueberries and cream, dry as a duck, confetti pattern dishes, you can't go home. Again, looking closely at the designs of nature, glass canisters filled with things for spring, stirring coffee with your finger, riding the Colorado River on a raft, kidnapping your lover, framed maps, to thine own self be true, watching baseball 5 hours in one day, baked potato for lunch, a guest who is spiritual and philosophical, leaves to sniff, pennyroyal, dill, bergamot, sage, geranium, band marathons, a singing vendor, baton-necked shirts, flower scoops, the voice of a Buddhist monk, wall desks, Waverly wafers, thin cocktail straws, lemon wedges for fish, picking flowers for your room at the inn, high IQs, dolce far niente, it's sweet to do nothing, getting adequate recognition for a job well done, toys and games, vegetable juice, rent-a-cars, rubber or plastic door runners, pillows, thick comforters, antique linens, mohair throws, lace curtains, megaphones, unfinished coffee tables, tiddlywinks discs, chafing dish creations such as veal Madeira, steak stroganoff. Embossers that stamp the library of in-books, tinted windows, situation comedies, the Super Bowl, your weekend project, taking ghost stories to a clam bake, antique pine chests, hams cured the old-fashioned way, financial aid, midnight motorcycle rides, pandemonium, lotions, oils, butters for tanning, playing Clue, winter twilight like moonlight reflected from a clear-iced lake or fireglow seen through the frosted window, asking a child to sing you a song, a wicker chair discovered outside a countryside antique store, queries, Noah's soup, 2 of everything, talking to yourself, reading statistics about the U.S., hayrack rides, appreciation, napkins soft to the touch, a seasonal collage of pictures of your house, genuine marble desk sets, a still life painting, the vivid crimson and yellow blooms of the columbines, reading all the books you ever had time for, fabric-covered neck roll pillows, scented with a soothing blend of potpourri, spending the morning in bed, watching old movies, collaborating on the crossword puzzle, making popcorn, napping, exchanging long stories of childhood, ordering in pizza, and just being lazy, new posters, life preservers, soft robes to settle into, drive-in root beer mugs, Dick and Jane books, carving sets, a watched pot never boils, trouser pockets chortling with change, an over-the-tub whirlpool, a wheelbarrow for joyful rides, drumming of hooves and neighing of horses, spring nights to look forward to, observation and imitation. Sherry and cranberry cornbread stuffing, shower microphone soap, taking action, low, burlwood tables, the corded trunk of a sugar maple, Melba toast, lentil soup at the Indian restaurant, the new loaf, warm from the oven, hot peppers threaded on a long string in a kitchen, dangling between a past that held a different future, and a future that would require a different past, the Dr. Zhivago look, tall, furry hat, midi-length Cossack coat, and boots, a bag of buttery yellow muffins, sword. swallowers, cinnamon butter puffs, muffins rolled in spiced sugar, the triple kiss, left right left, bridge brunches, doll carriages, a flashlight in your purse, juicy red apple color, smile makers, snow-capped mountains, feasting on crisp green salads, no iron clothes, Shetland sheepdogs, showing love for children, shower curtains, an old American applique quilt folded at the foot of the bed, visiting art galleries, feeling deliciously invisible while you watch the world go by, doggy daycare. Bees and hives, candy stores, bright yellow lemons, quintessential New England villages, beating boredom, throwing the corsage, shed-style bay windows, sugar ice cream cones, the hard-fought decision on what toppings to order on a pizza, sitting peacefully on a bench, crisp French fried onion rings on a burger, the procrastination club of America, spirituality, idyllic forest settings, buying a sample jar of imported jam, an exit strategy, a bag of chocolate chip cookies, a favorite haunt of the office crowd, flowers for nurturing your soul, shortbread, buttery, crumbling Scottish biscuit cake, throwing a surprise party for two, deep and calm feelings, thin pretzels, dolphins, reveling in the buoyant pleasures of water, a small picket fence in the snow, a trio of Thai bamboo bird cages, monogrammed wine carafes, deep-fried French toast, hot air balloons, feeding a parking meter, an internet cafe as an office annex, crinkle cotton, watching bakers at work through a glass window. Pondering over turnovers, nutbreads, donuts, and butter cookies, a ring around the moon, Wonder Bread wrappers, rain at night, if you're safe in bed, seasonal businesses, toe space and shoes, coffee pots, cocoa steaming, not overreacting, tea kettles, elaborate coats of arms, white Christmas lights, chocolate aromas, red mittens, the lilting song of motion that makes the heart rejoice, dress gloves, flower and garden shows, whirring wings, fiery south of the border Chile, nachos served with guacamole and sour cream, glass cheese keepers, the Velveteen Rabbit story, knee-high nylons, lollipops, red brick Federalist buildings, something sheer as smoke, balloons, banners, hats, noisemakers, special invitations, place cards, crepe paper twists, nut cups, and confetti, treasuring private time, blue daisies, zebras, old white clabbered towns, corduroy weekend pants, ruffled aprons, running down the dunes, salt and pepper jars with wire bale tops and matching vinegar and oil jars with cork stoppers, sleepyheads, baby leaves, wrought iron lanterns, getting a tailor to make all your clothes fit, two-tined forks, always growing and thinking up new solutions, sitting in chairs on the porch and watching the sun, shoeshine boxes, side saddles and horse tack, poached egg on an English muffin, telescopes, learning to be free, willing to take reasonable risks, open to others and new ideas, cats that eat everything, true beauty being timeless, the last crumpled leaf quivering on colorful calorie charts, a giant bubble wand, sketching food, whitewashed wainscoting, color, the least expensive and most effective decorating touch, visions of dark roast coffee beans, crusty loaves, peppery garlic sausage, husks of aged Romano and Parmesan cheese, hot Sicilian pizza, cafes with gaily striped umbrellas, candied spearmint leaves, butterscotch dipped cones, seashore shirts, art supply stores, the Star-Spangled Banner, mashed potatoes with butter and sour cream, knowing all the answers to a game show while confined to your living room, salt and pepper, eyeliner, the celebration of being alive, Yukon basketball, In My Life by the Beatles, Jiminy Cricket, Desperados, whipped cream topping a vanilla milkshake, the night-day switch on a rearview mirror, velvet brown, chrome yellow, suntan colors, onions, carrots, cabbages, lettuces, and radishes, fresh vegetables in their striped rows, mixing with broad-leaved herbs and drifts of flowers, the great elemental sounds of nature, driving rain, wind in a primeval wood, and the ocean striking beach, long, low waves, the discovery of a secret view that is invisible when the foliage is full, thrilling to parades, learning to pot plants, wet-look rain slickers, a rustic bench in a sequestered spot, wild Maine blueberries heaped onto a crust and topped with whipped cream, carrying a piece of apple pie along with a glass of cold milk out to a freshly painted deck, prune ice cream, red lettuce, Murphy's equals freckles. Dimples, diet cheaters, thinking of the day, of your home, of your family, of things past, of things to come, easy-to-eat finger food, work corners, a private walk on a snowy landscape, the slap of a closing book, bells pealing out the good news, sweet faces and hands to wash up before supper and kiss before bedtime, Dull Center, Wyoming, Bergdorf Goodman stores, a monogrammed cheese chest, sugar mills, herons perched on pilings, crooked cobbled streets, a plate of hot buckwheat cakes with transparent syrup, being on the beat, purple pansies, shoelaces that are the perfect length, chenille caterpillars doing push-ups through the lawn, an ice fishing shack, defending your beliefs, nouns, beaver lodges, hill climbing, a quilt on a brass bed, experiencing much love, delicious summer Sunday breakfast sandwiches, the shine of old things, the sweet air of spring inspiring a different sort of hunger, living room oil lamps, soft pretzels kept toasty on a warming tray, having your talents used but not abused, French jeans, stenciled kitchen cabinets, Shakespeare's 7 Ages of Man, infant, schoolboy, lover, soldier, justice, pantaloon, second childhood, registering for wedding gifts, textile laboratories, the chipmunk lining his winter bedroom and stocking his granary, singing in the rain when, in the middle of a quiet, milder than usual night, the accumulated snow on the roof slides off with a thundering crash, a pot of apples, cinnamon sticks, cloves, and brown sugar. On the way to becoming applesauce, half birthdays, everything spelled correctly in the book you're reading, Mesopotamia, deep dish apple pie, Tabasco sauce, taking your last final of the semester, putting trouble into a boat of leaves and sailing it out to sea, decorating magazines, Campbell's green pea soup, pine needles soft as kitten fur, waving out the car's back window, crescent rolls, thick crayons, TV football on mute, hot prime ribs of beef and sliced turkey sandwiches, supper clubs. Sugar cubes, Coney Island hot dogs, barbershop harmonizing, strawberry, plum, pear, cherry, crabapple, elderberry, apricot, cranberry, whortleberry, quince, blackberry, cape gooseberry, almond, orange, grape, medlar, cowberry, nectarine, loganberry, hope, and sloe, scrambled eggs with herbs, putting out baskets and bowls of fresh cranberries, bright red apples, lemons studded with cloves, nuts in their shells, potpourri, pomegranates, or fresh holly, renting a winter house, onion holders, the Tonight Show song, colorful exotic birds, fuses, listening to old rafters, creaky doors, and loose floorboards, reed organs, a New Yorker cartoon on the fridge door, adjusting the car and yourself for good night vision, a well-worth-it wait, wetsuits, ramekins for baked eggs, tiny shrimp, or chocolate pots au creme, paper sailboats, a backwards party, clothes, invitation, and meal, a massed year when enormous amounts of nuts are produced by the trees, the missing last piece of a jigsaw puzzle. The first kiss, at a turn-of-the-century apothecary, a soda dispensed at an ornate marble fountain, a party, at someone else's house, stone gargoyles, having your cat come when you call her, sipping homemade apple cider, riding a roller coaster, deep green Viridian glass pitchers, straight razors, riding a chairlift up a ski slope to enjoy the exhilaration and fresh air, nature walks, having lots of candles burning, the thought of attending culinary school, dropping off a bag of donations. For goodwill, maple pecan scones with marmalade, butter, and jam, the faces of Easter Island statues, hot pulled pork sandwiches, the sensation experienced when an elevator stops or takes off too suddenly, misty mornings, earth tones, crisped rice, New England's donut belt, south of muffin country and north of bagels, garlanding a banister, Hansel and Gretel, potato pancakes, sausages, and homemade applesauce, water polo, baskets filled with letter-writing supplies, dew-filled lawns dusted with Bairnward and baby's pet the daisy before the heads lay in piles of fresh mown grass, backgammon on the beach, Thomas Jefferson, considered by some as America's first archaeologist, colloquialisms and catchphrases, waffle knit, being alone to talk, to dream, to scheme, to take aimless drives to no place special, fresh fruits arranged with a generous scoop of sherbet, designer jeans and cowboy hats, bobeshes around candles to catch drippings or on chandeliers to hold suspended glass prisms. Fresh croissants and coffee in bed, Thompson's seedless grapes, high ceilings, beautiful fireplaces, and old-fashioned molding, revolving lights, slipping away from shore on a boat, the circling beam from a lighthouse, a tiny plant in a little clay pot, chicken fried steak, peas, mashed potatoes, cornbread and butter, and a quart of cold milk, surprising your partner and picking him up from work, sunken Spanish galleons, a wood smoke smell, almond extract, terry washcloths, a blizzard in a snow globe, not taking life that seriously because it's here to be enjoyed, Senator Robert F. Kennedy, as warm as summer roses, reminding yourself that everything you do, think, and dream matters, someone who makes you happy by loving you, being alive with you, filling up your life, molasses sweetbread, Pepsi-Cola commercials, gleaming shells in jewel colors, half buried in pearl white sand, supper time, Renaissance fairs, sitting down and reading all your old love letters, phrenology, salt-cured. Ham steaks, a 28th birthday, ditty bags, 6, baby dresses, loafers with lug soles, a desktop weather station, gingered melon wedges, life after 60, Sunday puttering, spice brown corduroy, Victorian-style hammocks, street musicians, skinned knees being easier to fix than broken dreams, groves of orange and olive trees, delicate fronds, wild black cherry trees, tortellini salad, sliced mozzarella and prosciutto roll, escargot puffs, and meat en croûte, broiled tenderloin breakfast steaks, your first room at college, glazed fruit pastries, the crowing of a rooster, orchestra seats, getting up early one warm morning and watching the sun rise, the old Chevy, going to yard sales early on summer mornings, finishing wood, lounging around the pool, finding a good butcher, spin-dry salad baskets, house music, cider mills, a stove kettle on a wood-burning stove, suntan oil, child-made sailboats on a pond, secret rooms, ladies' night out, Beanie Baby collections, fireflies creating an incredible ballet of soft light, planning a visit home, medicine men, tartlet tins, University of Stockholm, cathedrals, backyard dining, praying for a sick child, shimmering blue lakes bathed in warm sunlight, framed by snow-capped Alps and lush green hills, little candle sconces, an ample supply of local postcards, running your hand along fences or walls, planning a trip, Brunelleschi's perspective, crisp linen, pink roses, and trays of peaches, crumb crusts, falling asleep while contemplating dinner, tiny cartons of milk, center-parted hair, deciphering cuneiform or hieroglyphics, a scribe's sanctuary, doggies tumbling into morning, spreading early birds and careless cats before them, enough china and silver to serve an army, mustard and soy sauce on a hot dog, parting your hair crooked, a wonderfully desolate beach in November, running a race, French fries, fabulous online shoe sales, a post office and grocery store being the only services on the island, Italian waffle weave bath towels, achievements, diamond stud earrings, shaker pantry, and sewing boxes. And piggins, boxes with handles, broiled fish topped by slices of lemon and cut-up parsley, with browned butter around it, stacks of old childhood snapshots, mugs of soup, gold-dipped rose color, carrot strips and cucumber slices, cinnamon raisin rolls, hot liquid warming you from within, used china, taking advantage of all the opportunities to keep your mouth shut, parks, mini breaks, wind chime with 100 brass bells, romantic tables for two, sports psychology, watching Groundhog Day again. And again, when the lights flicker, fishing for compliments, the quiet in a church before the bride says I do, the tantalizing odor of barbecuing pork chops, discount tickets, riding a bicycle 25 miles, suggesting he come to your place for chocolate fondue, editorial mail, a bay window seat high up around the treetops, making things into doll furniture, the fragrance and happy flavor of butter and almonds, cinnamon, brown sugar, apricots, honey, and cream, a confidant, fields bursting with ripening grain, country inns, castles, old coaching stops, silver bells, carol, barbecuing, boiling, baking, broiling, blanching, braising, browning, deep frying, grilling, heating, parboiling, poaching, pressure cooking, roasting, stewing, sautéing, simmering, steaming, toasting, a species coming off the endangered list, curling irons, screwballs, offshore fishing, the feeling of a tumble-dried shirt, having breakfast by the window on the occasion of a child's first snowfall. I'd rather be reading, July afternoons roaring and rumbling with thunderstorms, top-stitching, the zen of snowblowing, democracy, swimming with a kickboard, a basket of tender, flaky, fresh from the oven biscuits, strawberry ice cream shortcake, heavy teak deck chairs, feeling lucky to be born a woman, cleaning out your emotional closet, Carson Peary Scott and Company, reaching out to people, rollback cuffs, notebooks with blank pages to be filled, a white gold sunrise, carpenters plans, Wedgwood china, Pennsylvania and Swiss chocolate, pillow fights, scarecrows, laissez-faire, frost-touched streets, therapy that heals, cinnamony applesauce, cotton shirts, longing for certain happinesses, baking a crock of beans on a Saturday night, fishing for panfish from the bank of a lake, a hoedown, seaside teas, choosing a tennis racket, kitchen stools, a prickly wall of spruce and fir, Le Creuset cookware, doing things together, Prince Edward Island wool caps, testing a bone for fossilization, pigeonholes in a desk, the best-kept romantic secrets, mountains of produce, watching the moon at night and finding out why it looks the way it does, polished copper, taking down badminton and volleyball nets, women who dress for aerobics class in dangling earrings, coordinated outfits, and full makeup, chewable vitamins, smoke detectors, sharing a dream, moving far north, mountain ledge flowers blooming on sky-high rocky peaks, real friends who ask thoughtful questions, pickled onions, rings, peaked roofs, having a private picnic, popsicle sticks, the greatest truths being the simplest, Belgian lace curtains, a farmer's market with sausages and cheese ready for slicing, country-cured bacon, and baked beans simmered in sweet molasses, Oscar awards, a vanilla custard with cake crust and strawberry sauce, hot biscuits, all-weather field notebooks, near-perfect weather, pine and maple banister-back chairs, eating TV dinners while sitting on the floor, dogs nose-deep in wrapping paper, clay-potted English ivy, numbers committed to memory, eating all your snack bar items before the movie even starts, unclogging a toilet, Achillean hand axes from the lower Paleolithic period, the Library of Congress, buck-toothed kids, eau de toilette, the company of a mountain, sunken treasure, bread, herb butter, and preserves, riding well-schooled ponies through woods and on the hillsides, parking lights, running around in the sun, dawn shimmering with dew, sunrise on lawn and meadow, an iron tortilla press, glass beads, things that are part of our dreams and hopes, soft cow neck pullovers, the difference between New England and Manhattan clam chowder, ironing food to heat it, snow on your eyelashes, winter fruit, great elm trees, large item trash pickup day, picnic quilts, using a pumice stone, lemon to keep vegetables from turning brown, puss in boots, pretzel sticks, the whisk broom sound of footsteps on fallen leaves, seeing objects formed by clouds, the rope on fancy restaurant menus, pages, hearing your teenager say, I love you, Mom, sitting in a cozy booth, a butter slicer with wire dividers, the song If I Loved You, from the movie and the play Carousel, using a brass corn popper on the hearth for roasting chestnuts, baking potatoes, or grilling sandwiches, date bread, date and cream cheese sandwiches, decorating in early college, early hotel, or early married, the Grand Canyon at sunrise, the buzzing of bees, the sugar plum tree. Poem, moving to a new house, shops where individuality shines, white-tailed deer in the clearings, remembered tales beside a fire, curved park benches, a restaurant where guests cook their own steaks, lobsters, and shrimps on a table grill, soda fountain memories you'll never lose, a catnip-filled sock, geologic marvels like the Grand Canyon and the Himalayas, creamy mushroom gravy, a vast wonderland of soaring, snow-capped peaks, turquoise lakes, glittering glaciers, and tumbling waterfalls. All framed by dense green forests, playing the Nutcracker Suite at Christmas brunch, silvery milkweed pods opening, platters of good things to eat, a breeze tiptoeing into the room, afraid to intrude, babushkas, blue waters, white sails, and ruddy swimmers, strawberry coffee cake, Michigan City, Indiana, kitchen windows, the wild blue yonder, a tray of scones and pot of honey, no sound except the branches clicking together and a vast, far skein of wind flung down from the sky, truck stops and little country towns off the freeway, your adrenaline starting to pump at the thought of leaving work and going home, accompaniment, miniature corn, black and dark purple, filibusters, a technicolor sunset, a good Monday, babies who never cry, buying your first home, grapefruit, sliced bananas, berries, cornflakes, and poached eggs for breakfast, walking suits, blazer, Bermudas, man's shirt, cooking for people all weekend, accomplishments, the social role-playing of clothing, cheerfulness. Jeweled necklines, baby boom, movie, learning HTML, reading between the lines, no expiration date, silk bed jackets, consuming M&Ms by color groups, antique Chinese porcelain-covered tea bowls for sugar or candy, a pot of tea produced when anything momentous occurs, the superior taste of food cooked over a charcoal fire, Pepe's Pizzeria in New Haven, Connecticut, hidden windows, a riot of colors, the wheezing of an accordion, a draftsman's toolkit, gracious posture, egg tosses, hours spent organizing and cleaning, big baskets for magazines or yarn, terracotta freckles, chicken sautéed in butter with brandy and apricots, cranberry honey barbecue sauce, the wonder of the circulatory system, teaching within the home, wooden booths, photosynthesis, gumball dispensers, good afternoons, rainstorms, bike riding along the Potomac River, autumn bonfires of gathered twigs, banana puddings, dry toast and buttered toast, muffins and crumpets, hot bread and cold bread, white bread and brown bread, homemade bread and baker's bread, wheaten bread and oaten bread, colored snow, lemon halves, dinners that include a green salad and French bread with butter, cabin lights, worth it restaurant food, writing a poem, never dramatizing a difficulty, maple cream cheese spread, coal shoveling, short-sleeved camp shirts, pochette rings for eggs, really thick, really special books, would-be artists, building a bed frame, fashion shows, making sure the water from the shower hits the back of your neck, Cladberries, insightful, thought-provoking books, dime novels, the dressed-in-black student set, often artsy, hand-me-downs, cooking big chunks of juicy apples slowly with cinnamon and sugar, letting the white mist carry the smell into the day, classroom instruction, sandwich plates, a wire caddy for paper cups, ketchup, mustard, pickles for picnics, old-fashioned square dances, warm sun and sea spray, cucumber salads, Apollo space missions, carrot tops, new cookbooks, the body's first surge of energy in the morning, billboards, round dice, the brisk dusk of a late October evening, washing your hands before you eat, the whole day on skis with a picnic lunch, lipstick in tiny plastic tubes, baked ziti, the delicate content of recipes, a first edition of a book, staging a children's vehicle parade with scooters, bicycles, and skateboards festooned with crepe paper, the delights of finding first spring flowers, returning overdue books, sidewalk cafes, cedar stump furniture, the scientific method, water bottles, big checkerboard plaid, Pikes Peak, family time, picture postcard villages, climbing up on some hill at sunrise, staying home on New Year's Eve, shower gifts, the feeling you get around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after realizing you've accomplished a lot, pantries, reaching for the sky, cream cheese with chives and a slice of radish on a Bremner wafer, barbecuing some meat on a charcoal brazier, large, framed pieces of seascapes, landscapes, escaping the winter bloss, jean jackets, major kitchen appliances, kits, cosmetic, first aid, medical, mending, sewing, shoeshine, tackle, toilet, tool, travel, intensity and abandon, roll-neck sweaters, red clover, sugar maples, hermit thrushes, and honeybees, the season's first drive-in movie, planning a weekend of doing something you usually tell yourself you're too unadventurous for, bacon and pork sausages. When the maples turn, splurging on a midweek dinner out, bran muffins served warm, split, and buttered, expanding your horizons, fully rigged ship models, using vine-ripened sweet summer tomatoes to make tomato sauce and freeze for winter, mentally preparing yourself for a big change, eating alone, poaching fruit for compotes, motion-activated lights, playing poker, thinking caps, shades of pink and yellow, figs, the feel of a whirlpool, miniature artichokes, quesadillas, winkin', blinkin', and nod, panoramic murals, throwing away 3/4 of the papers in your files, staying on the fringe of politics, types of beds, baby, brass, bunk, canopy, crib, cot, davenport, double-deck, feather, hammock, Hollywood, hospital, iron, king size, Murphy, double queen size, roll-away, round, single, trundle, twin, vibrating, wall, wooden, summer camps, learning how to make belts, ashtrays, gimp lanyards, college meal plans, creating a snow sculpture, pound cake, tinsel, jar cozies, individual soufflé dishes, vanilla meringue filled with ice cream and fresh strawberries, honest signs, like road repairs, next 12 years, curling your hair, the silence that pervades a crowded elevator when the doors close, poker parties, Greek foods, weather brewing, peanut butter makers, a portrait in the snow, taco dinners, succeeding in not raising your voice during a fight, lavish buffet spreads, as a telecommuter, a day with no interruptions, farm markets with the best fresh milk, someone who has your back, pulling all-nighters before exams, trompe-l'oeil insouciance, crystal chimes, a street full of bookstores and galleries, keeping your secrets, walking around a swimming pool, erasers that work well, morning dew, floral wallpapers, smoky mirrors, wicker chairs, and white-painted woodwork, remembering when there were no movie ratings, an aromatic puff of frying onion wafting out the door, canaries singing more when they have company, free admission, stratocumulus, cumulus, and cumulonimbus clouds, a Sunday night salad bowl, group traveling, a bed of clams, oysters, floats in a parade. Tying your hair back with ribbons, orchard maps, the tea table, the satisfaction of lifting your own homemade waffles out of a steaming waffle iron, toolsheds, Utah, Salt Lake, Bryce Canyon, clean, wide streets, choir, honeybees, country-crusted breads, pieces of 8, she sells seashells by the seashore, tongue twister, making jam and berry pies, receiving forgiveness, jazzercise, syllabub, birches that look like paintbrushes whose tips have been dipped in rouge, the 1768 edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica, a firm handshake, having your coffee in the park, split levels, the fine red and blue threads running through new dollar bills, walnut ladder-back chairs, Milky Way candy bars, greengrocer's apostrophe, the misspellings in ads, playing Old Mill, once-a-year headaches, cork tiles for pictures, weaving cat's cradles and other string figures, winning games, winning a war, shoe freaks, sailing half-days through the air on a swing suspended from a tree, West Virginia, twin. Panhandles, Harper's Ferry, the Potomac, sand sifting, grilled meat served with salty French fries, Skippy peanut butter, listening to classical music during lunch, woodsy, outdoorsy skating rinks, soy candles, give and take in a relationship, corn custard, tennis on TV, creamed turkey, pistachio nuts, the best cheerleaders, elegant pewter swirl bowls, milk, delectable creations made hot and fresh every morning, a lovely villa with charming hosts, choosing, at whim, quiet back roads, Phillips. Exeter Academy, covering the walls with sheets that match the beds, stereo radio headsets, the peeling of a Polaroid snapshot, keeping a fire burning as a welcome, clamming, snow portraits, informing TV characters of impending danger, thinking that they can hear you, ham and Cumberland sauce, a toe wiggling, breeze blowing day, negotiating, ribbon dancing, getting the answer you want from the magic 8-ball, pre-sliced cheese, vanity license plates, writing themes, fine quality shelled pecan. Halves, dotting your eyes with smiley faces, plump floor cushions, wine lists and fat folders, the smell of grilled onions in Grand Central Terminal, courteousness, a strolling trio of musicians, inspiration, black, the smell of Band-Aids, red check tablecloths, cocoa butter soap, quiet places, a garden, a reading room in a library, a corner nook in a cafe, a botanical garden, a chapel, a rotunda at a museum, a terrace, a hammock, learning to make the perfect cup of coffee, rain sensitive. Windshield wipers, buying an I Feel Good hat and wearing it on your better days, sailing a felucca down the Nile at night, internet access exactly when you need it, zingy burritos, the cakewalk, cable television, frosty brown sugar color, calling in sick, making clothes, home, where we tie one end of the thread of life, collards, a romp in the hayloft, bamboo torches, the Chicago Blackhawks hockey team, denim belts, full-spectrum light bulbs simulating sunlight, medallions béarnaise, lettuce. Green, pearly cottage cheese, sunny pineapple, tawny peanut, icy white milk colors, REM sleep, savoring cool summer mornings to relax and energize, springing along a sidewalk, insulated window shades, trackball mice, crayons without their papers, having an art stash, cucumber and bread hors d'oeuvres, an elevator's ding, Christmas chains to count the days, marquetry floors, containers and tubs of cascading flowers, time to browse, accomplished musicians, dusting off the camera. Learning to play a musical instrument, a ladybug kicking her 6 feet in a tantrum, the true meaning of an object, seen only with reference to its relationships, its context, bartering, picnic scenes, robin's eggs, being quietly sexy, a well-crafted chair, remembering people's names long after they've forgotten yours, the Indianapolis 500, Bobby socks, missing someone, salad with hot bacon dressing and a basket of tirumi rolls, hanging pans, maple butternut squash, a painter's workshop on Block Island, Rhode Island, rolling up your sleeves, old newspaper clippings, Martha Graham dance pieces, sawed-off trees, postage stamps, first introduced in Belgium, a heap of homemade French fries, volunteering to help out in a soup kitchen, keep a thing for 7 years and you'll find a use for it, a waiter's race, someone calling to check on you when you're sick, offering apples and vegetables to birds and animals in winter, spinning quite a yarn, the sea's bioluminescence, angel sleeves. Mime artists, courtrooms, ballroom dancing, the Hoover Dam lit at night, living in the woods near the edge of a lake, medical research, when the lakes are high, polywogs, taking a food and drink dictionary to a restaurant, milkweed pods ripening and freeing their seeds to sail away on fluffy parachutes, possibilities for refreshment and discovery, moving hurdles, a small masher to crush herbs or mash baby food or pack butter into tubs, the hoot of an owl, wading pools, getting along well with others, satiny black upholstered banquettes, eating at the boat dock, fluffy pillows, grilling over slow coals, coffee makers, Canada geese returning in long, dark distant lines, ham and apple butter on a croissant, the sacred city of Lhasa, Tibet, skeins of yarn, floor plans, the poem June by James Russell Lowell, predicting rain, doors that open amiably to dumb dogs shambling home, bowls filled only with yellow M&Ms, chocolate-dipped butter cookies, dipping soup toward the far edge of the bowl, cats that sleep all day Sunday, Little League Baseball, bread rising, miniature balladins from Godiva wrapped in a quilt, watching a meteor shower, rubber stampers, grids, hanging windows with lush curtains of velvet, finding the perfect adjective in a thesaurus, escaping from an overwhelming department store and buying an armful of daffodils from the vendor on the corner, a spider's web of streets, the silence of a leafless landscape, Ruffles potato chips, things mother never told you. Homemade maple syrup, real cream, real butter, and heated plates, church suppers, decorating, the unwrapped gifts of nature, burying yourself in a pile of magazines you seldom have time for, the indentations on the side of a dictionary, cardigan sweaters, the best information, cast iron and brass beds, turkey legs, potato mashers, summer, falling in love with a lifeguard, dollhouses and plastic furniture, curling toes, boutique farming, apple butter, curiosity boxes, a whisper impossible to resist, international road signs, good children on a plane, inviting your best friend over and giving each other manicures and new hairstyles, forgiving someone, extra long loaves of bread spread with softened butter, onion-shaped glass bowls, white and pink, vases, the name Kier, stamped tin, glassed in sidewalk cafes, lucky penny in the bottle, handwritten letters that include photos, cartoons, dried flowers, or quotes, colored markers, the colors of red earth, hemp, wet clay, and late day. Desert sun, making a balloon dog, real fur coats, cycling derbies, hodgepodges, the flimsy paper stretched across the examining table at a doctor's office, leafy suburban campuses, ventriloquists' dummies, inexpensive music boxes, being a night person, old-time crafts and music, having the backup files when your computer crashes, red beets, radishes, red cabbage, tomatoes, cherries, red plums, strawberries, cayenne, cloves, writing an advertisement, side pouches on furniture for magazines. Sliced pound cake with butterscotch sauce, art as therapy, kissing potions, courage and conviction, salespeople, Zoras equals oriental sandals, Italian suits and collarless shirts, Texas toast, thick slices of white bread brushed with butter and grilled, the mesmerizing flames of a roaring fire, taco salad of mixed greens, kidney beans, cheese, taco meat, tomato, and green onions, the silent industry of chlorophyll, bringing home the bacon, setting an old chair or wicker rocker out in the garden. Being free-spirited, an hour or two fly fishing in a quiet pool, the language spoken by fast food restaurant employees, a white fence-enclosed rose garden, rail-splitting contests, photography, hot sun cooled by a sea breeze carrying the heady scents of pine trees and clam flats, the Duchenne smile, when two different facial muscles fire, forming a genuine smile, wicker trunks containing patchwork quilts, turkey tacos, urban legends, Herman thrushes, touching guest exhibits, cocoa fiber rugs. Correspondence, paper plates, the fresh green of spring's young shoots, drinking juice out of a can with a straw, an old world library, a balloon flying to freedom, the cotton maker's symbol, chevron stripes, muumuus, a lake catching the last flecks of sunlight coming in over the pines, mod paper flowers in pop bottles, gargantuan slabs of roast beef, justice, 10-gallon hats, baked pears and sour cream, middle school graduation, pies, spring suiting, pieces of willowware, eating in the kitchen. Watching a big moon skim in and out, a clipper ship captain's desk with slanted lift lid and drawers on the sides, escorts offering their arm, briefcases, jade-colored lagoons, a vacant seat next to you on an international flight, splurging on a spectacular party, alternating the books you're reading, falling in love, llama trekking, society editors, a babysitter when you need one, bacon grease, a pride of lions, homographs, orange skin baskets, chilled pineapple and dairy fresh cottage. Cheese salad, homespun crafts, greengrocers, unarguable fundamentals, the ticking of an old clock, people who answer your emails, uncrinkled aluminum foil, changing habits, surprise birthday parties, library reading rooms, the certain way you smile at each other as soon as your eyes meet, hot sauce chugging, improbabilities in TV shows and movies, frosty weather lunch or brunch, baths in the dark, with candles lit at the last minute, saddle soap, kneading dough, soft shell clams and crabs. Ceiling-hung slatted wood trays, green grass and the smell of it, the sugar plum fairy, the Beanie and Cecil cartoon, sailboat sails, suggestions for a salad bar, oranges, pineapple, raisins, cauliflower, apples, asparagus, peaches, grapes, avocados, pears, melon, green beans, cooked potatoes, corn, celery root, fried onion rings, Brussels sprouts, July's sailboats skimming the waters of a nearby lake, getting an early start, oceanfront dining rooms, Nashua, New Hampshire, familiar sounds of the Deep South, body elements, aluminum, arsenic, calcium, carbon, chlorine, cobalt, copper, fluorine, hydrogen, iodine, iron, magnesium, manganese, nitrogen, oxygen, potassium, phosphorus, silicon, sodium, sulfur, zinc, wraparound corner windows, the cool feel of a silver necklace, sailing slickers, sunburst yellow color, practicing basketball at a park, holiday mints, figuring out effect and effect, belt in the back coats, thin Swedish roll-up pancakes served with lingonberries or blueberries. Fingerbreaths, baby tomatoes that burst, ice cream served in metal-stemmed dishes that get all frosty on the outside, the part of the envelope that tells where to place the stamp as if you couldn't figure it out, never being overwhelmed, holding your tummy in, driving against the arrow in a parking lot, old-fashioned straw dispensers, inline skating, lattice checks, cooling off at the pool, a rotating toaster or gridiron that lets toast and meat cook evenly on all sides without being handled. Pogo sticks, Heinz tomato ketchup, warm water on a cold face, insulated windbreakers, snapping turtles hibernating side by side on the pond bottom, the penciled flights of departing geese scrawled against the sky, watching the sunset and the world turning backward, Valentine candy hearts, interior bay windows, common sense, leather floors, what is essential is invisible to the eye, trying to answer the phone before the answering machine comes on, peaceful countryside, appreciating when the ATM gives you money and your card, a beautifully bound book, Scandinavia's climate, bicycle paths among the sand dunes, French-speaking Belgians, people on a sidewalk watching TV in a store window, messy piles of shoes in the closet, great-grandmother's cameo, toast and apple butter, monarch butterflies, ham loaf with brown sugar syrup, agreeableness, pork chop weather, when dinner had better be heavy-duty, the friend who introduced you to Mr. Right, Sting, actor/singer, warm weather lunch. Hours, brand new notebooks, Virginia country ham served over cornbread and covered with maple syrup, the last appointment of the day, a pond that freezes into a natural ice skating rink, shrimp-shaped earrings, refinishing a flea market find, an early evening cookout with barbecued chicken and new corn, the morning newspaper at the door, making a beeline, family-style all-you-can-eat restaurants, manhole covers, art training, campaign chests, the setting sun splashing a pink tinge over fleecy Clouds, a tearful tune, small salads, a bag of lemons, coffee cloud sponge cake with coffee icing, lingonberries, distance learning, Humpty Dumpty, England's Houses of Parliament, hot biscuits, oatmeal with cream, tomato baskets, helping someone do laundry, sliced ham with mustard pickles, planting by the moon, music for ballet practice, pizza cutters, stopping being a perfectionist, both jersey and flannel sheets, the Daily Mail, a truck stop with great spicy ribs and sweet potato pie, knowing the absolutely right way to do something, slot car races, fresh pink tablecloths and huge pink cotton napkins, chicken fried steak and country gravy, kitties licking, fat jewelry, the rub-a-dub of a washboard, a watermelon stabbed with a knife so that the rind splits with a crackle and the smell comes pouring out, laughter being the best medicine, deep country, an antique red hand-stenciled wooden sled with dark pine runners, automobile brochures, a sachet of balsam pine needles, like a walk-in. The woods, syllables, the pile of stuff you have cut out and saved, slim, crustless sandwiches, cool chopped tomatoes, crisp scallions, cucumbers, green peppers, brown olives, feta cheese, and hard-cooked eggs, crisscrosses, pears, date nut sauce over apple, pear, or pumpkin pie or ice cream, court green color, desk lights, the verdant countryside, knowledge is power, pork tenderloin dinner with french fries, raffia baskets, piers, stopping at enough, neon depictions, strange, unintelligible symbols for washing instructions on clothing labels, lion taming, animals and toys for a nursery, scented shoe pillows, those lines and markings on a gym floor that have no purpose, great shadows lengthening in the fields, rare book collecting, snap-on tools trucks, rain lovers, pine footstools, mint-colored bikes, picture phones, drifting down France's beautiful Canal du Midi on a hotel barge, Morse code, whittling, rosebuds of ecru organdy, surviving cafeteria and junk food. Machines, watching your man shave or shampoo, not burping at the dinner table, something springing from mind's eye, to sketchpad, to reality, eyes that never tell lies, ship's clocks, the Monday wash, root beer and spaghetti, grass sledding, seeing happy parents, garlic bread, doing the right thing even when no one is looking, time for cozy dinners of soup and bread and indoor games by a toasty fire, taking a cooking course in Paris, mist over the rolling meadows drifting away, sending small whimsical gifts to brighten a long day, trimming logs for cabin building, wildlife preservation, bowl haircuts, deep carpeting, a bowl of fruit and flower blossoms, a child's wisdom, the first video game you ever played, a Rhode Island barrel clambake, including scalloped oysters, a camp breakfast, blue jean students, roast goose on wild rice with glazed grapes, getting out of the got to tell all, lay it on the line syndrome and remembering how nice it is to have a secret, when hiking through snow, using the footsteps of one who has boldly gone before you, positive daydreaming, gray t-shirts, picking up things with your toes, oven-baked biscuits, generous amounts of strawberries, and freshly whipped cream, smoked almonds, red candles wrapped with ribbon and lace, flats of pansies, 7 varieties of fruit salad, shopping at garage sales, spontaneous originality in communication, rollaway beds, large textual databases, a 30th birthday, grass flowers, a place to stretch out on the sand, to beachcomb for unusual driftwood formations, Pima cotton shirts, the long, weary walk up the aisle at the end of a movie, football towers, pipe tongs, thick, scalded jonna cakes, visualization, bleached sand dollars, victory over incompetence, silky pants, country gourmet cooking, lunch served at poolside, unbelievably tender filet mignon, cleaning windshields, pyracantha with bright, shiny red berries, blooming onion and chipotle dip, an archaeological dig, inexpensive lace curtains, children's eyes, crossing something dreaded off a list of things to do, banging screen doors, buying a book and getting lost in a new topic, feeling satisfied with the rightness of the world, vacuum bottle holders with straps, learning to change a tire, seed catalogs starting to arrive in the mail, enjoying popcorn, songs, and campfire camaraderies, learning to service your own car, Roger, Wilco, apple trees, steamboat races, miniature hors d'oeuvre cutters, telephoning overseas, a tiny restaurant that specializes in lunches and afternoon tea, anonymity, baby bird time, 3rd grade teachers, plastic bags that zipper shut, tossing a salad bar party, power tools, dinero equals money, the moon spinners, movie, brown bread sandwiches of anchovies, butter, herbs, and spices in a paste, or generous slices of good pink ham spread with a skimming of hot mustard, not having to pick up wet towels, a wonderful art exhibit just a taxi ride away, handbag design, drying flowers, penny loafers, snap purses, impulse buying, words like ennui, frosty nights and blue sky days, disco music, rattan doll furniture, steep-sided fluted brioche, the richest, butteriest, and airiest of all breads, a time for all things, toga parties, pedal pushers, icicle-style Christmas lights, writing in a wonderful hand, negotiating a traffic circle, seeing others enjoying something you created, braiding gimp at camp, cooling swims, bread ovens, salad with oil and vinegar and fresh, hot French bread, the kangaroo, koala, and wombat, an old warehouse restaurant with stained glass windows, sad, romantic, nostalgic, wistful, peeved, kittenish feelings, wild turkeys, African violets, serving Chinese takeout in bento boxes, a tray of tiny cactus against a wooden table, officiating, keeping your own commonplace book, portfolios, a warm May day, childhood report cards and art projects, high school yearbooks, photo albums, diaries, and love letters, plastic ponchos in rainbow colors, listening to the news, pegged co-tracks, bar cookies, when I'm good, I'm very good, but when I'm bad, I'm better, Mae West, the yellow-orange blooms of the daisy like black-eyed Susan, rough wood, a butterfly flying into you, working on a bibliography, advertising in the yellow pages, plush carpet, hearing your song, open restaurant kitchens, the crunch of snap peas, rainbow cakes, eating, chopsticks only, the windows in envelopes that never line up with the printed return address, machine washable things, sharing in the planning, shopping, and cooking of a dinner party, a baby squirrel, panucci icing, magical winter places, ferns, seltzer bottles, camp stoves, looking 50 when you are 60, burgundy, rust, and peach comforters and dust ruffles, miniskirts, honey mustard pretzels, someone's silent thoughts, roasted green peppers stuffed with a pungent meat and cheese filling dressed in tomato sauce, tending to your knitting, blue-banded white pottery, church spires, Thanksgiving, when there may be a brush of snow on the ground and a hint of frost in the air, vines, games with jump ropes, cable car rides, the corners of your mind, crab meat-filled mushrooms, being all alone with a black and white movie on television and a favorite pair of pajamas, cutting and pasting a scrapbook, Tweety Bird, ice cubes tinkling like wind chimes, platypuses, being forgiven, Julia Roberts, an actress admired for her smile, a swaying sea of grass, oval, pear, marquise, and emerald diamonds, potatoes Anna, a crisp hunk of potato heaven served with sour cream and chives, clotted cream the rich color of yellow garden roses, the Gerber baby, baked beans cooked in maple syrup and liquid smoke, chicken and noodles and spaghetti served at the local school, seeking out uncrowded stretches of beach, October, the month to exhale the hot, stuffy laziness of summer and inhale the cool, brisk life of fall, retiring on your own terms, the ease with which we fall in love or fall in love all over again, writing letters in an outdoor cafe, animal crackers, Stonehenge. Marinating, Oxford, England, being wonderfully alone on a frozen country pond, tying a knot in a karate belt, the song of the mower, being happy as a clam, periwinkle shells, making a fall clothes buying list each year, barbed wire, foliage tours, a rooster weathervane, gnawbone, Indiana, as quick as a wink, milkmen, daydreamers, responding to challenge, the grinding undertone of stones, when in doubt tell the truth, Mark Twain, Aladdin and his wonderful lamp, eating soup after pig out. Weekends, buying and painting unfinished furniture, sneakers with dress suits, the sound of a clock ticking, and nothing else, dripping BLT sandwiches, framing a favorite recipe, red plaid lunchboxes, wood-burning cookstoves, glabella, the space between your forehead and eyebrows, big county fair signs, the biggest smile in the world, resting under a favorite tree, buttery Danish dough, honeymoon spots, David Letterman, block bazaars, the soft feel of cotton sheets, values, an escape hatch. Cracker Jacks, Twilight Hour, McDonald's Hot Caramel Sundaes, 1964, Egg Drop Soup, Playing Jeopardy, Silver Beads, the furling and unfurling of leaves, the shudder of pipes in the morning, the nutty flavor of Irish oatmeal, listening to the tinkle of Taiwan bamboo wind chimes, the luxury of a fresh towel, programming a computer, candies under pillows, sable watercolor brushes, bicycling in the evening, open rolling fields and stone walls, shivery serenades for newlyweds, barbecue pits, pagoda. Umbrella lamps, the orange thread to sew jeans, balconies overlooking a brook and forest, two-handed backhands, uncovering an unexpected patch of wildflowers, hearthside, violets and dandelions, using a self-discovery workbook Blinky milk equals sour milk, blooming tropical flowers, coming up with ideas, pure fruit jelly squares of apricot, quince, pineapple, black currant, passion fruit, orange, and fig purees rolled in sugar, khaki walking shorts, synchronization of noises, the most beautiful thing we can experience is the mysterious Einstein, the scratch of a slate pencil, enamelware, the combination of fall colors and waterside atmosphere, good broth, saran wrap that cooperates, milkweed pods beginning to float and burst, tulips bursting into bloom in a kaleidoscope of color, cutting open a grapefruit and finding a sprouted seed, having an unfortunate knack for approaching a set of double doors and always pushing the locked one, desires made out of nostalgia and imagination. Network sports introductory music, mountain vistas, venison, rabbit, and duck braised with vegetables and served in a brioche, the suntanned, crew-cut, all-American male, standing in the doorway, embracing sheets brought in from the line with an end-of-summer smell in them, golf rulebooks, old maps and large farm tools hung on walls, a great green mound of moss, the purest potato taste imaginable, hush-a-bye, baby, outdoor careers, strands of wood, mother of pearl, Ilyuana shell, yellow jade, and coffee bean beads, chopping fresh herbs, snow on the side of the road, mountain crafts, a rousing rendition of the Hallelujah Chorus, bus excursions, lame ducks, bakery boxes tied with string, summertime, wiggling your flip-flops over the edge of the porch, playing spy in the woods, outdoor pit barbecues, remembering father paying $4 for a full tank of gas, babies in boots and snow overalls, electric typewriters, freestanding full-size mirrors, quilted couches, a smiling countenance. Beaches you're sure no one else has discovered, rekindling friendships, Italian hot dog topped with tomato sauce and mozzarella cheese, Revolutionary and Civil War reenactments, cross pens, the honk of car horns and car alarm systems, hanging balloons in the windows, butcher block tables, sunny retirement in the Sunbelt, silo veins, eating 6 hot dogs and drinking 5 Cokes at a picnic, whispersoft, lacy knit Afghans, raccoons and squirrels scampering in the bush, never having used training. Wheels, Winnie the Pooh TV shows, books, a single flower meaning more than a dozen, a college fund for the kids, starting a dream diary, the uncontrollable urge to lean out the car window and yell moo every time you pass a cow, taking an elevator friend to lunch, a shell collection and display case, handsome Greeks, a washtub-size basket with pots of flowers, privacy, people who give more of themselves, conventional wisdom, the basic Vermont meal, a piece of cheddar, a glass of cold milk, and a stack of common crackers, intramurals, the half-light of evening, regimental ties, consumerism, postcard views, saying nice doggy, pull out all stop salad bars, kick pleats, lazing about, a roll-top desk, ergasiophobia equals fear of work, colorful markets, bagels and onion rolls, pepperoni pizza, cutting down on junk food, cheese pumpkins and sugar pumpkins, waking up Christmas morning and drinking hot eggnog, cushions of brushed denim, better results from order, form, and harmony, the hazy Chicago skyline growing out of the horizon, flat trees, the start of a good classical record collection, Bach's Brandenburg Concertos, Beethoven's Symphony No. 3, Brahms' Symphony No. 1, Chopin's Piano Concerto No. 2, Debussy's La Mer, Handel's Water Music Suite, Mozart's Symphony, boxer shorts and jockey shorts, notes for a book idea on a cocktail napkin, heading north, script blue and grass green colors, grilled cheese club sandwiches, antique crock eye marbles, learning to say no, Christmas. Cookie cutters, peach denim, licorice, prize-winning, a pot of steaming chile served with a dollop of sour cream and grated cheddar in pottery bowls, sailing a dinghy, stock exchanges, slam of a screen door, the sport of geocaching, a GPS-based scavenger hunt, and now for something completely different, Monty Python, dust bowls, the green shoots of new plants, the seat on the school bus directly over the rear wheel, you turkey. Breakers of the fast, a blissful hour of yoga in a great open space, folding chairs, air castles, celebrating this special moment, butter and eggs, rain rattling the roof and banging at the window, frolicking, ginger jars, Sunday night family room suppers, red licorice, trees noisy with songbirds, cookbooks with small type, a pretty table for Easter dinner, stew in a pottery pot, home box office, grey pope on mustard, refreshments, press boxes, describing what it's like to win a race, boutique candy stores, dwarf iris, California honey, children just learning to talk, diamond solitaire rings, an afternoon nap, red rubber boots for walking through the streets and woods after the rain or snow and hearing the wonderful sound your footsteps make, bone china, a purse that garners compliments, I can't give you anything but love, baby, man walking on the moon, 1969, earning a doctorate, herbal hot pads, Mazda cars, fringed jeans, food that means love, wolves and dogs pups, cleaning the whole house, noodles mingled with herbs and red peppers, a birdwatcher's path, bar towels for polishing glassware, Hawaiian days and Las Vegas nights, painting drawers different colors, listening to music so beautiful that it makes you cry, roller skating on the sidewalk, being more open, less helpless, bringing a bowl of berries to bed, the Earth's axis, woolen mills, old Marx Brothers movies, insulated bottles full of cider spiced with hot cinnamon, silk stockings, not having any cavities, spending time in the baby's nursery after everyone is sleeping, mushroom and barley soup, wagons, sharing clothes, scalloped coastlines, a veranda with picnic tables and expansive windows enabling diners to enjoy the wooded scenery, streetcars, pine-shingled cottages, Christmas cards from the Metropolitan Museum of Art, keeping the same babysitter for years, a snail's pace, oyster color, a spackling spatula, a tan people notice, the hotel notepad, taking baths, umbrellas and wet streets, cow tails taking batting practice, horseback trips, a Dury rug of French blue on a white ground, cocktail sausages stuffed with cheddar cheese, apple orchards, a piece of jewelry you plan to buy someday, hearty borscht, sports art galleries, peaked white umbrellas, leonine tables, and a gurgling fountain, banquettes of burgundy velvet, cushy as the fur of a fat cat, assuring success by counting on 1 in 4 things going wrong, scale models, the wine of the September air, industry, wearing perfume when you're alone reading, church pews, yacht supply stations, anticipating a challenging and new school course, roads winding through orchards, postprandial drinks, the fibrous crunch of celery, butter crunch ice cream, peppermint crunch candy, raiding the refrigerator, cheap lipstick, string pictures, a can of newer colored tennis balls, tweed slacks, black raspberry apple jam, small, flower design lollipops, lazy inner tube floats on the looping river, an old pickup truck with the tailgate down, a willow basket chock full of sandwiches, salads, and cheese, a jar of pickles, a crock of honey, a loaf of bread just baked that morning, a red and white checkered tablecloth, and sunshine pouring down through the overhanging branches of a grand old oak tree, a roll-arm sofa, tea towels, butterscotch sundaes and Pepsi together, tasting like banana baby food, docs, as the world turns, soap opera, a meal, well begun is half done, watching the winning touchdown, getting catalogs in the mail, Beverly Shores, Indiana, rough brick walls and oak surfaces, clodhoppers, driving as you wish your kids would, flowers thriving on love and friendly words, places heavy with history, elegant white bed linens, a homework survival kit, coin jukeboxes, tent dresses, a supermarket basket left on a deserted beach, paved roads, all the trappings of baking, large bowl of eggs, blender, box of oats, brush for melted butter, recipe books, tempting flavorings, air so crisp and clear, it draws you outdoors, barbecued beans, a boy and a boudinais. Bathtub, working better in dull weather, glazed grapes, a room with a view, playing hooky when it snows, making a snowman, going sledding, sticking out your tongue and catching snowflakes, Swiss cheese, changing handwriting, inspiring workspace, lemon ice cream and cake, earrings for every outfit, paper-thin plates of bird's eye maple, spending a night on the water in a sailboat, the rambunctiousness of boys, little girls with their teddy bears, letting go of expectations, unfinished furniture. Allowing extra time, footsteps in the snow becoming lace traceries of purple shadows, root cellars, keyless entry systems, classier numbers on sweaters or jackets, award frames, setting up an office, Carvel ice cream stores, quilted seaside spreads on wooden platforms, tumbling children on the beach, traveling and viewing, book bag with notebook, Shetland sweater, Cliff Notes, National Lampoon, playing dumb, tabernacles, shower benches, things that look juicy, egg coddlers, payola, being tickled, purses, possibilities, yummy reading, donut conveyor belts, steering wheels, pumpernickel cheddar triangles, making believe you're somewhere else, in a different era or role, point L knit, writing a screenplay, Palm Beach tan color, endless days of raspberry picking, garden seeds on display at the hardware store, turkey dumpling soup, the gearshift on a recliner, studying the lists of the Buddha, crisp morning cereals, coats, big rigs, fox cubs wrestling in wild strawberries. Doing things by the book, house-sitting, butter-grilled mushrooms seasoned with salt, pepper, and lemon, chubby and skinny Santa Clauses, shunpiking, antique farm implements, watching old movies with old friends, white pines, firs, and native spruces that remain green, intermixed crimsons, oranges, and rusty greens of the hickory, sumac, and beech trees, dodgeball, the stone pier of an old railroad bridge, hillsides painted gold and crimson, lots of little balls of different flavored sherbet. Icy cold and rousing, reveling in a lack of structure, facing the truth, the pause before the first applause, bicycling around an island, souped-up cars, the stroke of luck involved in sometimes not getting what you want, the snappy bustle of pelicans and donkeys, warmed bread, appreciating the good fortune of loved ones, a tide chart at the local bait and tackle shop, string beans, being lost in a sea of relatives, old-fashioned English steak and onion pie, the metal clicker at the top of a ballpoint pen, thinking you lost your key card, then finding it, stopping an ant march into the house, quaking green aspen trees, loosening up motions with the wrist before writing, zippered purses, a silver jug that holds an equal mixture of cream and buttermilk, outdoor cafes on Chicago's Rush Street and New York City's Columbus Avenue, getting back to the time when you couldn't think of anything but each other, fresh pleasure at being outside, ghost stories and marshmallows by a fire, hockey. Teams that use finesse rather than brawn, smoked hams hanging on warped barn rafters, talking heart to heart, a unifying principle, corn fritters topped with Vermont maple syrup, children poking sleepy heads out of dewy tents, turtlenecks, 401 Burmese chots, intelligent life on the planet Earth, things best done alone, poetry, performing, exercising, wallowing, packing lunches for the whole week ahead, planting tables, when salespeople admire the picture of your mate in your wallet, stained glass, an old sled, plant signs on sticks, paddleballs, starting a show, getting a passport, skinny Christmas trees, chalet-type motel units with their own balconies and view of the mountains, sun reflector blankets, gallon cans of caramel, tossed salad, downspouts after a rain, tandem snow shoveling projects, thin-lined, narrow, writing paper, dancing school, learning the foxtrot, waltz, cha-cha, rumba, merengue, egg beater, and frug, the reassurance of being petted a little, praised a little, appreciated a little, telling sheep from goats, touches of gold, a dream trip to Antarctica, feeding your mind, a Vermonter, meat carved at your table, long-stemmed glasses, white paneling and bamboo shades, hacking jackets, camel's hair polo coats, the kitchen of a famous restaurant, being an anti-plastic person, narrowly avoiding an animal that hesitates in the middle of the road, poultry cooked in cider, airport suitcase tags, logos, graphics, whimsy, stenciling, trompe-l'oeil, pen and ink renderings, painted primitives, and illustration, insulated food totes, the warm feeling of waking up on a cold morning and discovering you have another 20 minutes to sleep, Humphrey Bogart movies, candleshine, peppermint sticks, kissy face, wooden chicken coops, the interests you pursue, fresh bread soaked in garlic butter and herbs, coal, portable refrigerators, cathedral ceilings, taking a squeaky basket of damp clothes to the backyard, breakfast quick breads, warm from the oven, puffy and delicious, a walk downtown, al fresco equals out of doors, pine cones opening early, pineapple color, a rising middle moon, window pane check towels, tablecloths, and napkins, Italian salad dressing, rattan trays with rims, Easter egg hunts, five-way Cincinnati Chile, an orchard that supplies large plastic bags and labels which rows of trees contain certain varieties, togaed Romans, a favor returned, seeing a grown man cry, jewelry pliers, sheet pizza and root beer, a box of your favorite Girl Scout cookies. Pastry carts, a soft summer's night, geese flying in formation, North Dakota, Durham wheat, spring wheat, wild birds, international peace garden, fresh flowering plants, morning music, Chilean green peppers, fruit trees in glorious clouds of red, white, and pink, 2x4s, sock sorter rings, making love on a secluded beach, garage cleaning sessions, life beginning at 40, painter's hats, tiny black and white check tiles, pinking shears, monkey pod wood, when no day is Friday the 13th, huge ceiling beams inscribed with old Dutch proverbs, chocolate-dipped cones, alpine breezes, esmores, chocolate and marshmallows melted between graham crackers, mahogany book presses, candlelight bath for two in a jacuzzi spa, dial a joke, bouquets of silk flowers all over the house, porcelain cups, visiting the zoo in winter, a tiny shell picked up in Jamaica, European soccer, on a clear day, sung by Barbara Streisand, pine deacons benches, ratatouille, to err is human, to forgive is divine, but to forget is altogether humane, a signed book, the subtle flavor of honey, carrots, and dates mingling in moist, golden muffins, liking the people you work with, books you've underlined, extra large sizes, the magic of Adobe Photoshop, a new millennium, spot checks, a 5-year-old playing with scotch tape, a basket on folding legs, defrosting in a microwave, unsalted butter, astronauts, hula hoops, pecan rolls, butterscotch twists, Danish pull-aparts, fruit bars, cocoa cake iced with fudge, eating Milky Way bars at room temperature, sautéed liver with mushrooms, onions, and green pepper, British favorites like smoked salmon and scrambled eggs, nests, corn butterers, feeling witty, confident, devastatingly feminine, throwing a coin in a well and making a wish, cherub faces sticking out of multicolor ski jackets and hats, lip pencils, eye crayons, cream cheese frosting, Greenwich, Connecticut, the gateway to New England, savoring a lake by canoe, cleaning out your wallet, makeup case, and pocketbook, arrangements of corn stalks and colorful autumn leaves, harvest baskets lined with pine needles or bright cloth napkins, filled with tangerines, apples, nuts, shoots of dried wheat, and tied with a ribbon, southern fried chicken with hush puppies, blackboard menus, bubbling cool springs, prints of dogs, ducks, horses, boats, birds, the British Library's long shared tables, deer staying in the woods, coleslaw dressing, a lifesaver, a winter breakfast, steaming bowls of oatmeal topped with raisins or sliced bananas, stealing a few minutes to watch the clouds drift by your window and the leaves wafting in the breeze, buying enough candy for all the trick-or-treaters, the Bay of Fundy, with the highest tides in the world, iced scallop salad, lemon noodles, roasted green beans, and sautéed cherry tomatoes, fawn-colored trousers, nibbles, opening clams, nail glazes, pink peonies, beveling the edge of a mirror to add prisms of light, a spectacular ride over the swirling rapids of the Colorado River, platform deck rockers, Switzerland cheese and onion pie, pipe cleaners, self-defense, pulling in the driveway after vacation, pinstripes, the hand movements of the hula, marina cafes, secret mazes, James Bond movies, being swept away by sheer delight, doing 3 or 4 crossword puzzles, until 3 a.m., a pumpkin pie, light and pungent, a melt-in-your-mouth Danish, eating Chinese food from the takeout containers, theater parties, heathery colors, Coca-Cola commercials, a post office pen that writes, towels that absorb well, remembering a birthday, jewelry and glass booths at fairs, a hippo having its teeth cleaned, marble-topped sideboards, butter of the peanut, at a ball game, the smell of hot dogs and ice cream and peanuts, the view of the bleachers and the flags flying overhead, Ace Hardware stores, in summer, bayberry and eelgrass brushed with sun, throbbing downtowns, cricket matches, ping-pong, or nip-nop, pewter serving plates. Pumpkin and pies, cakes, pancakes, muffins, quick breads, ice creams, cheesecakes, foodie traveler hotspots, baskets for harvesting coffee beans, a cut that heals quickly, running a retail store, bacon and egg skillets, glass canisters with brass-handled copper lids and copper bands around the bases, food for thought, an art career in New York, paint shirts, getting sunburned on lunch hour, cream of wheat cereal, wind whipping the sand at the shore of an ocean or lake and piling it into dunes. Polishing someone's shoes as a surprise gesture of love, crisp, batter-coated vegetables, a pair of waterproof shoes, a sideboard set with cold meats and pies, growing loofah sponges, riding on the crossbar of a bike late at night, fragile, colorful butterflies fluttering across the swaying grass, black pants, fireside conversations, the smell of freshly brewed coffee, puffins, kittiwakes, gannets, murres, and sea parrots, swinging doors to the kitchen, University of Alabama, Davy Crockett. Pioneer, grating some fresh Parmesan cheese, leaves in great golden drifts as crisp as beaten gold foil, scavenger hunts, Wheaties nickname for an athlete, banquettes with onion-shaped backs, a plastic inner tube with a duck's head, sounds, smells, and tastes to extend the mood of a book, a village street circa 1890, with old bricks, wrought iron, bay windows, and antique stained glass at the entrances of stores, a smile from a stranger, Kissimmee of Florida, naming your baby, Rogers and Hammerstein, cereal cookies, standing in the lake at sunset, holding hands, having a scratch for every itch, setting a good example, see-through discs of cucumber sprinkled with vinegar and salt, turning over to even out your tan, a Victorian drawing room with a rose-sprinkled carpet, candy apples on a plate, taking a cat to the vet, cocooning, shoe shining, peg and chalkboard desks, trail mix, barbecuing, miniature orange trees, restored colonial homes, sugary lemonade, fall leaves, casual. Mobile, outdoor lifestyles, a shiny brass bucket full of pine cones that have been dipped in wax, butter yellow sandstone, lemonade jelly, oranges, grapes, and peaches topped with freshly whipped cream, bylines on the front page, time to open the windows and let the street sounds mingle with our own, writing menus, kidding around with your child, sunlight filtering through panes of red, blue, and yellow leaded glass, midi-collared pinafores, overlooking lighted cliffs of a bay, feeling blue. Isosceles trapezoids, lightning white teeth, Greek pizza, a barometer telling tomorrow's weather, floor buffers, opposable thumbs, satellite navigation systems, nuts, pine cones, seed pods, cinnamon sticks, plastic apples, microwave popcorn, wondering what it would be like to be rich and taken care of, wrought iron barrel bird cages, curtainless French doors, gas stoves, a maraschino cherry and orange slice stuck through a toothpick, buying new pants, the waistband should just wrap around your neck if they are to fit, lattice top pie crust, rich and fluffy unsugared whipped cream, giant turner/fork/tongs, perfume vials, quilted cotton jackets, collections of lanterns, rolling pins, ceramics, copper, and pewter, natural beauty, history, botany, geology, and sea life, stretching out on the carpet with games and puzzles, the clean, wild, acrid odor of walnut hulls and butternut and hickory, kaleidoscopes, a sweets trolley with lots of tarts, a silent, peaceful room with a rocker in the corner, backpacking, getting sunburned on a sailboat, paper logs, playing penny ante poker, cinnamon-scented yams, people who work as hard as you do, Inglenook equals a corner by a fireplace, chimney corner, an appreciation for fine leathers and imported tweeds, tame animals, burro, camel, cat, cow, dog, donkey, dromedary, goat, horse, ox, pig, reindeer, yak, pan-roasted potatoes, guessing the pumpkin's weight and getting it free, each inch of a garden revealing some new life, chair circles. Waterproof mittens, immediate materialization of the cat when the food is brought out, rolling the package of bacon before opening, Birkenstocks and Tevas, taking a walk downtown on Saturday night to buy the Sunday New York Times, fancy hankies, lichens arranged on a piece of wood, sweet dreams at the end of a journey home, always accepting an outstretched hand, ribald humor, unusual toilet seats, toasted marshmallows, black outside, squishy inside, sea otters, rereading old letters, magazines and books, chewy brown sugar muffins, farewell kisses, harvest brown, heather, heaven blue, honey, hot pink, ice blue, ivory, ivy green, jade, and Kelly colors, jello cakes, long Edwardian jackets, climbing trees, a popcorn cart, treasures within a windowpane, tall ships on blue and white porcelain tea jar, cups, teapot, and warmer, billing and cooing, double burner griddles, throwaways to play with or collect, a major drop in humidity, counting down NASA style, bread in silvered baskets. Three-tiered sandwich glass server, his favorite pipe, people watching from a park bench, water pressure, wraparound sunglasses, wintergreen lifesavers, things that fortify the spirit, decorating paper plates, jars to collect things in, down quilts, things that are indispensable, late fall, when men move indoors like bears to doze before the TV, buckwheat cakes, country-made sausages, a delicate roll or two, cups of mocha coffee with cream, Bugs Bunny, having a baby's sneakers bronzed. Attending a production of The Messiah, when mellow days turn into brisk evenings, jelly beans in an Easter basket, silver rings, learning to separate eggs, spending a lunch hour in a beautifully planted, air-conditioned atrium, fresh blueberry and peach meringue, mushy talk, blueberry soup, mix well is life's motto, rich, sugary cheesecake, evergreens, wearing winter's ermine gracefully, leafing through boxes of unsorted photographs, looking toward tomorrow, kitchen chores, listening to someone excitedly tell a story, locating the fountain of youth, knowing how the magic trick is done, Donald Duck, vintage cabs, eating the sugar left in the bottom of the coffee cup, wandering into an antique furniture store, the song of a man in the shower, little luxuries, the haven you escape to for hours, sitting curled there, dreaming, reading, building yourself a life, a world, ski jumping, the roar of a crowd, conference calls, Steamboat Willie starring Mickey Mouse in 1928, Bacon. Presses, the polar seas, happiness being the atmosphere in which all good affections grow, chilled cucumber and tomato soup, cold or hot lemonade, using canning jars for serving juice, sun-checked Avenue and Groves, caviar servers, presidential nominations and inaugurations, the smell of popcorn and hot roasted peanuts, off the beaten track, trim jeans, the art of conversation, an afternoon with friends in a summer garden, watermelon, Wedgwood blue, West Point blue, wet sand, wheat, whiskey, willow, wine, wood rose, yellow rose colors, Cartoon Network marathons, Windsor ties, weird biology teachers, busy times, a snowdrift curled in the shape of the storm's breath, whittling life down to 100 still-to-be-read books, a few pairs of jeans, some cotton shirts, and socks, sunsets/starry nights/full moons, sleeping with a jacket over you, knees quivering when your lover comes in, the ivy walls of Wrigley Field, a sleepy fishing village, trying a new sleeping schedule, being sent home from work early, yellow bicycles, an adventure such as a hike, ice skating, or a football game, out-of-reach cabinets, sweet and sour carrots, being comfortable with silence, Coke and varsity jackets, Sufalite pashmina, doodlebugs, soda water, frostfire color, imported Holland cheese, playing dodgeball with a Nerf ball, Ray Charles, musician, country fresh food, Saturday lunch for leaf rakers, dreaming of dancing at the Royal Ball and midnight never comes, the middle of a lake, broad leaved evergreens, clearing the underbrush, blackboards, sliced bread, frolicking in a pile of leaves, the ketchup patch on a plate, drying gourds, 7-minute maple icing, white poinsettias, tennis shirts, meeting someone special at the customs gate, afternoon air that dares you to breathe it, blue and yellow trimmed dishes, brushstrokes in artists' pastels, the Montauk Point Lighthouse, antique irons, cameras, radios, taffy pulling contests, map reading, batter-dipped chicken topped with bacon and covered with melted cheese, ivory-colored ribbon, a cream-colored wool tennis pullover with navy and maroon stripes, thinly sliced cucumber sandwiches, fresh-baked scones with a dab of strawberry jam and whipped cream, cantilevered staircases, bread rising, mushrooms stuffed with spinach, capers, and cheese, pausing in the damp marsh of a bogland among the marsh marigolds, ebony, freewheeling characters, seedless black raspberry preserves, only one macaroni salad at the potluck, pleated gauze curtains, long hair, waylaying your latest crush on the footbridge. Beige and cream checked shirts, dinner with laughter, a slice of lemon that fits perfectly in the top of a glass of Perrier, walks, dainty dishes of strawberries, plum cakes, cheesecakes, a tray of melons, baskets of fruit, cream, and a surprise salad, a special moment in time, lily pad with lush pink blossom, chestnuts roasted over the fire, a Subway sandwich run, studying a student pilot's manual, a jazz brunch, putting things back where they were found, 9-year-old navy blue blazers, heavy duty shelving, letters from close friends in far places, romantic beds, herb vinegars, a cold Arctic wind ripping red and gold leaves from the trees, unscarred snow, feeding and watching the winter birds, bucolic scenery, eating what you like and letting the food fight it out inside, old travel and movie posters, strangers you see so regularly that you feel they're almost friends, priorities, muffins bought at a bakery while biking through Martha's Vineyard, basement family rooms, clam strewn sandbars, heavenly sights like dreams created, being camera shy, outdoors spilling inside, sunny yellow napkins, ice cream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream, looking at everything and everybody around you as though you're seeing them for the first time, peeking out from under sunglasses, living each day for itself, squeezing limes, the tide edging homeward once more, tissue paper, solid farmhouses, whitewashed buildings built on downland chalk, buying Christmas decorations early, garlic presses, a group of long-stemmed goblets filled with fresh flowers, an old-fashioned wooden trencher, plate, palace cats in a Himalayan pass, teeth, potluck recipes, the feel of a rug under bare feet, French toast, butter, and powdered sugar, taking a walk when the world is too much, the inability to stop spelling the word banana once you've started, sending an April Fool's telegram, recreation department meetings, steaming cups of Darjeeling or Earl Grey, the freshest dairy butter, farm eggs, and ripe lemons, Boy Scouts making a fire, babbling brooks, planning a pond, tiles, no turning back situations, business sense, working at home, balls of real butter, Montego Bay, Jamaica, the fleece inside Ugg boots, sports writing, toasted chocolate color, alacrity equals cheerful willingness, liveliness, scanning a star-filled sky on a still winter night, an 1805 lap desk, brushing the dew from sneakers, an inaudible slurp while eating spaghetti, looking at each tabletop as a still life. Nightclubs, memory lane, a May basket hung on the doorknob, keeping an I love you note in your desk, earth shoes, podcasting, eating a ripe peach and letting the juice trickle down your chin, entertaining, candy making, that week each month when most monthly magazines hit the stands, commuters, a sun-toasted colonnade, crab cakes with remoulade sauce, Impala bucks, the Twister game, Meet the Press, TV show, pomanders grouped with pine cones, mandarin oranges, and gourds, jewelry repaired. While you wait, apartments, CD mixes of all of your favorite songs, the rising of the sun on a misty morning, denim blazers, the golden rule, growing onions, the first hours of sunlight, time to twinkle and strike sparks from frosty twigs and icy ponds, time to pencil long shadows on every tree-lined meadow, savoring an achievement, Mexican pesos, hospital gowns, nurses' caps, game birds, jacks, zoos, April chills, moonbeams on the water, like fairies spawned from light, plunger equals the disconnect button on a telephone, having the time to reread Little Women, writing in the sand, ancient alphabets, brilliance, sweet-smelling pine on the fire, the third log for making a campfire, when physical fitness was related only to gym class and President Kennedy, silos, like giant thermoses on the Dairyland table, the intimacy of humor, investing your money, British English, boroughs of the city of New York, speed writing, parallel and crisscross styles of lacing sneakers, a thoughtful thought, not worrying about what's going to happen, coral to magenta petunias, browsing through guest registers, refrigerators, ivory snow soap, Mickey Mouse timepieces, mirrored objects, Monticello, a milkshake served on a glass plate with doily, vanilla cookie, straw, spoon, and metal container of more, circuit breakers, French mushroom omelets, red checked shoelaces, Norman Rockwell art, giving yourself credit, pale peach with orange stitching, overhead compartments on airplanes, Burger King and Wendy's fun meals, large backgammon sets, swallowing your pride, lunchboxes, turtlenecks from Vermont, push-button telephones, sour cream pumpkin pie, house-cleaning your mental crannies, taking in a stray puppy, short letters being better than no letters, afternoon tea in London, apple, cranberry, or blueberry festivals, reading the newspaper, prize finds, finger paintings, a childhood platform swing, connecting with someone new, English farmhouse cookies, disco dancing, covered butter dishes, toast with maple cream, camp-style meals, bodies of water that collect on upturned mugs in the dishwasher, straight from the dye-pot blue Bahamian sky, a ripe apricot, a pot-bellied stove kind of day, making a list of things that money can't buy, finding useful things in discount stores, a hot, damp, smothery day, raisin sauce, chilled orange or tomato juice, moonshiners, laughing as you remember good times together, revelers in satin and taffeta, foot traffic, doing something nice for someone without letting on that you did it, funny get-well cards, cream cheese and jam, the cheery noise of bubbling pancake batter, friendship, mushroom farms, pulling all bed covers as close as possible to keep away ghosts, goblins, and burglars, favored aunts, a first name that goes well with a last name, zarf equals a holder for a handleless coffee cup, a trip to the library, umbrella lamps, the person at theaters who tears tickets, a tan in April, towel spindles, apple pie order, poinsettias. Chicken cooked in ginger and garlic powder, dust cloths, basic recipes, your ship coming in, strawberry ice treats, team pictures, cracks in the sidewalk, the New York Times book review, toboggan slides, vine fruits, 20-ton Olmec heads, candy tins, water fountains, a 10-gallon jug of fruit salad, mood rings, vision checks, before the rising sun we fly, so many roads to choose. Gothic and Cotswold-style quadrangles for old-fashioned schools, ski knickers, ungodly hours, growing as our love grows, blue-glazed stoneware canisters, corked and numbered unto sink in a French country kitchen, white cotton t-shirts, attempting to find and separate the ends of a plastic sandwich or trash bag, back soothers, fresh corn, partially husked, with sprays of wheat on a low straw tray, ocean scallops sautéed in a very delicate curry drawn butter, little girls frolicking in furs, smallness, sunlight streaming through a window, and Frank's The Diary of a Young Girl Melting the Ice, trying every ride at the carnival, shades of velvet blue, folding the newspaper into quarters to do the crossword, spinach, succory, tansy, primrose and violet leaves, hyssop, thyme, tarragon, marjoram, leeks, a lettuce, salad burette, purslane, corn salad, cowslip leaves, cress, borage, chervil, vine tendrils, and pickled roots, kittens spanking sunbeams, milkshakes, the alphabet by code, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, Golf, Hotel, India, Juliet, Kilo, Lima, Mike, November, Oscar, Papa. Quebec, Romeo, Sierra, Tango, Uniform, Victor, Whiskey, X-Ray, Yankee, Zulu, forecasting the weather, drying racks for clothes, coffee served with a pitcher of thick cream, dishes of beach glass, the Nixon transcripts, hard-working waiters, forever green Dieffenbachia plants, white china plates filled with biscuits and whipped yams and steaming peas, blackboards listing specials of the day, singing to your favorite music, ice carving, the giving of gifts, sunlight creating a dappled pattern. Through the trees, hunky-dory, barbecued chicken, mashed potatoes, and corn, sporty, casual, exciting, fresh, up, jaunty feelings, the children's latest school crafts projects, soda fountain parties, country ribs with red chili sauce, sea fishing, Sunday supper waffles, the gentle mood of a lovely spring remembered, chain letters, ice cream sodas, chili bagas, America the Beautiful, song, blazing a trail, dragging your heels, pear pancakes, Troy, playing crazy eights, visiting the grocery store, church, and library in your hometown, swimming with a kickboard, world globes, wood-grained cabinets, leaving the mistletoe up all year, a wall-hung dispenser for plastic wrap, foil, and paper towels, a rabbit's foot, Sturbridge apple bread, old report cards, progressive muscle relaxation, Marshall Field store, Chicago, a well-stocked supermarket, a child's sandbox, twilight victory parties, Williamsburg, Virginia, long-distance calls, taking a maraschino cherry from the bar while paying the tab, the Gulf Stream, jazzing up kids' sneakers, reflecting at the beach, leftover flower children, made on the farm taste, fishing boats blanketing a beach, sending a love letter, a farmer's tan in the spring, tender-textured yellow muffins, tear-stained pillows reminding you that times always get better, watching river barges negotiate the lock, a bike helmet as hard as the carapace of a beetle, lighted makeup mirrors, the blatant lies and illogic that mothers use to discourage dangerous activity among children, pickly coleslaw and carrot crunchy macaroni, miniature bowling games in bowling alleys, ice cream pops, Eskimo pies, good humors, provolone cheese, getting B's in a math course like geometry, riding bikes in school parking lots, slalom racing, leaves snuggled around the foundations of old country houses, a tropical fish tank, free for the asking, deteriorated cookie particles in the milk, mustard seed, gazpacho, quiet, chopped raisins and cranberries gently sweetened and wrapped in a tender pastry and topped with vanilla ice cream, meandering, a binge day, innocent colors of exotic fruits, watching someone take a nap, scoop scales, tartan blankets, dog walking, travel journals, 18th century merchant princes' homes, a woodpile in the garage, melt-in-your-mouth food, always growing, metal trays, that feeling when you can't wait to tell someone something, a great cat named Hooper, the confidence of a smooth operator, address books, official scorekeepers, luscious peach chaises and floor pillows, books that matter to you, when there's a thick gray rim of thawing ice lining the streets, making friends with a dog, collared sweatshirts, aquarium light, warming up a pen to get it to start writing, sailing out of the clouds, grilled cheese and fries, mixed vegetables in onion sauce, baskets of eggs, maple, butternut, apple, and locust trees, dicing onions, crab soccer and getting your hands filthy playing it, inviting guests, musty old books, rings exchanged at a wedding, burnt toast, barbecued pork chops with tangy pear sauce, cats darting through alleyways, beach and weekend houses, wax vampire teeth, a trunk full of patchwork pieces, white leather, Hawaiian pizzas, pineapple and ham, secret passages, charcoal grills beside the shore, wagon trains, when our children exceed our own achievements, having a few sugar maples near the house, sponge or color blot paintings, looking at dish patterns, Bose radios and CD players. Wild cherry orchards, sleeping naked between crisp sheets, picnic areas with campfire circles, St. Mark's Square in Venice, on Christmas Eve, a stocking on each guest's chair filled with funny and special gifts pertaining to each one's interests, fish tank bubbles, classic French blue cheese dressing, soft lagoons by moonlight, a private collection of pleasures, trying to wash stuffed animals, finding time to meditate, the heightened awareness of the sheer joy of nature, the stillness, the changing patterns of light and shade, the small sounds of honeybees, the gentle cooing of doves, sun porches, pearl earrings, being frugal, spending a great deal of time walking the boards of your porch, the hokey pokey, the start of softball season, formal gardens, the squeak of a hammock, Chinese sandalwood, French apricot flavors, smoke curling out of 200-year-old chimneys, a successful kid's birthday party, Exotic Chinese birds hand-painted on cotton. Ideas about purse design, training. Wheels, stuffed toy lambs with babies snapped on, willows that look like great honey-colored fountains, a spectacular massage, volleyball, mental files, a bookcase end table, baseball hats, pewter casting, snowbound towns, beach umbrellas, flour sifters, egg cartons, that irresistible, clean baby smell, MasterCard and Visa, mailing 5 sheets of paper with 1 stamp, hollyhocks, dishwasher detergent, cupcake icing, falling crazily, ID kill or be killed for that man in love, interesting. Reproductions, buying a good dictionary, pie crusts made with lard, artistic license, amphitheaters, fruitcake tins, the first few seconds of warmth from a blazing fire, enjoying the aroma before your first sip, a simple holiday party, Shetland sweaters in ice blue, sawdust, Oxford grey, hunter green, 20 shades of green in a tree, bending over backward, the yelp of a puppy, French francs, collecting kindling with a child on a crisp autumn afternoon, tripods, Mercedes taxicabs, and limousines. Petunias and green leaves in a gravy boat, spring breaks on Martha's Vineyard, a mahogany stationery box, a surprise burst of joy, vested suits, your signature, pink butcher's paper, polishing shoes, the small rubbery pads on the bottom of a cat's or dog's paws, knowing how to identify poison ivy, taking a long walk someplace quiet and making up lyrics to songs, swimming in a country club pool, pita bread with very thin roast beef and Greek salad, washing out bathing suits, Clint Eastwood. Actor, devouring a book in one sitting, albino watermelon seeds, flowers basking, gardens planted with cold weather, where the good times are, counting your blessings, a brass toasting fork and silver muffin dish, finds herbs, collegiate functions, Baskin-Robbins, Burger King, Carvel, Chicken Delight, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Dairy Queen, Dunkin' Donuts, McDonald's, Wendy's, White Castle, and Arby's, Potato Lax, Parcel Post, cold lemon soup, ad absurdum and ad nauseum, chemistry sets, boiled egg, orange juice, toast, jam, huge strawberries, 18th century hot milk jug, pot of coffee, remembering when all soda came in bottles and had sugar in it, India tea, wafer-thin sandwiches, and cakes, served by the fire, making faces at monkeys in the zoo, nipping something in the bud, garbage strikes, the 100 voices of a January wind, an idea person at your disposal, winks, your menu of reading, the Candyland game, ham smothered with brown sugar, cinnamon, onion, milk-soaked bread, crumbs, and ground cloves, letting someone make you laugh, kitchen timers, Tiger Woods, emerald suede jackets, the green stuff, sunbeam yellow, good things coming your way, kitchen shelves, seeing an apple fall from a tree, with lathe art, navy blue cable knit socks, a really good workout at home, Maine clams, a flawless sea, tulips pushing through rain-soaked soil, setting up your first aquarium, fried green tomatoes with bacon and cheese, exotic fresh fruits served cosset in bowls of vanilla cream, a wedge of iceberg lettuce with bacon and roquefort, the best farmhouse butter, fresh orange juice squeezed into slender, sparkling cut crystal glasses, being clear-eyed, cheese-stuffed mushrooms, dust motes floating through shafts of sun streaming into a room, a porch swing cradling a puddle of cat, shirt jackets, windowsill planters, showing initiative, dancing in the moonlight, a coming out of hibernation hike, the momentary thrill of sitting on a washing machine as it goes into spin cycle, glisteny stuff, cotton velour terry wrapped robes, being recognized for doing your own thing and respected for it, a photo collage, making an ice cream pie, Saturday shoes, porch swings swinging high, long, fat yellow ears of sweet corn, diving right in, white chocolate that comes gratis after a meal, today, in a nutshell reports, one perfect day, chicken and cherry sauce, post offices, large sandwiches alternately called heroes, wedges, submarines, hoagies, grinders, or poor boys. Self-cleaning pets, animals at their watering troughs, tiny, woven fortune cookie baskets, sketching in a field, birth certificates, ivy-leaved toadflax stretching to a bank of wild strawberries, over-the-sink cutting boards, non-stop cool, clover waking and rising in the morning in a slow, unfaltering stretch, riding a steam train around the park periphery, olive green velveteen, setting the dining room table up for arts and crafts, leaves becoming a restless golden drift, a wine-red flurry in the wind, popcorn and tears movies, a waiter who is not concentrating, walking to work, linen toweling sold by the yard, Pilates, making you taller and more supple, electric toothbrushes, foreign stamps, clean windows, sunken ships, panning a scene, new babies, party spreads, anniversaries remembered with flowers, gifts, or cards, running a booth at a fair, American Pie by Don McLean, Boris Badenov and Natasha Nogudnik, archenemies of Bullwinkle and Rocky, appreciating people who choose not to be tattooed, arriving at work with covered dishes, huge baskets, towel-draped platters, even pails of food, poster bright colors, when your ship comes in, not minding the silences, a good dentist, buying all new pencils and pens, planning a camping trip, retracing Thoreau's 3-day canoe trip, road daisies, wooden beads, northern lights, chilled orange juice, an old-fashioned soapstone griddle, afternoon pick-me-up, burger presses, Auld Lang signed by Guy Lombardo, the sound of feet crunching through new snow or frozen leaves, green thumbs, the reverberation of a school bell, henna for hair, the PTA, turn of the century corked medicine bottles, eating ice cream sandwiches by licking around the sides, people leaning on the counter, reading the newspaper, school lockers, Crayolas plus imagination, organizing a sleigh ride, prune and apricot-filled kolache, croissants and warm brie, curled trees, an authentic, artistic, and aesthetic life, broiled corn on the cob, blue rhythm painting by Hans Hofmann in the Chicago Art Institute, ordering a cord of wood, one of those icy brittle mornings when sounds carry far, cookie cutters, elephant jokes, following a pony trail, cigar boxes, triple-layer jello molds, Indian pudding served warm with a big scoop of vanilla ice cream, rosy mornings, toboggan runs, robust parades, perky pea green color, the absence of billboards in Vermont, poolside tables, a square dance, being remembered long after the holidays are forgotten, natural wood soap dishes that drain themselves, halftime bands, soft flour tortillas with chile, cheese, and lettuce, gently floodlit trees, cooking your first turkey, popover pans, torrential downpours, sap buckets, an apple barrel, happy birthday, yelled as you enter a crowded room, models' bags, church lofts, ripening fruit, a belief that caution often deserves to be thrown to the winds, buttered raisin sauce, the joy and spiritual warmth reflected in a Currier and Ives print. Maine snowshoe furniture, being shipwrecked with your overnight bag, tractor feet, tyke bikes, the crisp, secret rustle of a whispering breeze in a cornfield, aviation windsocks, gulls swooping and scolding, having a mudroom, the rhythms of speech, the blend of deep and shrill voices, the medley of laughs, Vogue magazine, renewing wedding vows by the ocean, bacon slabs, hearing someone's heartbeat, the best thing said coming last, soda pop bubbles, a place of golden canyons, apricot sands, terracotta mountains, and mauve shadows, staring at the figures on restroom doors to determine men's and ladies, rolling magazine racks, places to go antiquing, expecting to hear some good news every day, steak joint/rock music places, 8 hours of sleep, butter streusel coffee cake, tiny balls of kid socks in a dresser drawer, fairgrounds, Pictionary and cranium games, kitties under blankets, a lakefront you visited as a child, knocking someone's socks off, stretched terry cloth, charred, glass, and wood showcases, doing your job well, university dairy bars, especially in New England, the slow light of a late dawning, red-brown stoneware pots, Pennsylvania scrapples, when tulip bulbs start appearing in grocery stores, rereading a chapter or two from a favorite book, pulling up your collar, being surrounded by a grove of maple and sweet gum trees, that excited birthday party feeling, houses built of butter-colored limestone, watching the snow from your office, colors of the 64 crayon box, carnation pink, salmon, lavender, thistle, orchid, periwinkle, blue-violet, violet, plum, magenta, red, maroon, violet-red, red-violet, mulberry, brick-red, orange-red, red-orange, melon, orange, burnt-orange, yellow-orange, apricot, peach, maize, goldenrod, orange-yellow, lemon-yellow, yellow, yellow-green, green-yellow, spring-green, sea-green, green, olive-green, pine-green, forest-green, blue-green, green-blue, turquoise-blue, aquamarine, sky-blue, navy-blue, cornflower-blue, cadet blue, midnight blue, blue, blue-gray, violet blue, raw sienna, sepia, bittersweet, raw umber, brown, tan, burnt sienna, mahogany, Indian red, copper, silver, gold, gray, white, black, bills of sale, stopwatches, a waterfall with submerged colored lights, a windsurfing regatta, being softly propped up in bed, beachside yoga, blonde silk strung with blonde beads, 7X, Coca-Cola's secret ingredient, laughing at yourself, secondhand books, wading through paperwork, cottage fried potatoes, coffee for the commute, cranberry shrubs, rows of glass-fronted boutiques, gumdrop breaks, sourwood honey, blackberry ice, the Hawaiian Islands, cultured pearls, the phone ringing on a rainy day, reading newspapers online, test tubes, a level playing field, sheltered nooks, chalk white walls and floors of red tile, Tiffany-style glasses, talkathons and walkathons, looking for an answer, a wicker food cover for outdoors, jigsaw puzzles, dumping out all the pieces on a card table, turning them all over, and propping up the picture, nourishment, a clamshell for a pen tray, the posting of the cafeteria's weekly menu, angel food cake and cider, pharmacy floor lamps, thermal underwear to wear under your nightgown, a polished acrylic tic-tac-toe board, your own energy as a letter of introduction, patchworking, sneaking off to the mountains in the middle of the week, having a sense of your own space, being kind to the child in you, needing a little love, combinations of clubs and diamonds in gambling sessions, Oxford blue, rainbow-colored swimsuits, soaking in a scented tub, leeks with sour cream dill sauce, the position of leaves on trees, German marks, the Great Barrier Reef, smoke from the cook fire, quince honey, a window close to the floor, monkey bars at the park, thick, buttery sweet pea soup fortified with potato, a bibliophile's dream, a massive library of their own, fog mists over violet moors, primitive and untouched things, the hearth broom, the rewards of introspection, bop. Watching skaters on ponds, baskets made of woven strips of construction paper, tied with ribbons and filled with sugar cookies, full green vineyards, the glow of street light scattered, dry erase markers and whiteboards, I love you mouthed across a room, lace curtains, pillows, napkins, clothes, tennis on clay courts, wedge haircuts, French tarragon chicken, someone laughing, a meeting where excitement builds for an idea, striped awning fabric, the lonely sound of a train horn, busy day. Meals, puppy love, rubber tires in the water, hamburger helper, seeing Manhattan outside the train compartment window, an hour of lonely communion with your coffee cup before communion with fellow human beings, creamy coleslaw, a new yellow Volkswagen Beetle, derrick trucks, traditional Easter bread, Sedona, Arizona, rustic, weathered boards and planks, redwood tables, biting into a croissant, fireplace bursts, in-laws with a life, anything simple that you can do well and easily, experimental. Theater, Roman snails, miles of dense virgin forest, laced with lakes and waterfalls, foxes, a bunch of broccoli, red onions, cauliflower, white onions, English ivy, making sure you have your lucky charm, mother of pearl in an abalone shell, tall French doors opening onto a terrace that looks out over the river, cheese-stuffed green chili peppers dipped in egg batter and deep-fried, then topped with onions, sauce, and cheese, making a ship in a bottle from a wine bottle, piece of pine, thread, glue, pins, toothpicks, and ribbons for sails, a healing word or touch, evenings, lovely, romantic, home-cooked meals served by candlelight, sitting by the fireside, snuggling under a comforter in an old-fashioned bed, lovingness, sunshine coming through a window, using pokers to pick up paper, the eastern seaboard, RESPECT, literacy, treaty faculty types, tree-lined streets, fireflies, nighttime sounds, and aromas stirring up feelings of nostalgia, Dairy Queen dilly bars, the catch of the day, café au lait, antique pop-up books, announcers, gifts at graduation time, handwriting, oyster shucking, the calendar on soap operas that allows one day's events to be stretched over a 3-week period, flower sellers arranging their wares in the town square, bees filling the air with the hum of industry, knitting worsted yarn, ham and chicken salad, the pep rally atmosphere, a person with a fine work ethic, interjections, baking bread in an iron pot at the edge of a glowing peat fire. Lawn swings, the quick flash of deer startled by the orchard's windfall, flying kites in the bold March sky, colors and textures borrowed from outdoors, remembering to do a task without having to write it down, the hum of a freezer, pinball-lit pizza emporia, the first maple leaf drifting down, those dear to you, a windsock, short order talk, seeing with new eyes, salad pizza, farmers and countrymen in the pub, candlewick bedspreads, an icy sheet booming like a giant drum, breath, colonial houses, braided treads on the staircase, a slatted wood staircase, waking up and being able to go back to sleep, oversized balconied rooms looking out on feathery casuarina trees, fawn and deer, reading all night and sleeping all morning, taking the time to plump your dog's bean doggy bed, gold rice paper ceilings, a silk pocket handkerchief, breeze-swept rooms, freshly made hot biscuits filled with ham, minarets, hitting a tennis ball against the wall for practice, winding canals, a cat named Marmalade because it's orange, open ocean, snug harbors, picturesque fishing boats, and gorgeous rocks, plant sitting for a friend, homemade bread and real whipped butter for every dinner, the racket of garbage cans, bowling a strike in the last frame, the exquisite sweetness of the air, milk bottles, acrobatics, tuna salad, gilding with gold leaf, leather sofas, candelabras entwined with garlands of holly, gentle head and shoulder rolls, the weird world of virtual reality, mint sherbet. A book wall, Batman's enemies, Catwoman, the Joker, the Penguin, the Riddler, the plunk of a ball in a mitt, relaxation and a chance to let down, a room that overlooks the high fields at the rear of an inn or resort, propagating bulbs, the sting of salt air, sports banquets, confronting, disguising your voice on the phone, the first drops of rain on the roof, freshly threshed wheat, oats, and barley, falling in love again, using the library's periodicals, pause, vaulted rooms, snorkeling. Homespun look crinkle shirts with quilted and embroidered yolks, pearl onions, knowing to keep many of your thoughts to yourself, old-fashioned hospitality, moving stuff around to make a room look fresh, city squares, rakes, making something new, optimism leading to happiness and enthusiasm, one-room schoolhouses, a heated porch, hiking into the woods, offering to do a tarot card reading with scented candles and Irish coffee, first impressions, sweetheart pink, pistachio, and peach colors. Finally getting off the ground, a grill in a brick niche, goose houses, confiture equals preserved or candied fruit, jam, lovely sounding words, a toddler napping with his blankie, Ellery Queen mysteries, the priorities of college kids changing as soon as college is over, seafoam, coral, bean brown, chartreuse, granite gray colors, an original idea that demands your attention, an alarm clock that would tell you when to wake up, and why, cake and lemonade parties, a computerized grocery list, thick pine snack tables, unique designs, vats of salad and cauldrons of soup, BLTs on English muffins, bran muffins with raisins and a giddy kick of spice, ear stoppers, old catalogs, Harvard beats, being attracted to someone when you least expect it, the cidery tang of windfall apples in the country air, a bucket filled with little bunches of flowers that perfectly combine all of nature's colors, amino acids, settling down in a deep sofa and ordering a cup of tea, extra summery clothes, thumbprint. Art, wall sconces giving off an amber glow, cheesecake and espresso, saying hello to cows, a private end-of-the-road location, sports arenas, complimentary newspapers, communicating in a foreign country with yes, no, please, thank you, that and numbers, your own private slice of beach, the groan of ice on a lake when the temperature has flirted with zero all week, the nickname Puddin' Face, drinking hot water with lemon, mashed potato sandwiches, get away from it all and relax times. Measuring snow, gingham pinafores, banana oil equals foolish or insincere talk, broiled bacon wrapped tomatoes, Notre Dame University, kitchens filled with the smell of pungent pickles, spicy relishes, fruity jams and jellies, millionaires, allowances, as brittle as spun glass, abundant wild grapevines, holding hands, the Morton Salt Girl, coffee yogurt, the rare movie that revisits your consciousness the next day, field mushrooms, fried in butter and kept warm in a chafing dish, a trip to New Hampshire and Vermont to see fall foliage, a school of fish, the blue lines around jockey shorts, a boat tour to see picturesque ochre and red villages, the steps of the old post office, swallows returning, sinecure equals a position requiring little work but with profitable returns, gramophones, Irish oatmeal muffins spread with a little whipped maple syrup, a black and white speckled spaghetti cooker, iridescent glass tumblers, gaudy tartans, polished stones, good evenings, potato tarts, short ski lift lines, A small flock flying in a precise, hearty chocolate cocoa, staying fresh, making a fire on the beach and staying warm while the winter night works its way on the water of the lake. Beef, dainty sandwiches with the crusts trimmed off, sautéed onion rings on a hot dog, paintbrushes, learning to like yourself better, Teflon frying pans in the back of the cupboard from college days, fog burning off into a beautiful sunny day, age and beauty, the second cup of coffee, summer school dances. What a goodnight kiss can do for your dreams, post-election parties, men who shave every day. Anything that turns 100 and becomes an official antique, a sunset with someone, house trailers, breaking for rainbows, winning streaks, Barbie doll weddings, paper lanterns, calzone equals pizza dough turnovers with cheese filling, ham and Swiss cheese, phosphines, the light you see when you rub your closed eyes, crazy socks peeking out, king-size Danish rolls, hash browns, red spiced and salted, grease travel folders. Knowing popular notions are always wrong. A small, attractive courtyard built around a gazebo, leaded glass doors, spring peepers, lemony islands, pachysandra instead of grass, ice-cold milk when you want it, closing your eyes and thinking black velvet, relaxing with a half hour of yoga, self-sticking stamps and labels, Memphis pork barbecue, apple kuchen, braised leeks vinaigrette, going back to the drawing board, telling someone your dreams and fantasies, mint-frosted brownies, esprit de corps, pecan pralines, using dried summer flowers in cards and letters during the winter, saving money regularly, garlands draped over banisters, tie-dyeing, a canopied pontoon boat, grade A eggs, a trellis of sweet peas, envelope sizes, a winding staircase, hooded and zippered sweaters, whistling a duet together, cuticle cream, memories sitting like lonely men on the park bench of the mind, rock, paper, scissors, playground picnics, two slinkies in love, sugar packets, driving to the beach with the windows wide open and radio blaring, eating the cookie batter before it makes it to the oven, a cemetery from the 1700-1800s, humble pie, making stained glass, 3 essentials for happiness, something to do, someone to love, something to hope for, rainbow-colored fires, the cusp of adolescence, loose strands of hair, writing old friends about new plans, avalanches that are harmless, tomatoes on an orange tablecloth, 10 more minutes when you need it, hardware stores with an inexhaustible supply of eminently useful items, buying a hat, gloves, and boots for a 3-year-old, your first bicycle, when the fourth wheel on a shopping cart refuses to cooperate with the other 3, potted lemon trees, abandoning all civility, personalized powder puffs, dem bones, a Bible camp song, a relish tray with a cheddar spread and sweet and sour cucumbers, tuition, the clap of thunder, wrapping up in blankets, hopping a sled drawn by jingle-belled horses, and gliding under the stars to a little cabin, clapping of an audience, when you start wanting to eat breakfast. Outdoors in the sunshine, the spicy fragrance of apples, oranges, or peaches filling a room, wind-blown hair, wildflowers, soft breezes, longer days, lightning bugs, and fireworks, hoop earrings, train stops, love, pre-Christmas hustle and bustle, a quaint fishing village of tiny gold-hued houses on narrow cobbled streets, magic tricks, thoroughbred racing, bouncing back, luxuriating in an unhurried morning bath, the dance you perform when a rubber band is pointed at you, monkey business. Grouping pure white candles in the center of a table wreath of pine cones, heather, or moss, trekking out to the woods for a walk and coming home to potato heaven, sausages cooked in maple syrup, and nut bread, weeping willows talking of spring, a calendarium, things not always being what they seem, butterscotch streusel, pictures leaving stickies on the walls, butterscotch cream pie, old-fashioned gingerbread, blood banks, fishermen's boats cutting patterns in the sun-gilded water, getting a library card, never forgetting the creation of a special moment, baking in a brick oven, the groceries staying upright when your car turns a corner, burning an orange peel to cover bad cooking smells, journaling, the colors of the rainforest, breakfast as a generous, help-yourself affair with fresh-baked breads, granola, eggs, juices, steaming coffee and tea, operator assistance, fresh water, comfy clothes, sun brightening the brick wall of a house, the young, restless ocean, clop of horses' hooves, telling spooky stories, sliced leftover roast lamb and mint jelly, bulldozers, baking tiles for the oven, grains of sand viewed through a microscope, margaritas, restaurants, pewter, faience, or Dutch delftware, nighttime outdoor parties, flopping in the hammock for a snooze before dinner, baklava and pistachios, many pillows, softening your skin with cocoa butter, summer melons, sheets and pillowcases to dream on, a hot water bottle on the back of the door, Italian salad dressing. Shaken in a cruet, surviving strict parents, bee-drone days and firefly nights, rediscovering croquet, marionette and mime performances, after the beach, taking an outdoor shower à deux, veal with honey and lemon, purchasing a yard of lavender ribbon to tie up poems, pictures, watching a leaf descend, light and tender baked donuts, brushed with butter and rolled in cinnamon sugar, babies eating Cheerios, saying grace softly at the table, swapping fried chicken recipes over the backyard fence, Irish coffee glasses, downward-facing dog and yoga, helicopter sightseeing, pockets crammed with treasures, scientific gadget catalogs, brand new Ticonderoga pencils, neatly pressed pants, pocketbooks, baby shoes, geraniums in earthenware pots vying for light, a flower-laden outdoor bar, eating crullers, pork chops, apple butter, persimmon ice cream, whole hog sausage, beans, and cornbread, lobster pots. On the beach at dusk, repotting your plants, hoddles equals glass beverage servers with black-rimmed neck and cap, learning to swan dive, stone benches, seafood Newburg on patty shells, throwing orange or lemon peel twists into the fire for scent and color, bobolinks, not staying home alone on Halloween, the apple of your eye, a sink cabinet with a cistern pump, walking to the beach in the morning, going to a palm reader or having your tea leaves read, competence, Swiss Army knives, especially the Swiss champ, sweaty football towels, writing poetry that no one will see, the suck of a pump, rearranging furniture, dropping a pound cake on your big toe, finding each other being only the beginning, a New England mail basket, Tattersall shirts with bow ties, old-fashioned striped brown bags, Chanel No. 5 cologne, avocations, liking others, accepting others, laughing with others, surveying a platoon of jam-filled jars on a dark shelf, a computer's soothing hum, peach/banana/cream, yellow/pink/gray/sand color combinations, panel quiz shows, bubble packs of honey, selecting a wood stove, growing citrus fruits, families who summer in the Hamptons, the Vineyard, and Nantucket, buying clothes, nighty nights, inability to leave the theater because your date insists on watching the credits, a Western Civ class, committees of Congress, winter vacation kits, dude ranches, brown sugar or maple sugar toast, love light, peach leaves, the ever-changing cards kids collect, searching for pumpkin perfection, paying off a loan or credit card, Perseid meteor shower, Boston baked beans in huge pots, all-night white-hot wiener shops, glazed chintz, country plaids, tiny prints, the quintessential carrot cake, academic freedom, birds doing morning errands, something hand-painted with tiger lilies, a port of call, seeing cows milked, chicks hatch, and lambs drink from a bottle, standing up straighter, kite-flying contests, eating halls, learning things together, sash-wrapped waists, butterscotch sundaes, red convertible Alfa Romeo spiders, keeping fresh flowers by your bed, fresh herbs in the kitchen, a fascinating face on the train, waistbands, assorted paper, missing someone but knowing you'll be together soon, shutters, snappy comebacks to shut up, mulching leaves with a lawnmower, Christmas celebrated with fireworks in Brazil, the smell of a coffee can opening, fireside pine benches, hot Cajun pork sausage, disguising cottage cheese, cozy brunches, working too hard and getting paid for it, a small orchestra playing for a poolside buffet at noon, Dixie cups, spray cologne in your sneakers, a 17-arm brass candelabra, mambo, a slightly stale donut, split, sprinkled with water, then toasted and buttered, creating a pleasing little surprise for your spouse, the patter of rain, post office bins for a collector's showcase, pie baking contests, self-reliance, strength, pride, and a romantic vision of life, recreational vehicles plastered with state and national parks decals and American flags, large colonial fireplaces, women's sports. Discovering a secret country lane or peaceful bend in the river, bubble-top buffet servers, e pluribus unum equals out of many, 1, the soft splat of snow falling, a cheeseboard, hand-pegged oak furniture, the sharp folds of an elegant fan, making meringue, ring around the collar whisk detergent commercials, dusky colors for fall, the clinking of ice in a glass, curling up, coffee-flavored soufflé ice cream, renting a small airplane, letting the breezes blow through, delight at the prospect of a new day, a fresh try, one more start, journalism, taking a cooking class together, a silly bubble of anticipation, typing resumes, homemade jam on toast, walking around ladders, peasant scarves, faded palaces, Bic pens, a seahorse in an aquarium, Athens marble, steel drums, jam jar drinking glasses, a snow softball, Newport, Rhode Island, in a sleeting rainstorm, exploring the intricate possibilities of idleness, Ben Gay muscle rub, browsing through a farmer's museum, no room in the hammock. Getting up at the cusp of morning, a waterfall wearing a rainbow tiara, a reprieve, sturdy, flat-heeled shoes, a chorus line, the presidential award in junior high physical education, lonely french fries at the bottom of a fast food bag, top 10 and best of lists, an Italian coffee press, unread textbooks, teakwood plates for big, crisp summer salads, driving up to a window and being handed a hamburger and fries, encouraging your children to be creative, the snapping of trodden twigs. Snowy beaches and billowy palms, Nebraska, midpoint between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, cowboys, Herefords, cornfields, Arbor Day, ice cream sandwiches, co-ed dorms, lifting your slush in snow spirits, ashibana, pressed flowers on rice paper, coral and white fabric flowers, tied up with a pretty grosgrain ribbon and placed in a grapevine basket, wallpapering, Sunday afternoon cooking, pleated dinner trousers and lounge shirts, being lovey-dovey, radio knobs, knowing that nothing can be too warm, too generous, too brilliant, bike jackets, onions keeping best when roped and hung in a dry, cold room, stenographers' notebooks, photographing children, painted nails, coin pinball machines, red, orange, and purple flowers, plastic sandals, the accumulation of junk in the attic, a sunflower nodding, spotted sandpipers with long bills and legs, log cabin syrup tins, cruise control, coin purses, Barnes and Noble bookstores, a room with an old cannonball bed, a steamer trunk, and a view of Mount Washington, block party potlucks, pumpkin fiestas, a 19th century pioneer fur trading post and gold mining boomtown, shell-framed mirrors, boneless breast of chicken topped with blue cheese, a hot shower after a long trip, waiting by candlelight for a special person, riding mailboats to remote islands, feng shui, multicolored plastic paper clips, periodicals reserved for bathroom readings, strombolis, tall booths in restaurants, giving a party, deciding when to bluff, the pasture gate. Fashioned of frozen mist, a box of candy with a guide to what's what, meditating in pre-dawn stillness, an eggnog and a slice of fruitcake, opening stuck windows, the early dry dark of an October Saturday evening, asking yourself if you're really hungry, swirls of butter in a tub, the tinkling chorus of handbells. Edison's genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Living in grace, a wish. Orchestras, a bowl of fruit. Children spinning dreidels, gourmet olive oils, exploring. A city at a browser's pace, analyticalness, shrink wrap you can open easily, coffee steeped with cinnamon sticks and cloves, then iced, the hotel coffee shop, finding a cafe, having a cup of coffee and a snack, then organizing your purse and agenda book, the first time we helped to bake the bread, gray flannel skirt and navy blazer, lots of books, a good bed lamp, vases of flowers in the room, isolated country estate atmosphere, foam bath toys, the joy and contentment of listening to favorite music, brightening someone's day, wearing your new outfit, croque monsieur sandwiches of ham and cheese, bananas with rum, going jogging at sunset, a trip to the old neighborhood, the sweet and simple indulgence of an afternoon nap, taking an art appreciation course at a museum, a sweet-spiced wild mushroom sauce, the gurgle of running water, puccini and pasta, your first royalty check, pushing car lighters in, Arkansas strawberries, sewing name tags on clothes, the point on a potato chip where it breaks off and stays behind in the dip, suction cups on bath mats, Greenpeace, Post-its, breaking hay in half Chile and half Boston baked beans, both hot and sweet and great with tortillas or cornbread, buffet table setting, custard pies, reflection and reasoning, parasol shelter tables, yellow bug lights, spotless chef's whites, GPS in your car or on your phone, white shutters, attempted feedings of children, herbs to use with beef, The Graduate, movie, men's collarband shirts. Fat burger buns, pony trekking, the desired result on a pregnancy test, poached salmon served with dilled sour cream sauce topped with feathery fresh dill, weather maps, slumbrousness, equal rights, box seats, play being purest relaxation, scarlet union undersuits, carving up a brand new jar of peanut butter or tub of margarine, rooms with polished pine floorboards and door jambs that tilt and slant, and extra touches like silk flowers and current issues of antique and wildlife magazines, town. Houses, round pancake turners, the piping of a piccolo, gigantic gumdrops, swing sets, pastry chefs, what you can learn from the Food Network, grown-ups with kids' imaginations, Oklahoma, cattle, hardwoods, oil, crisp, leaf-scented air, two odd friends, aging well, the tallest Christmas tree that will fit in your living room, movie star lighting, the friend calling to say you did great, cash refunds, carpooling, Vlasic pickles sliced flat for sandwiches, being house-proud, exercising, Proverbs. The fireside being the tulip bed of a winter day, the authentic Victorian color scheme of cream with coffee brown and dark brown trim, homespun goods, stolen time, candy stripe smocks, vein distribution in a maple leaf, the counterculture, finding a taxi in a downpour, all-star games, egg salad sandwiches on toast, after-shower cologne, halos, frost-whitening lawns, not paying attention to stupid questions, star sapphires, wren houses, a dimly lit room with candles flickering in red jars, seersucker slacks, opera, meeting someone who met someone you admire, the newspaper or magazine at the top of the stack that everyone passes over, believing the ones beneath are better, throwing a roof party, requesting information on courses, early spring, violets, whites, pinks, thin yellows, light blues, thirsty plants, perky teapots, wide swinging skirts, April Fool's Day cards, parents who inspire their children, speaking up at a meeting, track shoes, going to an observatory on a star. Filled night, young, spring-grown, just picked radishes, acclimating oneself to a cold swimming pool, one body region at a time, larch trees, the white fluff of cattails, bubbling cauldrons of onion and pea soups, workers setting up umbrellas on an outdoor restaurant's patio, writing a letter using a new pen, trees whispering, white on white, ordinary, Kentucky, Christmas hobby stockings, hailing a taxi, salt marshes, seasoning salt, a mixture of salt, pepper, garlic, onion, and other spices. Secret love notes and candy hearts hidden all over, newsstands, Turkish silver goblets, the momentary confusion in a dog whose owner has faked throwing a ball, wisps of hair turning up, editorials, braised beef, sleeping gerbils, fireside chats, flexible straws, riding your bike to work, a ride on a hay wagon drawn by a pair of Belgian draft horses, the beach in winter, buying shoes for kids, fruit salad of fresh wild blackberries, raspberries, blueberries, peaches, and apples, were berries. Lie in hidden clusters, the scent of leaves and ripened fruit filling the air, rereading a book you loved 10 years ago, Mississippi, antebellum mansions, magnolia trees, shrimp boats, pecan trees, airplane rides, easy-to-read labels, spinach and sour cream omelets, cultivating an open mind, butterflies lighting on the rim of the milk pitcher, the cool, shimmering mist that fishermen know on inland lakes, Morton salt, movie theaters, antler hat racks, orange crates, Alaska having no state motto. Getting somewhere on time, soft pale pumpkin color, striped cook's aprons, living within your income, coat hooks in schoolrooms, moonbeam blue, sunset pink, star white, and astroturf green colors, porcupine quills, dahlias, marigolds, asters big as saucers, coral-colored cottons, a belt-busting meal, a sliced steak sandwich on toasted bread, the intoxicating smell of bacon frying in the morning, winter scents, homogenization, cleaning off your desk and buying new file folders, etched glass. Partitions, creme fraiche to serve dolloped on top of iced coffee, Japanese green tea brewed with fresh mint leaves, cooled and iced, fireflies winking their undecipherable messages, a baked potato anytime, poker, a hammered brass ginger jar, the evolution of a child's vocabulary, a straight black skirt, extra effort always making a difference, beach towels drying on the deck, electric clothes steamers, gambrel roofed houses, Chili over potato patties, French onion soup, Caesar salad, and baked. Bananas, lace-edged napkins and old hammered silver, merriment, delightful conversation, toasts, speeches, sharing, kinship, donating 5 things you don't need, buying classic clothes, finding 2 good reasons to do something, sugar and creamer sets, climbing a tall white pine tree, kitchen parties, an original 1958 blonde ponytailed Barbie doll, high diving, terracotta Mexican candlesticks in gray blue, sand, and white, diamond tennis bracelets, aspen-covered mountains in golden and amber. Hues against a backdrop of dark green fir, spruce, and pine, potpourri in a small antique box, people who try to have their freckles removed, chicken in a bird's nest of shredded potatoes with a spot of cinnamon berry jelly for spice, plate collecting, a booming hobby, flickering candlelight, chocolate-striped cookies, dramatic shadows of the stooping sun, tents, shopping on Christmas Eve, peach butter, heaping a few little pots of herb butter in the refrigerator, the vacuum tube used in drive-through banks, broccoli with sour cream sauce, an Italian leather box, peanut brittle, cup holder cuisine, luxuriating in velvet, cashmere, or full-length fur, Merrill shoes, locking little fingers, steak platters, apprenticeship, saving one last treat for the end of vacation, Kentucky, bluegrass, the Derby, limestoned valleys, Cumberland Gap, an open tennis court, red velvet bows with long streamers, the meaning of existence, cleaning a bike, all that mankind has done, thought, gained, or been, it is lying as in magic preservation in the pages of books, kids, a very sweet lesson in enjoying life, the lotus position, frost-edged grass blades shimmering in an incredible variety of patterns, brass buttons, 33-inch tall candlesticks, blue inlets and crystal creeks, roast goose served with lemon apples or glazed pears, warm cookies and cold milk, muskrat houses, grandma's meatloaf recipe, feelings of security, the silver screen, the silent wish you make, sterling silver Christmas. Charms, crocheted cord choker necklaces, Bobber the elephant, velveteen pincushions, digging out a piece of lawn and putting in a garden, the memory of a spring afternoon, people who wear sunglasses at night, a beaver dam, apples and bananas in caramel sauce, squirrels darting away with treasure, keeping a sketch pad next to the bed, master keys, library research, scrub oak woods, souffle pans, breads, banana bread, biscuits, bread sticks, cinnamon rolls, cloverleaf rolls, croissants, crumpets. Date bread, French toast, hard rolls, honey buns, hot cross buns, Italian bread, Jewish rye bread, macaroni, Melba toast, muffins, onion bread, potato bread, pumpernickel, raisin bread, rolls, rye bread, scones, toast, white bread, whole wheat bread, people letting coffee get cold, then having to get more, big armfuls of dried wheat, bulrushes, or dune grass arranged in a country milk can, apricot souffle, 2-layer jello, burying potatoes to preserve them, hacienda style, reading quietly together, making a leap of faith, cinnamon sticks, silverware bags, never postponing till tomorrow what can be done today, shatterproof bottles, knit pearl combinations, an herb-laced frittata, bucketful of natural wood kitchen utensils, peace buttons, inviting your mom to lunch, candy stripes, oiling squeaky things, a tatami used as a bulletin board, sherbet-striped things, abracadabra, beamed ceilings, receiving a fabulous gift from the man you love, canned soups, Nevada, alkali flats. Yucca, sagebrush, Las Vegas, upper crust restaurants, diet guides, a willow leaf fully grown, a long, slender parcel of chlorophyll, being blessed, the ice hotel in Sweden, cottage cheese with chives, with apples, with onions and herbs, buying new shoes for your sport, birthday banners, the sound of elevator bells, shopper's sighs, and Muzak, hills covered with almond trees, solid brass wind bells, the moon baying of hounds, the inn dock, stained glass window coloring books, beef kebabs, a core. Asset, suggestions for romantic evenings, marzipan, watching mindfully, cats basking on the windowsill, all systems go, commodities, onion skin paper, football pins, seeking knowledge to plan, enterprise to execute, honesty to govern all the tiny bumps that make up a basketball, going out of business sales and auctions, listening to someone describe something that makes them happy, luxuriating with supplies of fresh towels, soaps, body lotions, and powders, opera houses, setting the table for tea, a sense of competence, hibachi cooking, heart pacemakers, older, atmospheric bars, using a paint roller, ginger trees, Waterford crystal salt and pepper shakers, not being known as grouchy or mean, just quiet sometimes, hard cheeses, a pet stuffed frog named Sydney, card sharps, dried bouquets of hydrangea, staticy, baby's breath, not fit for man nor beast February nights, hens, a serious present for a birthday, like a desk, the quiet presence of cats, sharing popcorn, sidewalk. Cheese fries in large paper cups, going to a pinball arcade, loser buys hot dogs and soft drinks, the distance from your elbow to your wrist equaling the length of your foot, the irresistible fragrance of toasting bread, running over a piece of lint a dozen times while vacuuming, continuing to give the vacuum a chance, drawstrings, pink tinge on the clouds created by the setting sun, being as idle as a languid brook, small lidded baskets, winning a duel, stonewall-lined cow lanes, Thursdays. Child has far to go, bowls of mixed nuts and nutcrackers, seafoam green and baby girl pink, coming in out of the rain, adding information to Wikipedia, conical evergreens, ivy-planted hillsides, fieldstones, ham basted with Coca-Cola, and spoon bread, sliced tomatoes, fresh peach shortcake, picking the right lane for once in a traffic jam, a cat peeking at you, an apartment cook-in, holding hands on the way home from a concert, kick lines, the neon lights of Hong Kong, zip codes, the whistle. Of the fairies, size 11 feet, band rings, confectionery, humorous phone calls, aged cheese, anticipating vacations, eye teeth, a strategy for answering SAT questions, Dr. Livingstone, I presume, cool lakes, news conferences, snowshoe travel, last summer's shells from the beach, the 900-year-old Japanese art of bonsai, lime marshmallow salad, the feeling of satin, short sheeting a bed, chimney corners, ravioli cutters, tugboats, watermelon pickle chunks served in diamond point, cut glass bowls. Creating a romantic picnic from a local farmer's market, hand-carved and lacquered Coromandel chest, in the full spectrum of Chinese colors, wild blueberries blanketing coastal Maine, young people's concerts, the magic of play in a relationship, the 7 holes in a Ritz cracker, individual mini crocs, the plastic tray used to organize and separate silverware, ambling through the best boutiques, finding a way around roadblocks, long, blue-skied perfect picnic time, pouring melted butter over potatoes, getaway cars with empty gas tanks, a storm sheathing every cable of Mackinac Bridge in glittering ice, making it a silver harp playing the music of the wind, tangerine beef and white rice, shallow bowls holding closely clipped blossoms, weekend sailors, when the person ahead of you pays your toll, startling clarity at 4 a.m., oranges filled with jello and topped with whipped cream, taking a walk in the rain, a mountain screes, cottage cheese containers, beginning to feel the faint touch of autumn's brush, lemon chicken, buttered peas, and stuffed tomatoes, penny arcades, enough time to do the job right, pepperoni on rye bread, flight suits, the Acropolis, kid gloves, organizing your goals, raising corn, the Great Wall, roses, scrumptious maple bars, American humor, a mandala's intricate concentric pattern, theme restaurants for kids, open house in a new home, mini tubs of margarine, a sculpture garden, food delivery in a snowstorm, a vacation from buying stuff. Fields of June daisies, stereo speakers in the headrests of new cars, an icy diamond pattering of stars, the way peanut butter spreads, American flag decals, seeing a red conflagration at dawn, sparkly pom-poms, a booth for quiet cell phone talking between flights, home weather stations, tiny leaves drooping on soft stems, too young to hold up their heads, feeding kittens, removing makeup, spearmint, spinach colors, sail racks, young colts, fish balls and cornbread on a Sunday morning, watching the ocean change its moods, living as a free spirit, charisma, joys and vicissitudes, high-energy slapstick humor, herb-roasted chicken, chopping boards, a pure silk plaid robe, flaky and nicely browned pastry, double mattresses on the floor, an all-night vigil of pleasure, streaked hair, springtime in the Rockies, hating shredded wheat, lil-net clams on a bed of ice, warming winter meals, sending a fan letter, fairy tales, a clandestine meeting at a hotel, tortoiseshell or wooden combs. Outlawing gerrymandering, putting on boots and tramping through wet fields and woods to remind yourself of all the things that were buried or forgotten through the winter, meat broiled in the fireplace by holding it over a bed of hot coals on the end of a long, sturdy fork, helping with the farm chores, haying, milking, grooming the horses, tiered pewter chandeliers, golden lockets, just a moment, an express lane, 2-person tents, white frame houses in tiny hamlets, Snidely Whiplash, Dudley Do. Right's enemy, keeping a journal of personal definitions and interesting concepts, grocery shopping early in the morning, self-awareness and self-discovery, pine-scented forests, Christmas lights, Hollywood love lives, ice skating at midnight, Arm & Hammer baking soda, elephants sliding down a slope for their morning bath, 5, addressing a golf ball, chocolate mills, a summer sleeping porch, Pome's frites and aioli sauce, dressing to the max and flirting, balance of nature, and individual. Sconce to illuminate an eating booth, cooking with a portable TV 4 feet away, enjoying a light, funny movie, free stuff from a hotel, spring salads, the smell of chalk and pencil shavings, reading to someone who is cooking, unlocked gridlock, making decisions, devil's food, the cinema, stovepipe hats, pot-bellied stoves, pure folk art, children hurling rubber cows from their cribs, jumping off the bandwagon, you name it. Master lists, caring for new woodwork, little, round ball candles. Landscaping, hot appetizers, the ketchup that collects at the lip of the bottle, wintertime, waking up in the morning to snowstorms or brilliant sunshine, stomping in mud puddles, white 100% cotton sheets, Curious George, mellowed red brick walls, spray painting yourself accidentally, French rolling pins, melon or grapefruit served with honey instead of sugar, never mind, warm honey buns with whipped butter, the glow of the holidays, the gravity-defying roundup ride, a cache of Moleskine notebooks, lions, hot prepared chili. On a hot dog, cherry vanilla fudge, cleaning rings, Cheswick, New Jersey, recipe card libraries, Swedish butter cookies, sandwiches, pale peach color, extra duty tennis balls, Lake Michigan's shoreline, green rivers, strawberry banana boats, brown cows, and pink elephant punch, a room to retreat to for listening to music, puttering, looking through books, and clipping magazines, teaching someone to use a thesaurus, hiring a charter boat, rolls served with plenty of butter and jams, heaps of fresh fruit, juices, and delicious coffee, cultivating mindfulness and loving kindness throughout each day, a beach strewn with timbers of uprooted wharves and broken boats, copper-bottomed pans, reincarnation, lowering your voice when you feel it is about to rise, ensuring there will be at least one slice of banana for every spoonful of cereal, pasta with prosciutto and peas, windy day, friendship cards, beef on a stick and spring rolls, running mates, common sense folk sayings, playing drums. Riding a bicycle long distances, on a rainy evening, writing long letters to old friends, the taste of vacuum coffee on a sunlit bank or sandbar, pretty wood carvings and stained glass windows, hearth glow, white tablecloths covered with platters of scrambled eggs, steaming pancakes, warm syrup, compotes of honey, and tubs of fresh country butter, generous dollops of humor, eating delicious soups, hot puddings bathed in cream, and bowls of fresh raspberries, toy soldiers, old friends to help us grow old, young America, Indiana, squash players, cushion tile, the nickname peaches, elaborately patterned wallpaper, cork tops, one perfect rose, nutmeg graters, non-stop cross-country flights, chipped ham with dried apricots, books of facts, +4s golf pants, handmade ski sweaters, realizing your child is a good reader, creme brulee with tropical fruits, seasonable weather, gold knot rings, in-ground pools, Egypt's Valley of the Kings, Angora rabbits, singing in cars, pine mint color. Home field advantage, waking up with a cat. It is the greatest of all mistakes to do nothing because you can only do little. Do what you can. Sydney Smith, tractor pulls, lanes that lead to the sea and the rock-bound coast, lake steamers, Dutch tulip bulbs, parents' weekend at college, warm fluffy clothes straight from the dryer, the U.S. Marine Corps' silent drill team, tennis anyone, painting with water, clumps of blackberry brambles heavy with ripening fruit, meadowlarks, an accomplishment that is all yours, the dark line of a storm on the horizon growing wider and closer, ordering dessert, building permanent bookcases. Visiting a nativity scene, comparing movies to books, learning the harmonica, the tiny fragments of toast left behind in the butter, drivers yielding to other drivers, tree-sitting, prairie dogs kissing, asking simple questions, picnic cooler colors, sugar houses, a team coming through a paper hoop at the game, antique violins, catnip mousies, the sun shining through a blue haze, glittering ice, petting a horse, musselman, cranberry orange muffins, a stream laughing as it tickles its own snowy banks, sledding on the lawn, the corner of the bed that's impossible to reach when putting on new sheets, being kinder than necessary, pince-nez glasses, the possibility of life on Mars, your child securing a good summer job, the color of bread crust, safety razors, weathered towers on high hills, defying gravity, tiny spring peeper frogs, a baby grand piano in the front parlor, thick slices of eggplant, utility stools, AC-doocy, a variety of backgammon, unwrapping sandwiches, dreaming on the riverbank, a living room's litter of unwrappings on Christmas or birthdays, a bowl of tiny mandarin oranges, cribs, freedom of the press, hot, gooey chocolate chip cookies, a knife block keeping everything safe and organized, men's ties, a broad porch, ideal for rocking, butter-basted fried eggs, round trays for serving, featherweight flapjacks, checking the faces of departing moviegoers in an attempt to determine the quality of the film, milk money, a hot fudge sundae, the perfect combo of hot and cold, I live on fresh air and apples glow, meticulously choosing flowers for a bouquet, the cinch belt, buying 5 t-shirts in 5 colors, toasted sesame mustard, stretch pants, green grass reaching for sunlight through cracked pavement and vacant lot rubbish, tobogganing, solecisms, catachracies, rosti, partially cooked potatoes formed into broad pancakes and fried until golden, collar buttons, Knorr's vegetable soup mix in the dip, instead of onion, and a piece of Jarlsberg on a plate with Triscuits, anniversary telegrams, viewing everyday surroundings with a tourist's eye, Charleston, flamenco, go-go, and jive dancing, rouge, baby terrariums, a roll of quarters for the casino, weeding and grooming the garden, writing letters, fleur-de-lis, peppermint extract, Cape Cod cranberries, sitting on the porch in cold autumn weather, being a novice hiker, sautéed Canadian bacon, wedding cake, Irish setters, a gray fuzzy sweater and gray satin skirt, watching a big moon skim in and out of the clouds, smelling the thick, fragrant country air, batting cages, self-portraits, keeping in step, chrome glass tables, bouquets of roses wrapped in white paper and tied with luscious red ribbons, hot dog buns, chestnut trees, heavy with blooms, green, a treat for the house, proudly wearing a wedding band, an ivory slipper chair, horticultural techniques, brevity, brand new homes, keeping a secret, ocean waiting, getting skates sharpened, 12 packs, remembering when phone exchanges all had names, vintage rush-seated English chairs, Kentucky fried chicken potato salad, 19th century opulence, someone calling and inviting you to lunch, choosing a Christmas tree, organization of errands, satchel bags, long-stemmed lilies, letting the crowd follow, instant soup, thick fur on the bottom of rabbit's feet, frozen apricot mousse, getting a cast or braces taken off, hush puppies, crisp curls of toffee-colored laciness, slightly hot flavored from ginger, taking a bowl of berries or thick, fruity yogurt out to the patio or front stoop, clothes-drying racks, matchstick bamboo shades, Cheshire cheese, big joys and small pleasures, farm-style picnics featuring chicken, turkey, beef, fresh garden salads and vegetables, homemade cakes and pies, relishes, and potato salads, food imaginatively prepared and eaten in good company, an entourage, a tray covered with a snowy, cutwork cloth, linebackers, tasting a dish while it's cooking, the man in the moon, toasty warmth. Beach plum jam, a fruit bowl with cardamom dressing, fruit basket sewing kits, curious and expectant travelers, TFW equals too tacky for words, teens, a riverboat restaurant decorated with lots of sparkling white lights, fabulous garlic salad dressing, funnel cakes, deep fried to a golden brown and served hot with a coating of powdered sugar, stocking up the larder with jam and preserves, signet rings, woven straw mats, chautauquas, the miniature bells of white lily of the valley, foals and horses, veal sautéed with butter, fresh mushrooms, wine, and artichokes, slanty floors, having your luck suddenly change for the better, a cocoon hanging by a silk thread, dueling if challenged, a Van Dyked grapefruit, when the worst does not happen, shocks of corn, barn swallows swooping, an October sun peeking into the car windows, mahi-mahi, going where there's still room, crystal candle holders that look like snowballs of glistening ice. The way a bird's wing has the same basic bone structure as the human arm and hand, lawn cutting, garden tending, house tidying chores, robins, fresh-baked raisin and raspberry cream pies, laundering your money, manicotti, the pillows of pasta stuffed with pulley cheese and covered with bubbling red sauce, hybrid cars, summer in Franconia, New Hampshire, maiden names, Rogers and Hart, being barefoot on the grass, the day when you met your best friend, a shaken paint mixing machine, the ballot box, rumpusing around on rainy days, a wagon wheel. Wearing safety glasses outside lab class, renting a car at the airport and driving onto the freeway playing the radio very, very loud, fresh blueberry sauce to serve over peach or another favorite ice cream, flirtatiousness, the kind of chocolate cake that automatically suggests a glass of milk, red and white saddle shoes, learning the art of compromise, open signs, formal walking sticks, reverie and conversation, old housekeeping books, snowball lights for a romantic glow, Alka-Seltzer. Commercials, strong French roasted coffee and hot milk poured at the same time into large breakfast cups, working with a laptop in a wireless environment, inviting someone special to tell you a secret wish, sleepy eyes, sawdust floors, Turkish towels, dogs at field hockey practice, learning a new dance, the Parthenon, coffee with socks on, with cream, country music, paper dolls, rainwater on green leaves, obtaining that which is elusive, being charming, a black lava-strewn coast, trainee. Hats, woven bags, thick, golden curried potato soup, shining indoor plants leaves with mayonnaise, mistakes, portals of discovery, sautéed bananas, cutting bangs, refinishing furniture, a school dance, osmosis, rubbing minds with informed persons, hot avgolemono soup for your cold, space-saving ideas, summer homes in Vermont, staying away from alcoholic drinks, sports trophies, oatmeal days, average of 1,800 thunderstorms going on in the world at all times, realizing you forgot your rubber duck when you get to the beach, slipcovers, peach Bavarian cream, pottery mugs, micromassage, Athens by night, flower arrangements scenting a room, the hots, remembering being picked up and rocked to sleep in someone's arms, then carried up to bed, cheese shops, backroading, mouth-watering descriptions, unfinished kindergarten blocks, 5 people reading one newspaper, a basket of soaps and bath goodies, meeting deadlines, chewing the end of a pen, Limoges boxes, watching the national spelling bee on TV, extra innings, potholders, smoked chicken, bone-deep contentment, brightening up one's spirits, homemade caramel corn, country house hotels, smile buttons, dandelion, dawn gray, dawn pink, dusty pink, ebony, electric blue, emerald, and evergreen colors, cotton towels, ingredients for cooking, stuffed pork chops, roast turkey, whipped potatoes, coleslaw, and homemade pies, a special coffee shop, e-cards, The New Yorker magazine, aiming for more quality, smooth, muscular arms, acres of books, intricate bronze garlands linking chandeliers, great luxury, reading books written by travelers, measuring things, real estate, true, lasting values, a room filled with candlelight at Christmas, brick streets, hot oatmeal and warm baked apples with prunes, not expecting too much, a rambunctious rooster, casual Friday dinners, kids spinning on diner stools, pumpkin gnocchi, running backs, when you pull the shade and get caught in it, or it falls down, or zips up with a bang. Effortlessness, Whistling Dixie, breakfasting outdoors in a thatch-roofed restaurant, ragamuffins, warm applesauce, dessert parties, warm wool socks, watching your clothes dryers spin cycle for excitement, a cat running 30 miles per hour, letting someone in line get in front of you, sitting on the grass with a child and playing, the abominable snowman, wedding gown fittings, a solo vacation, knitted slippers, lovemaking, nicknames, interviews with coaches, the neighborhood spaghetti joint, the cotton and Rose Bowl parades, Halloween smelling of wet, burning insides of pumpkins, the 15,000 different kinds of rice, boots for dogs, all-white saddle shoes, swing choirs, Chinese-inspired florals, polished stone heart necklaces, soft snow gathered into clotted masses like cotton batting entangled in the grass, pumpkin muffins with cream cheese or cottage cheese and ginger orange marmalade, window seats, seaside amusement parks, sudden darkness, biding your time, decorations, I love you more than yesterday, less than tomorrow, apple cinnamon flavor, pretending to be an Olympic swimmer, sunflower, country rose, buttermilk soap, the prospect of learning, noodle a Texas, baked spaghetti, scuff slippers, air fresheners, asking what the future is, birds mating calls, grass stains, children sewing on paper plates, a rustic dollhouse made of logs and stones, the opportunity for a college education, knowing where all your books are, a wheel of Stilton cheese, children who behave in restaurants, a snowman on the football field, health, love, wealth, and time to enjoy them, slogan, airmail stamps and stationery, knowing your cholesterol level, veils of rain, a brick walk, anesthesia, hardback books, political discussions on breaks and at lunch, starting a savings account, reading a magazine with someone, company picnics, unweaving tinsel from tree branches, chilled pears, a California king-size bed, the explosive squish of a cherry tomato, frankfurters, crackle glaze. Ceramic, hygiene Colorado, 7th grade basketball, pink apricot color, dim, low-hanging factory lamps, browsing in a toy store, high school sweethearts, squeezed cherries with a scoop of vanilla ice cream, getting a foot in the film business, hot days and cool nights, typecasting, dreams of singing in a club or restaurant, scorching edges of paper for effect, pull-out writing boards on desks, track and field days, George Harrison and Ringo Starr of the Beatles, work shoes, irrigation. Writing your memoirs, italic writing, a toast rack, the everybody plays philosophy, pancake shops, bittersweets bright orange in the lacquered red of barberries, life's great pleasures, the glow of a pot-bellied stove, charity and thrift shops, curling up on a chaise lounge with the London Times crossword puzzle, devilish grins, steering wheel covers, eating outside with the smell of the ocean, chicken wire, being the happiest in our lives, Adidas tennis clothes and shoes, a sunny day. Thistledown tufts riding every gust of wind, pure white pants, the turning earth, the blazing sun, the restless wind, pretty or amusing sleeping masks for when the sun's pouring in, marketing a fad, lizard scooting, being soothed when awakened from a bad dream at 3 a.m., overnight camping on the gym floor, emerging into sunshine from a tunnel, going for a walking meal, stopping for different courses along the way, containers, a waterfall cascading amid bright floral colors and the sloping greenery of wide lawns, hunting for natural wood sculpture in early morning after a storm or a first frost, polishing all your shoes, the snuggle right and feeling, God bless our home wall mottos, having your hair frosted, warm pies and spiced whipped cream, tobogganing, sitting down, getting close, hanging on, and becoming transfixed by the movement, sounds, and rhythm of the surf, waves crashing, then gently rolling in and edging back, open to the sky freedom, aardvarks, engagement. And wedding ring charms, using large scallop shells to serve coquille Saint Jacques, salmon mousse, marinated scallops, or shrimp cocktail, redwood trees, coaches all dressed alike, whipped cream cheese with chives, slicing through satiny mushrooms, the savory simmer of mincemeat in the making, street hockey, inchworms, a four-hanky flick on the late-late, trout, Italian ice cream spoons, baby floodlights, making chocolate pudding, happy aromas, the warm glow of Sabbath candles, do-gooders. Colors of a grocery store, large, sharply focused computer monitors, broad purple pools of shadow lying in every hollow, British spellings, center, honor, theater, and color, the welcome light over the porch, zigzag weaves, park benches, zirconias passing for diamonds. Happiness is not having what you want, but wanting what you have, empty crab shells on the beach, being selective, tea and a basket of assorted breads with a plate of sausage and cheese slices, and pots of honey and marmalade. Opening day of the season for the ice cream shop, light switches, frizzled hot dogs, split and fried in oil, men's woven handkerchiefs, the bulge of athletes' muscles, the first day of September, a wish for adventure, 4-H ribbons, wall stenciling, Girl Scout handbooks, belly dancers, the perfume of pines and azalea blossoms and fresh-turned earth, explosion of fireworks, hard, young tomatoes, natural wild mustard, a 6-foot grinder for the Super Bowl party, stargazing, wooden steps, seeds and herbs for kitchen use, kerosene lamps, the home baking enthusiast, homemade pasta dough, taking up chess together, coming out of a supermarket in a good mood, gloriously satisfying extravagances, muffs, a pebble-dash facade, an invisible fence, hijinks and assorted merrymaking, toponyms, a walk in the country with a friend, mint milkshakes, appreciating the effort of 12 bees making 1 teaspoon of honey, Dick Tracy, steak fries, a semicircular bed with a white eyelet canopy, birds huddling on the ground, carol singing, children squealing, New Year's toasting, when even your margarine doesn't speak to you, forgetting to turn the oven on, books in the bathroom, candy striped shirts, Unirond, quiet drives, no radio/CD or cell phone allowed, the early bird catches the worm, apricot mustard sauce, hanging popcorn balls on the tree, the blizzard that hulks beyond the horizon, pineapple juice, decorating a small bushel basket, a penny for your thoughts, dress codes, and getting into trouble wearing pants on a cold day, white elephants, happy children, leaving notes on cars, ink etchings, 4-wheel drive in a snowstorm, a Saturday morning with cartoons, relaxing in pajamas with a bowl of cereal, baskets filled with fake fruit, eating so much spaghetti that you cannot move, the Yale libraries, especially Sterling, patio lights, picture book villages, taking a water taxi, city council meetings, crisp cotton dresses, a string of Greek worry beads, the swish of a silken dress. Neosporin on a cut, mists of Spanish moss, statice, pink strawflowers, baby blue velvet ribbons, sprigs of lace, and calico bound in a wreath, sometimes just having to say what the hell, spending a whole night reading, sometimes even alternating books, looking closely at designs of nature, the grain of a cucumber, the patterns of leaves, Aruba coffee, forts, the spiced aroma from the pickling kettle in the rural kitchen, juicy, golden oranges, the secrets of closets, enjoying the morning sun. On the patio, lime marinade for chicken, collecting pine cones, memories of garden parties and weekends by the sea, velvet starred nights, lemon extract, be kind to animals week, cheese, salads, relishes, hot apple soup, sour cream butter cake, rolling hill country, wide beaches, radio ID tags for pets and cars, the thunderous drum of the ocean beating down on rocks, maple keys, air hose equals loafers without socks, Federalist and Greek revival houses, a caring doctor, microwave mania, and not being caught in it, COTS, sharing I have always wanted to stories, a space heater in your office, when good things happen to people you care for, ignorance being bliss, Chevrolets, playfulness, Graham streusel cakes, making up time, layering on favorite old sweaters, taking Sunday papers to the park, top bananas, towel-dried hair, real turkey on an overstuffed triple-decker, children who admit their parents are right sometimes, saving money on almost everything, a pot of blooming tulips, maple walnut, Mexican sand dollars, hand-woven Chinese silk wallpaper in multicolor pattern, lofts, After Effects, the natural look of yellow face powder, the gift of undivided attention, roasted French fries broiled with a delicious crunch of Parmesan cheese, blue for delphiniums, inky dark lobelia, the sea and sky, the thumping of a bass drum, French lace, love and kisses, silver-plated baby mugs, floor pillows, capistrano, sentences, elastic patterns of linked words, digital clocks, cadmium yellow. A matchbox version of your dream car, shuffling cards, the critical period in matrimony being breakfast time, waking up an hour early and experimenting with makeup, educated grace, choosing a car, baby evergreens, finding the start of a roll of toilet paper, phoning home, the ability to cut a piece of cake with a little plastic fork on a flimsy paper plate while holding a drink, napkin, and cup of mints, experience, old-fashioned iceboxes, being free to change and express yourself, getting a back scratch, Hawaiian shirts, Sunday supper on the front porch, Thomas Edison inventions, waxed paper, mimeograph, electric light, motion picture camera, dictating machine, electric vote recorder machine, storage battery, phonograph record, electric pen, electric railway car, stock ticker, electric railroad signal, light socket, light switch, etc. Manhandling the open here spout of a milk carton so badly that you have to resort to using the illegal side, deep-footed rice bowls, deck chairs, being cool, punch and cookie parties, synthetic airplane pillows and sober navy blue scratchy blankets, smoked bacon rashers with a brown gold rind and deep pink flesh, assertiveness, quality time with yourself or others, complexion scrubbers, touching toes in bed, old-fashioned spice cake, Sunday loaf bread filled and topped with raspberry or strawberry jam or preserves, airline meals, crowds, Thanksgiving Day parades, staying away from anyone named Honest John, bicycle hikes, heavy dark pine captain's chairs, finding a newspaper someone left on the train when you were too cheap to buy one, guest rooms done up with bright floral print wallpapers and draperies, antique quilts, thick carpets, and period furnishings, listening to chamber music on the veranda camping out, first aid kits, brown, spotted sandpipers with long bills and legs, waiters smiling when they see you, fresh lemon juice, saucering in the snow, coffee-flavored parfait served in a tulip-shaped cup of icy metal, servings of local cheese and honey, grilled lamb medallions with apricot sauce, the first 12 days after Christmas indicating what each month in the next year will be like, sap bucket rocking chairs, smoky eyes, being ergonomically correct at the office, wondering why things look the way they look, feel the way they feel, how they're used and why, the take your picnic indoors plan, the icicle hanging at the eave, no problem. A quaint maple mortar and pestle, spatter prints, full recoveries when they weren't expected, leather-ked sneakers, a wise man makes more opportunities than he finds, bacon, a ritual in reminiscence, bamboo chairs, reading poetry before bed, Kentucky horse breeding, cube steak, a colonial wood desktop organizer, people zooming on hang gliders, giving yourself the day off, sleeping in one of his old cashmere sweaters, salad of deep red sun-ripened tomatoes tossed with fresh basil and a splash of vinegar and olive oil, listening to the magic workings of a flower, of a butterfly, and of man's intellect, heading for the warmth of a blazing hearth, pulling a sled of redwood to a refurbished home, baking muffins, complimenting a total stranger, maple syrup cake with maple icing, time is money, sandpipers, Monday's child is fair of face, browsing in cooking supply stores, a parenthesis in time, airs, fishing lures, creamy and sharp cheese, the national no-call list to stop soliciting phone calls, grungy clothes, 8, brandy snifters with colored water and oil for a burning wick, absolute revelations, someone fixing something without being asked, lounging on the deck, popcorn in plastic jugs, Saturday night, spun glass, magic lanterns, Sadie Hawkins dances, playing sailor, French gendarme's whistle, dipping slices of pineapple, banana, and apple into chocolate fondue, a small music box that plays the Blue Danube and a tune from La Traviata, decorating your home with mistletoe or fresh pine wreaths, hanging Christmas lights or lighting a menorah, asking first, the Rangeley knot on moccasins, big parties with beautiful people, luncheon steak with garlic bread and salad, trees preparations for winter, baking bread and popovers and having time to enjoy them, old-fashioned tea wagons, acquiescence, where to get ideas and stimulate thinking, neither scurrying nor haste at an early hour, pineapple pie, a lady's lunch, wearing a parachute in the elevator, the car heater, abandoning all your senses to a field of wildflowers, jugs of fruit, sport fishing, aromas, the clear northern Vermont air, sub-shops and fried clam stands, dog tricks, not begrudging others what you cannot enjoy, buying oceanside property, spring cleaning your computer, cable knit cardigans, giving presents to yourself, finding a four-poster at a country auction, banana flambe, planning a cheese plate, roadside rest stops, sprigs of parsley or slivers of red pepper highlighting monochromatic vegetables, oil and vinegar jugs with corks, secret caves, bread factories, swimming a quarter-mile being equal to running a mile, the New York City Ballet, turn off TV, turn on life, getting a quick answer, starting the coffee machine in the morning, flamboyant typography, going forzier, pizza, receptions, an air of expectancy, your first love, ribs and corn on the cob, chili casseroles, planning your future with the help of a Ouija board. The small piece of lid that the electric can opener always passes over, December. Turquoise or zircon birthstones, holly, narcissus, or poinsettia, appleberries, apple wines, apple country, autumn apple color, digging clams in Oregon, Washington, and New England, western sundowns, doormats, Campbell's tomato soup, writing it down, species of marine life, midday repast, going to the movies in the afternoon when you're supposed to be at work, children playing radio station, winter forcing you to stay home and get acquainted with yourself, drawing a realistic picture. Bandstands, Maine muffins, brass candlesticks and bayberry candles from Williamsburg, the purr of a kitten, crawling out of a tent on a frosty morning, new sandals, finding a hammock and setting out to be lazy, the grating of a rusty hinge eminent success, wearing your favorite outfit on tough days, watching birds, the streetlights of town, like an enchanted pearl necklace disappearing around a small hill, seeing someone famous at a baseball game, sunny weddings, well-lit rooms, sunflowers, pine-clad peninsulas, fresh orchids, the hearty taste, rich aroma of fresh yeast, and golden brown crust of bread, a rendezvous, Highway 1 along the Big Sur coast of California, pocket concerts of jingling keys and change, downhill racers, delicately blooming orchids, colorful azaleas, and pineapple plants coming to fruit, the hot stove league in baseball, inserting change in a vending machine according to size or value, drawing the curtains on a leaden afternoon sky, turning with relief to an open fire, for November chills, thick chile, loaves of crusty bread, and crunchy crudité, Walden by Henry David Thoreau, deviled ham toasts crowned with chopped fresh parsley, leaf tours, hash browns served as a large crisp pancake, sliced rosy tomatoes on thin, lightly buttered brown bread with ground black pepper, studying color, design, real estate, or public speaking, setting a trend, working with a new client, Caesar salads, dew-hung spider webs, the twirling fork in bowl of spoon school of spaghetti eating, a TV show worth watching, protozoa, easy-to-peel tangerines, stretch lace, collaging a cigar box, tabby cats, cheek-to-cheek dancing, the welcome signs of the states, broil and serve platters, leaf fall bringing a crisp scuffling as the wind courses the land, bars of late afternoon sunshine, a one-pot meal including boiled potatoes, fresh corn, oranges, lemons, onions, garlic, and spices in a savory broth, cream soda lollipops, treating yourself to a new purse, marble-topped dressers, a 4,000 volume library, finding an Easter egg in your raincoat pocket, water-cooling pitchers, bean jeans, busy city life, gaining control and power over the things we can change, Heath Bar Crunch ice cream, lake sailing, eating less, chewing more, kitchen bags for onions and potatoes, a pudding that makes you feel warm and full and at peace, job strategies, melted butter, donut shops with perfect coffee, sharp kids, the color of an old brown library sofa, lumps that block. The pouring spouts of sugar dispensers, a set of hats for a child, municipal golf courses, orange skies, fog bows, tangerine, taupe, tawny, teal blue, terracotta, toast, tobacco, turquoise colors, Arctic hares growing a thicker coat, a song brightening your mood, cutting boards for serving breads, split Portuguese rolls with butter, the splash of a fish, a tea table on wheels, acting class, mammoth dictionaries, antidating, campfire wood, wickerwork, gold topaz, the size of InStyle magazine. Marrying money, the deposit that beats your rubber check to the bank, taking a weekend trip by yourself, blue-collarism, the white tips of a French manicure, the art of verbal embroidery, recipe chests, cheeks a chipmunk would be proud of, celery and cream cheese, toys, a serving of spaghetti, stores with lavish displays of chocolate and marzipan temptations, an unusual setting for a candlelight dinner, cake stands, you can't take it with you, serving dips and seashells collected on the beach. Or found in import shops, the right word poised on the tip of your tongue, knowing the correct pronunciation, book clubs, hosting a party, a survival kit for someone who is sick, favorite magazines, books, remote control for the TV, soup, juices, and a handmade feel-better card, cardinals, quail, and robins flitting about the rhododendron and mountain laurel, supper salads, hanging a mirror to reflect the greenery and sunshine of an outdoor view, hotel rooms with kitchenettes, oven fresh. Buttermilk biscuits, international cookbooks, silk organza blossoms, tools and workbenches, setting up the bath as a cul-de-sac, a tub tray, book rest, inflatable bath pillow, using TiVo to catch up with a favorite show, red letter days, azure skies, limbo contests, hand-hammered cowbells, nylon tricot, natural beauty, a love you can count on, smokestacks autographing the sky, agricultural surpluses, piling on the blankets. For a good, cozy night of sleeping, dogs wanting belly rubs, candle sconces with reflectors, Halloween masks, sweet honesty, Chinese cabbage, running down a beach, country French blue and red checks, squirrels in reckless treetop chases, basement swings, running a dairy, eating the chocolate Easter bunny's head off first, Nestle Road pie, a knowledge adventure, Renoir, meeting a studio mogul on the red eye from LA, Egyptologists, warm Afghans, silk screening, velvet quilts, exploring a new neighborhood, fall foliage, James Taylor, singer, peninsulas, Wyoming wool, a box of Lincoln logs, rocks dashed with sea, cookie-cutter Jell-O, Old English sheepdogs, the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, bringing a cookout down to the beach, butter suns, a hard day's night, movie, skating rinks, slanting rays of the western sun, cooking a quick company dinner, untangling something, country colors in blanket checks, purple, Loden, yellow, red, oil-free makeup, salad days, reserved seats, 10-sided penny candy jar, having something bright yellow in your room at work, your one great old reliable cookbook, perfect balance on the subway without using the straps, bopping in your chair when you hear a good song, the stars having a frosty twinkle, switching places in bed with your spouse, enjoying fall yard work, rowboats pulled up on a sandy beach, the sweet sound of an old violin, plaster of Paris, planning your mega hit, honey graham crackers, your first Christmas tree together, see. Angling, strawberry dressing for salads, picnic grounds. Palindrome equals a sentence or group of words that reads the same backward as forward. Tonka trucks, orange pico tea, birch bark, cucumber sandwiches sliced like a dream, brown boiled eggs, strawberry ice, lemonade, love is patient, love is kind, Ecclesiastes, a face without makeup, big Christmas lights on trees outside a restaurant, electric blankets, reading the paper outside on the porch, curled up in a big old rocking chair, stilt. Legged wharves, tongue and groove walls and ceilings, pork sausage, bike covers, conciseness, half cartwheels, hot fudge cake, a tulip-shaped cup of icy metal, flagpole sitting, solar energy, curls, mocha floats, auspices, pizzazz, baked bananas, real cream, thick, tenderly yellow, perfectly sweet, Christmas tree farmers, getting to work on time, the stirring beat of a fife and drum corps, shorelines, the chambered nautilus shell, children's mittens saved over the years and hung on the wall as a collection of winter memories, dinner for four, patience and fortitude, unspoiled beaches, isolated moors, quiet country lanes, homemade cranberry sauce, washing the car, taking what seems forever to dress, short-length ski jackets, cotton clouds, self-tanning sprays and lotions, paper baskets of gumdrops, tiny jelly beans, and heart-shaped candy wafers printed with words of affection, searching in cookbooks for something new for dinner, oak spiral staircases, high ceilings, ornate moldings, and massive windows, foraging for hickory nuts, apples, and crab apples, taking a child to the zoo, Granny Smith, Golden Delicious, Cortland, Macintosh, and Jonathan Apples, a campus-like atmosphere of maples, dogwoods, and walnut trees, Sunday afternoon bowling, homemade chokeberry syrup, catching a falling leaf to make a wish come true or for a day of good luck, just one day of looking terrific, pottery cruets, using mesquite weed in the barbecue for a smoked flavor, French buttercream cookies. Defrosting a refrigerator, red suspenders, applying makeup, the red light in the church chapel, wind songs, flowers in an empty mustard or cheese crock, rich light, a toasty paved road in August, carnations with baby's breath, remembering something you memorized long ago, early American pine fruit boxes, pleasing colors, shapes, textures, a stationary embosser, being kissy, no longer comparing yourself to others, taking yourself to lunch, the joy of cooking, running around in circles, teaching a class, corn shucks, the slow lap of water at moored boats, box cake, grosgrain ribbon for bookmarks, faithfulness, indulging in the rich self-pity of believing that nobody can possibly understand you, oysters already shucked to safes tumblers, London theater tickets, pastry crimpers, your favorite newspaper columnist, uninhibited statements, leaves shedding before they turn, luxury hotel stationery, the snuffleupagus on Sesame Street, those moments of life that are utterly simple. Trustfulness, Old English barristers, tearing cartoons out of the paper, banks, calling someone at home, snacks in the pantry, the countryside bathed in autumn sunlight, a beautiful state of mind, barns, making a documentary film, wet t-shirts, bench saws, a reassuring ritual, sugar-cured, hickory smoked ham, hot fried biscuits, hot, sweet funnel cakes, fresh hickory nut pie, and old-fashioned molasses, a chance to sleep in, thirsty children kissing water from a fountain, lifesavers. Warranties, turkey stuffing, an elegant archway, the concept of the music mix, onion bits barbecue sauce, schizocarps, the wing-like single seeds that fall from maple trees, molded glass compotes, stockings hung from the chimney with care, half-baked people, bright-colored mittens, making a rubber band ball, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, gifts wrapped in tissue paper, tied with red ribbon, boxes of live daffodils throughout the room, not being able to fight sleep on the train, picking the right direction at a fork in the road, steak, sirloin, filet, or ribeye with choice of cut, size, and degree of doneness, flaky powdered sugar pastry squares called beignets, homemade angel hair pasta, wide boulevards, plants on cinder blocks, warm from the oven pastries that start off the day, tranquil bubbles, souvenirs of beach walks, Thousand Island salad dressing, the book that made a difference, church bells chiming as a millstream gurgles, bar stools, chocolate buttermilk cake, hot popovers. A kiss under the bridge of sighs, sending flowers, finding a long-lost relative, sun visors, compact overnight bags, spot removers, cab services that show up on time, wooden bridges, chariot races, Venice, Italy, grabbing a pen, pizza burgers for hot lunch, veal parmigiana, Colorado mountain roads, instant atmosphere, small scented candles for bedside, tall, slim tapers for table, mint, historical roadside markers, snowballs, chocolate-filled cakes, streusel-topped pear pie, toggle clasps, jade and chocolate colors, not having to talk just to keep a conversation going, panda bears with white paws, the first frost, lazily wiping your hands on your shirt, the pastiche of a colorful fishing village, Washington, D.C., lobbyists, splendid nature, sewing cards for kids, taking a woodworking course, a rerun you haven't seen since childhood, going to bed early with a new mystery novel, today's special at a restaurant, carriage clocks, biking through the vineyards and stopping for a picnic. Whispering in the dark, thinking of ways to deepen your knowledge, flying first class for the first time, disaster movies, a tomato press, a Christmas card from a long-lost friend, fishing lines, bringing a sense of adventure to a children's birthday party, a small-town library sale, dark clouds settling on the mountain ridges, salad bars, going to foreign movies, a well-wishing attitude, making chocolate curls, ribbons as bookmarks, the art of paper folding, refusing to let the snow stop you. Hearing Santa and his reindeer on the roof, produce baskets, The new sandscape that takes the appearance of weathered wood, flames of fire, checkerboards, mazes, parquet, wafer mints, a bowl of red equals chile, the exciting moment when you first look out the window to see what the snow has done, flaky crust meat loaf, secret herbs and spices in a recipe, moving furniture outdoors, beating the crowds at a park, being able to drive and fold a road map at the same time, changes that are reversible, shopping in factory outlet stores, towering umbrella pines, a wondrously fleecy towel, 2 lamps by the bed so you don't disturb the other person, blue eyes, dozing, parents crying from pride, tree swings, the origin of the hamburger, broiling hamburger patties with a thin slice of onion and placing them on a plate with home fries, knowing whose turn it is at a 4-way stop, Mr. Magoo's Chinese cook, Charlie, plain old bad habits, chocolate butterscotch pie with whipped cream. Cross-country skiing through quiet forests, cabins with lobster traps stacked like cordwood in the backyard, picnic buns, New England pen and ink prints, tying shirts up high, Naugahyde, a party thrown in a big barn, a patient carpenter, sheet music, designs reminiscent of Renaissance paintings, cliffs like cathedrals and trees growing out of rocks, going to the same restaurant often enough to be given the same table, practicing first aid, log cabin designs on quilts, retirement savings. Picking up tiny seashells, filling them with wet sand, and poking in the stems of little flowers, bunches of drying herbs dangling from the rafters of a shady side porch, when anyone can look at the two of you and tell you are head over heels in love, puddle jumpers, the jingle of a pet's ID tags, not underrating your own abilities, getting locked in a shed, railroad stations, laughing at soap operas, the lacy pattern of twigs against the sky, catching the romance of the moment, an aquarium of seahorses, rising earlier than the others, puttering softly and quieting the beasts, a leisurely stroll bringing sensory delights, Christmas ornaments with inscribed dates, the panes of a greenhouse, the nubs, voids, and locks of a jigsaw puzzle, a baccalaureate, the pick of the litter, turkey cooked over a wood fire, falling asleep on someone's lap, mustard and cheese crocs, writing your spouse a love letter, the cadence of prayer on the first night of Hanukkah, summer mornings, the art Institute, Chicago, red carpet welcomes, long-stemmed compotes for serving Chinese food, whatever you want, mom, a new canvas, cash on hand, progressive relaxation, tightening and then loosening various muscles, lazily drifting on a raft, lying back and looking up, living in a charming town, getting carried away, being a little naughty, church choirs, gathering a list of people's ideas of cheap thrills, whims, living in snow country, proms, gardenias, and moonlit dance halls on the lake, baby blue eyes, olive-colored duffel bags, the back-and-forth dance of tennis players, sack races, a stroll on the lakeside footpath, the occasional screech of a gull overhead, the sound a yawning dog emits when he opens his mouth too wide, unexpected phone calls, candlelight and Gregorian chants, row, row, row your boat, driving past a bakery and smelling the bread, stretching to reach a parking lot's ticket dispenser, corn relish, falling asleep to the sound of foghorns, feeling changes, popcorn manufacturing plants, dining gardens, memorizing the penal code, hot dogs called tube steak, eating over at someone's house, someone with boots on the wrong feet, cupcake papers, cabin fever, mock road signs, an almost full moon emerging from behind the clouds, perfume oils, frosted glass ceilings and pink-capped chandeliers, a red amaryllis, Mickey Mouse, kilt skirts, natural wood, sporting gear, bramble, raisins, cranberries in pastry, topped with ice cream, nubuck. Nasturtiums climbing and tumbling with bright flowers, hanging basket chairs, keeping the night light on, dressing for pleasure, umpires' outfits, cookware racks, frozen white chocolate mousse with raspberry sauce, napkin folding, slices of fresh pineapple and little bowls of fresh berries with brownies or cookies, reaching a compromise, using canning jars as kitchen canisters, a tree old enough to shade most of a house, being all spruced up, vanilla bread pudding with nutmeg, fruits to smell. Early apples, fresh strawberries, travel games, those moments that go beyond words, a generous continental breakfast of fruit, muffins, and warm caramel rolls, trim on cars, beauty books, best done alone, eating all the pound cake, especially right out of the box, an October owl in the dusk, getting one more item crammed into the garbage bag, a bonfire by an ice skating rink, loons yodeling, psychology, pasta salad, deer slipping quietly across the lawn to eat the fallen apples, a wall of antique mirrors, an ornate building with gingerbread decoration, White Castle hamburgers, that over-the-rainbow feeling, engagement rings worn above wedding rings, losing oneself amid ancient cultures, when the audience smiles and taps their feet, nosegays of silk violets, tied with lilac and silver ribbons, rose-red mornings to begin each day, widening horizons, crisp nights, mild days, toasting forks, barbecued baby spare ribs with a very special sauce, packing cookies in popped corn. Vivaldi's Four Seasons, corncob smoked ham from Vermont plus Cobb smoked bacon and aged cheddar, a cashmere sweatshirt, chicken, golden and crisp, and a pile of tender, bright green snap beans, piglets and swine, dripping wax, Reno divorces, bowling alleys, lying on your back in a snowy field, making an angel by moving your arms in arcs, chenille sweaters, phytoplankton, kitchenettes, scratch and sniff, old silent movies, Fontina cheese, winds, the unseen tides, chestnut reds, visiting an apple farm, Treasure Island, magazine picture collages, intelligence and maturity, getting the guts to go jogging, epaulette Air Force shirts, the Swiss Alps, stiff collars, keeping notes on life, egotistical people, Oneida silver, ribbons to match uniforms, pull-apart bread loaves, fireplaces, secrets of magic, strict diets and exercise, the joy of not cooking, misty mountain paths, A blueberry house with vanilla trim and cranberry shutters, a child's wagon, a rolled lawn, taking a chicken picnic. And the cat for a lunch on the green, the first day of biking, the midnight hungries, hiring a babysitter who's on a diet, editing a magazine or an article, the back-to-school colors of yellow, orange, melon, and crimson, golden retrievers, collecting and arranging seashells, pebbles, autumn leaves, dried weeds, wheat, flowers, and fruits, the ringmaster, beds with original mosquito nets, perilous cliffs, navy pants and light blue shirts, the clucking of a hen, hooks and eyes, enjoying sweet, juicy strawberries unadorned, tropical ferns, uncharted seas, an extended vacation, Pez candies, Dolby Digital X surround sound, white, chocolate raspberry truffle cake, routines for soothing the soul, ski bobbing, riding downhill on a bicycle frame mounted on skis, wide whale corduroy shirts, a snowfall of powdered sugar and a sprinkling of colored sugar crystals, white icing, and tiny candles, coffee urns, donut glaze, breakfast, the most important meal, 3 bowls in Buddhist cooking, a large one for starch, a medium one for protein or grain, and a small one for beverage, salad, vegetable, or fruit dessert, window shopping, throwing the windows open during a blizzard and enjoying the air, simple-hearted dreams of children, sheer sleeves in the glow of candlelight, playing gourmet, snow outlining the elements of trees architecture, rug making, flowers in crannied walls, vanilla frosted, maple frosted, and strawberry frosted donuts, a field mouse scratching in the wall, the fish, buying dinner and tickets to a hockey game, first buds, flow-through tea bags, hiking the mesas looking for Anasazi eaves and petroglyphs, mountain edge flowers, heavy blackberry blooms, dried flowers, fresh fruit, poetry books, and herbal sachets in each room, collecting baseball cards, an egg or omelet perfectly flipped, whole milk, catching the train just in time, yachts strung with Christmas lights, building a fireplace, root beer floats made with homemade ice cream every 4th of July, corsage pins, serotonin, dance studios, the many terms common to music and baseball, seedless raspberry jam, meeting someone at the airport, banana bark, flip-flops in every conceivable color, baked Swiss steak in dill sauce, grinding fragrant coffee, wrought iron lighting fixtures from the turn of the century, nubby-soled tennis shoes, the variety of lawn ornaments in your neighborhood, 4 hugs a day to fulfill skin hunger, inviting your spouse to lunch, multicolors, cinnamon coffee cake, perfect eyebrows, pear relish, salty stories, over 35 basketball leagues, the first week of school, steaming mugs of coffee, hair falling on your face, workers picking corn, harvesting flax and broomcorn, island air, counter melody, couples moving closer and nuzzling, grade school, steam rising from a tureen of hearty vegetable soup, the splash of a pool diver, an architect of peace, inspiring yourself by self-encouragement, a portable writing desk with secret drawers, recalling childhood warmth, election night, tailoring learning to your life and interests, oak rockers, aqua and toast colors, ceremonial peace pipes, old satin pillowcases, theater tickets for 2, Rice Krispies cereal, cleaning rings with toothpaste, true madras, navy blue, maroon, mustard yellow, and it bleeds, watching kids dive into a swimming pool, not getting lost in a new town, Zydeco dancing, teeter-totters, times to recall, engagements, sharing everything, leaves twinkling in the sunlight, spangling in the moonlight, dancing to the special music of raindrops on their thickness, the amusing shaking of a person's bottom while sharpening a pencil, lexicology, keeping a promise, pretending to take down an important phone message, freshman dorms, Land O'Lakes butter and margarine, farmer's winter boots, adjustable poppet beads, January in California, everyone jumping up and down at midnight to help me, Rhonda, people knowing where they stand with you, homecoming mums, the old Farmer's Almanac, automatic transmission, West Side Story, movie, strolling through a cool, dark pine forest, a mishmash, low-calorie ice cream, glasses that don't pinch your ear or nose, spooky sounds, tree branches scraping a window, green wood in a house structure, creaking and groaning, roofs and walls expanding and contracting, echoes, air traps, roof shingles making the wind moan, thumping water pipes, southern New England cherries and peaches, the special symbols used by cartoonists to replace swear words, a showery afternoon with great rolling clouds, your own hammock, giving an affectionate nickname to someone who doesn't have one, a Nantucket oil lamp, gymnasiums, the loose strand on each forkful of spaghetti that beats you on the chin, dog and cat food boxes, modeling agency models, strawberry peach pie, beating your own drum, being apologetic, muddy baseball diamonds, Beverly Hills Rodeo Drive, business cards, bamboo designs, no loose ends, ultra-romantic dresses, using 5 free minutes to start an important project, Wisconsin cheddar drizzled with honey, platters of fresh eggs, kiwi fruit, the richest of seasons, in winter, snowdrops, early and autumn crocus under a bare orchard tree, slam dunks, gladiolus in acres of waving fields, in colorful floats in a parade, and fresh cut in pretty bunches to take home, patio tables, estimating the temperature by counting the number of cricket chirps in 15 seconds and adding 37, the cool breezes of a New England summer day, the lead facial tissue that gets all the others going, ivory almond bark candy, a roaring fire scenting the air with wood smoke, public relations directors for sports teams, halcyon equals calm, peaceful, happy, golden, prosperous, affluent, steak sauce and meat tenderizer, wild carnations, coffee pot rapids, Idaho, when you build a fire outside and it pops, English bone china, conversations on paper, lumberjacks, rubber-soled deck shoes, oak floorboards, passion and compassion, a beautiful Display of marigolds, zinnias, roses, and larkspurs, kissable glows, political conventions, I love you, chicken-filled tacos, bath sheets, restaurateurs, knowing, or being, that person who brightens a room just by entering it, a Crayola beginner's set, rechecking the mailbox to make sure your letter has gone down, veal Oscar, learning a great synonym, the guts to go for it, nylon, floats and fireworks, a toast to the bride, a mini kick in the pants in the right direction, pedal boating in Bermuda, battery testers, cloisonne equals the art of blending fired enamel and brass, flirting for no reason, calligraphied expressions, lowered voices, cut the cake sand game, tiki torches, pre-cooked bacon, going sockless, copperware, hailstones, an old railroad station, updating clothes, green lawns shaded by willows carpeted with daffodils, gingerbread-flavored memories of childhood, aqueducts, cedar boards, cuddling up to your lover for warmth, Chinese New Year, autumn cades, bathing beaches. Salad served with a chilled fork, close-up photographic techniques, a struggling bag carrier, butter crunch and white almond bark, a Chinese basket of spring clover and tiny peach roses, rough and tumble clothes, pushing your luck, groves of lemon trees, new stanzas to the poems written on the hillside, meadow, and riverbank, stretching marshmallows like taffy, jasmine flower, cheerleading, stately homes, playhouses, leaving fresh cookies for Santa, buying hardcover books, lefties are better. Lovers, things dear to us around the house, reveling in time alone, an old musket hanging over the fireplace, wooden puzzles, testing a wet paint sign for yourself, white place cards, pets in line for the fire hydrant, being happy sharing quiet moments, surf fishing, Swedish baked potatoes, picking out a card and sending it to someone who would never expect it, precariously tall lemon meringue, appreciating the old, slower methods, like math on paper instead of with a calculator, ice cream makers, a date on Saturday night, that happy-go-lucky feeling, the thin person inside every fat person, seeing your breath exhaled as a frosty puff, the creak of an old door or gate, tiny deep fat fryers, clearing the table after a meal, turning telephone ringers off, poster colors, iron, calcium, vitamin A, cubbyholes, honey and lemon creams, traveling your own road, a Sunday breakfast of eggs, Canadian bacon, and pastry, not despising what you cannot get, growing Christmas trees, a carriage ride in Acadia National Park, honest and simple the highest compliment you can pay, handicraft centers in New England, letting fireworks send chills up your spine, dogs that hold their leashes in their mouths, way to go with bright sidewalk cafes, chopping fresh vegetables on a wooden board, broiled cheeseburgers, teaching grammar in a way a child understands, a raccoon peering out through his permanent sunglasses, balloon racing, birthdays, anniversaries, and red letter days, turquoise. Umbrellas shading white ironwork tables and chairs, organization of closets, returning a smile, raisin racks for drying California grapes, minerals that color stone formations deep black and red, purple, green, and orange, ripe peaches on a summer's eve, New Jersey, crossroads of the revolution, Miss America, wild orchids, pixie moss, Atlantic City, pencils, pens, a sketchbook, books to help identify wildflowers or birds, and maps, Palm Pilots, cider sherbet, men who wear glasses, bats in the belfry, white organdy curtains, collections from everyday life, a writer with an idea, pure beeswax candles, racing a bike, cleaning off your desk, a terracotta flue pipe, merging traffic, the cat acting foolish, knowledge of arcane whys and hows, graph pattern stoneware, multiplying sunlight with mirrors, sensuous scents, cattle placidly munching their way through the meadows, climbing a tree to do some constructive daydreaming, snowflowers, breakfast cooked over an outdoor fire, charm. People who have it all together, arriving home from the bookshop or the library with an armload of volumes begging to be read, orange and lime sherbets, apple pie and the 4th of July, as a youngster, enjoying the romping, tumbling sport of careening down steep, sandy slopes of a dune, nonchalance, shaking a sugar packet vigorously to move the contents to the bottom before tearing it open, baby cereal, when a suede purse's color does not rub off on your clothes, TV dinners out of the microwave, scented wood, sandalwood, cedar, sassafras, the return of the jumper dress, the expressive faces of pansies, building a dollhouse, fellow airline passengers, skipping among the waves and diving beneath the swells, the return of curls, ponytails, crew cuts, wide open floor space, etymological dictionaries, a new theater multiplex, crickets in the chimney, cashew wood, a cake laced with apple slivers and served with sticky butterscotch sauce, trying to work things out on your own. Taking a short stroll before deciding on new shoes, remembering when kids used to want to be president, cherry crisp and butterscotch pie, production, homemade soups served in bucket-shaped bowls, blueberry pails, dwelling in possibility, seeing a blimp land, eating Oreo cookies and then looking at your teeth, relative humidity, porch sitting, sounds echoing in the cold, a barking dog, a slamming storm door, tasty lobster stew, spaghetti with chicken, country auctions, feeling heady with optimism and warmth, gold panning, cheering, sipping coffee, and taking in the bright colors, enthusiasm and excitement of a football game, Shell mobiles, mentally going through rolls of film, a wire basket filled with leafy green ferns and eggs, bacon broilers, zithers, making sure all your friends get home safely from holiday parties, the soft, new green of a garden pea fresh from its pod, writing long messages to out-of-touch friends, succulents, inexpensive cafeteria lunches, finding out That for years you've mispronounced one of your favorite words, bumpy learn-to-write pens, new patent leather shoes, spotting bobolinks and short-billed marsh wrens, the excitement of a storm and the sudden transformation of the landscape, cream jugs and delicate porcelain teacups, finding the quiet center of your life your own way, Gatorade kegs, good nights. It is by studying little things that we attain the great art of having as little misery and as much happiness as possible. Samuel Johnson, lukewarm water, fresh formats, a maze of bazaars, harbor houses, accomplishing what you undertake, sniffing the air to see if snow is coming, Easter breads, thinking happy summer thoughts, Volkswagen vans, hickory spice, setting up a breakfast tray the night before, the small metal ring on a ballpoint pen that separates the top from the bottom half, making a great cup of coffee, play being a rest from the world, cames, kettles, and eskers formed by glaciers, the perfect outdoor cafe where you can hang out with a newspaper, a sip, nibble, people watch, lightly battered fried zucchini blossoms, an apple and a candy bar in your Christmas stocking, a T-bone, served for two, free road maps, baskets of cloudberries, dust on the goldenrod, clairvoyance, waterfront properties in Maine, a place where small kittens sit sunning themselves on stone walls, manners being the happy ways of doing things, 12, paper lamps, filling a woven basket with dried baby's breath, statusy. Horsedale ferns, pine cones, or fresh fruit, dinner rolls, white chocolate bunnies and Santas, hockey boards, enticing back roads for motoring, chicken with orange peel, handing out paychecks, eating all the raw onions you want with your hamburger, summer squash on a sunny yellow tablecloth, waiting for a chance to say something, solar panels soaking up the sun, broiled pineapple or peaches, canals with sluice gates, Rockefeller Center, New York City, French telephones, when things get tough. The tough get going, watermelon day at camp or the park, quiet libraries, the old cabbage rose pattern, muffins made from stone ground meal, a theatrical streak, writing with chalk on the driveway, rattan hangers, shaving a peach, Indiana specialties, chicken and dumplings, roast pork with dressing, ham and beans, and pocketbook rolls, flour-dusted fold-over Parker House rolls, the smells of pine and fresh coffee, mini-meals, iced tea loaded with slices of lemon, lime, and oranges, slaw with celery seed dressing, a June bride, taking a complete rest, corn shocks teepeed in the fields, getting a whiff of that first ocean breeze, wind-whistling days of January, the tiny depressions on an English muffin, the Florida Keys, smelling corncob smoked bacon sizzling, maple-scented muffins, and pancakes on the griddle, cayenne pepper, buying yourself a toy you wanted as a child, blue and white chintz, starting to make things happen, 1954, luscious creams, overnight trips, flying south. Foulard bow ties, remembering when there was no place open to buy anything after 6, concentrating on being you, cotton balls, blow dryers, sunrise at 5 a.m., reading glasses, stone-washed jeans, beige denim, in rooms equipped with terry cloth robes, cheeks tingling in the winter, alternating between reading a novel and looking at the hilltop skyline, penny loafers with the pennies stuck in, crunchy knit mufflers, a bed of fresh moss, repositioning the Christmas tree lights so no two of the same color are together, D-Day, strawberry season and summer tea, garage sales, sewing all your loose buttons on, bones for dogs, laughing at someone's favorite story, again, making spiced apple rings, catching a Hail Mary pass, jumbo stuffed ravioli, christenings, going birding, driving defensively, cold new potatoes dressed with vinaigrette, carrying a bunch of tennis rackets, the discreet murmur of voices, the People's Almanac series, a brood of chicks, hens, the slight trace of criminality one feels when having a lover's keys duplicated, turning a house into a home, dressing up, successful quality assurance, white grape juice, white cotton sailor hats, winter sports banquets, the Mississippi River, poster beds, hooked rugs, hand-stitched quilts, wide pine floorboards, stenciled wallpaper, wing chairs, the monuments in Washington, D.C., lit up at night, starting a pogo stick fad, the fast-falling November twilight, a slatted wooden mat for sauna or bath use, body language. Fubar equals fouled up beyond all recognition, ceramic beads, snacks after a movie, turn-of-the-century type cases, crayons for kids at restaurants. Chopping wood, climbing a fire watchtower for a panoramic view of the rolling countryside, scheduling appointments, jalapeno peppers, a turtleneck, Lacoste button-down shirt, and Shetland sweater under a herringbone tweed jacket for a football game, electric trains, thatched roof cottages, a watchmaker tilting tiny cogs and wheels into place, a good salad spinner, cakes of soap, cobbled streets, dark blue sky, Burger King Whoppers, Tinker Toys, giving the perfect gift, a private reflection about someone, and a deep desire to please him or her, blackberry ice cream, picking flowers here and there, then putting them between the pages of a big heavy book to dry, how-to books, a beautiful old book crammed with scraps of past and present pleasures, dried flowers, postcards, fabric samples, checking email via BlackBerry, adequate preparation, playing freeze tag in the sprinkler, sandwiches called Tex-Mex, smorbrod, muffuletta, falling asleep on the couch, inlaid mahogany tables. Florence, Italy, rubber rafts, popping goldfish crackers, muffins as big as softballs, traffic lights, turrets and towers, peanut butter so sticky you could mortar bricks with it, classical music, collecting things for a future home, tin types of grandparents in silver frames, standing next to someone you love, a wandering artist's journal, chicken ranches, scenes from old movies, an epiphany, box offices, classy uniforms, washing the car mats, Harry Connick, juniors music, drinking hot drinks through a straw so you don't burn your mouth, opening a nearby window to let in sounds and smells of spring, a warmer than normal winter after a slew of very cold ones, Today's promise becoming tomorrow's joy, holding a jujube up to the cinema screen in order to determine its color, picking strawberries or tomatoes, painting a watercolor on the bedroom window, hutches, highboys, and buffet tables, raking a big pile of leaves and jumping in, playing badminton well, preparing for tomorrow. Orchards heavy with blushing red apples and flocks of turkeys being fattened for the approaching holiday feasts, apothecary jars, things falling into place, snow-capped volcanoes, antique bisque dolls, recreation and leisure, varicolored beauty in an old-fashioned garden, your first love letter, the shy/proud look of children receiving awards, prismed crystal chandeliers, a red canoe, on a train, experiencing a journey of endless surprises, the Lascaux cave paintings, indentations that appear in carpets after a piece of furniture has been moved, learning how to polka, shredding and recycling office paper, pumpkin pie rich with eggs and cream, smooth to the tongue, tenderly enclosed in a crust that melts in the mouth, beef brochette, remembering the year a song came out, cotton tunics, subtle color gradations, stories of famous scientists that inspire you, water balloons, dear hearts and gentle people, sexy people, spending a day when you take cabs everywhere or walk everywhere. Scope mouthwash, pregnant women, a yard of hair ribbon, Madison Square Garden, booths in park bench style, tangy mint, snow crunching under your body, snug in its snowsuit and boots, oodles, cock-a-doodle-doo, antique hunting, the enthusiasm of an entrepreneur, white sails, the spirit of the American man, Pop-Tarts breakfast food, go-getters, seascapes of southern Rhode Island, spontaneity, ladies who don't swear, plumping your dog's doggy bed, silly songs in the car, sundresses and pinafores. You can layer over t-shirts, garden hoses, steak and peppers Italiano, the dance boom, kitty litter that stays in the box, closing your eyes and breathing in, extroverts, home brews, snow croquet, Louisiana Cajun potato chips, kindliness, erect posture, seaweed tapestries woven with shells, fish bones, feathers, sponge bits, Ripley's Believe It or Not, someone being your every dream, balloon shades, porcupines scratching, a trail of thin mist rising along the whispering brook, the moment while exercising when thought fades away, American fries equals thick potato chips, jazz dances, house cats in a sparring match, little brass pitchers, a large tree with an umbrella of 25 feet, a sheltering frieze framing the sky, parents, pricing items for a garage sale, the private beaches on the Riviera, an in-the-water boat show, the smell of flowers through the screens, making colored chalk drawings on the sidewalk, the smell of rainstorms and roses and fresh-cut grass, deep dish apple pie served with a pitcher of cream or a wedge of cheese, 3-ring binders, understanding, sitting in bed watching the sun rise over the park, the giant fireplaces of a castle, cats, Abyssinian, Alley, Angora, Burmese, Calico, Cheshire, domestic shorthair, Manx, Himalayan, Persian, seal point, Siamese, tortoiseshell, reams of paper, fish and chips, taking your time, being soothed like a baby, your 25th college reunion, baseball lights coming on, people who hold the elevator doors so they don't close in your face, swell sounds, food debris under a high chair following an attempted feeding, careful speech, promenading, no bake pies, going back to square one, maximizing the positive things, clicking castanets, a Christmas tree decorated in tiny flickering white lights and gingham bows, when Mr. Right trips over your beach blanket, coffee carts loose in the building, piney woods, going to the beach with cucumber sandwiches, filling containers with cut green leaves and air ferns, your tummy wanting something yummy, flitting around for pleasure in the evening, having no TV or radio in the hotel, just browsing the books there while listening to classical music, September in the country, bright blue and dusty red, watching a cook prepare luncheon while sitting on the lawn with a view of the marina, marine biology, designing a calendar, the Tour de France bicycle race, calling friends, rosy cheeks, violets and pansies in all colors, shopping baskets, pie baskets, garden baskets. Mum's the word, goals should be written in sand, happy unplanned moments, Greek salad dressing, airing the quilts, thinking about the gardens, taking off the storm windows, going for long walks, buying a new hat, boudoir stools, watching a yacht race, buckets of golf balls, TV studios, slow-cooked oatmeal, Australian dingoes, unity, ceramic marmalade jars, a stickler for details, having a really good photograph taken of you, songs that never lose their appeal, track lighting, colors against a good tan, a baby's ring, fruit or vegetable pictures for the kitchen, uncrowded places to shop, white dress shirts with black trousers, Cheshire cats, country hutches, needlepoint becoming habit-forming, something more powerful, universal, peaceful, sterling silver initial pendants, Vermont goat meat crepes, lobster quiches, maple apple sweet potato casserole, golden curried potato soup, and a whole roasted turkey with bourbon pecan stuffing, 3-layer carrot cake, Madeleines equals little French sponge cakes in shape of scallop shells, heavy green glass jugs with natural cork tops, hanging baskets of plants, gay flowers, and a waterfall splashing into a sunken garden surrounding a dance floor, believing in one great love, Florida, gleaming, whitewashed hotels, sponges, alligators, glass-bottomed boats, tea-time meringues, sweet and lightweight, a box that slides neatly into an exact space, a cherry vanilla milkshake and a brazier burger, the relief of being unpacked after a move. Sails against blue water, unstringing black currants and seeding strawberries, the shortest day of winter, stowing away memories of wonderful moments, a table laden with platters of cider-baked ham and roast turkey, crocks of apple butter, bowls of green beans with smoked side meat, scalloped sweet potatoes with apples, sweet and sour cabbage salad, an iron kettle of thick bean soup from the stockpot, a basket of hearth bread, and tins of fruit pies, containers of homemade lemonade, yellow Banana squashes, corn, peppers, sweet potatoes, bananas, lemons, grapefruit, pineapple, tempura dishes, Spanish-style coffee tables, silk broadcloth trousers, long phone calls, advances in science and technology, the zigzag ridges on the top of a brown paper bag, candles at the windows, fiber optics, the excited sounds of foosball, edification, back scrubbers, maple braised pork chops with pineapple mustard relish, stone bridges, watching gardens and children grow, fall visitors, sticks and bars and tubs of butter, extra sweaters, boots, parkas for winter, old clothes, sterling silver tips for the collar of a western shirt, blowing the wrapper off a straw, dining out, animals taking their time, never rushed like humans, origins of words, horseradish sneaking up on you, irresistibility, using a kite as a wall hanging, fraternity softball games, Yankee apple cake with lemon sauce, the ride being worth the trouble, goulash, mahogany, playing while someone mows the lawn, heavy pots. Public address systems, the extra car keys, apple orchards wearing their first red blush of harvest, designing a race car, the head on a freshly made egg cream, solid black walnut and hard rock maple chessboards, dreaming the impossible dream, the rat race, branches of trees silvered with crystal or flocked with snow, tea bag tags, Norway, land of the midnight sun, bright buttons, the red wedding dress of Chinese brides, cobalt blue bromo bottles, skinny rings, small dinner parties, vermicelli. Drop waists, a stack of buttered toast, growing midget vegetables, shivering in your stadium seat, strengthening your skills, effort activities, debating society, hop committee, literary magazine, newspaper features or cartoons, drama club, cheerleading or pep squad, knowing what you do best, and then doing it, snatched sidewalk kisses, a sunken garden, spending 2 days in an Inuit village above the Arctic Circle, the breath you take before signing your name on a loan or lease, brass horns. Love under an umbrella, banana royale made with 3 flavors of ice cream, pineapple, strawberries, bananas, pecans, and gobs of hot fudge, the most perfect of any music filling the air, trying to play the harmonica, worn brick paths with moss-filled cracks, it's better to ask twice than lose your way once, designing billboards, rhinestone buttons, leg of lamb and cheesecake with fresh strawberries, a cedar-paneled stateroom, non-polluting fuel like hydrogen fuel cells, French filoche. Shopping bags, making a connecting flight with plenty of time to go to the bathroom, call home, and pick up a magazine and something to drink. Wassail equals a punch made of cider, lemonade, orange juice, brown sugar, spices, and baked apples, served in a large bowl, things turning out best for the people who make the best of the way things turn out, rags of white clouds rolling in from the sea, meeting people at parties, astronomers observing, homemade pea soup with leeks and garlic, mini baskets. As containers for small gifts, testing a few phrases of a remembered song, bread stuffing, saying what's on your mind, red, mini hamburgers by the bagful, being happy, beef jerky at the cash register, a race on the beach, weenie roasts, Russian hats, camera bags, scruffy skiers, opening milk cartons, cheddar-topped eggplant casserole, Lexington, Massachusetts, coffee served in enormous bone china cups and saucers, watching your blood pressure as it is taken, the courthouse square, neighborhood. Shops, stirring up the dust in your room while the sun shines through a hole in the curtain, solidus equals slanted line between words, cauldrons of sauces and gravies, counting your change, an overnight at a nice hotel in the city, hope chests, turning the corner of your own street, a staircase of huge boulders, dial tones, the sedatives of wood smoke and candlelight, paper airplane flying, Mount Baldy, Indiana dunes, a living dune, moving southward about 4 feet a year, discovering your own quiet. Joy, a ranch-style wrought iron triangle for announcing dinner, knit ribbing on cuffs, natural wood sculpture, Christmas trees draped with strung popcorn, cranberries, and candy canes, velvet voices, an old-fashioned flavor and honest function in a room, holly, Perrier-shaped glassware, hot sun yellows, a wall TV shelf, judging a bakery on the quality of its angel food cake, candle lighting, turkey stuffing, mistletoe hanging, strings of miniature lights, strands of cranberries or popcorn, red ribbons tied in bows around leaves, icicles, paper snowflakes that you've designed yourself, drinking from the garden hose, blossom spring, a scrawny pup with a high-frequency tail, dipping your toes in a fountain, brochures on how to buy fruits and vegetables, Iceland, pets whose names match their look, like an orange cat named Marmalade, comfortable armchairs, once upon a time, wearing something brilliant and watching other people's reactions, warmth when you need it, hostess. Dresses, trapdoors, soft pretzels with grains of hard, coarse salt, served with sunny yellow mustard, finding the perfect illustrator for your book, ranch life, sitting around the dining room table after dinner and enjoying long conversations, golden trumpets, tie-dyed yellow, the little red wagon under the Christmas tree, unendangered species, an old-fashioned herb bed, a late breakfast, leave fit quat ben aferter onus equals that load becomes light which is cheerfully born, apple picking, small. Painted wicker baskets filled with daisies, spring radishes, kayak races, bottle opener / knife / corkscrew combination, doing your own thing, Jell-O cookbooks, sitting on a porch or bench reading, the New York Times, choosing a neighborhood, ducks fishing for their dinners, kennels, rummage sales, pinafore dresses with back ties, hanging out and remembering why you like each other, baking powder, a book bag with large ring binder, different section for each subject, glamour magazine, flare pens. In 5 colors, a travel pack of Kleenex, hairbrush, elements of style, sidewalk tables, gentle grays, juiciest plum colors, snowfields, freshly made Italian cheesecakes, baked beans and home fries for breakfast, arms control, new wallpaper, leaves or seashells in your hair, meals men love, banana muffins with butter and a wedge of sharp cheddar, freshly cracked black pepper in spaghetti carbonara, your game face, the trumpet of a train passing, little Oompa bands parading through the town. Square, the ping-pong of batted tennis balls, magic shows, discovering an etymology, making up dreams in bed, phrases from Shakespeare, rotten apple, a man of few words, cold comfort, mind's eye, one fell swoop, neither here nor there, it's Greek to me, it's a mad world, haven't slept a wink, seen better days, meringue pies, foam white clouds gilded with caramelized froth, car washing, scratch stucco farmhouses, sugarless gum, tree branches playing tag, time cards, having to wander through a maze of ropes at an airport or bank even when you're the only person in line, the shopping list on the fridge, thinking someone is terrific, cleanliness, stamp machines, the rich, deep purples of late August, translucent hair color with subtle shadings, fossilized dinosaur tracks, hula hooping, a sensual afternoon nap, an opportunity to use the diamond lane, palm-fringed beach, mixing real flowers and silk leaves, farm-fresh food, wanting to gain some perspective on your life, finding answers to unsolved dilemmas, and contemplating future directions, the cardboard snowflake you made when you were little, last light tone wood baskets, confectioner's sugar, forthrightness, baseballs signed by famous players, tea room lunch, vans, being realistic, 101 Dalmatians, story, pruning trees, patio dining in summer, ice houses, my girl, song, killer Scrabble games, iced mint tea, shadows cast by shutters against shiny white walls, bulbs flashing and ribbons popping, mood lighting. Stoves with flat burners, the chatter of talking women, a pretty face, cucumber and apple salad, quitting a job, organizing office yoga sessions, food straight from your grocer's freezer, cartoons from the New Yorker, a marriage proposal hidden in the solution to a crossword puzzle, tiered jewelry boxes, dapperness, glass slippers, a refill without asking, Frankenstein, the teeniness of kids' underwear, melting snow making streams along the roadside, one-act plays, going tramping, getting outdoors and basking, or just gloating and being content, campfire parties in the desert, drink of water requests at bedtime, downtime to reset the mind's clock, leapfrogging, fresh key lime pie, strawberry meringue glacé, peach melba, and pecan pie, seedlings opening paired leaflets on the windowsill, rebuilding an engine, cinnabar beads, wide brim hats with black velvet ribbon trim, pebbled streets, truffles of European chocolate, cocoa liqueur, fresh cream, and cocoa butter, poking holes in church bulletins and passing notes, soft, slender skirts, a dog that stops barking, medieval houses, the Metropolitan Museum's Christmas tree, learn a language playing cards, pumpkin, zucchini, and cranberry breads, rolling the rugs back for dancing, watch caps with rolled-up brims, fresh, golden-hued butter, butterflies gathering in bunches in the air, taking the extra minute to notice, remaining calm when you find out you need glasses, a blaze of color, charm in toilet paper, sitting on the front stoop after dinner, telling ghost stories and trading dreams, an island frothed with wildflowers, taking care, a chauffeur in uniform, honey-warm fall days, sliced oranges, little feet in the sand, salads in restaurants, at water's edge, empty shells that whisper when summer waves turn them, half a loaf is better than none, reviving an old plan, a full paper tray in the copying machine, navy and white, ankle-tickling sleepwear, throwing out the towel at wrestling meets, Stephen Jobs. Entrepreneur, a half-moon-shaped desk like Noah Webster's, fjords, appurtenances, Weight Watchers, spicy hot enchiladas, copper color, pocket watches, coupons for groceries, knowing you're absolutely unique, grocery store posters, convention weeks, the inertia that overcomes drivers when they see police on the road, red carnations with green candles, mountain biking, doing tai chi outdoors, wadded up pieces of paper, gallons, bushels, pecks, low, rolling thunder in late fall, picking a pile of peaches, funny t-shirts for kids like, I'm 4 years old and there's nothing you can do about it, hypoallergenic blankets, menus from country inns, taking lots of notes, open-air beauty, gas stations, beach leaves delicate as a fluff of silk, counting the seconds between lightning and thunder and dividing by 5 to tell where the lightning is, no music, no television, no newspaper, no distractions, chanting sing-song lessons in a one-room schoolhouse, pine-paneled lounges, New York Strip. Sirloin, cut extra thick, fabric collage paintings, working at the polls, minding your own business, the warming of the heart, morning weather reports, governor's palace lights, fresh laid eggs, the realities of marriage, pub food, sausages, cold cuts, meat pies, and salads, dreams and imagination, filigree pens, enjoying morning coffee on the terrace of your hotel room, the summer song of mowers, coonskin caps, round barns, lean textures, little wool cap hats, andirons, and bellows bought at an antique show, studying self-help books, sweet and sour mustard and sweet and sour curry house dressing, inventing a new dance, eating popcorn and cracking nuts, saving mementos, tam-o'-shanters, violent, paralyzing snowstorms, midweek, ascots, rocks, paper cups with pull-out handles, china red satin pajamas, keeping your own list of things to be happy about, fried dough topped with maple butter, the place where one sock in every laundry load disappears to, entering a zone of creativity, yachting. Blazers, 4-leaf clovers, women who say, in reference to their husbands, we never fight, 10 minutes used wisely, soaking a pan before trying to clean it, black and blueberry jam, white lies, rear window defoggers, your weight and fortune machines, single-strand pearls, cruise ships, bad weather get-togethers, Mapo cereal, a puppy at the not-all stage, mushrooming, whether you end up with a bushel basketful or none, the romance potential of a vacation, the opportunity to thank your Lucky stars, hot chocolate at an outdoor cafe, the boarding up of graceful Victorian summer homes in winter, eating off glass plates, slabs of boned chicken with melted cheese and mashed potatoes, the roar and crackle of a log fire's beginnings in the whispering snicker of its slow dying, Tennessee, Nashville, marble, green, horses, carrying 10 books home from the library, hearing church bells, an FBI agent, yellow goldenrod writing tablets, mango fried rice, the best fruit market, the songs of summer slowly revealed, a small-town Main Street filled with Tony shops, Stratton, Stowe, and Mad River Glen in Vermont, Sugarloaf in Maine, procrastinations, noted artists, life jackets, magazine or newspaper food editors, achieving parents having achieving children, ships, getting your money's worth, always, log rollers, two-piece tank swimsuits, the sloping floor of a movie house, wafers with the slender stripe of green mint through the center, the silence and big logo before a movie. Original gas chandeliers, homemade delicacies brought to the table beribboned with calico, hasty pudding, pear butter, brooms and mops, buying soft furniture, jade, discovering a great secret, birthstone rings, bringing chores and a fiddle into the kitchen, baby chicks scurrying underfoot, hot cross buns on Easter morning, wool topcoats, snare drums, bathtubs, team posters, roast boneless duckling flambe, snuggling into a soft chair with a good book, lots of books to read in case of bad weather. Fireside log lighters, sunflower ranches, looking at the western sky in mid-evening, beveled mirrors, lining a mushroom or berry basket with a lace handkerchief and trimming with a twisted tartan ribbon, sweet fresh corn and tender baby green lima beans, drenched with cream, a bowl of meat and potato cubes and rich gravy, playing foreign language tapes in the car, word nerds, perfecting a tennis serve, the few seconds of pleasure before the aftertaste of a diet drink sets in, wedding rings. Norman Rockwell's Stockbridge at Christmas painting, never complain, never explain, wallpaper that simulates hammered copper, a pork pie hassock with knob on top, between errands, spending private time in the car reading, listening to the radio, teaching one another, maple seeds whirling away on single-bladed helicopters, popping corn, calla lilies, angle parking, a tavern table, knowing the freshest items are at the back of the grocer's shelf, iridescence, measuring flour, rows of mailboxes. Hungrily awaiting their daily feeding, playing hide-and-seek in the park, a waiter presenting the spoken menu, rugby, cocker spaniels, peas and carrots with sour cream, lemon juice, chives, dill, and pepper, volunteers, the weaving of Triscuits, Valentine, Texas and Nebraska, chives, bergamot, sweet Sicily, purslane, pennyroyal, betony, mallow, dill, coriander, saffron, anise, borage, caraway, marigold, violet, bog myrtle, ale cost, clary, soapwort, meadowsweet, rose, and lemon verbena, using lots of brightly colored quilts for tablecloths, twig furniture, small, moist, bite-sized muffins served slightly warm, a beautiful fountain in the town center park, an ebelskiver pan for making puffy, sphere-shaped Scandinavian pancakes with jam or fruit inside, wonderful tiny restaurants in old houses with slanted floors, Mazda Miatas, silk daisies, worm equals spiral part of corkscrew, a scene that is highly paintable and photographable, booths plying hot dogs, Polish sausage, Italian beef, and frozen custard, napping in a hammock, a small sheepskin rug, being 72.8% water, a baby's first tooth, clocks that tick, being sensuous, wanting your teddy bear, silver doilies, clad high trees, putting on a record by your favorite comedian, barbershop quartet contests, ad hoc equals for a specific purpose, special case, being a pilot, bowers of honeysuckle, brushing your son's hair, the sound of sneakers squeaking against the floor during basketball games, hot, moist washcloths in some restaurants and airplanes, Sesame Street Muppets, snails sleeping for years without eating, the tractor on the farm, tickling and silly songs and cookies and hot chocolate in bed, mnemonics, porch swings, good farm food, the tang of autumn fires, Harry Potter and Lemony Snicket, placing an order and waiting till your number is called, research fellowships, all the tea in China, exiting a museum via the gift shop, oxymorons, jumbo shrimp, pretty ugly, holy wars, plastic glasses, whipped cream and strawberries, airy netting, lunch money, pots de creme, a shish kebab of herbs on charred meat, alternated with slices of blackened onion, crafts to make, puzzles to solve, tricks to do, experiments to perform, things to build, cut out, color, cook, and grow, a pond right in front of a home, the Statue of Liberty, fabric protector sprays, a canopy and petit four server, places where you can lunch in a swimsuit, pie-eating contests, parrot green, spinning around on a diner stool, casement windows, unusual decorating finds, cultured gray and white pearls, the shadows of deep water, geranium pots, never being discouraged, when you start thinking about where you'll take your summer vacation, island-made hammocks, a friend running in a marathon, diffusing a bomb, the season of the harvest moon, Jonna cakes, buying a pair of jazzy gym shorts for spring jogging, wine country, fixing up a scrapbook, the combined pleasure of at-home shopping and UPS and FedEx shipping, struggling with algebra, long after dinner talks, throwing a 30-yard pass, dancing to music. Blasting from your headphones, computer nerds with a large collection of pens in their shirt pockets, X-Acto knives, ancient gray stones and white picket fences, watching TV with a bowl of ice and a fan, breathing deeply, homemade cider jelly, American English, the lobster tank at the grocery store, night coming in like a black silk cloak, silently folding itself around us, class books, 24-hour stores, dentists who expect you to carry on a conversation with a mouthful of Novocaine and their fingers in your mouth, pencil boxes, picking a passion flower, toaster waffles, stain resistance, apple rings fried in bacon or ham drippings, covered with a little sugar glaze and served with bacon, French hybrid grapes, Botswana woven baskets, a disposable camera when you need one, boxwood hedges, designer pizzas, hot and sweet mustard, thin slices of rare steak, Bermuda onion slices, pickles, smoked bluefish pâté, French bread and crackers, apple slices, smooth country meat pâtés, celery stalks, cream cheese, smoked salmon, lemon and lime slices, jar of sun tea, Benton Harbor, Michigan, faking your way through unintelligible lyrics, bread boxes, visiting museums, rope tricks, vanilla-colored beaches, sending Christmas cards, Indian Summer by Emily Dickinson, Stradivarius violins, traveling first class on a train, cowbells, the kitchen, humble abodes, rainy days, spinach salad, Army Navy stores, getting less wet walking in the rain and least wet standing still, Crate and Barrel. Stores, sweet dreams, packing a picnic and taking your family on a trip to the country, pulling out some old favorite games, Monopoly, Clue, Parcheesi, calligraphy pens, riding your bike to the local farm store, being a pumpkin, a skeleton, or Superman for Halloween, straight-backed chairs for working, an English pub in the Berkshires, stereoscopic photographs and a special viewer, a black suit, unbitten fingernails, draping a night table with fabric, crayons in wicker baskets, pork and onion. Kebabs, aluminum foil, snapping the lock on the swimming pool fence for the last time, verbal sunshine, Peoria farm equipment, happily alone in a crowd, far corners of the earth, playpen toys, painting the front door a bright color and adding a brass knocker, tufted cushions, a weekly email newsletter, the widening and lengthening of flower petals, non-stop snows, cats exploring in bushes and walking along the tops of low garden walls, Maurice Lennell cookies, priming a kitchen pump to draw a glass of clear, cold well water, making toast and devouring crumpets, newly discovered chemical elements, wooden bowls, two-handed solitaire, the swinging of the pendulum, solacing others, horns of plenty, recognizing the obvious, the hiss of a heavy rain, Looney Tunes cartoons, rustic-look furniture, people who make you listen to an entire song or comedy routine before you get the beep on their answering machine, meditation CDs, museum shops and bookstores for a quiet browse, Burgundy. Mushroom soup, a cabin by the side of a huge northern lake, round band-aids, thin-handled silverware, beef chop suey, a rich spiced chocolate drink, stainless steel cookware, split-collar sweaters, a line of poetry that keeps cycling through your mind, big country dining rooms, skinny breadsticks, diligence and industry, prandial, cooking, skills, serene, sunsplash scenes, a sailboat passing within 50 yards of where you're sunning yourself, fireworks effects, chrysanthemum, weeping willow. And battle in the clouds, a ball hit in the center of the fairway, doing math longhand, Friday's child is loving and giving, pumpernickel and cheese appetizers, color wheels, a pole vaulter at the apex of the jump, breakers hammering a rocky coast, dark brown and light blue, haiku poems, 3 lines unrhymed, milk toasts, aqua sand color, beating the weekend blues, take a number stores, burgundy steak, almond brittle, flying kites, a setting of serenity and comfort, Lola, song, telephones. A mini print cotton foulard dress, minute hands, scientific understanding, food gifts, reserve team basketball practice, a spaghetti spinning fork, conversation whipping gaily around a table like rags in a wind, bentwood chairs and hanging lamps, honeydew and tangerine colors, April evenings, mock pearls, herds of black and white cows drinking their reflections, tiny gold heart lockets, pizza served on a large metal tray lined with white butcher's paper, the purity of glassy figures carved in ice. Disneyland, Walt Disney World, finding out your IQ, Christmas gifts, a barn to make love in, out to din-din signs, personal branding irons for steaks, cooking demonstrations, breath-catching evenings, well, I'm a dirty bird, Arctic poppies, raw barn siding, a car covered with bumper stickers, feeding ducks on the river, old rail fences wearily climbing the hill, flower-sprayed settings, tubing equals floating down river in an inner tube, Boy Scouts, European pro basketball, fountain spray, hotel. And restaurant supply stores, watching Christmas specials, pomander in a pot, apple, cinnamon stick, cloves, nutmeg, sliced orange, cone shells, fog lathering up the stubbed field, tilt-a-whirls at fairs, sunroofs, holiday fussing, dropping anchor, meditating in the bathtub, a sauce chef, sloping expanses of white sand meeting the blue waters of an inland sea, coconut and Christmas palms, gardenias, ixora, crotons, and Diefenbachia, evening picnics, feeding large groups, better safe than sorry, liberating your husband from a traditional male task now and then and watching the benefits that come your way, coffeehouses, an aquarium and a snifter, prisms, when traveling, taking twice the money and half the clothes you think you'll need, custard cups, riotous coffee breaks, openwork silver caskets in unusual jars, Swiss chocolate, hand-knit wool sweaters, chilling out with friends, hot dogs, paratrooper pants, bowling shirts, studying trees, buildings, scenery, a well-informed store clerk, remaining in a state of quiet repose, green jello, making clarinets squeak, petit déjeuner, remembering when there were no McDonald's, sweet peas on tripods, hollyhocks, pinks, columbines, bleeding heart, blue geraniums, cranesbill, lady's mantle, and the unannounced arrival of some self-sewn annual, freestanding fireplaces, Ralph Waldo Emerson in matched volumes, Bob Hope, Bing Crosby, and Dorothy Lamour in the road pictures, reminiscing, learning the ropes, rolls in a basket. With a napkin covering them, crocheted bedspreads, nuthatches saying yank, being told you're beautiful when wearing a grungy t-shirt and jeans, commissioning a portrait, no 2 fingerprints being alike, too hot to cook weather, a new mantra, corridor fights, simple, satisfying tasks like sharpening pencils or straightening the clutter on your desk, baby boots, buying your first expensive dress, ring toss games, an array of dogwood and mauve redbud trees, pineapple slices wrapped in bacon and broiled, a warm croissant, hot chocolate with marshmallows, and orange juice, egg plates, buffalo wings delivered to the dorm, buying something outrageous and then something very practical to feel vindicated, The Little Rascals, TV show, mosquito kerosene lamps, the vegetable gardener secretly wishing for a frost, an English arboretum, plain yellow and plain green gelatin cubes, laundry sorting baskets, miles of toilet paper and trees, remembering all the sweet things in your life, dulce de leche ice cream, sun infusing the atmosphere with rich light, ancient stone circles, being alone by the sea, wearing cleats, drafting tools, Notre Dame cheerleaders, ice skating on ponds without skates, shoes, white collars and cuffs, brick porches, light meals, consideration for others, planting corn, when the cat makes friends, Lux, magic carpets, sanitary socks, big hunk chunky candy bars, foreign coins, homemade cards, terry towels big enough for two, a winged hairstyle after wearing a baseball cap, napkin rings, cushioned vinyl floors, colored scents that fill the air, the tweet of a whistle, lighting up the place, riding horses, getting away with things as much as possible, sketchbooks and charcoal, reading the fine print, high-definition television, bright rivers winding like silver threads through the soft, rich tapestries of growing fields, digging a moat, cold, blustery nights to invite friends over for popping corn and games, old American wedding custom, chivalry, mock serenade with pots, pans, cowbells, outside the newlywed's window, apple conveyor belts at orchards, reverse phone directories, the smell of rain when the first drops come down and sink into the hot earth, polished silver, finally realizing that your mate will not close the closet doors so you've stopped nagging about it, the dancing of fireflies as the moon rises, French fries, crisp and speckled with shreds of skin, the days of the open range, breeches, tall boots, and a riding jacket, Arco. The crossbar that turns an R into the drugstore symbol, a dessert called Death by Chocolate, making mushy valentines for your lover, knowing how to play poker, letters with long pauses, reflections, and ruminations, picking strawberries by the pailful, attempts to communicate with the donut waitress on the other side of the glass case, anniversary remembrances, Rice Krispie marshmallow treats, hilltop towns, tiny percussive sounds, Louisiana, bayous, New Orleans, Creole cooking, friends coming over, pizza with leftover French or Italian bread, cream biscuits, secret gardens glimpsed through tall windows, tins of homemade Christmas cookies, lemon sherbet, pears and chocolate sauce, soft drinks, apricot butterfly rolls, St. Louis, Missouri, gateway to the West, shrimp salad, small at-home dinners, patio parties, knowing right where to look for something, toddler's vocabulary, Lionel electric trains, walking the dog and he won't do anything, the gift of every day, seeking others. Advice, almanac forecasts, the first day of sandals, the sunny side of living, when he sets the table, listening to an adult, nature undefied, the soft interior of a loaf of bread, wrought iron fences, a buttermilk sky, pumpkin waffles, fresh from the kitchen, hands on a ship, making pizzas, a stamp for printing your name on brown bags, etc., ordering the mind, replenishing the heart, finding ourselves again, being in tune with nature, a stormy weekend to get reacquainted with the most comfortable chair in the house, a bridged bath in the living room, needing a hug, a cuddle, and love, earth, a milky blue marble against the jeweler's velvet space, swimming laps at the YMCA, the sweet bass accompaniment of burbling spaghetti, snow-lathered cars being shaved, public transportation, beginning a jigsaw puzzle, over-tipping, a suit made to order, ice cream dispensers, something falling neatly into place, red, white, and blueberry ice cream, making up songs, both lyric and theme. Scoreboards, wearing real jewelry, working women, museum stores, agreeing with anybody bigger than you are, finding the video you wanted even though you couldn't remember the title, the resident cat on the porch rail, groundhogs, finding loose change in your purse or pocket, especially quarters, Salerno butter cookies and milk, starflowers, salt and pepper shakers collected over the years, the fizz of a soda siphon, frozen lemonade and orange juice concentrates, teriyaki steaks, chef salad. Voluminous skirts, ducks parading on a pond, 1/3 pound hamburger topped with a choice of avocados, onions, sautéed spinach, mushrooms, tomatoes, green peppers, bacon, and 4 kinds of cheese, thumbing the spouts of water fountains, souvenirs on the road, snow shakers, beaded belts, ashtrays, scene viewers, pens with figures that move, bumper stickers, refrigerator magnets, pins, hats, patches, mugs, pennants, May's great green canopy spreading along every tree-lined street, singing all the hymns in church, room service food brought on a cart, making applesauce and canning it for Christmas presents, sitting cross-legged in the window, McDuffie's 6-reader primers, congenial domestic animals and selected wild species, a cat purring, French dressing, angel hair, the smell of aerosol hairspray, a work/sewing room, cults, Heath ice cream bars, the best climbing rocks, savoir-faire, touring local industries, frothiness, melon season, healthy exercise, or a swim at the Y, doll. Strollers, sand, sandalwood, sapphire blue, shocking pink, spring green, sky blue, slate, Spanish moss, star white, steel gray, stone gray, strawberry red, sun orange colors, aerial mapping, coconut bowls, hearing the high school marching band practice, homemade bread and peach butter, an antique quilt in reds, greens, browns, and yellows, you are what you read, driving alone, scorched bamboo, cool moisture, a thought, An unsupported elliptical staircase, the smell of newly ground coffee. Welcome home flowers, a silly stretchy snake, foamy clouds, twilight lingering at the end of the day like a promise, well-written instruction booklets, beef brisket, barbecued or smothered in liquid smoke, the detector in an aspirin that tells it exactly what part of the body to go to, the first Noel, carol, raising kids, successful damage control, a candle burning under a vegetable grater, the least attractive side of a Christmas tree that ends up facing the wall, an outfitted picnic. Hamper, bacon and cream cheese tomatoes, finding the perfectly ripe mango, making in coloring maps, Groundhog Day, finding the New People magazine at the hairdresser's, toast under the broiler, moss-laden terracotta pots of geraniums, Thanksgiving dinners, petting zoos, paying close attention to everything, bringing slippers and wearing comfortable clothes to visit someone for tea, butterscotch, goldfinches, antique Chinese porcelain oil pots with wooden lids, ancient ruins, self-reliance. Individual cartoon frames, half the world living in 5 countries, hanging in there, putting recipes, designing a stage set, button jewelry, donating blood, examining our consciences, a landscape sprinkled with lakes rimmed by thick forest and soaring bluffs, Waldorf salads, fireside tray suppers, your fortune read from coffee grounds or a toasty paved road in August, adding a touch of charades to your conversation, grey New England winter mornings, broiling to perfection, the cheering of the crowd, gentle grey, heather plum, teak brown, jungle green, silver smoke, polar white, peach moonstone, rice powder white colors, number 40, Stravinsky's The Rite of Spring, Tchaikovsky's Symphony No. 6, and Vivaldi's Four Seasons, elbow pillows, farmhouses, ivory animals, the reaction of a teenager when the phone rings, the supermarket meat department, the fragrance of wild strawberries in the summer sun, a blueberry farm amid corn and wheat fields, baking your own pound cake, grandma's meat loaf. The rye bread recipe a grandmother hoards for years, Oompa music, fighting global warming with good gas mileage, learning to lay a fire, the smell of old school buildings, lighthouses and piers, camellias like starched organdy, medallions au poivre, rock gardens, sparkling mineral formations in brilliantly hued color, the polka, bell towers, soaking in a bath, reading, and sipping orange juice, crazy New York taxis, open weave, on an autumn weekend, wrapping yourself in a blanket in front of a fireplace, a favorite food you cook in home economics or useful project you complete in shop/woodworking class, bands, mail order shopping, fruit salad with mint dressing, weekend bicyclists who collect jacket patches the way gourmet cooks collect recipes, aqua, embellishing with brilliant camellia and oleander blossoms, Shetland crewneck sweaters, writing letters to representatives in Washington, D.C. Meditation retreats, hearts warming when friends meet, knee socks, cream puffs, a sob. Convertible for graduation, the back roads in the Hamptons, the last shy bloomings of wild rose and already fading brambles, a cat on your desk while you work, tiring yourself out, thwarting troublemakers, wood burning with a special flame and fragrance of its own, whether pine, birch, maple, oak, apple, or cherry, leaving the water running, French lollipops, congeniality, people who bob up and down in the ocean trying to stay dry above the waist, a season for loving and remembering, eating with your fingers, feeding your lover, your friends, your children, with your fingers, a charcoal grill right in the middle of the dining area, Sunday papers, always wanting to be a kid when you grew up, wooden beams, Italian marbled paper, blood tests, medicine kits, a show-off, the feel of a scarf against the neck, watch caps, holly logs, hundreds of handmade quilts to be auctioned, an organ loft, mom food, chipped beef on toast, macaroni and cheese, scalloped potatoes and sausages, stuffed bell peppers, lemon noodles, reading Dickens, getting what you want and what you need at the same time, oak blocks, a tired Santa, for red dye, beetroot, bloodroot, dogwood root, hollyhock flowers, madder root, street Johnswort flowers, tea for drop-in visitors, the Final Four of the NCAA basketball tournament, fresh, luscious fruits, waiting for the light to turn green when you've spotted an empty parking space across the intersection, a big night out, a rag rug, a boot box, a cat to sleep in the wash basket, a table between 2 comfy reading chairs, a broiler that cooks both sides of a steak at once in an oven, sunburned faces, a Thomas Edison Ediphone, used bikes, our lives being what our thoughts make them, baby's silverware, Sybarite equals anyone who loves luxury and self-indulgence, old records, anything yellow, a reminder of the milkman and his delivery wagon laden with fresh cans of milk and cream on ice, men's shorts, plump channel quilting, the head for the beach anyway plan, 1 minute equaling 15 double-spaced typewritten lines in a speech, certificates, down pillows, a toasted, buttered hot dog bun, satin slippers, layers, your guess is as good as mine, pints of pork fried rice, calamine lotion, daily reminders, an epic diary entry, detailing love life, career, friendships, piglets, learning to love and appreciate easy listening music, God rest ye, merry gentlemen, carol, in and out trays, drawbridges, run over pages in newspapers, saying something nice, fringe. Benefits, a walk down a pine-needled path, a cake shot through with crackling bits of brown sugar, banana royales, writing dedications for books and articles, the jingle of a good humor wagon, a weekend away for your anniversary, crushed dried juniper berries and stuffing for chicken, when your cat had kittens, a blanket of vapor on a still summer day, Dr. Scholl's exercise sandals, cozy jackets, poetry reading, work is love made visible. Khalil Gibran, discovering how things work, mastering the perfect vinaigrette, Thoreau, the patron saint of the written journal, seeing the unexpected and reveling in the incongruities, U.S. states that are bigger than entire nations, rocking to sleep in ancient waters, a picnic basket in the overgrown grass, the opportunity to see how a person operates, the first drawing of Santa Claus, journals transformed by repeated and fond use, the slow tumble of a dust bunny under the dining table. Taking local honey to quell a spring allergy, Weather Channel local on the 8s, hearing the song you liked so much in high school, but haven't heard in years, log cabins, seeing the world as it is, how good it feels to change into comfortable night clothes, a cloud forest, a tropical forest atop coastal mountains, finding a ball in the rough, visiting the Rome catacombs carved in soft tufa rock, the sun filling your bones with light, springtime lush with oleander, roses, lemons, and mangoes, a bike ride on a country lane, an herb bed of chamomile and thyme, deciding how to do unto others, scribbling comments in the margins of books, sizing up the real estate market, noticing the color of the snow, stacking books by the bed in the order you want to read them, the Scoville scale for chili peppers, something you say that wasn't intended to be funny, but is anyway, the magic of improving your posture, sky and trees making beautiful wallpaper, leaving your work behind when you go to sleep, a desert dotted with cactus and red clay paths, forays into Barbie dream house decor, a conversation with a historical society curator, when the cat sneaks onto the bed to sleep while you're out, reupholstering the interior of an old VW, the nurturing side of your personality, sending your friends Valentines like you used to when you were 8, a sun-dried tomato in the Mediterranean sun, finding out the cause of something, that emergency outfit you always feel confident and comfortable in. Becoming engrossed by the text on the back of a box of Rice Krispies, needle threading, harem pants, taking a class in something totally esoteric, the discovery of light in a dark situation, letting the guy in a hurry cut in front of you in line, reflecting on all that is good in your life, never taking a course from a professor who wrote the textbook, south-facing windows providing heat in the winter, the sound of a priest chanting, someone who can rebuild a transmission, the 21 badges needed to become an Eagle Scout, a need for and a confidence in solitude, the impossibility of folding a piece of paper in half more than 7 times, the koalas in Barnum's Animal Crackers, elevators being the safest form of transportation, burning 100 calories an hour just sitting, languages escaping their countries of origin, a large hassock table loaded with books, rare book rooms in the great libraries, beef bologna, clutch purses, Bon Voyage gifts, mini stripes, a mockingbird singing on the chimney, tavern firelight and playing parlor games, big beach balls.